Oh, whoa, sorry, I'm here. I'm here. I'm a deer, and I'm ready to make a mirror. How we doing? Oh, I heard that you are avoiding Epstein files again today. Is that true?
Yeah. I think he was a good guy, man. What do you want me to say? He was just a financier. I mean, what the hell? You can't own a fucking island?
Is it so wrong?
That's
how many bans?
Island,
I think I banned like 3 people this morning.
That's it?
Then I did my stuff. I'm waking up early, like a real human being.
I warned all those people. I was like, that's a honeypot. You guys need to delete your messages now. So hopefully I saved a few lives. Normal stream layout.
Problem? Troll face?
No problem.
Did you know... Dan's not here, is he?
Mm-mm. He's doing meetings, he said.
He told me this a long time ago and I didn't believe him. Did you know there's a difference between wire transfers and ACH transfers?
I don't know what the second one is.
I just fucking hate... I hate sending money outside of like PayPal. Oh my god. Okay,
you know, it's really nice to do it in Canada because everybody has the same thing and it's through like the banks. It's e-transfer.
Oh, one Bank of Canada, whatever, yeah.
Yep.
Listen, back then, there was not a lot of money in the StarCraft 2 scene. We didn't have very many people that were throwing money around, and this guy showed up, and you know what? You know, some of those gamers said, a lot of 15-year-olds in bikinis and shit, and listen, now this is who was shipping us those. I'm just kidding. So.
No, you guys were getting invited to go to Saudi Arabia, right, though?
One person did.
Got it.
I think Jeff... No, a couple people in control... Or no. Noni might have as well. And I think Jeff got invited to like Dubai because there was some guy that watched StarCraft teams that liked him, and he invited them to like teach them how to play for a week or something. It was kind of funny. Just got my 6 milligrams, 5 minutes.
Money, right?
Did he get a fuckload? I think he might have gotten $10,000, $20,000, yeah, which was a fuckload of money back then, yeah. And today it is. Yeah. Just got my 60 milligrams, 5 minutes. Why are the 60s so ugly? The 60s are blue, dude. They're beautiful. What are the 50s colored like? I was going to up to 70, but I was like, I don't know. The 60s are blue. I kind of like that color. What do the 70s look like? Hold on.
What are you talking about? What are the 60s? What are the 70s?
A Vivance. Oh, these are like white and blue. That's kind of cute.
You're on 60?
Yeah, I got... My brain doesn't work. Now it does, but...
What the fuck does it max out at?
I think 70.
Shit. Holy shit.
But the Adderall, I think, is way more potent. There's like online calculator things, and then just from my own personal experience, I would say when I was...
Yeah, when I was on Adderall, I was on 10s, I think.
Yeah, the 20 milligrams of Adderall XR feels to me similar to like 50 milligrams of Vyvanse. And I think it carries out about the same. But that's because I think when you're doing the milligrams, when you're measuring the weight, you have to do, you're taking the molecular weight of the drug. And for Adderall, the weight is just the amphetamine. But for Vyvanse, the weight is
it's cut with something?
Yeah, it's got there's a lysine attachment to the amphetamine. So that is part of like the molecular weight. So it's not as potent per milligram or whatever.
Yeah, it makes sense. Did I stop? I didn't like how I felt on Adderall.
Loser. He didn't like being locked the fuck in.
No, it made me feel like a fucking zombie.
Well, when you're a crazy dude, sometimes being zombied out is beneficial, okay?
Yeah.
What is lysine? Fuck, is it an amino acid? A lysine group. Yes. Oh, I'm so smart. I feel like we learned this during the COVID stuff. Dude, protein folding? Everything about microbiology is like fun until you get too micro, and then that shit is AIDS as fuck. I used to think that like proteins were like this, And then like maybe the really fucking complicated ones maybe or whatever were like this. It's like this in like 50 different dimensions of retarded, insane shit. And then even like as they're printing, the way that the protein folds and then how the fold interacts with other things that are already, oh my God. And then like when the ribosomes are printing off things, like some things take a little bit longer to print than other things. So as they're folding and coming out, if a thing prints, fuck all of that shit. Anything having to do, as soon as you start talking about proteins, I think in biology, it's time to quit. The other
equivalent hit on 16.
Good one. Name every protein. True. There's also any problem you see online, and if anybody ever says the word topology, that's another thing you just dip. Fuck anything having to do with that shit. Fuck that. When I couldn't get my Vyvanse during shortages, I felt like dog shit. Do you get that? Fuck no.
Sorry.
I always get my Vyvanse every 90 days, but like if I wake up super late or if I feel shit someday or whatever, I won't take it. So I always have like a little stockpile. So if they were to stop right now, I think I have like 2 months built up where I would be okay. How you doing, buddy?
Sorry, I was hearing 2 destinies simultaneously, so I need to unfuck my shit real quick.
Okay.
You guys gonna talk about the Preddy killing?
We're just gonna chat like friends. Problem?
Woohoo! I'm excited to see this.
Wait, real quick. Do you have a definitive answer? Do your matchmaking aggression things, does that carry over, but like from solos to duos, duos to trios, or is it like completely separate, or solo? Do you have any idea?
I don't have a definitive answer, no, but it feels like it does because sometimes I'll do solos, and in the solos I will do like super nice runs, and then when we get into duos, we'll be in the nicer lobbies.
Prying mind, what do you think?
I'm ready whenever.
Okay, sure. I'm just gonna spam and collect random shit. If you want to jump in, you can.
So,
but okay.
I'll join. I won't really talk much. And you guys can have your debate.
Okay, so we don't have to be spicy. We can just have a friendly conversation. We can just gently.
Well, I'm always
if
friendly.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Preddy shooting and the Renee Good shooting, I basically have the same point. I don't even know if we're going to disagree. I think that it's going to be ruled legally justified in both cases. I think that they're immoral for different reasons, and we could extrapolate or extract different prescriptions. I think like the qualified immunity shit, or the ending of qualified immunity, or prosecuting ICE for these things based off of current laws, I think that shit's cringe. But I do think we could get good case law out of it. So how do you feel about it?
These days I tend to map morality on pretty closely to the legal stuff. I don't view these things as being all that separate. Unfortunately, because of the angles available, I think the Renee one might be on the fence. I don't see how the Preddy shooting, that whole circumstance seemed unbelievable to me from start to finish.
Okay. Well, I think that in order to actually have like a sane conversation about it, and if we get too spicy or whatever, what we could do is we could just move into prescriptions, because if we don't agree on descriptions, we might just fight back and forth. I feel like that's what happened with Pisco and I. We just kind of had an exhaustive battle over not agreeing on descriptive shit, and so at the end of it, we just moved into prescriptions, and then we lined up.
Okay.
So, in reference to descriptions, I did watch some of your content. I watched your debate with the thick THICC conservative commentator. Weirdly enough, I think that he actually had a lot of my descriptions. But I guess my question is, like, you kind of asserted that a law enforcement officer doesn't have the capacity to disperse someone, and somebody should either be detained or free to go. Do you still think that's true?
No, I think that there can be times where you disperse people, but it's like people in a crowd. You're trying to gain control of a situation. Generally, dispersion in a good cop world, most of the things that the cops are doing are things to lower the temperature or things to reduce the amount of bad stuff happening. What the fuck's the word I'm looking for? You're trying to
escalation.
De-escalate. Yeah, Jesus, thank you. You're trying to de-escalate. So in my mind, dispersion, when dispersion is happening for riots, it's because it's usually after curfew, shit's already been fucky, and the cops are trying to just get people to leave the area because they know that if they continue to build and things get more rowdy, it's going to be bad. That's dispersion. Never in my life can I imagine a scenario where you're trying to disperse a single woman by shoving her to the ground. That's
Okay. Well, let's break that down real quick because I might actually have an example. And I have before we get into the content, I suppose, Kazra is a community member of mine who is in Iran. They basically told us in chat like a month ago, hey, if I don't show up for a while, it's because we're going to have an internet blackout. People are taking to the streets and it's getting really, 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 really bad. They did survive, so they're back in it, and they want to see more liberals cover the Iranian situation.
Yeah.
I did kind of tell them, like, you know, it's kind of like, it's bad. What do you want me to say? Well, because like we're not going to disagree with the protesters, and obviously like massacring civilians in Iran is terrible.
Yeah.
But they've asked a few times they'd like to see more coverage of it from bigger creators, so they wanted me to say that to you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's bad. What do you want me to say? So,
yeah.
anyways,
I'm to be clear for the Iranian people, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got a lot of requests like that too. I think I'm not to me, but I think I would just say that. Like, I think I'm not a fan of the Iranian regime. I don't like them. If they go away, I think that's fine through revolution or whatever else. Yeah.
Right. And that's kind of what I was trying to describe to them. It's like, if there's contention, then you can create a debate, or you can have a fight about it, or you can do coverage, or you can be critical. But I think that, you know, when the take is so obvious and so universally agreed to, it's hard to make content.
Yeah. That's why I don't cover, unfortunately, and I feel strongly about it, but I don't really cover much of the Ukraine-Russia stuff, because it's like that's so obviously one-sided to me. Like, it's so obviously horrible.
Yeah, we need it. Somebody said it in chat. We need an Iranian Anna.
Yeah.
So, all right. So start working on that, Kazra. But anyways, so let's get into the shooting or whatever. So, or let's get into the breakdown of events. So, with Renee Good, that way we can move into Pretty really quickly. I think that since you're saying that the Renee Good shooting is more in dispute, obviously I think what could be taken out of that is the concept of officer cause jeopardy, which is a law enforcement officer puts themselves either negligently or maliciously into a scenario that then forces them to use force that results in death and injury. And we probably need to either write a law or have some kind of new case law that says that officers should not do that. And when doing so, I would say they should open themselves up to civil penalty. But a lot of liberals and progressives in my chat says that it should open them up to criminal penalties as well. So do we just kind of agree that officer cause jeopardy should be the concept that's extracted from the Renee Good shooting?
The analysis that the court laid out in Barnes v. Felix had to do with the totality of the circumstances leading up to the event to know whether or not a reasonable officer should have thought that their life was in danger or the other person was putting their life in danger. I don't know if this would include like an analysis that would basically completely like the whole officer-induced thing would be subsumed within it, or if you need that separate thing. Because I'm trying to think of, give me an example of like an officer-induced jeopardy.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think the Felix versus Barnes case is illustrative, but I even think the Renee Good case is illustrative. So, at least according to Wick, basing it off of Wick TV, he was wicking out the other day. I was watching some of his content. There is a DHS policy, Department of Homeland Security policy, that effectively states that unless absolutely necessary, you should not walk in front of running vehicles. And that policy is in force with ICE and CBP. And that also this officer has been dragged and gotten stitches by being dragged by a vehicle previously.
Okay.
So for me, there's multiple avenues of approach to this vehicle. He kind of intentionally walks in front of it once, then he films the driver, then he films the license plate, then he walks back around the vehicle, then he sees his friends are moving to detain the driver, then he walks in front of the vehicle again. So for me, I would be saying that would be like negligent officer cause jeopardy that should be trained against and potentially should open up the department to civil suit for wrongful death.
Potentially, yeah. The only rule I would be worried about there is like, and I think the Supreme Court has ruled this, and I think they agree with this, just because you mess up somewhere doesn't preclude your right to self-defense in other cases, right? So like, let's say an officer is serving a warrant and they go to the wrong address, and then when they enter the building, somebody tries to attack them and the officer defends themselves and ends up killing the other person. Like, technically that might be considered like an officer-induced jeopardy or whatever, but I don't think the officer should lose the right to defend themselves. I think...
that's where I think malice or negligence need to be a component of whatever case law comes out. So the reason why I would say that this is potentially negligent is because actually of being it being in policy, him getting dragged previously and injured previously, him walking in front of the vehicle.
I
not
will
once,
say,
but
have you
twice.
seen the video of him getting dragged previously?
No, I haven't actually.
So, not to bootlick or whatever, and I'm gonna have the totally opposite take of you by the end of this conversation, okay? But like, that seemed fair from the officer there. Like, I think they were trying to apprehend or detain a person. And he was like reaching in, you know, already doing it, and then the guy started to fucking take off when his hand was already through the thing. With that, from the video that I saw of that, I don't think it was anything remotely similar to the Renee Good thing. I know people are bringing that one up a lot, but it seemed fair just from the little I saw of the officer conduct. But yeah, I'm just saying that. Okay.
Yeah. Well, reaching into a vehicle, I think, should be treated differently because, once again, that's like, whenever possible, you shouldn't reach into a vehicle. But whenever possible is like a key term there, because if you're trying to detain or arrest somebody who's in a vehicle and you need to reach in order to open the door to detain said person, then you're obviously taking a risk, but that's necessary to do your job.
For sure.
Whereas I would say, with multiple avenues of approach and stated policy, and if this lady fled or whatever, you already have her license plate in her face, I don't think that stepping in front of the vehicle is necessary to execute your job.
Sure, yeah. So I would say, here's my big issue, using kind of the totality of circumstances analysis. This is my issue. I don't think a reasonable officer. Now, there are things that could change my mind on this. If we got all of his cell phone footage and she was like making threats or saying crazy shit, then I would change my opinion on this. But I don't think a reasonable officer should have thought that she was like trying to kill him, that his life was in danger there. I think a reasonable officer at that point should have thought, oh, she's probably trying to leave. It seemed like he was acting more out of like fear and frustration, or not fear and frustration, anger and frustration, than a genuine concern for his safety. That's my big issue with that, yeah.
So something that I would like to add, though, to the nuance of the scenario is that, like, especially with my own experiences in law enforcement, fear and anger are oftentimes deeply correlated. And what I mean by that is, like, anger is oftentimes used to mask fear. And so for me, like, the reason why I feel like you articulated it the way that you articulated it is because you didn't want to say fear, because if you say fear, then you're kind of admitting that, like, you know, he was potentially in danger. Whereas if you say anger, then it seems like, you know, he's irrational. But what I would say is that, like, you know, once again, fear and anger are closely correlated. Not just that, but I would argue that intent actually doesn't really have necessarily anything to do with imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. As an example, I would say that schizophrenics and type 1 diabetics don't have the requisite presence of mind to intend to hurt people, and yet they can still be deadly threats.
Sure.
Yeah, so intent matters, but it's not the end of the totality of circumstances.
Sure. Hold on, wait. Give me one quick second, okay? I'm just running through and picking stuff up. So if I see people shoot, I'm running the other way, okay? Just letting you know. Trying to get to the heaven cues is what I'm going for. Just as a heads up. Okay. Okay, teasing apart some of these things. So I think intent does matter. Or rather, the officer is always trying to discern intent. I think that, I'm not going to accuse you of doing this, but sometimes a game is being played when people talk about how intent doesn't matter in their analysis. And like in a very limited sense, that's true. But you discerning intent from the other person is, that's where the analysis really is. So for instance, if a person is, I'm trying to think. If I'm like roughhousing, you know, with a friend, if you and me,
if she was 1 foot to the right, then the shooting would be completely unjustified. I mean,
well, no. I think he knew that she wasn't trying to kill him. I don't think he ever thought that at any point.
She was probably fleeing and eluding.
Yeah. So I don't think he ever had that idea in his mind. I think he was just upset, and I don't think that's a reason to kill somebody.
Maybe, but just as
wait. What do you mean maybe? I feel like we should be able to agree
I'll give you a specific example. So I think we both agree that the articulable thing is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. And let's say there was like a type 1 diabetic who's driving towards a daycare with kids. They don't have the requisite intent to hit or kill anybody, but you shoot them anyways in the hopes that you strike them in such a way that, you know, you get them off target or whatever in an attempt to preserve life. So that's kind of where, like, the piecing out the intent as not being It can be part of the totality of circumstances, but the intent to hurt or maim or kill others is not necessarily like going to preclude you from action. So, for instance, let's say
wait. So real quick. So I agree with you
Yep.
there in that it might not necessarily matter. But if you knew that the person was a type 1 diabetic and you were in a room with them or something, like if you were a cop and you went into a room and a guy is acting like a person having what is it, hypoglycemic shock, like the
Yep.
guys, they might look drunk or out of it, or you don't know if they're trying to be weird or do some fuck shit and kill you, right? Because when people start acting weird like that, a whole bunch of shit can happen. But if you know that they're a type 1 diabetic, well, that would change your calculation quite a bit. Because you say, oh, well, this person's a type 1 diabetic. Like, I'm not going to assume this person's trying to kill me. There's another, like, very reasonable explanation for their kind of weird behavior right now.
Yeah, but even within that example, I actually like that example a lot because I have a supervisor who had that exact scenario happen. So he goes to a type 1 diabetic's house and they're having an episode. They're, hypoglycemic, so they're confused and they're irritable and they're angry, and they're not recognizing their family members. And what they're doing is they're taking a dog leash and with the metal side out, and they're flinging it around like Indiana Jones and whipping their family members in the face. So obviously that's like violence. It's not deadly threat, it's not deadly force, but it is violence. And so because the family had already notified him that he's a type 1 diabetic, the approach there wasn't to just shoot the guy for beating the fuck out of people with a metal dog leash. It was to actually slow down, catch the leash in an arm, charge him, tackle him, arrest him, get him to the hospital, right? So absolutely that's the right thing that could have been done. However, exact same scenario, different weapon. Let's say that it's a knife instead of a dog leash. We would still say that the intent wasn't there to necessarily hurt people. He's experiencing a medical episode, but if he tried to stab people, then you might shoot him. And
Sure.
I think that's the
and
same
so
thing with
wait. So
Renee Good.
huge difference here. Okay. So I understand and I agree with everything you said so far, but the huge difference here is dual use objects versus single use objects. So like if somebody has a knife or they're throwing a leash around or whatever, right? Like you're basically only using this to hurt somebody. But for driving a car, like we can think of a very like the vast majority of people that are driving their car are not driving their car to kill another person. We agree on that, right?
Yeah, kind of. I think I could be a smartass and say like, well, a dog leash is meant for walking dogs, and a knife is meant for cutting food. But
well,
yeah,
sure.
like,
But if a person was having a diabetic,
if
a person was having a diabetic shock or whatever, and they were walking their dog, we wouldn't assume that they're going to use the leash to do crazy shit, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. However, let's say let's do the identical scenario. Let's move the officer 1 foot to the left. That way, even though Renee Good is trying to flee and elude, and she doesn't have the intent to strike and kill the officer, but she's being reckless in the way that she's escaping, and there's a high probability that she's going to run him over and then get him trapped under the tires. At that point, in your moral calculus, does he have the ability to act?
So I would say no here because this is another weird thing. I don't think that this is actually like a defensive action. I don't think you're...
Why? I can guess why, but I'd rather you tell me why.
I would just go and leave. Just leave. Because the car's still moving. You're not stopping the car with some gunshots.
Well, right. So I got into this with Pisco, so hopefully we can fast forward a healthy chunk of the conversation. So let's say that a driver is driving right for you and they're intending to hit you. And you have let's say they're 20 yards away or something like that. And you have the opportunity to shoot or not shoot, and they're 20 yards away. What do you shoot? Yes or no, and why?
Probably never shooting. One, because I don't know if I could acquire a target and aim and shoot and hit that fast too. I don't even know what it would look like shooting through a windshield. I don't know what those shots even look like at a distance so you can see somebody reliably. And three, because it's not optimizing for my survival. Even if I were to shoot and hit every single shot, that might be even less optimal. Like I would imagine trying to move to the side is going to be better than shooting, and then who knows which direction the car is going to veer off into. I might shoot them and then try to dodge and then get hit by the car veering off to the side. Or I might shoot them and hit them, but it doesn't actually... I would need like a headshot or a spine shot to like actually stop them completely. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it optimizes for survival at all.
Okay. So I'm trying to... I'm not saying these things because I think they're analogous. I think I'm testing the limits of your answer. So let's say that there's a car bomb. Like it's a VB IED.
Okay.
So like if it gets past you, it's going to hurt other people. So
yes.
What's your answer there?
Are you shooting and blowing the car and bomb up or something, or?
Well, you're trying to kill the driver.
Yeah.
You're trying to kill the driver because hopefully that gives distance. If you kill the driver, and the driver crashes or loses control of the vehicle, or he gets afraid and he slams on the brakes or something like that, you don't have a guarantee that you're preserving your own life, but you do have a statistical probability that you're reducing the chance of the driver getting to his target, which is behind you.
Oh, yeah, that's probably good. Yeah.
Okay. Then also just testing hypotheticals. And once again, I'm not saying this is analogous to the scenario. I'm just testing the limits of the idea. Let's say that you're fucking wheelchair bound or something, or you're trapped. Your feet are trapped in cement. Okay. So so you do not have the ability to move. You cannot move reasonably. This guy's bearing down on you. So you're either going to die because you're going to get hit, or you can shoot and then maybe roll the dice proverbially. What are you doing?
You can shoot and maybe get hit, or you can roll the dice by wheeling. You can't wheel out of the way, basically?
Yeah.
Then I guess you just shoot. Then I guess
get hit or you shoot. So what are the?
Might as well shoot at that point. Fuck them.
Right. So I guess the thing here is that, like, you have a moral intuition that I think is fine to say that, like, well, I don't think that 2 feet away, several shots to the windshield, I don't think that this is going to affect the outcome, or arguably it could even make it worse because let's say they dead foot and they slam on the accelerator. I've actually exacerbated the scenario, but I don't think that this is like enshrined into law or policy.
Well, so it is, just to be clear, so we're crystal clear, it is in policy. You're not supposed to put yourself in front of moving vehicles. That's like non-controversial. It's not debated. That's in.
Right. But then I'm talking about shooting into a vehicle.
So for shooting into a vehicle, what I've seen on this, and I understand this to be true, we're going to go to Buried City. I just want to find the roller boys, okay? I need to turn those in, okay?
You just do runs. I got to do D&D.
Okay. Be careful. Hop on, I love you. Sometimes people make this mistake, or I think that people are doing the analysis of self-defense when the analysis that's actually happening is the person has shown a propensity to commit a violent felony, so you want to stop them. So for instance, let's say that a bunch of officers have somebody pulled over, and they have this guy pulled over, and let's say that the guy slams on the accelerator, and there are like 3 cops in front of him or whatever, and he screams out like, "I'm gonna kill you, get out of my way, I'm gonna get out of here." And let's say the cops can move to the side like super easily. I think that the cops are within their right to shoot him as he's fleeing, even once the car's passed. But it's not because they're shooting in self-defense. It's because he's shown the propensity to commit a violent crime, and in the fact that he's shown that if you let him flee and then he kills somebody, like that's kind of on you,
Returning to what you said amends an earlier statement, but I'll let you finish.
Yeah. So returning to the Renee Good thing, I don't think that this cop at any point thought that she was trying to kill somebody, or that she had the propensity to kill somebody, or was willing to kill somebody to escape. I don't think a reasonable officer ever. I don't think, unless the only thing I would say would change my statement is maybe there's some crazy footage on his cell phone that she said some things that would change my mind on that. But otherwise, I don't think he ever had that thought. I think he just got mad.
Okay. Then I want to amend an earlier statement where I was saying, like, what we should get from Felix versus Barnes and from the Renee Good shooting is we should get officer caused jeopardy. I think there should be a violent felony exception to officer caused jeopardy, where, for instance, in Felix Barnes, the officer jumped onto, correct me if I'm wrong, but they were detaining someone who had unpaid toll violations. It was his girlfriend's car. He takes off, and one of the officers jumps onto the skid of the vehicle. And then, using the fact that the guy is speeding up and not obeying lawful commands, he says, okay, well, this is posing imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to me, and then he shoots and kills the driver.
Well, I think he was also stuck as well, because he was kind of like up on the car when he took his gun out, because the guy, I think, threatened to drive away, or seemed like he was going to drive away. I need to reread it. It's only 17 pages, it's not that long. But I think that what happens is the car starts to drive, and when a car drives forward, if the door was open, the door closed on him, so he was basically stuck in the car, and then the guy started driving forward, and I think that's when the officer started shooting, which I think is super fair. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then at that point, I would basically say that he wasn't intending to cause officer caused jeopardy or whatever. Therefore, this rule wouldn't apply. But let's make it a little bit more simple. Let's say that the officer, rather than getting like trapped in the door, or there's some kind of like proximity issue that forces him to stand on the vehicle, like let's say they're like pulled on the shoulder of a tunnel or something. And so there's only a foot gap, but he wants to get into the car from the passenger side because the driver's side is too dangerous. And then he steps onto the vehicle that way and the vehicle takes off and in instinct he grabs it. I don't think he should be held accountable for that. However, let's make it a little bit more simple. Let's say that all he has is unpaid tolls. And when the car is starting to take off, he has an option, which is step back, write a warrant for this guy's arrest, and have law enforcement officers pick him up for fleeing and eluding later, or he can step onto the vehicle and effect an arrest at that time. I would say that policy and morality should dictate that he lets the guy go and then writes a warrant for his arrest to be picked up at a later time. And if he jumps onto the car for toll violations, then that could be construed as officer caused jeopardy.
Yeah, potentially, sure. But I think policy is basically already maps onto this. Like in a lot of cities, they won't chase somebody past a certain speed threshold because it presents too much of a risk to the public, unless they're chasing somebody with like outstandingly violent warrants or something, right?
Unless it's a violent felony.
Yeah,
and that's exactly where I was going to go. So I think that there should be a violent felony exception where, for instance, let's say that this guy was like a kidnapper or a rapist or a murderer. Then at that point, I think that you should be able to do like Rambo sliding on the top of the car, you know.
Sure. Okay, so I don't think we necessarily disagree on any of this. I don't know how any of this applies to the Renee Good situation, though.
It probably doesn't, and to be honest, I think we would probably just bounce back and forth to the point that, like, I don't want to get too spicy about it, where what would happen is I would argue that the officer is either going to argue or was in imminent fear of death or great bodily harm and therefore pulled the trigger, whereas you would say that that was not reasonable.
Well,
and
so
here's
the question. Did anything happen up to the point of her pushing the accelerator? Was there anything that happened that would have led this officer to believe that she was capable and willing to commit violence?
I would say the fleeing and eluding thing with like
up to. I'm saying up to.
Life. But also there's a reason here. There's a reason why I didn't accept this argument from my chat. If you wanted to expand a little bit more, you could. But I do have something that I wanted to tell you that directly addresses what you said.
Sure. Well, yeah. I want my first thing is just before we even advance much. I'm just up to the point of her driving away, like before that happened. So up to that, do you think this guy has any reason to believe that she would be capable of committing violence or doing anything violent?
Not really, but I also want to articulate something that I think addresses your point.
Okay. Wait, when you say not really, I feel like I got a yes or no on this. Like, is there anything that makes it seem like this woman is going to commit a violent crime or be violent or do anything like that?
No.
Okay.
But
that's okay.
But I think my articulation is still going to address what we're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Just make sure we agree on that. Yeah.
So there's a video that I was able to find while I was covering this. It's something that is actually brought up in police training classes, and effectively it's a domestic violence dispute. And by the way, like domestics, you know, they're hairy, this, that, the other. I've actually always had a relatively good experience on domestic violence disputes because I like to use verbal judo to de-escalate situations. And I think that I was able to be on my guard and protect myself while also still being ready for something to pop off if it did pop off.
Okay.
But basically what happens is I think it's in... I don't even want to guess. I thought it was in Las Vegas, but I could be wrong. But effectively what happens is they show up to a DV. There's no real signs of battery. They're interviewing both parties. An officer walks out with the guy. The guy's wearing a hoodie or a parka. And they're actually having like a really chill conversation where they're super nice. Like the cop is super nice. The detainee is super nice. They're like, oh yeah, like I know you got to do what you got to do. And they're just kind of like shooting the shit like everything is totally normal. Well, what ends up happening is it is cold. So the guy has his hands in his hoodie. And the cop says, okay, well, you know, everything's fine. We're still investigating or whatever. I need to pat you down for weapons just to make sure that, you know, everything's Gucci and you're not a threat to me or other people or whatever. And what ends up happening is the guy initially is like, oh, yeah, that's cool. I don't have anything on me. But then as the cop goes to like actually pat him down, the dude pulls a revolver, shoots him in the face and kills him. And this is caught on body camera. And so if you asked me the same question of, was this guy showing any signs of violence? My answer would have been no. It would have been the opposite. I would have been like, he's compliant, he's answering questions, he's being polite, he's saying yes, sir, no, sir. Like this is like an ideal detainee in many ways. And yet, you know, you flip from ideal detainee to dead in like a few seconds.
Okay, that has no bearing on anything I just said, though.
No, it does.
It doesn't, right? This is the
It
whole
doesn't. No,
like you agree that like hold on.
Renee Good was a violent person
I
prior
understand.
to her driving, and I was saying that that's not necessarily relevant.
It is relevant. Hold on. If I make the
Why?
statement, most women are shorter than most men, would you agree? Do you fully agree with that statement 100%?
Most women are shorter than most men. Yes.
Okay. You wouldn't say that, well, I know a tall woman, right? You would agree with the statement, right? Okay. The majority of the time, people's behaviors are dictating and showcasing their intent, right? Now, I haven't seen this officer interaction with a guy, and not every officer plays every single interaction by the book, and I understand that. But, like, there is a reason why you detain people in a certain way, right? The reason why the cops tell you to turn the other way is because if you can't see them, it's harder for you to plot out some bad shit. The reason why if a cop is away from you, usually they'll tell you to put your hands on your head and not behind your back, is because behind your back it's easier to reach for stuff. On the back of your head, it's not, right? Now, I'm not going to blame this cop. This might have been a tragic situation where the guy just played it really well and then got him at the end. But police officers are still, one of the reasons why cops talk to people so much is to kind of get a feel for the type of person they are, to see if they seem like they're going to do some fuck shit or not. And that's going to be generally pointing in a certain direction, and that's going to play into the officer deciding if a person is a risk or not. It can't just be that because one guy was really sneaky one time, every officer is going to treat every situation the same way.
No, I agree with the assessment that you're not going to treat every situation the same way. So, for instance, like when I have a grandma who's being super sweet to me on the side of the road with no other driver's history, I don't, and even if she says she has a pistol, I don't expect her to shoot me in the face, right?
Sure.
But I'm also basing it off of probability. And then with probability, you know, I think it is easier to bet your life off of probability when you're not actively doing shit. Whereas when you're on the road and you do like 1,000 interactions time after time after time after time, and then you do bump into sociopaths who are incredibly good at lying, then it does make you paranoid and distrustful of the general public, because the green flags that you've gotten from some people ended up being some of the worst red flags that you ever dealt with.
Okay, so what I'm taking from what you're saying is that a cop should treat every single person the exact same way, at all points in the interaction, no matter how the person is acting. That's what you're selling me.
I would say you should trust but verify.
Of course, I agree with that. Wait, let me grab a drink real quick. 1 second.
Yep.
Okay. So the reason why I said that the whole thing is not relevant is because the story. Now, maybe she was a secret murderer and she was going to do some crazy secret shit. We just don't know that because we can't literally see into her mind. But the narrative that was sold in terms of looking at everything that's happening is that she just seems like an ordinary soccer wine lesbo mom or whatever, right? Yeah. And up to the moment of her driving forward, at least, we have no reason to think anything different, right?
Sure, but I would say putting it in reverse and then putting it in drive when you're being detained changes that calculation.
A little bit, but even at that point, does your mind immediately jump to this person is trying to kill me rather than this person just trying to drive away?
No. I do think that anyone with above average emotional IQ would think that Renee Good was fleeing, not trying to kill people.
Okay, well then in that case, that would be my whole argument then, is that he shouldn't have shot her because she's not trying to kill him.
But then we get back to is intent necessary to pose a threat of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm? Then we get into the probability of shooting her. Does that actually increase your chances of survival?
Well, the intent, my understanding of the intent here, he would ascertain that her intent is probably just to leave. He's literally standing right next to the car. It's not like she's accelerating from 100 yards away and she's going to hit him at 90 miles an hour. And he has the ability, obviously, very easily to just step aside, which he did.
Yeah, but I think the argument from the cop would be that he was stepping aside simultaneous to pulling his pistol.
Okay, but he literally cleared the entire car. I guess it's up for debate whether or not he got hit. I would say it doesn't seem like he did. And if he did, it was incredibly minor. But like, it doesn't seem like at any point up to her driving that she was the kind of person to try to run him over with her vehicle. And then I think this is also kind of hurt by the fact that the other two cops didn't draw their weapons. They didn't view her as being like that at all. So we have an officer who, for some reason, after her backing up, decides to basically stand in front of her car. And then as soon as she starts going forward, he starts to develop this feeling like, I think she's trying to kill me. That just doesn't seem like good officer conduct there. Like, I don't think a reasonable officer would have thought in that situation that she's trying to kill me.
Well, that's where I think that this is going to boil down to a debate between lawyers and probably the state attorney's office over whether or not the officer is going to be able to articulate imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, and whether or not case law or current laws are going to be enough to charge him, let alone convict him. But that's where I think that we land on bad descriptive ground, where I start fighting my chat and calling them arslers and all that kind of stuff. Whereas realistically, prescriptively, we might have overlap. So for instance, I would argue that this officer, regardless of whether or not he was in imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, and you could, analyze the TOC, he officer-caused jeopardy by walking in front of the vehicle against department policy twice. He did not have a violent felony that I think would be an exception to what should be the law for officer-caused jeopardy. And, if you wanted to, like, let's say that Pisco and you were like, yeah, we're lawyers. We're 100% going to try to charge this guy and convict him. Y'all can fight it out in fucking court. But for me, I think the officer-caused jeopardy should probably open people up to civil suit to the institution, because then the institution has a double incentive. Well, actually, maybe a double incentive is the wrong way to say it. Number one, the institution, if they cause a reckless or negligent death, in Renee Good's case, they could pay the widow $500,000 or $1 million. Does that bring their partner back? Absolutely not. But is it going to help with expenses going forward with their children? Absolutely. And then same thing with what it would also do is it would cause them to look at their officers from a liability standpoint and fire the ones who are negligent or malicious in their conduct in such a way that is a civil liability for the department.
So civil stuff is there to make people whole again. Now, obviously, you can't make somebody necessarily, you can't bring a person back to life, but like you can give them some kind of financial recompense. Criminal stuff is here because there are things that the public has decided are reprehensible behavior that we can't abide. If a police officer is finding ways to, what I would say in this circumstance would be akin to murder, that's not a thing that I only want them to be held civilly liable for. I would want them to be held criminally liable for it as well. I don't think we should have a society where we've created a position where people could basically murder people and only be sued for it.
Sure. And this is where, like, I kind of have to, like, throw my hands up, because I don't think we agree on whether or not this is murder, and I also don't know if we agree on what the likely outcome of a court proceeding is going to be.
Sure.
Therefore,
well, but I guess, do you think
I could just like, spurg out and scream at you for the next hour that
Sure.
it's not murder, but then that's not going to be productive.
Do we think that okay, so we agree that up to the point of the shooting, the cop didn't seem to have any reason to think that she was like a murderous, evil person who was trying to kill anybody, right? Do you
Correct.
think at the point that he shoots her, do you think in his mind he's genuinely thinking like, oh God, she's trying to kill me? Or do you think it's more likely he was thinking like, this fucking bitch?
Maybe it could be this fucking bitch, but it's also, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Like I said, the intent can be a part of the totality of circumstances that you analyze, but it's not exclusive.
It's not exclusive, but in this case, it's going to be pretty close because it's a dual use thing. It's a car, right? And her using the car to drive away is a totally legal, valid thing. It's not like wielding a gun or a knife.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
You could say understandable. I don't think you can say, like, legal.
What do you mean by that?
So she's not allowed to drive away.
Sure. No, yeah, sure. I'm just saying that, like, if somebody, aside from, like, a goofy scenario where somebody runs into a kitchen and you find out after you kill them that they were a chef and they were trying to cut the steak fast, right? That, like, if somebody's running at you with a knife or a gun, there's only one thing that they can do with it. Like, any reasonable person, even a reasonable officer, would think he's trying to kill me. Whereas, like, with a car, while they're driving, well, they could just be trying to drive away, right? Now, that might be flee the scene, sure. And I'm not saying she has the right to flee, especially if, I don't know what the officer said exactly. I heard conflicting reports on what was said, but, like, assuming he was trying to detain her driving away is obstruction and fleeing, right? But, like, at no point is it like, oh God, she's really trying to kill me. She wants to kill me. I don't think the officer ever really got that vibe.
I think that here we get into perceptions, and it's hard for me to sympathize with the officer because I think that he acted negligently in such a way that resulted in a human death in a way that I myself would never act. But I also don't really jump into the brain of other people and say like when they're afraid of shit, because I know that that's like a spectrum.
Well, but it's an objective test. We have to be able to say what would a reasonable officer have done here, and we want to be able to say that because we give these people the exclusive right to commit violence against us. They have a monopoly on state violence. I think we should hold them to a standard of like, you better be sure when you're using it that you have a good reason to.
But what I would say is that if you go to the objective reasonable standard of a law enforcement officer and then you divorce it from its context, if you say, hey, a law enforcement officer as a law enforcement officer, you're conducting your duties, you're detaining someone, you're standing in front of a vehicle, they're approximately, 10 feet away, 15 feet away. They're fleeing and eluding, but based off of your perception, you think that there's a high probability of them striking you. Do you use deadly force in order to try to minimize the threat to your life or whatever? I think like a majority of officers are going to say, yeah. But then if you back it out and zoom it out to, you're...
Well, I feel like you just said the opposite of what you were worried about the other person doing, because I feel like what you just gave was a divorce from context, just like a totally vacuum scenario.
Because when you add in 37-year-old lesbian and you walking around the vehicle twice and putting yourself in front of the vehicle, that's the context necessary to say that this is unreasonable. But that itself is not like... whether or not the use of force is justified, right?
Sure, but like the things leading up to that, I think are going to influence how reasonable it would be for you to assume something bad is going on here. Let's say that you get a phone call that there is that there's a guy who just broke in and stabbed a lady or whatever, and he's out in his car, and it looks like he's about to drive away from a neighborhood or whatever, right? And let's say that you show up at this neighborhood and you see a guy in his car, and maybe he's got like what looks like some kind of blood or something on his face or whatever, and you shout at him or you pull up, you're like, hey, get out of your car, and the guy starts to drive away. You might shoot him at that point, and I think probably reasonable, right? You got a call, he matches his description, and now he's driving away. Like, I think totality of circumstances, like, okay, this guy might have just committed a crime, and now he's trying to flee as soon as the cop says something, right? Let's say that you get a similar call. There are two kids that are messing around, and let's say that you pull up, and when you pull up, a guy and a girl like come up in a car, and you say, hey, what's going on? And then they start driving away. I think in that case, okay, well, it sounds like some kids that were fucking around that maybe shouldn't have been, and there might even be a misdemeanor, public indecency or whatever, but like these guys are probably not lethal or whatever. If you shot at them there, that would be crazy. That would be a bad thing. You shouldn't be shooting at them there. But it's because of like all the circumstances that rolled into when you finally tried to do the detainment, like it would heavily influence how you'd view the circumstances. Now, it might be that the first guy was just cutting a bloody steak and was driving away because he got scared, and it might be that the two teens were actually holding down and brutally raping a young child in the back seat. Like, you don't know that, but just like looking at the totality of the circumstances leading into both these things, like one shoot I think would be totally justified, and the other one is like wild, I think.
Yeah, but I think that might be the divorce in what we're talking about right there. So for instance, like in order to use deadly force, you just have to have the articulable belief of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, which I think standing in front of a vehicle that's 3 feet away and then them trying to get past you and striking you with the vehicle, I think is a reasonable understanding of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. What makes this interaction unreasonable, in my opinion, is the officer caused jeopardy. But that's why I would open it up to officer caused jeopardy.
I think you say articulable, whatever thing. When you say this articulable thing, I don't know where this comes from necessarily. Like, that would also depend on the totality of circumstances. If you're told that there is like, if you're told a violent crime is happening, you bust into a room and a whole bunch of people have knives out, fuck, you might start blasting. I don't think necessarily think you should, maybe, but it might be legally defensible. Like, that's crazy. You walk in there, all knives out. If you're told that there's a violent crime that just happened and you bust into a kitchen and there's a whole bunch of people cooking, they all have knives out, you can still articulate the same possible harm, but like they're chefs in a kitchen and they're in a kitchen, so obviously they're gonna have knives out. Like, even though you can articulate the same type of harm, it wouldn't be justified to start blasting.
Yeah, but so hold on. So what's the difference between, let's isolate the variables then real quick. So what's the difference between somebody fleeing and eluding and you believing that there's a high probability that you're about to be struck by a vehicle, and somebody who's trying to hit you with the vehicle, but based off of the angles, you think they're going to clip you? Because to me, those are like consequentially the same thing. They have differences in intent, but there's still imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Therefore, it meets the deadly force threshold.
I think the thing that we're missing here is because the lady, it's possible that that lady didn't even really see him or like understand that he was even in front of the car. And because they were so close and there's so much more wiggle room here for what people could be doing, I wouldn't instantly go to this person's trying to kill me.
Right, but then I don't think, not only do I not think that you and I are going to be able to bridge the gap of our perceptions of descriptive reality. I just don't, dude, I did like a 4-hour struggle session with Pisco. I don't think we're going to be able to bridge this gap. But at the same time, I'm not even sure if it's necessary. Because what would happen is, I like fighting you, I like debating you or whatever. But at the same time, even if we were to go to court, you're not saying anything different than what a prosecutor would say if they thought that they could get the officer charged. And I'm not saying anything different than what the defense attorney would say in the officer's defense. And
well, but the thing is that like the only way you can defend
perception is going to be, I don't know if this gap in perception is going to be bridgeable.
The only way that you can defend what the officer did is to decontextualize it and then back it up into basically vacuumed hypotheticals. That's the only way it seems like you can mount a defense for what the cop did. But when we start to consider everything, like if you say like, well, what if somebody was driving at you while fleeing the scene? What if somebody's going to clip you? Like this is not what happened. What happened is you've got a wino soccer mom lesbian person in a car that you've been interacting with now for, I guess, a couple minutes. And then as you've moved by the vehicle one time, so she had a chance to run you over there if she wanted to, and then you go to walk in front of the vehicle a second time for God knows what reason, and then you see them back up and you don't fucking move. You decide to plant your feet in front of them, and then they turn their wheel to move forward. And what looks to every single driving human being in the world, what looks to be a person who's trying to like just, back out and drive away, you decide that they've decided to kill you or that they're going to kill you. And then you not only shoot, but you pull your gun and shoot. You manage to hold on to both your gun and your phone at the same time, and you totally clear the vehicle, so you don't even get hit. So it seems like even your fear that they could potentially do it unwillingly didn't come to fruition, and neither the other two cops there felt that same fear. So all of these circumstances together is like, I don't know. I don't really think this guy ever thought that she was even a threat, even accidentally, because it was so close. Like she was going 2 miles an hour, which she bumped him, if that. Yeah, I don't think that cop ever really. I think he was just mad. I think he was pissed off.
If you want to fight and you want me to articulate the way that I would write this police report from a police perspective that I think would actually result in like a dismissal of the charges, then I mean I could. However,
well, what would you say?
That we're probably not going to get to descriptive consensus, whereas I think prescription is probably where we would have the highest amount of alignment.
Well, but I mean, like, what would you say? Like, do you think that something that I just said there wasn't fair, or am I missing some part of?
No. I think that there's a formula for the way that law enforcement officers.
It can't just be you backing up and saying there is an articulatable harm of imminent bodily. It can't just be you saying that like contextless statement over and over again when we have the whole situation that we can look at.
Want me to take a stab at it?
Sure.
Okay. So while performing my lawful duties in the block of blobbity blobbity blah Jefferson Street or whatever, I noticed that there was a woman obstructing the roadway, at this and this approximately, 50 yards north of this location. Believing that this person may be subject to a violation of 18 USC 111, I decided to approach the vehicle, make contact with the driver, discern their intentions, and also get identifying information. I walked up to the vehicle. I captured the woman's face on my cell phone device for evidentiary purposes. I walked to the back of the vehicle, and then I obtained their license plate number for, evidentiary purposes. While walking back, towards the front end of the vehicle, I noticed Officer Blobbity Blah and Officer Blobbity Blah giving lawful orders to the subject later identified as Renee Good. Believing that this person was no longer investigation, but actually under detention, I moved my way around the vehicle to assist in the detention of Renee Good via the driver's side door. At that time, Miss Renee Good put herself into reverse and then put herself into drive in such close proximity to myself that I believe that I had imminent fear of death or great bodily harm due to her striking me with the vehicle. At that point, I unholstered my pistol, serial number XYZABC, and fired several shots in an attempt to end the threat.
Yeah, so I feel like, so I understand this report. Wait, real quick. I understand. Wait, I understand. Yes, I got this. Okay. So one, I have a killer question. But the second thing first is, the question would be, well, if she wasn't detained yet, the car was still turned on. Why did you move in front of her vehicle when there were 2 other cops that were in the process of detaining her? Did they appear they needed help at the time? Did they seem like they didn't have the situation under control?
Hold on, right there. So that's a violation of policy. But I think you and I both agree that legality.
Wait, it's not even necessarily policy. No, wait.
3 separate things.
No. First of all, I don't necessarily that, but this is just a question. I would say, well, why did you feel the need to step in front of the vehicle if she wasn't being? If she wasn't,
assist my fellow officers detaining the driver.
Did they need help?
Yeah.
Did they say they needed help? What gave you the impression they needed help?
No. Sometimes when you're detaining people, arresting people, people get squirrely. So the more people you have, the easier it is to detain them.
And even if that means that you need to put your life potentially in danger to get over there when it didn't seem like they needed help at all or hadn't requested help at all.
Well, actually, because Miss Good had previously said, I'm not angry at you, when I was stepping in front of the vehicle, I actually thought that there wasn't a high chance of her fleeing today. So I was shocked. I was flabbergasted when she put her vehicle in reverse and then put it in drive forward. I was flabbergasted that she would risk death or injury to myself because prior I thought that she, while not.
Yeah, but then if that's your mindset, then why would you assume? Then how did you go from I was so shocked to that to instead of thinking like, oh, she must be trying to flee. Oop, I need to get out of the way. To like, oh, she's trying to kill me. I need to shoot and kill her. How did you flip so fast on that?
Well, I'm answering as if I was the officer, right? Well, I didn't necessarily believe that Miss Good was trying to kill me, but at the same time, I did believe that she was acting in such a reckless manner that she was posing an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to myself.
Okay. I mean, I guess that would be what they would go to court over. So here's a killer question. Let's say that he was standing behind her with his phone when he was like recording the back of the vehicle, right? If she would have backed up then, do you think he would have been within his right to unholster his pistol and unload into the front seat?
Weirdly enough, I think that like awareness, probably not, right?
Why not though? Wouldn't it be the exact same thing?
I don't think it would be the same thing because effectively like when, and sorry if this is like a logical inconsistency, but I think that there's a general perception, I'm appealing to reasonableness now, that when you're behind a vehicle, unless they have backup cameras, it's actually very common for drivers to be unaware of things that are behind them.
Okay,
and
so
like,
we're both old. I understand that, but we know nowadays every car made in the past 20 years has a backup camera, right?
Well, I would say that would actually probably depend on the context, weirdly enough, of like the backup, you know, because if she throws it in reverse and then like slowly backs up so she can turn or whatever, then obviously I would read that one way. Whereas if she threw it in reverse and I'm standing behind her vehicle and then she like spins out her tires trying to hit me, then yeah, I would obviously read that differently, and I would view that as like a threat of imminent.
Well, it's not like she was fucking flooring it to get away from the cops when she turned her car to the forward and was going to drive away. No.
Well, correct, but let's say.
Well, wait, real quick. We don't know hypotheticals. Just in this one thing. I don't understand why he wouldn't be even more in his right to shoot and kill her, because as you said before, the intent and everything doesn't even matter. Maybe she doesn't even know he's back there. In your world, he still has a right to shoot and kill her because she could be killing him even if she doesn't intend to. So when he's behind her with a phone, if she starts backing up, I feel like in Connor's world, he'd be fully within his right, at least ethically, if not legally, to just mag dump her.
Well, he might be. So for instance, like let's say that let's run it back and let's say that there's a wall there.
No. Right? No, because there's no wall neither. We don't need to make more of a hypothetical. He's standing behind the car as opposed to standing in front of the car. He's got his phone out. He had his phone out in front of the car, and he's trying to do something, and then she starts moving the car. He's behind it instead of in front. Why wouldn't he be able to shoot from behind if you think he's able to shoot from in front?
Well, I mean, he might be able to. So for instance, like let's say that they're backing up slowly. I'll try not to change. I'll try to change as few variables as possible.
I feel like that when I saw the video, I feel like she backed up and went forward at about the same speed. It didn't seem like there was a significant change in speed here.
Sure, but let's I'll try to change as few variables as possible. Let's say that she starts backing up towards him and actually does start to run him over or clip him or whatever. And there actually is like a chance of him getting trapped under the wheel well. Yeah, that's a word, right?
Yeah.
So if there was actually the possibility of that happening, I think he could articulate that he's an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. I think you go back to, actually, weirdly enough, Pisco's argument that how does shooting her change the calculus? Because, you know, she's still going to be backing up and the vehicle's still going to back up in idle. So, I mean, that's an interesting thing. But I also think that now you're eliminating some of the variables for TOC, but I'll just let you.
Wait, what do you think I've eliminated? Or I don't understand the response to my question. I feel like
no,
you should own that she should be able to be completely killed.
I think this is material. So when she backs up and then she goes to drive forward, you can actually see her cutting the wheel and looking right at the officer. So she's within like an area of observation where she either could or reasonably should see the officer.
I don't know. She's literally talking to, I don't even know if she looks forward. I have to go back and relook at the video because she's got a cop to her left that she's literally talking to as she's backing up and everything. No?
I think there's a moment that was particularly damning for me while I was reviewing the footage. If you check out the officer's cell phone footage, where effectively she is cutting her wheel and she looks forward while cutting her wheel.
Well, hold on, what does cutting her wheel mean? When we say it, you mean like just turning her wheel? Is that?
What's that?
When you say cutting her wheel, what does that mean? What are we saying?
Yeah, turning.
Okay, if we're gonna make the statement that she can see the officer, is aware that he's in front of her, is like cognizant of all of this, and I'm sure she's probably stressed and everything now because she's got people shouting and everything, right? But she's like aware of that. Why could I not say, shouldn't the cop be aware that she's not like pointing the car at him? Or if the cop sees her steering the wheel, shouldn't he be making an effort to get out of the way of the vehicle? Because the cop, I don't even think the cop dilly-dallies. I think the cop basically plants his feet. Like he starts to move and then he either comes back or he stops moving, I think, after she backs up. So, like, if she can have the wherewithal to see the cop right in front of her and know that she's going to represent a third of the cop, shouldn't the cop know at least? Shouldn't he have more situational awareness? It's literally part of his training and he's outside of the vehicle?
Okay. From an officer's standpoint, absolutely. But then this is also another thing that I get frustrated with this conversation. She's not performing a lawful action. He is. So you're making them morally equivalent in the scenario where his attempt to detain and her attempt to flee the scene are morally equivalent.
No, we're not. No, they're not morally equivalent. She's in the wrong there, okay? But we're not talking about the lawful action of detaining. We're talking about the decision to step in front of her car. He has every right to detain her, from what I've seen, what I understand.
Yeah.
But we're not talking about him detaining her. We're talking about him choosing to place himself in front of her vehicle. And then to think that if she tries to drive away, that she's trying to run him over.
Jeopardy needs to be a thing.
Well, but I don't think we need that extra standard here. I don't think he ever thought that she was going to kill him or that she presented a grave threat or whatever. I think if that was the case, I think he would have dropped his phone. I don't think he would have managed to hold on to it the entire time.
Okay. Well, I'll put money on it. Okay.
What?
I will put $50 on the fact that I don't think this law enforcement officer is going to be charged even at the state level. I'll put an additional $50 on the fact that if he is charged, he will not be convicted. I'll put my money where the mouth is.
I mean, I feel like the
defense attorney rationale that I've articulated today, I think would be successful, and I'm willing to back it up with a little bit of cash.
I mean, whether or not I don't know if they're even gonna have the chance to charge him. I feel like there's a lot of political reasons playing into that, more so than the criminal ones. And then I would have to go and look at I don't know if there's extra standards that are governing cop behavior that aren't part of this conversation that somebody hasn't brought in yet. I lean towards him, as much as I don't like it. I think that the Renee Good one is more on the fence than the Alex Preddy one. I think it was clearly bad. But I don't see how he can articulate that he genuinely thought his life was in danger. I think that if he was charged, my guess is going to be, there's an expression for this, for lawyer dudes. It's like, it's easy, the charge is hard, the conviction is easy or something. That like, if they can get the judge to approve the charge, I feel like a jury would convict him. But I don't know, for political reasons, it'll ever get to that point. I guess.
Okay. Well, it's up to you. I'll have that standing bet of $50.
I'll do. How about this? I'll do 10 and 50. I'll do $10 on if he gets charged, because at this point, I don't think he will, for political reasons. But then if he gets charged, I 50 that he'll be convicted of something, manslaughter or greater.
Okay. No, I mean, that's fair. And then, I mean, shit, that's what we spend on ammo and fucking cheeseburgers, so that works.
Okay.
All right. So if you're... Well, what's interesting to me, though, that about this conversation is that you kind of said that you don't think officer caused jeopardy should be extracted from this case. Is that like an in general standard, or do you just feel like it doesn't apply to the case and we can get there where we can get to where you want without officer caused jeopardy?
I think we can get there with just the totality of cause or circumstance, and then like with department training. I think that
okay, but as an ideal, do you still think that officer caused jeopardy should be enshrined into law either through case law or legislation?
I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like some officer caused jeopardy is fine. If there's a guy saying that he's going to go out and murder a bunch of people, and an officer puts himself in between him and that guy, I mean, that's an officer caused jeopardy. I kind of like that. I think some officer caused jeopardy is good to avoid greater harm. I think that's okay. I don't know if we need that, unless if you can pose to me a case where it's like, well, what about in this circumstance where the totality of circumstances wouldn't cover it, but an officer caused jeopardy would cover it, and it would be a greater service of justice. If you can think of a circumstance like that, I can't.
I do think that it should be either enshrined into policy or morality or legality at some point, and I have a specific example. So when I was a law enforcement officer in a city, there was a tactical cop who was on the narcotics team, and he worked with SWAT and this, that, the other. And he came onto patrol sometimes, and he was like a huge douchebag. If you're going into a fight, he is a guy that you want watching your back, but he is not a guy that you want to patrol with. And so we get a call about a homeless guy at a pizza shop who's verbally harassing people. The pizza shop wants him trespassed. So me and my supervisor, who's actually pretty cool, we show up and we trespass the guy, and we're writing down his information, and we're, getting ready to serve him a piece of paper, and then he's going to fuck off and we're going to be done. Well, what ends up happening is the tactical cop, because he's a douchebag and he's chasing stats, is that he keeps saying, like, hey buddy, calm down, hey buddy, calm down, hey buddy, calm down. But he's effectively like physically encroaching on the homeless guy repeatedly. And the homeless guy is reading his body language, and it's a homeless guy. He's fucking crazy. Okay. So the homeless guy spurgs the fuck out and basically freaks out on the guy. And then the tactical cop arrests him for trespass after warning and resisting arrest without violence. And so he gets his stat, and my supervisor and I actually took him aside after that, and we're like, hey, that was kind of fucked up that you just took a calm situation, escalated on purpose so you could get an arrest and a stat. And he was like, yeah, well, the body camera is going to show that I tried to verbally de-escalate. So even though I was using my body language to trigger him effectively on purpose, I still got the stat. I still got the arrest. He's out of the city. It was legal, and no jury is going to, side with the homeless guy against me. And for me, that's obviously so fucking immoral, that while possibly still being legal, that, that should be barred.
Yeah, but then I think there should just be you have your use of force continuum, and if you violate that, then you could be held liable for crimes. So assault or whatever. I think that's fully covered by that.
He didn't violate the use of force continuum.
Well, then the use of force continuum should change.
And then he used a minimum amount of force to detain him.
Yeah, but I think then I would argue the use of force continuum should change. I think there is an issue due to the nature of what cops do for work. I think it's hard to deal with mentally ill people as well. I don't know if it needs to cover additional training or additional background or whatever, because mentally ill people unfortunately can present as people who are intoxicated or who are just being shady as fuck, and that's a difficult thing to deal with. But I mean, that would be a policy thing, not like a officer-induced jeopardy thing, I think.
Yeah, maybe. So either way, I guess we don't have to craft the perfect legislation or policy today. But if I could, I thought that behavior, while possibly legal, was morally objectionable for 10,000 fucking reasons. So if I could ban that behavior from law enforcement, then I would.
Sure. I agree with the behavior you're talking about. I just don't know if you need officer-induced jeopardy to do it, but sure. Okay.
Well, I think the reason why I think officer-caused jeopardy actually covers what I described, though, is that, we had the opportunity to serve our law enforcement purpose, which was to give this guy a trespass and then tell him to fuck off, and then at that point, our job's done. Whereas this guy basically instigated a use of force scenario or hostility on behalf of the homeless person. He instigated consciously in order to obtain an arrest.
I guess my issue would be what does that look like? Is because that would be argued then in every single interaction, because some people can become irate by just asking basic questions, right? I think that cops will do this, where they just like, you know, they chat with you like, hey, you know, where you headed? Where you from? Where do you live? Like, you don't have to answer any of these questions. You could say, you know, fuck you, I'm not detained or whatever, right? But like cops will ask these questions, just get like a general feel of like, what, you know, does this person seem weird? Is he from around here? And you could theoretically induce a scenario where the person becomes super agitated and then a fight breaks out as a result of that. But like, is that something I would want the officer to be liable for? No.
No,
but also I wouldn't even want that to be like a potential charge then, that like now we have to fight this on every single perp interaction, where people are gonna say, well, he made me fight him because he tried to arrest me and, you know, I got scared or whatever. It's like, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, weirdly enough, this is part of the reason why I wouldn't make it criminal, because I don't think that like cops should be held accountable that way. Although I do think that if you made it civil, what you would do is you would effectively open people up. They would have
suing the cops for basically every single interaction.
Hold on, I got an answer for you. You're asking a question, or you're not asking a question. You're implying a question.
Okay.
So I think that if you open it up for civil, then you could limit it to instances that resulted in death or injury. And then you would also have to show a departure from, you know, policy or reasonableness that resulted in the death or injury. So for instance, like with Felix versus Barnes, I know that you said that you actually think Felix versus Barnes was reasonable, but if it was the identical situation, but the guy jumped onto the skid on purpose, then that's where I would say that would probably be officer cause jeopardy, and therefore open the department up to wrongful death.
Okay, sure. You think the Alex Preddy shooting, you think that was a justified one?
Yeah, so let's open up that can of worms. Legally justified, morally horrific. So we need to peel that apart, I suppose.
Okay.
So where do you want to start there?
I'm not, when you say legally and ethically are like very different, how are you separating these so much in your mind, I guess? Or why do you separate these so much in your mind?
Yeah, so maybe I'm using these terms incorrectly. I'm using Malay understandings, but I would say morality is like personal conduct, good or bad analysis.
Mm-hmm.
I would say ethics is the same thing, but it carries like a social connotation, like a social prescription connotation. And then I would say that legal, in my opinion, is just like, it is enshrined ethics or enshrined morality, but we also tolerate a bunch of things that are unethical but still legal. We haven't codified every unethical behavior as illegal, so there's a differentiation there.
Okay, sure, but I think when we're talking about like murder and killing, I think we're probably in the realm of legality here, like easily more so than...
Yeah, sure. So I think that once again, I would bet dollars to donuts. You know, $50 they're not even charged. $50 they're if charged they're not convicted. I would do the same thing on the Preddy shooting.
Okay, looking at, so walking through the Preddy shooting, so I guess on the first thing... Do
you want to start with the initial interaction from the first officer?
The initial interaction from the first officer.
Like the officer who pushed the woman and pepper sprayed?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of walking through. That interaction, do you feel like should the officer have pushed that lady? Was there a reason to do that?
I don't... Okay. 90%... he had sand in it. I need you to hear this, and I need your chat to hear it. 90%, that guy had sand in his vagina. Okay? That's what happened. However, the remaining 10% could be argued, and will be argued successfully in court, that those women could have been detained or dispersed based off of 18 USC 111.
Has there ever been an example of this type of disbursement happening when it's just a single person standing in front of you?
Absolutely. This is actually something that I wanted to talk to you about, that I have a specific anecdote for.
Well, wait, I'm just curious. Can you differentiate between this? How could I not say that a cop could literally attack anybody that he wants and just say that he's dispersing them?
Because you have to have an inciting crime.
So what was the lady doing that necessitated her being pushed into the snowbank?
18 USC 111, which is like the forcibly obstructing, impeding,
yep.
intimidating,
what was she,
whatever.
Yeah, so what was she doing at that point? When she's walking?
I would say that the two ladies were standing 6 feet away from a law enforcement vehicle in the middle of the roadway, yelling insults at, ICE personnel, and also potentially obstructing their vehicle if they wanted to go in reverse.
Okay, so I don't think that's the case. I think...
well, do you think that they would be able to say that and then detain those people under 18 USC 111?
No.
Because it was ultimately thrown out?
Well, so at the point that he shoves her, she's literally on the other side of the street.
Yeah, after he's already given them lawful orders to disperse and gotten them out of the street.
Mm-hmm. So she's been dispersed.
No, she's not out of the roadway.
She's walking. She's on the other side of the street. She's no longer anywhere near any of the ice people.
Is she out of the roadway? I actually had to pull up a picture of a road in order to fight my...
At the point when he shoves her, she's not completely out of the roadway. But standing in the street there is not a crime. And you can't be shoved by a cop.
Or is it not? Is it a local crime? Is it a federal crime? Or is it not a crime at all?
I don't believe that walking in the street is a crime.
No, walking across the street isn't a crime. But walking across the street not at a designated crosswalk area is jaywalking.
Is that defined in every single thing as jaywalking? How are you able to get to your car how can you get to your car to get into the driver's seat or whatever if you have to go across into the street a little bit? Is that jaywalking?
No. As a matter of fact, we could look up like the Minnesota jaywalking statute.
Sure.
Additionally, what your chat is already going to do, so I'm going to preempt the argumentation, is that federal officers can't enforce traffic laws. So I can preempt that.
Sure.
They can call local law enforcement in order to enforce said traffic laws, but they themselves can't enforce local traffic laws.
Sure. So
but I'm trying to make the distinction that you're saying, like, no, you can just walk into the middle of the roadway. That's just
she's not okay. Hold on, wait. Fuck. Can somebody find the video? Because I don't want to mince words. She's not in the middle of the street. She's like standing in front of another car that's parked. Is my understanding. I think it's parked.
By the double yellow. Like when the interaction first starts, she's in the middle with the double yellow.
We're not talking about when the interaction. Okay, hold on.
Is directing traffic in the center of the
roadway. When you talk like this makes me think that you know that you're wrong because you're starting to mince words. You just said when the interaction starts. I didn't say when the interaction starts. I said at the point when the officer shoves her, she's no longer in the middle of the street. He shoves her.
Why is middle of the street relevant? If she's being told to get onto the sidewalk and she's still in the roadway, how is being in the parking area of said roadway like being dispersed?
If a cop tells you to cross to get out of the road and you turn around and you start walking to the sidewalk and then the cop runs up behind you and he shoves you into the ground, do you think the cop is in the right to do that?
Is that what happened?
Well, first I'm just asking that question. That is what happened, yes. But do you think the cop...
No, it's not what happened.
It is what happened.
And this is where we can start fighting a little bit. I'll be gentle. We can spar a little. So you think that what happened was, well, and by the way, this might be a straw man, but I want to illustrate how it's differentiating from your narrativization. So the cop says, hey, you're too close to my fucking car. You're impeding on my ability to perform my duties. You need to disperse and get the fuck out of the roadway. And then these ladies said, yes, sir. And they turned around and walked to the sidewalk, and then the officer just shoved them for no fucking reason?
Yes. That's from what I remember watching. Bullshit. Okay, well then let's find the video. Hold on, I'm trying to find the...
Do you walk backwards towards sidewalks from the roadway? Is that how you walk?
I mean, if I'm still shouting at somebody, I might.
Okay.
You can't push somebody for shouting at you. That's not illegal.
Okay, but you can push somebody if you're trying to get them to disperse for committing a previous crime, 18 U.S.C. 111.
I don't even know if they were committing a previous crime at that point. I'm not even sure if that's been established, but...
You might say it's not established, but do you think that that officer believed that he had the right to detain or disperse them based on that statute?
No.
Okay, so he's doing it for fun. He just likes...
He's doing it because he's mad.
Okay.
So like here's so here's this, I'm linking you this here, okay? This is a fucking...
Are you sending it to me in a direct message?
Yeah, this is a dog shit short video, but I'm just, because it shows the start here. If you can find the full one or whatever. But like, this is my understanding of the first like big shove when Pretty puts himself in front of her. At this point, like, wow, she's standing, like there's a car, I don't know, I think that car is parked. There's like a car behind her. This car looks like it's parked here. Like, what is he dispersing her from? He's mad because she's still shouting at him.
The roadway.
That's her standing in the roadway.
Yes. If it's concrete, it's a road. You see how there's like a car there? Like where cars travel?
It's parked. I think that car is parked.
And does that make it not a road anymore?
Is it like whack-a-mole? If I park on the side of the street and a cop is standing there, when I get out, do I have to like run as quickly as possible? Because as soon as I step out of the car, the cop could run and shove me?
No. But is there a substantive difference? This is where I do feel like we're just going to get wrapped in an axle, but that's okay.
Well, she's no longer obstructing. Well, if we talk about 18, if we talk about 18 USC, no, it's gonna be a wacky hypothetical. If we talk about your 18 USC 111 or whatever, right? What is she obstructing at this point? He's not. He's on the other side of the road.
She's been given a lawful order to disperse.
And she did.
No, she didn't. She's still in the fucking roadway.
She's not being told disperse from all roadways. She's being told if she was.
You don't know what she was ordered to do because we haven't fucking heard it.
Do you think he could have ordered her walk until you die?
No, but I think he could say fuck off and get out of the road.
I don't think. Why the fuck would he have the right to say that as a fucking federal officer?
Because if we take a look at it, so I know Officer Nasty is saying, well, forcible, according to the 8th Circuit, applies to all the terms, and therefore, you know, they don't have a detention authority at all. But if we actually look up the statute, it says, like, forcibly impede, instruct, resist, intimidate, etc., etc.
Yes.
And if we can agree, I know you're smart enough that I could isolate these subcomponents, okay? So we could agree, well, hold on. Let's just see if we can make it further then. So at that point, if we have impede, intimidate, obstruct, whatever, ICE federal law enforcement officers, and he can articulate how they're impeding, obstructing, and intimidating, whatever, then at that point he has detention authority and he has the ability to disperse them.
I don't believe you get both. I don't think you always have the right to just shove somebody around when you could arrest them. I don't agree with that.
That's a different statement.
Well, you said detainment and disbursement, and you're using disbursement as a stand-in for just push somebody around.
Well, okay, so let's talk about that. Let me bring up a personal anecdote. So one of the reasons why I got frustrated when you were debating the fat MAGA guy is because it sounded like you didn't think that law enforcement officers have the ability to detain or disperse.
I didn't say that, and that's not what it sounded like. What I said is that if you're dispersing, when you're talking about like a crowd especially, it's not just a single person that you're shoving to the ground.
Okay, so let me bring up my specific example.
Okay.
So in my specific example, I was called to Walmart for a recently fired employee who they wanted trespassed from the location, but they did not want her to be incarcerated because they were basically thinking like, well, she's had a bad day, she's been fired, we don't want her to go to jail. Okay. So, but she's refusing to leave, which is a crime, which is trespass after warning. Okay. So I show up on scene and I say, ma'am, you know, the Walmart staff has notified me that
By the way, just as a quick fucking meme for chat, that's a really retarded thing is to call the cops but say, I don't want this person arrested. Depending on the situation, sometimes it's out of the cop's hands, and also it's not your call once the police officer arrives. That's a really dumb thing to do.
Well, that's why I would say I was Officer McFriendly, okay? And I ordered this lady to disperse instead of detaining her because there's something called officer discretion.
Yeah.
So I got this lady's information. I got the trespass done. And then I told her, hey, you need to leave. And she's like, fuck you. She's like, fuck you. You don't have authority. You can't tell me where to go. This is a public place. And I'm like, no, I do. This is private. They've told me that they want you trespassed. You are trespassed. If you refuse to leave, I can incarcerate you.
Yes.
Okay? She's like, no, fuck you. You don't have that authority.
Okay.
And so what I do is I start walking towards her, similar to the way these ICE agents were walking to these women. She starts retreating. And I say, you need to leave. You need to leave. You need to leave. And she's like, no, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You can't do shit. You can't do shit. You can't do shit.
Mm-hmm.
And so what ends up happening is her mom shows up because she's like 18 or 19 at the time.
Her mom is?
Her mom,
like, I'm just
what's
kidding.
that?
Go ahead.
Fuck you. Okay, so her mom shows up. And I'm like, ma'am, you need to take your daughter because right now she's refusing to leave after trespass after warning. I could detain her, but I'm trying to get her to leave. And so her mom eventually talks to her and gets her to leave. So the point of that is that there's a minor crime.
Wait, how did this have? There's no relationship whatsoever.
Hold on, I want to finish this concept. The first time that she said, fuck you, you don't have authority to tell me where to go, I'm not going anywhere, I could have said, turn around, put your hands behind your back.
Correct, but you couldn't have just pushed her to the ground.
Resisting without violence.
Wait, you couldn't have, but you couldn't, but if she said, fuck you, I'm not leaving, you couldn't say, well, fuck you, boom, and just push her. You can't do that. You can arrest her if you want.
I probably could have said, fuck you, boom, and then like,
okay, I'm sorry, you couldn't have said no words and just shoved her. You can't do that.
Hold on. But I absolutely could have put my hands on her in order to escort her out of the building. 100%. And by the way, the shove is going to be like, I would, because I'm a nice person who was trained to treat people that I'm interacting with as if they're members of my family, I could grab a wrist or an elbow and escort them out of the building. Or I could put my hands up to at shoulder level and I could gently walk with them while pushing them out of the building. Or if I
Sure.
was a sociopath,
None of
and I
these
was
things-
pissed off and I had sand in my vagina, then I could push them, and if they trip, that's on fucking them. It's all considered hands-on. Pushing aggressively, pushing gently, and grabbing somebody by their wrist and elbow is all considered hands-on.
Okay. I think you fully agree with me 100%. I think the fact that every example you bring up is so unrelated, I think means that you fully agree with me 100%.
Wait,
so unless you have a different, you haven't brought nothing that you brought up
is making a point that you yourself have already conceded, which is effectively that an officer has the ability to force somebody to disperse or be detained, right?
Yeah, that's not a disagreement though. I think we fully agree.
Okay.
I think we fully agree, and that's why.
Do you think that this officer thinks that he has the right to either force these people to disperse or be detained?
Disbursement here would be within the narrow confines of however she was obstructing or interfering with whatever operation they're doing, which at this point, I'm not even sure if there was one. I don't even know if that was the case, because I think that was just a field office on the other end of the street, okay? So it would be that. It wouldn't entail him banning her from the public street in front of the ICE building. So, no, I don't think he had the right to shove her to the ground outside there.
Okay, because I've already cited 18 USC 111, which is vague, very vague. That does give law enforcement officers detention authority for, like, obstruction, impeding, intimidating, whatever.
Why did you just say that? Wait, I don't understand why you just said that. He didn't detain her. He assaulted her.
That's irrelevant. You already agreed with me that he has the authority to detain or
disperse. Disperse doesn't mean just randomly assault somebody.
If you have somebody who's violated a crime, I could have gently pushed that lady out of Walmart and would have been within my rights to do so.
I don't know if that's... I'm not sure if that's true.
It would have been a spectrum.
I think you could have done that as a way to be nice, maybe, in a roundabout way, but I don't know if that's actually true. If she was like, I'm not moving, I don't know if you could just push. I think you might have the authority to arrest her and maybe walk her out that way, but I don't know if you would have the legal authority, or if it's even policy like, oh, just keep pushing her until she's off the grounds.
So where do you think that riot cops derive their authority to fire CS gas and pepper spray people and push people that they then don't subsequently arrest?
Because they're trying to de-escalate a situation that if it continues on the path that it's on is going to get further out of hand, and they're trying to bring a situation under control. And generally speaking, hold on. Generally speaking, I think that those are generally situations of practicality more than like legality. Like if you had a RoboCop that could arrest every single person in a crowd that was being tear gassed, they might have the authority to do it. Sometimes cops do run in and start fucking arresting people, and I think generally those maybe they stand. I don't know if you need mens rea for the ride or whatever. But
I guarantee you. Before pepper spray is deployed and before CS gas is deployed, there are orders to disperse, and an assembly is declared unlawful before they start doing that stuff. So everybody in the crowd at that point is subject to detention,
sure,
probably under a violation of a municipal statute about unlawful assembly.
Sure.
Okay, so at that point, they're subject to detention or disbursement.
Yes.
So I'm pointing out to you that a cop with a riot shield
with disbursement,
someone,
no.
Get them to disperse, or
you agree with me. You agree with me. I'm glad that we agree. I'm glad that we agree.
That these people have committed crimes.
I agree, and I'm glad that we agree. If there was a crowd of people and you were trying to get somebody to move back, you could use your riot shield to push them. I agree. That's true.
No, I brought up a specific example that I used when I was in law enforcement, where I could have forced somebody to disperse, and it was an individual. There was no.
So
crowd.
If she was on that, so if she was in the Walmart and she didn't want to move. You could push her until she fell over, and then she gets back up, and you push her until she falls over, and she gets back up. You could do that 100 times until she's off the property.
Probably terrible officer tactics, but I think it would be legal.
I don't think so. I think that would just be assault. I think you'd be charged for it.
What are you going to charge me with?
For assaulting a lady. You can't attack somebody just because you're telling them to fuck off. They would say you should arrest them.
Hold on. Let me amend what I just said.
Okay.
Let's say that we're starting at the back of the store,
yeah,
and I'm basically doing like a 6-foot shove to the ground over and over and over again, then eventually, like I would say after the first or second shove, you're probably going to be able to say that this is like excessive force because you have the ability to detain, you have the ability to use a different move that is less likely to cause injury. Therefore, this is excessive force. But what I'm telling you is that, like, within the scope of going hands-on, a shove, grabbing somebody's wrist, putting somebody in handcuffs, even punching someone in the face, this is all considered the same category of thing.
I don't think you're getting into the crazier hands-on stuff until you're ready to make an arrest, or you need to make an arrest. I don't think you're ever using this just to push somebody around. I don't think that's ever happening.
So I want to clarify our disagreement.
Okay.
So you think that this officer, starting in the middle of the roadway, but ending by the side of the roadway in the shoulder, he, at the time of shoving the woman, he does not have the authority to detain and does not have the authority to order these people to disperse.
I think he can do both of those. I don't know about the disperse at this point, but even if I grant the disperse, none of that gives him the authority to just shove her at that point.
I don't agree. And I would challenge you to find a policy or a statute that supports your perspective.
Well,
you could argue it's excessive force because he's doing something within policy in an unreasonable way. But I don't think you have a law, and I don't think you have a policy that says that when you've ordered somebody
so
to
the law
disperse,
would just be,
you cannot push them.
The law would just be assault, right? I mean, I would check. I guess I would have to go look up case law or whatever.
You are right, because effectively, law
like the only time. Hold on, do you watch a lot of cop slop? I'm somewhat of a cop slop connoisseur because I watch a lot of cop slop now. Okay, you watch a lot of cop slop on YouTube?
I love cop slop.
Generally speaking, the only time I've ever seen a cop shove somebody is when there's a person being incredibly obstinate that he's trying to take to the ground to arrest. Like, that's part. I have never in my life seen a cop be like, you need to leave. Well, I'm not going to leave. Oh, yeah? Ugh! I've never seen that. I don't know if I've ever seen that in a cop video ever, except the one where Alex Preddy gets assassinated. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Is this something that you think you commonly see? Where the cop's like, you got to get off the property, ma'am. She's like, well, I don't want to get off. Oh, yeah? Well, what about now? I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Okay, and what do you have that backs up the fact that this is either a violation of policy or a violation of legality? And by the way, hold on, there's something important that I need to articulate that I think you articulated well that is true. Law enforcement officers are still subject to the same laws as citizens. However, they're given broader latitude in order to engage in what would otherwise be crimes in the performance of their law enforcement duties. So you're right that if you just like shove somebody randomly and there's no law enforcement purpose to said action, then you technically could be charged with battery or assault. That's totally true. But what this officer is going to say, and once again, I'm willing to bet $50 on multiple things in reference to this thing, is that he's going to say that I believe that these people were in violation of 18 U.S.C. 111. I gave them lawful orders to disperse. They refused to disperse. They were still in the roadway. Therefore, in order to force them to disperse and go to the sidewalk, I, gave them a push. And then at that point, Alex Preddy stepped in and rubbed my belly with his left hand, which I construed as assault on a law enforcement officer. Therefore, I decided that detention was warranted at that time, and I placed XYZ person under detention, and then I notified, Preddy that he was under detention as well. And that's not going to be...
Okay, hold on. Can you see...
Once again, I'll bet like $50 they're not getting charged. I'll bet another $50 if they are charged, they're not getting incarcerated.
Okay, watch my thing. What can you see my stream on Discord?
Yes, watching.
Okay. So I'll be generous. I don't even know here if he has a right to tell them to disperse, because I don't know if there's some lawful operation or thing happening here. I'll grant it, I guess, but I actually don't even know at this point. And if I was having a super formal argument on this, I don't even think I would grant this.
Okay, so Pisco and I had this argument real quick.
Okay.
So 18 U.S.C. 111 has all the verbiage that I've already said. Forcibly, resisting, impeding, obstructing, threatening, et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
Okay.
Now, what Pisco has said is that the 8th Circuit has applied the adjective forcible to all of those descriptors, meaning that, like, you have to be able to articulate, like, physical force, I suppose.
Sure. What I'm going to assume that it means, and I know I'm right, even without knowing any law or any case law, what I'm going to assume is when they use these broad descriptors, the reason why they're doing it is because having a 6'8" guy in front of you screaming at you, like, doing this, probably easily passes the threshold of like intimidation or harassment, right? But if he would have said, well, I didn't touch him, we say, well, bullshit, you're obviously obstructing. Like, the officer can't be reasonably expected to obstruct. That's my guess. It's not there, though, to cover 5'2" white wine moms that are holding a cell phone 20 feet away saying, fuck you, I hate you. I don't think it's meant to cover them. My guess.
Maybe not. But once again, I would say that they could and will charge under 18 U.S.C. 111, and I would be surprised if they were found for excessive force or any kind of detention, to be honest. And I don't think that's just because it's a Trump administration. I would argue that this would still be true under a Biden admin as well. The Biden admin just wouldn't have ICE agents being this aggressive and causing these scenarios in the first place.
Okay. So you're watching my stream, right?
Yes, I am watching the stream.
On Discord, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So here, I don't know if there's an operation going on. I don't know if you and Pisco figure this out or whatever. Looks like she's talking, shouting at the guy. Doesn't seem like there's an operation going on. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, we see Alex Petty here in the street.
Doesn't that look like she already got pushed once right there, too?
I think she might have.
Yeah.
But at this point...
Like before this.
Sure. Yeah, I think she did. I think we said that in another video. But at this point,
like
she's
like
away.
She was stumbling.
Sure. At this point, she's away from the car. What's he doing here? If he wants to arrest her, then go for it. But why is he... At this point, she's away from the car. What do you want to do? Like, why did...
No. Okay, so hold on. You're asking the question, and I want to answer it earnestly. So, if this... Once again, 90% this cop has sand in his vagina. 10% he's serving a law enforcement purpose. Okay? If this was a busier roadway... Not only do I think that you would be able to articulate violations under 18 USC 111 that would allow you to disperse or detain said people, but I also think that you could articulate dangers of being in the roadway, where you're saying, like, not only are these people forcibly threatening or whatever the fuck you want to say in order to be able to write up the statute, but on top of that, when I lawfully ordered them to disperse, they remained in the roadway, and there were oncoming vehicles posing a hazard of injury to said people.
Are there oncoming vehicles? Are there oncoming vehicles right now that are posing a threat to anybody?
There was one earlier, and it was going 3 miles an hour.
And it drove around.
Weak, but I think it's something that you can articulate. And I think if this was on a highway, they would be perfectly justified.
If it was on a highway, we would be having this conversation because it would be a totally other set of facts. So it seems like not at this point. So he's pushed them or whatever. He pushed her again. Good job. He got him. Okay, nice. Now this lady here, this car, we agree this car is not moving, right?
It's parked. Yep.
Okay. Now this is the one that I just think, why? Like that just seems like assault.
Get on the roadway. You're saying why?
Wait, you just said she's parked. This car is parked here.
What does that have to do with the definition of a fucking road? Get the fuck out of the roadway.
So he's enforcing the don't stand in front of parked cars local ordinance?
At this point, he's probably enforcing the you violated this statute. I'm telling you to disperse. You're not dispersing.
I don't think that to tell somebody to disperse, I don't think you can shove them across the road over and over again. I think you have to decide if you want to make an arrest or if you just want to leave it alone.
Okay, I disagree with you, and I would challenge you to find a statute or a policy that says that you cannot use force in order to get people to disperse.
Well, that policy won't exist because typically when you're talking about getting people to disperse, you're talking about crowds of people.
Okay, so then you're kind of talking about an ought that's not codified.
I think it's just codified in assault. He would need a reason to shove her. I don't know what the reason is.
Okay, what do you think? What do you think the likelihood is that he's going to be charged with assault either at the state or federal level?
Again, I would say low, but because of political reasons, not because of criminal reasons. So I do the same 10-50 bet. $10 he gets charged, $50 he gets convicted.
Biden admin.
What?
Let's say that this scenario was identical and we were under the Biden admin. What do you think the chances are of him getting charged with assault at the federal level by the Biden administration?
This is the guy that shot twice before. I would say 85%.
I would say less than 1%.
Okay.
Sorry, just to be clear, you're saying that there's an 85% chance
that he'd be charged with some kind of crime here. Yeah.
Shoved a civilian out of the roadway, that there's an 85% chance that the Biden admin would charge said officer with assault.
I would reject the syntax there of out of the roadway. She's not standing in the roadway. She's standing in front of a parked car.
It's a fucking road.
Do you think right now, do you think this officer would be within his rights to go double dragon and just like start kicking and shoving all of these people who are standing in the road? Pretty, the other woman, this woman, if he had like 4 arms, he could just like Machamp, he could just start shoving all of them to the sidewalk.
But I'm telling you that from a use of force perspective, a push, a punch, and grabbing somebody by their wrist and elbow is all considered the same shit.
I don't think so. I disagree with that.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It is. What policy or what statute do you have that says otherwise?
I can't look it up on the spot. We could come back. I mean, we could look up, and I would be shocked if there's any use of force continuum that says if you're trying to get somebody to move or you're trying to gain control of the situation, you can punch them or push them.
A push and a punch is considered like almost, well, I don't know about a punch specifically, but a push is 100% considered at the bottom of the use of force continuum. Like the use of force continuum, passive resistance allows you to go hands-on and use pepper spray.
Okay.
Active resistance allows you to go hands-on, use pepper spray, and tase. Violent resistance, but non-deadly force violent resistance, allows you to do everything, including the baton, except for the pistol. And then deadly force lets you use the pistol. So saying that a push is not at the passive resistance part of the use of force continuum is not accurate to my
Do you think you could find me?
You to find something that says otherwise.
Well, I can't find a negative. Do you think you could find me the positive of that in any federal or
Absolutely.
state enforcement manual that says this is when you push somebody?
Yeah, I could probably just go grab my my municipal policy book. Yeah.
Okay. When then, if you do this, or if you look at this up later, I'd be curious to see it, because then maybe I would change my mind if this is in fact the case. But when you do this, because if you do this, I have a feeling I already know where it's going to go. You're going to read part of it. It's going to be talking about dealing with crowds of people. When this is like a last resort, you have no other way to gain control of the situation. Or it's going to be talking about in the process of making an arrest.
Nope. You could just Google use of force continuum, and this is something that's been almost universally adopted nationwide.
Okay, I'll go do some reading.
Okay. I probably have to dip in 10. I am having fun. I want to do more, but I'm an old man with a family, so I might have to dip in 10.
Sure. I'm just reading from the NIJ, the National Institute of Justice.gov. This is from 2009, so maybe we've gotten more violent since then. I don't know. Most law enforcement agencies have policies that guide the use of force. These policies describe an escalating series of actions an officer may take to resolve a situation. This continuum generally has many levels. Officers are instructed to respond with the level of force appropriate to the situation at hand, acknowledging the officer may move from one part of the continuum to another in a matter of seconds. I would say that no matter what, it was obviously an inappropriate escalation of force. I don't think he needed to shove her, but okay. An example of a use of force continuum follows. Officer present, no force is used. Consider the best way to resolve a situation. The mere presence of a law enforcement officer works to deter crime or diffuse a situation. Officers' attitudes are professional and non-threatening. Verbalization. Force is not physical. Officer issues calm, non-threatening commands such as, let me see your identification or registration. Officers may increase their volume and shorten commands in an attempt to gain compliance. Short commands might include stop or don't move. Empty hand control. Officer uses bodily force to gain control of a situation. Soft technique. Officer uses grabs, holds, and joint locks to restrain an individual. That makes sense to me. Hard technique. Officer uses punches and kicks to restrain an individual. That also makes sense to me. We have less lethal methods. Officers use less lethal techniques to gain control of a situation. Blunt impact. Officer may use a baton or projectile to immobilize a combative person. Makes sense. Chemical. Officers may use chemical sprays or projectiles embedded with chemicals to restrain an individual. Makes sense. Conducted energy devices. Officers may use CEDs to immobilize an individual. CEDs discharge a high voltage, low amperage jolt of electricity at a distance. And then lethal force. They may use lethal weapons to gain control of the situation. Should only be used if a suspect poses here. Okay. I don't know in what part of this you're just shoving people around.
Okay. Well, what I would say is if you scroll up to above less lethal.
Okay.
Go to empty hand control.
Yeah.
So exactly what I told you. Sorry, can you just scroll up just like an inch? Yes, there we go. So what I would say is soft versus hard technique are both under the same umbrella of empty hand control. And so these things are articulated as things that you can do at the passive level.
What?
Now,
hold on, wait, hold on.
I don't think striking people...
Hold on. Have you ever seen a YouTube video called The Protagonist Throw?
I have not.
So it's a thing in action movies that when you see it, you can't unsee it, and it's very annoying, okay? But basically, in every single action movie, okay, and you're a man who's seen combat, okay? Probably more than me. Well, mine have just been all DV situations. So, okay, in a situation where you're fighting somebody and you clearly have the upper hand, all right? You clearly have the upper hand, and this happens so many times in movies. What the antagonist always does is he takes the protagonist and he throws them to the other side of the room. And this
Oh,
is
yeah.
stupid for 50 million reasons. Because if you have control, you would just hold them and kill them or do whatever, right? And when you throw them,
And it's like a gargantuan monster that could kill you in a single punch, but they keep throwing them.
Yes. All of the techniques that are listed here are to gain control of or restrain an individual. Shoving somebody away does the exact opposite of that. None of these techniques.
You think punches restrain an individual?
Officers use punches and
kicks restrain an individual?
Officers use punches and kicks to restrain an individual. As per the thing listed here, yes. If they're heavily combative, you might have to fight. Yeah.
Okay. But what I'm saying is that so this didn't pull what I wanted it to pull, but it still pulled enough that I still think it's accurate to what we're talking about. Can you Google the term passive, active, violent resistance? Can you just type those terms into your Google search and see what pops?
Yep.
I kind of want more than just passive, like if it actually shows the entire continuum. But if you want to click on the first one and just see where we get, that's totally fine.
Method involves deliberately disobeying such laws to advocate for change or to secure concessions from authorities, often associated with civil disobedience. Passive resistance emphasizes peaceful protest and the moral obligation to challenge unjust regulations, blah, blah, blah.
Can you type in like passive resistance use of force?
Hold on, wait. This thing just popped up for Vermont legislature. I understand. So passive resistance. This looks like it comes from some cop thing. Proposed language to use in CEW model policy. A subject refuses with little or no physical activity to appropriately respond to the officer. Examples include subjects who offer little or no physical or mechanical resistance upon contact, but who refuse to act or respond to an officer's attempt to take him or her into custody, stand back or walk when directed, or stand when or walk where directed, or put their hands behind their back as directed. Passive resistance are often present during public demonstrations or other lawful protests. Passive resistance is such, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Contact controls. Measures designed to gain compliance or take custody of passively resistant subjects include, but are completely limited to, verbal commands, this is fucking cut off. Hold on. Seriously? Wait, maybe I can copy paste it. Okay, maybe we can guess what the words are. That are completely limited to verbal commands, low level. I'm guessing this is physical control techniques such as a compliant or non-compliant escort. Non-forceful physical guidance or other low-level physical control techniques, such as a front or rear wrist lock. The use of OC spray, a CEW impact weapon, police something, empty hand strikes, and body strikes and or takedowns are strictly prohibited. Now, this is just a suggested language, so maybe this didn't make it in, but this seems to kind of jive with what I was saying, I think. I don't think you're going to find
anything. It kind of jives with what you're saying, but then you're saying like a push is equivalent to like a kick or a punch.
I would say almost worse, but yeah. All right, but it's in that ballpark. Like, by the time you're pushing people, in my mind as a police officer, from all the stuff I've seen, if you're pushing, kicking, or punching, it's because the other person is like, we're fucking fighting, let's go. Somebody's dying, or we're fighting, and you're trying to arrest the person. I don't think a cop can just be like, you're fucking annoying. Ugh!
Yeah, it's not you're fucking annoying. It's you've committed a crime and I want you to disperse or you're under detention.
Yeah, but you can't make somebody move like that as a cop. You can arrest them.
What do you mean I can't make somebody move like that as a cop?
As in, you can't just shove somebody around because you're a police officer. You have the authority to arrest them if you think they're breaking the law that much and they're refusing to obey orders.
Wait, but Stephen, you're asserting this and it's just not true.
Okay.
So for instance, like when law enforcement officers are creating a crime scene and they're setting up like caution tape and there's a ton of people just standing around milling about and they're being told to fuck off and they don't fuck off, you're saying cops can't push those people in order to get them to move?
If they're literally about to infringe on like the crime scene, then yeah, they could. But like this is like
and then are all those people subject to detention immediately thereafter because they refused a lawful command and they were pushed?
They could be, yeah.
No, could be. I'm saying, are they?
When you say, are they subject? I'm sorry, stop. When you say, are they subject to? My understanding is, would the cop have the legal authority to? Or I'm sorry, would the cop do it? Whether or not he has a legal authority to would he do it is obviously this can differ from cop to cop. But in my mind, if a cop is ever shoving somebody, then they're over the threshold of being arrestable.
They are over. Well, that's my argument to you is that these people are over the threshold of being arrestable.
Sure.
But
if he wants to arrest him, that's fine. But the cop,
I need to articulate this.
You're just going to say the same thing you've said a million times.
I need to articulate this. They are over the threshold of being arrestable. However, it's up to an officer's discretion on who he detains and who he doesn't detain.
Yeah, but if you decide not to detain somebody, that doesn't mean you're going to assault them.
Amount of force in order to get people.
That's not the minimum amount of force.
In line with his purview.
He's not the minimum. That's not the minimum amount of force.
Do you want to go back and read your empty hand statement again?
Sure.
And by the way, we should probably look up the specific guidance for federal officers, but I'll read the
empty hand control is officers use grabs, holds, and joint locks to restrain an individual, or punches and kicks to restrain an individual. My guess is that
I think the use of the word restrain is silly here, but that's okay. I actually meant the
hold on. This is what you're missing, because it's not silly, because that's what you're doing as a cop. You're restraining somebody. You're not just beating people up. Cops aren't just there to like, whoa, I'm gonna fuck you up. Hold on, you're saying that the cop here in his job, he can just fuck this woman up because she's breaking the law. You can't fuck people up. You can arrest them. No,
you're making up. Hold on. You and I are, and also I wanted to go to the thing where it's like, aggressive techniques like XYZ ABC are strictly prohibited. That's the one that I wanted to take a look at. So hold on. I go into a boxer stance and I punch you in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Has me punching you in the face restrained you?
It depends on what's going on.
Okay, the answer is no.
Hold on, stop. No, stop. Hold on. You're contorting yourself into such weird things. If you come to arrest me, you are. If you come to arrest me and I throw up my mitts and I go, all right, let's go. Could you punching me be a part of your detaining of me?
100%.
Yes. Okay. So then when you ask me, is punching somebody partly a part of like arresting them? Yeah, it can be. Yeah, for sure. Cops get into fights with people. Yes.
Okay. We might be talking past each other. I'm reading this perhaps autistically. Officers use punches and kicks to restrain an individual. Okay?
Yes, as part of somebody that's being combative that you're trying to arrest.
Like the lay definition of restrain, but when I think of kicking someone, at the end of that kick, they are not restrained.
No, but it's part of a.
They're not restrained. Yes, I understand. I'm being autistic. It's the through line to obtain compliance so you can restrain a person.
Yeah,
I understand. We're talking past each other. Okay, please go to the other thing that said like this, and this are strictly prohibited.
Sure. And to be fair, this was a suggested language in Vermont, a proposed language to some. We
should probably actually look at like federal use of force documentation, but I'm okay to work with this as like a preliminary framework.
Okay. Well, also this is just okay.
Yeah. Can you just read what at the passive resistance stage? Can you read what's permitted and what's prohibited?
At the passive stage, measures designed to gain compliance or take custody of passively resistant subjects include, but are completely limited to, verbal commands, low-level physical control techniques such as a complaint or, I'm guessing this is probably supposed to be compliant, such as a compliant or non-compliant escort, non-forceful physical guidance, or other low-level physical control techniques such as a front or rear wrist lock.
Okay. So what I'm saying is we can look up the specific federal guidelines. But what I'm saying is a push, even though this was obviously a hardcore push, is going to fall under the quote unquote lower level empty handed techniques. Because a punch and a kick, in my opinion, are going to be infinitely more likely to cause injury than a push. Now you can say context dependent, right? Because if you shove somebody over a sidewalk, they trip on the curb and they smash their face into concrete, you obviously caused injury through a push. However, like I would say, putting my arms up and gently pushing that woman outside of Walmart, that's obviously not likely to result in injury. So yes, the officer is ass mad. But what I'm telling you is the policy is going to recognize push, and it's not going to differentiate between like, gentle push versus hard push. That's like a level of nuance not captured by the policy.
I think that it would absolutely be recognized that if two kids were like going at it, or like a husband and wife or whatever, and a cop was like standing in between or like holding somebody back or pushing somebody back, that's going to be seen way differently contextually than this ass-paying cop like chasing this woman across the street, shoving her over and over again for the third time. Like he's not gaining control, and I mean it's evidenced by the outcome. He's not gaining control of the situation. Everything is getting even further out of control of the situation here.
Well, hold on. Now I'm going to be a dick. Does punching someone in the face help you gain control of a subject?
If they're resisting arrest, it could, yeah.
Okay, hold on. Is somebody on the ground easier to gain control over than somebody who's standing up?
Yes.
Can I leg sweep somebody as a law enforcement officer if I plan on detaining them?
Well, it's a little John Wick, but probably, yeah.
Okay, so at this point, she's on the ground, so she's easier to detain, right? And as we've already established, you know, not at the passive level, but at some level, you're allowed to punch and kick people in order to gain compliance, so you can restrain them.
Do you see the? Hold on. Do you see? Wait. Do you see the trick you just played there? Wait. You see the trick? You see the trick? You see the trick that you just played there, Connor? Come on, you heard it. Yes,
I did that trick on purpose. Yes.
Because she wasn't being active. If I get pulled over, my license plates are expired. Okay. This happened to me, and the cop said, "Get out of the car." And I get out, and when I stand up, she punches me in the face. And she says, "Well, Connor, this helped me arrest him, didn't it?" It's like, yeah, but the guy wasn't physically resisting. She was not physically resisting the officer in any way that gave rise to her being shoved, 6 feet away into the sidewalk.
Well, I think you're being imprecise with your terms because passive resistance can still be considered physical, even if they're not like active and passive. Passive is still physical. So if I stand in front of you, plant myself in the ground, you tell me to put my hands up and I refuse to do so, and I actually impede you from moving in a certain direction, it's still physical. I'm just not like forcible against you.
My guess would be, and here's the thing, that if you can find me a policy of this, then I'll say, okay. If you are, if you have a person who is just like refusing to move, my guess is you have the option to either arrest them or ignore them. I don't know if you can just shove them into the ground. I don't know if that's like an option that police officers have. You can just start shoving everybody. Like we've brought the shover boys,
I would
and they've all come to shove all the civil disobedience people, to keep shoving them away until they're gone, like a bulldozer.
I would argue this gets back to whether or not officers have discretion to disperse or detain. And my answer is yes. Your answer is no.
No, that's not true. I would agree. I think that they totally have the ability to disperse or detain. So, like, if he was doing something really important, I don't know what the fuck it could be, but if he was doing something really important here at his car and she's like right up in his face and he like pushes her back, he's like, get the fuck away from me, like get back, excuse me, or whatever, then okay, sure, I get it. But the triple double dragon push into the smashing her face into the sidewalk, shoving her 6 feet across the street, at that point, contextually, well, I don't know what he's defending. I don't know what situation he's trying to gain control over. Seems like he's just really fucking mad at the woman. Maybe he hates white people. These two people who are Hispanic, right? Maybe that is the great replacement is happening. And Lauren and Fuentes and everybody were right. Or J.D. Vance and all the Stephen Miller, all the new wave of white replaced people are right. And maybe he's just trying to kill white people. But I don't know. The pushing across the street multiple times, that's just crazy to me.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to do, because I'm already 8 minutes late to something that I have to do, I will find you I'll try to find the specific federal use of force continuum that includes like active and passive resistance for your review. And then barring that, I'll try to find something that backs up what I've said specifically. But once again, I would back up everything that I've said today by the chances of Renee Good, officer, getting charged, I would put at $50. I would also pay $50 if they were convicted. And then same here with the Preddy shooting. We didn't get to the shooting yet, so I mean, we could revisit this another day. But basically, like, I would bet $50 that these guys are not going to get charged. I would bet another $50 that if they're charged, they're not going to get incarcerated.
Sure. I like to, in my mind, morality. I focus a lot on the lead up here because I am a big fuck around and find out guy. If there's like officers that are making seemingly like an incredibly lawful arrest and you decide to intervene in that circumstance in any way physically, even if that just means like putting your body there, I think you're that's pretty wild on a civilian side. But I feel like this Alex Preddy guy like tried to do almost like the optimal cuckoldry shit. Maybe he shouldn't have moved as close to the officer. I'm not even sure if he touched the officer. He's doing fucking jazz hands.
Do you want to play that real quick? Just real quick.
What?
Just like the whole when the Preddy almost or doesn't make contact with the officer and then he does his jazz hands.
Sure. I need the footage from the front of the car.
Oh, I thought that was it. If that's not it, it's not a big deal. We could do this.
Well, you have to see the footage from the front of the car because from this perspective, people will argue that he did touch the cop. You can't really see it, like right here.
Doesn't it look like he grabs his belly there for a second?
It kind of does from this angle, but I think from the front of the car, I think that it's I don't know if the guy ever even touched him.
Okay.
Wait, real quick. Hold on. It'll take me 2 seconds. Somebody link me this real quick. You motherfuckers have all the most retarded fucking links all the time. Link me what I'm asking for. Motherfuckers in chat. Car footage, Pretty shooting. Hold on. Oh, thank you. We need to bring back the trusted flyer, okay? Whoever does my flyers.
All right, so this is the start of the confrontation. What I hear in the video, which we just, one says, do not push them into the traffic. The other responds, I'm pushing them.
Okay, so here he shoves the lady, and then this is where Pretty intervenes. I don't know if he ever touches the cop. Like,
yeah, let's see that real quick. And then I'm looking for like the belly rub. That's what
it would have been right here. This is
well. So hold on. So was the belly rub before the jazz hand?
Like no, it would have been like right.
The other responds,
hold on. Here's the big shove. That's the big shove, and then this is when Pretty goes over to her, and then it's kind of in front of the cop. But it would happen like I don't know if he ever even touched the cop.
Yeah, the I think unfortunately, can you rewind frame by frame just to right before the jazz hand or whatever? I think that we're off by like a millimeter to actually see it. And by the way, like I could articulate that like anytime you touch a cop, it's like battery on a law enforcement officer or whatever. But obviously, it's like it's pussy shit. You know, somebody touches your fucking belly or whatever. Yeah, maybe like, hey, fuck off, buddy. Like you're gonna get detained now because you touched my belly. But realistically, like, you know, should you get so fucking ass pained? Probably not. But yeah, like this is where we have like the legal distinctions that I get frustrated by, because according to Pisco, the officer would have to be in fear. Okay, hold on. Let me caveat this, because he got mad last time I misrepresented his position. So let me say that this is my understanding of what Pisco was saying in reference to assault. What he was saying that even if Mr. Pretty gently touched the officer, he didn't have not only did he not have the requisite intent to do battery or assault on a law enforcement officer, but it would be unreasonable for the law enforcement officer to infer hostility from Mr. Pretty's actions. And I don't think that's true at all. So
so this is part of why I think I don't divorce the legal from the ethical as much. I think that when you start acting in certain ways, I think that it's going to dramatically change how you should perceive the other people around you. Like if I walk in, if there's a woman in front of me and me and my cop friend walk in and there's 10 men in the room and we're like, we have to arrest this woman, and we walk towards the woman and we go to arrest her. Right? There's two ways that all the men in the room could respond. They could just sit there and watch, or they could all get up and they could start like approaching. And it's like, okay, this is about to be a bad situation. I have good reason to believe that these guys are about to, fuck shit up because they don't want me to arrest this woman. As opposed to if you walk into a room and you're like, I'm here to arrest this woman, and then your cop friends are fucking wailing on her, and the guys get up. It's harder at that point to know, like, well, are they getting up because they want to fuck us up, or are they just genuinely concerned about the well-being of the woman? Because now your behavior has impacted significantly the perceptions and the behaviors of the other people around you. And I think that's meaningfully.
I think on a human level, that's logical to infer. Yes.
Okay, well, you said words there, but yeah. Okay. All right. Okay.
No, but then my beef is we end up back at legality. But I am 15 minutes late. I'll be happy to spar about this again. I'm happy we were able to spar in a way that we were contentious without being shitty. So I had fun, and I hope you had fun too.
I always have fun fighting with you. I love you, Connor. Be careful.
Right. Bye, buddy.
Bye. Get a load of this guy. Got him. I've pushed people away from police tape/crime scenes without arresting. It's pretty normal to push people when you can arrest, but use soft hands to push people away to either prevent a crime or protect other officers, push people, etc. Listen, I'm not going to argue with you that might be the case. I don't think that that's necessarily even a bad thing. Like, I'm just saying that we're going to look at the context of this happening. If there's like a person who's like, you know, fucking peeking over a police line, or you're trying to look at some shit going on like around an ambulance or whatever, and you're a cop, and you're like, yo, get the fuck back, and you shove this guy back, maybe I'm hard and shit. It's like, okay, fine, or whatever. But that is going to be treated holistically way differently than this thing of the guy running across the street. I also think that his actions afterwards inform a lot for how we feel about that shove too. Because if he would have shoved her, and then the pretty guy, you know, comes up, and then he, you know, and the cop's like, whatever, and he fucking walks back to the street, it's a fucking bitch or whatever, and it's like, wow, what a dick asshole fucking cop. But the fact that the cop is like, not only did he shove her, he's got the OC spray out, he's just fucking letting him, he's not even using it correctly, he's just fucking spraying him fucking down. Well, I was like, okay, damn, now it seems like the guy really did want to fucking fight, okay? And then after he sprays and disengages, and Alex is turned around, he's still fucking spraying him, he's still letting it go. And I was like, okay, Jesus, why? And then now after the guy's fallen over, now he's trying to like yank the dude over to, I guess, make an arrest or something. And now all of his cover, like this is like escalation after escalation after escalation after escalation. And then on top of that, I didn't notice this the first time. I'm glad I didn't know this on day one. I'm so glad, because I would be banned from Twitter. The same cop that was pepper spraying and started all of this, I believe, was the cop who, after the first 4 shots were fired, regardless of what you think about them, was the same cop that stepped back and fired like 5 or 6 more shots after everything was done. That was the same cop. From start to finish, looking at that like, I think the later behavior massively informs how I feel about his beginning behavior. Fuck all that shit. That would be where my mind is. Jesus. What's up?
Hey, I just came in with some good news, if you've got the capacity for it right now.
Yeah, I always have capacity for good news.
Okay, I don't know if you remember, but we had a bet, and I'm putting it in chat right now, about the California voting maps, and if the SCOTUS would do anything about it. Do you remember this?
No. Did I bet Doomer?
You bet Hopeful, I bet Doomer. And it turns out that the Supreme Court will not actually strike down the California maps. They came out like literally, I believe it was today, and rejected a challenge to the California maps. And the California maps can only be undone like before February 9th. And so this is kind of nail in the coffin, saying, hey, nope, California maps can stand. So
nice. Well, that's cool.
However much money we bet, I owe you that much.
Okay. Add it to our bet tab, all right?
Yeah, no, for sure. I'll get you on the next one. But also, what do you think Connor's response would have been if you had said, well, Connor, I can prove there is no law that lady was breaking that the ICE could enforce? What do you think he would have said to that? Because he really seemed to hang his hat on that.
Yeah. I'm not sure. The thing is that like Connor's bias, I would say, is from a cop police perspective and not necessarily from a MAGA perspective. So like for a MAGA person, they're ride or die on that. No, they're die or die on that. They don't care. They'll always defend it. Maybe for Connor, if you could show in the beginning that car that he was next to, they weren't enforcing anything. The cop just didn't want her there because he was annoyed. Then Connor might change his mind on everything. Maybe.
Okay. Yeah, because like for me, like my approach with a lot of this has been more just kind of like, let's look at like what the laws are like locally on stuff. And like, I don't know of any laws like regarding jaywalking that she would have been violating. Maybe there's a city ordinance that she might have, but I doubt that highly. So I think you handled it fine. I'm just saying, it's like kind of one of those things where I look at it, I'm like, it just seems like such a reach on his part. And then for him to turn around and be like, well, you need to go look up reasonable force doctrine, blah, 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 all this stuff. Meanwhile, he's like, I'm just going to assume there's a law she's breaking. Just felt a little unreasonable. So, yeah. All right. Well,
do you think that either of these guys are going to be charged in Minnesota, or how do you think that's going to work? I feel like for Minnesota, I feel like there are a lot of people in recent history who could have pushed the Civil War button, and they're choosing not to because they're afraid. I'm repeating this all secondhand because I didn't read his official statement, so fuck me, I might be wrong. But like, wasn't a big part of the judge in the New York State case for Trump? Didn't he like pretty heavily avoid any jail stuff because he just didn't want to even deal with that? The idea of jailing a president. I know what you're saying. Like what you're referring to. Yeah. So like, I don't know if Minnesota, if the Attorney General of Minnesota or I don't know if it'd be the district attorney or whatever. I don't know if they're gonna file those charges if they have a heavy reason to believe that the Trump admin won't cooperate with them because they know that they're starting like a federal state kind of conflict there, you know?
Yeah, like kind of a kind of like state versus federal constitutional crisis kind of feeling, right?
Well, and maybe even state versus state, right? Because we've already seen now, what was it to New York where Texas, Abbott, and that fuck AG, I forget his name, the AG in Texas, what's his name? It's not Stanton. Paxton. Is he sending arrest warrants or subpoenas to other states demanding extradition for shipping abortion pills?
I think I've not seen enough of that. Sorry, my job is very time demanding. So
No, you're good.
I'm
You're
able
good.
to keep up with things.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that like we're on like the precipice, and I feel like everybody's afraid to push the button. And I don't know if that like issuing arrest warrants for federal agents that are kind of acting in some ways against the will of the states and the governors, that might be that button, you know?
I understand that fear, but I think I'm actually in kind of a different direction where like I think it's nothing's going to happen, but in a way that's beneficial, where it's like, I think they should do that. And then whenever they don't comply, they just don't push the issue and just use it as a campaign thing. Like, I don't know, as like jaded as that might sound, like take the win of them like not following the law, use that in your campaign. And then guess what? This stuff doesn't go outside of a statute. There's no statute of limitations on this. So if we get the right person in, guess what? We can come back and get them later. But like for now, take the win, even if it's just optically, and run on that. I mean, and because the deal is like, let's say they do everything. They charge them all this stuff. We've got the arrest warrants and stuff, and those guys have to stay out. Federal people say we're not going to participate. Okay, sure. Like, it's not like they should then sue the federal government for anything. Like maybe they should. I don't know. Like that's a different calculus. But like, okay, fine. Like, it's not like the federal government's going to be the one to then press the Civil War button. I really don't think they would. Because I think they see how much of a loser this is, and they would instead everybody would just kind of move on, except that Democrats would then get to say, hey, look, these people like clearly aren't following the law. They come here, kill people, and they don't follow. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I
understand what you're saying. I don't like the avoidance, though. And I know it sounds accelerationist almost, but like, I don't like this approach of like, imagine a guy comes into your house and he starts fucking your wall socket. And you're like, are you serious? If you keep that up, I'm going to fucking call the cops. And he's like, okay, I'll stop. And then imagine he finds your dog. He starts fucking your dog. He's like, are you, this is disgusting. You got to stop right now or I'm going to arrest you. And he goes, okay, well, I'll stop. And then he goes, he starts fucking your wife. You're like, I can't believe you're doing this. You need to stop or I'm going to arrest you. And it's like, okay, I'm going to stop. And then he starts sitting, like, I feel like we're at this point where it's like, how many things are they going to do? And then people are like, bro, this is fucked up. And you're like, oh, okay, I guess we'll stop doing them maybe. And then go do the next fucked up thing over and over and over. And it's like, does this just continue indefinitely for 4 years?
Right now, yeah, because what I'm saying is the solution is not to like resolve it now. The solution is to use all of this to get to the solution of winning electorally. Because there is no current solution to this. There's no solution right now that can be enacted without.
Well, I mean, like Minnesota could issue an arrest warrant and request. I don't know what it's like to request extradition. I imagine there must be some state extradition agreement, right? Like I can't murder someone in Omaha and go over to Council Bluffs, Iowa, and be like, "Oh, gotcha, I'm safe." Ha! Like I'm pretty sure Iowa police would send me back to Nebraska.
Minnesota could let's say Minnesota just said something to each state and said, "Hey, if these people are in your state, please arrest them and extradite them to us." Right? And then every blue state could say, "Yeah, sure, we'll do that," and then they just comply and help them with it.
But then we're in
do something like that.
Now we're in that's like basically Civil War-ish divided states territory, right? Because now it's like I can only travel to red states because the blue states have an arrest warrant for me. I'm sure the red states would start to work out some sort of like escorted travel so that they don't get arrested. Like we'll send you in a cop car so they can't pull you over. Like that just seems...
Sure, but you see, the burden now, what's happening is to maintain this fiction, we're putting it on the federal government and putting the burden on them, right? Like you're increasing their costs, you're increasing the burden of maintaining the horribleness, or they could just remove all of that burden and follow the law.
So this is what I disagree with, and this is why, because I actually think you're not burning them, and I think doing the arrest warrants would. So when it comes to, for instance, let's say we did a government shutdown, and the government shutdown was literally over just getting rid of Trump coin, okay? I actually think this would be good. Not even necessarily because principally that would be good, although it would be, but because rather than say, okay, well, you stopped, now I'm going to let up, and we're going to go back to normal, I want to hear the other side defend Trump coin. They don't have to right now because nobody pushes it as an issue, right? I want to hear, in the case of these shootings, I want to hear the other side defend why can't Minnesota, arrest these people and charge them for murder? Why can't the state do that? and they don't have to now, and they're not going to. Minnesota never issues the warrant. Now they can run on it, but I think at some point, I think Republicans are so used to being on the offensive all the time that they get the Democrats to have to defend or attack any position, but the Republicans never have to defend theirs because we never actually push them on it. We threaten to push them on it, and then if they believe us, then they stop doing it, and so they're never actually pushed on it. There's no accountability, only corrections in the other direction, and then them violating it again in the future.
I'm advocating for them to file charges and push and do all this stuff. I'm not sure what your alternative that you're telling me is. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, never mind. It sounded like you're saying they shouldn't charge them. They should just run on it as an election issue and then charge them.
No, they should charge them.
Oh, okay,
they
yeah, never mind. Well, then we agree.
And then, and then they should say, hey, these people aren't following the law, blah blah blah. Like I'm saying, I just don't think that that's a civil war making issue. I think that it'll happen. And the federal government will ignore it. They will make their excuses. But like right now, to me, it feels like a lot of their excuses are really only working on their own base. Whereas in the past, they were able to kind of like get some moderates on their side and stuff like that. Whereas right now, I feel like a lot of their excuses really are just like focused at their base, and people are not going along with it. And so like making them make these stupid excuses. Okay, sure, they're going to say them, but like right now, I feel like more and more people are saying, "Oh, okay, these are stupid, and I don't believe them." And forcing them to look stupid like that is very helpful. And then also like, justice isn't. Well, there's some saying about justice not being swift or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. I'm bad at quotes. But yeah, this is a situation where it's like, yeah, sorry that we have to wait, but we can get justice. It's just not going to be right now. But also like, frankly, I'm gonna be honest, like, if we never get justice for these people's deaths, but we get to, right all the wrongs and get our country back, then okay, that's a price I'm willing to pay. Sorry. I have a lot of sympathy for these people, but yeah, do it. That's fine. Pull that trigger. Let us get our country back if we have to just let these people go. Right. And so that's kind of the thing is like, I think that as cruel as it is, using these kind of events to our advantage maximally, is the ethical and right thing to do. And also, to be clear, is probably what these people would want anyways. These people are out there willing to die for their beliefs. I'm sure as fuck they're willing to be used as a political tool to defeat the people they were fighting against. So I don't lose any sleep over that.
Okay. Yeah, well.
No, it was a good chat.
Somebody said you disagreed with me yesterday on something. I don't know if it was related to the Tectone stuff or something else.
Oh, God. We were reading Tectone. God. And what? He raped somebody? Is that what it was?
Wow, Jesus. There was a sexual assault that was part of a family action. Basically, somebody's trying to get a protective order. Oh, can you answer this?
Did it?
What?
Okay, go ahead. No.
Or it was like family court stuff. I don't know. Nothing.
Oh, family court stuff.
Sorry,
There you go. Okay.
If you're having like, so let's say I'm trying to get a protective order against somebody, right?
Okay.
So it seems like I don't know if this is like a feature or a defect of our system, but like you kind of have to have like an ongoing, you need like some kind of court action filed or court case to start getting orders from a judge, right? What does it mean to like if I get a protective order, let's say I'm just trying to get a protective order against a guy, it like would I even say that's like a bench trial or what is that? Because it's not
like a TRO hearing?
Well, like let's say I'm going for a restraining order. I want a restraining order of somebody.
Like, oh yeah, you would like file for injunctive relief of like a restraining order.
Yeah.
So, like it's just a.
But it sounds like this is a thing that's decided completely by
a jury. Then it's a bench trial. Yeah, so it'd be a bench trial, bench hearing.
Would you call it a bench? Yeah, that's the term. Would you call it a bench hearing if it's like this is because none of it technically went to trial. They didn't go through like a whole discovery thing and everything. It was just like a hearing on a motion for a restraining order, basically pre-trial, pre-discovery even.
So like my understanding would be like if it's pre-discovery and all that stuff, you would call it like a bench hearing or just a hearing. In which they would say, okay, and so then we get your like restraining order. But if you like actually did a discovery and everything like that, then you would be doing a bench trial,
sure,
where you would be seeking injunctive relief of like a restraining order. I believe that one was in state court, and I'm not sure what state. And also like you said, this seems like a little bit outside of the kind of restraining orders that I work with. I'm not going to get into it, but I do different types that don't work like this. So, I didn't see anything that was like really weird. It seemed like I remember we were talking like, oh, they need to be like developing these questions certain ways and stuff like that, and you're not wrong, but also like whenever you're in those kinds of hearings or like a bench trial and stuff like that, like when you're playing to a judge, it is so different than playing to a jury. your considerations, the type of explanations, the type of like leaps of logic you're going to do there, and hell, even the stuff you like introduce is going to be different because like, and this is like true of any bench trial, but like especially in family court's the best example for it because almost all those are all bench. You might bring in evidence that you would never get into the record, but you still try to introduce it because you still get to show it to the judge, and the judge isn't supposed to use it, but like the judge saw it. Right?
Well, sure,
So
but also there's a thing where it's like you haven't actually gotten to your, I don't know if you would call them like a formal, like an evidentiary hearing or whatever. You're not even at that stage because this is all still basically like, it feels like it's almost pre-trial level stuff. Like I don't even know if Tectone filed a response to the affidavit or not. It's all just they have their ex parte hearing for the temporary restraining order, and then they're having a hearing to make that a permanent restraining order. But that's not like injunctive relief granted at the end of a court case. It's just like
I see. So
yeah.
I see what you're saying. So they did TRO. Once you have a TRO, you have generally federal court. You have 14 days. Turns it into a preliminary restraining order. That preliminary restraining order can last throughout the entire trial and beyond.
Yeah, but they're not going for a preliminary injunction or a preliminary restraining order. They're just rolling it into a permanent restraining, or not permanent, but like 10-year or whatever. Like it seems like that's the.
Okay.
That was what the fight was on.
Yeah. Sorry to be a lawyer. I need to look at it to tell you more. But
Okay, you're fine.
yeah, that kind of stuff. Like, whenever it comes to those hearings, though, like especially whenever it comes to like interpersonal, like family stuff, things like that, you're gonna get leeway in a lot of ways. There's gonna be a lot of like whenever I think the guy was like, "Oh, we knew about the existence of this video, but I haven't seen it." That could have been that guy just being a shitty lawyer. That could also be because
he knows it's a bad video for his client, or.
Well, or it could have been just like you said, there's not like any official discovery here. So like how much he's actually been turned over before this hearing, like it's hard to say. Like they should have given it to him, and that might be an appealable issue later. Gotcha. But also at the same time, like, I mean, there's only so much you can do. And especially whenever it's like, oh, this guy's gonna like fucking kill this lady. Yeah, the court's gonna be like, well, tough shit. Like we don't want, we need to make sure that's not gonna happen. Because also like on the other side, think about this. Like let's say like they don't grant the restraining order. Okay, like really what like prejudice or harm has happened to this guy. It's not like if there's a further trial to be done or things like that, like if there's evidentiary issues here, then they're not going to be revealed to any jury. If it's in front of just the judge and there's going to be a bench trial later, the judge is not supposed to consider any of that.
Sure.
Right. And so like that's where a lot of that kind of like conceptualizing behind it comes in, of like why that you might see a little more leeway whenever it comes to those things. Yeah.
One of the crazy things to me that seemed a little insane to me on this is that like this is basically just a hearing. I guess it was like a 7-hour hearing on this restraining order, and then the judge made a decision. So I don't even know if that counts as a bench trial or not. But as a result of that decision, now there is a 10-year restraining order against Tectone, which again is understandable, except because it's like I think because it's a domestic violence related thing, he's restricted from even owning, let alone purchasing firearms for the entirety of that protective order. That seems really crazy to me without even having a formal bench trial and anything. That just, maybe he can appeal, I guess, the decision to go all the way to trial if he wants, but damn.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's kind of a thing. I think I said this in chat the other day where it's like, and you discussed it briefly, like he was really tanking his own case there and stuff like that, but like,
Jesus.
It's not like there's no recourse for any of this stuff. It seems really like final and everything like that, but like, from what you're describing, it sounds like, oh, okay, like, yeah, if this is like a serious issue, if this is not how it should be, like, courts are not at all afraid to come in and go like, oh, okay, like, yeah, this shouldn't have happened, and that's like a very important right that he should maintain, right? But like at the same time, if all of this stuff is lies, then he should have had the evidence ready to go to show they were lies, and not a bunch of tweets calling his ex the lying whore or whatever. It's just kind of one of those things where it's like the reason why I think there's a case between two people that are on the internet, Doe versus Bonnell, where people might also look at that and go
Bonnell,
like,
right? Or Bonelli?
Oh yeah. Sorry, there you go. Where people might look at that and go like, geez, this judge really seems like he's one-sided on this, and it seems like this isn't really fair to one side. And the response is, yeah, whenever someone fucks up their case that badly, it does look really one-sided. But that's not because like the system is really unfair in this case. It's because that one party is royally fucking themselves.
Sure.
And acting poorly. So yeah, I mean, sorry, I don't remember what we disagreed on yesterday, but
probably
you're
nothing,
probably right.
Because you can't.
You're probably right.
Absolutely, I agree.
So
do you think I don't want to open this whole can of worms. Just a quick tester question. Do you broadly understand or agree with my Epstein file take, or do you think I'm totally out on an island on that?
That it's like not a big deal because they were over the age of 12.
How did you know? No, that like I don't think there's going to be any smoking gun, anything to come from any of this. I think that it's just going to be a bunch of stuff that makes people look bad through association. But that my biggest fear is people are going to hyperfixate on it, and it's bad because one, there's like actually crazy horrible shit that's happening right now that I think we should be giving way more attention to, and two, most of the people that are fixated on the Epstein shit, both sides the fuck out of it, which drives me crazy. But I guess the main claim is like, do you think anything's going to come from everybody going through the treasure trove of emails and all that have been found? Or do you think it's just going to end up being like, wow, I guess there was a lot of people with bad connections, but nothing can be proven?
I think this is going to be entirely just character like harm. I don't think there's going to be anything that we're going to be able to get that. I mean, I'll say this on its own. I don't think there's anything in there that's going to lead to any kind of charges. Maybe because they came out, people are going to be able to piece things together, like Elon Musk's daughter, where she's like, "Oh, this date does line up with this, blah blah blah." That maybe didn't exist before.
In terms of like interesting stuff, if you're really looking for like criminal liability, I think the interesting stuff maybe would be other countries. Like if the FBI is not coordinating with other countries, and all of a sudden people are getting fired or something happens in another country, it's like, oh shit, they must know something that they didn't know before because now the FBI files have been released. Maybe that could be interesting, but yeah. Okay, I'm just curious.
Yeah, it could be, but I mean, I don't know. I don't think your position on the like, I'm not going to spend my time looking through 3 million documents to try to figure something out whenever I can just wait some amount of time and someone else will report on it and I can just talk about it then. That makes more sense to me anyways.
Sure.
So yeah.
Wait, did you ever follow the Prince Andrew stuff? Was that pretty bad?
No,
my impression is that was pretty bad, but I don't know anything about it. So.
I've never really had a huge interest in the Epstein stuff, so like I couldn't comment.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean they never released my batch of emails, so like I'm still good.
Okay, good. That's good. All right. Well, okay. Well, I love you, buddy. Stay safe. Be careful.
Love you too. Bye.
Bye. Fucking nerd. Holy shit. Some Tower of Babel shit. God is gonna smite these guys.
Wait, hold on. How do you hit the dance emote? Fuck, hold on.
It's right there.
Click hold G if you're playing on computer.
Yo, I'm on controller.
Hold up, the D-pad. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hold on.
Somebody's gonna kill them. I can feel it. This is the real reason Connor won't admit that he agrees with you, Destiny.
Say having a pistol on your person and involving yourself morally, I applaud him. Seeing a woman get thrown 6 feet and saying, I don't care if I'm armed, I don't care if that's a law enforcement officer, I'm going to step in and intervene and protect this woman from additional harm or whatever. That's a noble, virtuous constitution. I think Mr. Preddy is a noble, virtuous human being. But the graveyard is filled with plenty of noble and virtuous human beings. And that's what I'm trying to communicate when I'm talking about use of force or whatever, is effectively like, we could talk about this another day, but I don't want your and Steven and other people's noble pursuit of justice to encourage people either towards stochastic violence and or putting themselves in harm's way in a way that's going to get themselves hurt or killed.
No, but I always say that and I want to be...
Okay.
We're damn right. We're going to have ICE surround the polls come November. We're not going to sit here and allow you to steal the country again. And you can whine and cry and throw your toys out of the pram all you want, but we will not.
Bad move by whoever the prosecutor was, but I do think it's important moving forward. I think President Trump is the type of leader who understands that we better do something about weaponization, lawfare, and protect our freedoms in America because, and I say this about my own party, no one does weaponization or lawfare more so or better than the Democratic Party.
Oh my God.
We don't want you, trust me.
Ethan, you've been waiting very patiently.
We claim you as a Democrat. And the reason for
Well,
that,
I'm not.
of
I'm a
course, is that,
Trumpocrat.
Rod, respectfully,
I'm a Trumpocrat.
you were
Because the
probably the most
Democratic
corrupt
Party
politician in
is
modern
a
American
responsibility
history. I mean,
to
you were
protect
sentenced to
freedoms.
14 years for attempting to sell a Senate seat. You were caught on
By the way,
wiretap
that
by the
charge was
FBI.
reversed by the
The
appellate
closest
court.
you
Get
should
your
be allowed
facts
to a
right. None of those
microphone is the
things were
Starbucks
crimes.
drink
Those were
order
conversations
announcer.
started by
I mean, why are you even here,
Obama.
Rod? Respectfully,
And this
you
is
are
precisely
a
the sort of thing that's wrong with our
disgraced
country.
person.
You should get your facts right, my friend.
What
Those are 3
facts did I get
fundraising
wrong there,
requests
Rod?
and no quid pro quo. Read the case.
Were you in prison? Were you found guilty of corruption?
I
Were you
was
found guilty of
wrongfully
corruption, sir?
convicted for non-crimes by the use of jury instructions that were not crimes and sent to prison for 14 years, never took a penny because I fought back. And I
You
fought
tried.
back against this kind of weaponization.
You sure tried to take a
that
penny.
You, in this particular case,
You said, quote, this seat is golden about the seat you are attempting to sell.
No, I said
Sir,
this seat
you
is
were caught
effing
by
gold,
the
and I'm not giving
FBI
up for
on
nothing. We're going to
tape.
make a political deal because Obama asked to make a political deal. Get your facts right. And by the way, 98% of those FBI tapes are still
The
covered up to
judge
this
got the
day.
facts right.
You don't have the facts
Listen,
right. And
you got pardoned
Yeah,
by
go ahead.
Trump. You're out here glazing him up. We know the deal. But the truth is, don't sit here and act like you have any legitimate clout or you have no legitimacy in this world. You're a criminal. And you use the American democracy like a piggy bank. Again, the only microphone you should be near is Starbucks order. You know,
let me say this. I
what's the
stood
name
up
on
for
the
the rule
drink,
of law. I
buddy?
would never give in to those weaponized prosecutors. What they did to me at the AAA level to a Democrat governor, the same kind of people did that same thing to President Trump at the major league level. And it's wrong if you do it to me. It's wrong if you do it to Trump. And it's wrong if you do it to Don Lemon. And it's wrong if you do it to Don Lemon. And the key to a democracy is an informed electorate.
Hold on.
You need to get your facts right, my friend, and get yourself informed.
You need to get your facts right,
Can I
sir.
add something?
I know my
Let's
facts.
not
I
compare.
listen.
Hold on.
The judge said,
let's not-
jail. The judge and
Let's
jury
not
said,
compare you.
jail.
They tried. Okay, they tried me twice.
That's
The
you,
Republicans
buddy.
tried-
No, you know
I
what?
never been
That's charged with
all
the
right,
felony.
guys. Go ahead.
Don Lemon is 100% cooked, by the way. Is he? That charge seemed crazy. Was he charged with the violation of the FACE Act or whatever? Is that what we're really saying? Every single protest in a church necessarily... there's not a mens rea, there's not an intentionality aspect to that crime of you're trying to disrupt church stuff. Glame Leon, thank you for the gift of subs. Whoa. I hate this fucking event. This hidden bunker event was not thought through. It is a dog shit event. Every time you go here, it's like 6 insanely try-hearted people trying to run the event, and then everybody else is just camping the fucking... Oh. See ya. Later. Fuck, I shouldn't have jumped in here. I'm retarded. Oh, wait, this guy got in. I don't even want to loot. I just want to download. Download! How many antennas do you activate? None. I never got to activate them. Because what's the point? Like, the last guys who activated those antennas, they're not even getting any of this shit. They're out there trying to run over here still. They're fucked. Do you know anything about that case they were talking about with the selling of the Senate seat? Was it actually a good conviction? I feel like I briefly read about this once, but I don't have the details of it, no. What the fuck are these augmented slots for? It's for fucking... It's for something stupid, like deployables. Ooh, now that's not stupid. I think I have to sit here and wait for this, right? A pardon does not indicate that the conviction was overturned. Yeah, that was interesting because, what is this? That was interesting because he said that it got overturned on appeal or something, but then Ethan claimed that he was pardoned by Trump. Those are two very different things. Okay, hold on. How much did that give me? 1200. There's one in here. Ugh. He was pardoned by Trump twice? King. Do I just need to run through and download? I have to start the downloads and then come back and... Oh my god. His sentence was committed by Trump in 2020 and pardoned by in 2025. Oh, okay, gotcha. Bacon's link is insane. What, this MP4? What is this? Are you 18 years of age or older? Who linked that? Do I have to wait for this to turn red, or shit, did it already happen? That guy EXP jacked me? Destiny, it's real. 9,600 max points. Wait, how do you get max points from the event? Can't you just keep running these things over and over again? He's trying to steal my machine! Oh, start download. Like this, like you can redo them over and over again, right? Having to admit your crimes under oath should be a condition of being pardoned. Well, my understanding was that there was a little bit of legal analysis done on pardons, because I read this around the Jack Smith indictment time, and then stuff had to do with the Nixon pardon and everything. And the idea, I thought that the prevailing idea was that if you accept a pardon, you've essentially admitted guilt to the crime. You can't be pardoned for a crime that you didn't commit. Like morally or ethically, we would look at it that way. Now, it doesn't, in practice, it doesn't really matter, but you can only do each terminal once. Oh, really? You can't do the same terminal over and over again? Hi, I'm just after my my trial points. Okay. Will it let me activate the first thing if I've already gotten it? Like, I don't think I've gotten this one. I got the other one. How did Biden pardon people for future crimes? I don't think he did. I think he pardoned them for all of their behavior between a particular date range. I don't think you can pardon into the future. Why are you in these Oompa Loompa lobbies? Because my solo queues are super peaceful. Have you ever asked Brettler about how it was to defend Prince Andrew? Yeah, they're super open about things. No, I shouldn't even joke. I'm sorry. No, obviously not. They would never share that information. I was about to make a joke, but I realized I probably shouldn't because it's other people's reputations. No, I've never even asked them about other clients. I feel like that would be really inappropriate. Maybe like once my case is done, if we ever come together as friends at a later point in time, but... What the fuck was that? Is that a deadline? Yeah, but you should be held accountable if you get pardoned, then go around saying, yeah, I didn't actually do any of that. I mean, I guess it's up to the public to do that.
To adjudicate.
Linus slop. Hold on. Former Linus Tech Tips employee Jake Tivy said he left due to stagnant pain, feeling undervalued. You kind of start thinking while you're working on your boss's third house if you're ever going to be able to buy a house. He worked for Linus Tech Tips for how long and couldn't afford a house? I wonder how much he was making or what his job was. I never believe disgruntled employees, okay? Do you ever feel like you're giving Vosh the benefit of the doubt being a liberal ally? Do I give Vosh that benefit of the doubt? That guy is super gooped up. Look at how slow he was walking.
Adjudicate whether or not a president's committed a crime. Trump has not been found guilty on any of these fronts. Now, before we end, I think it is worth pointing out, we've talked a lot about Trump, and there's no evidence he's engaged in any corruption. However, we haven't talked about the Somalis, who have committed, by the most conservative estimate, $1 billion in fraud, potentially up to $9 billion in fraud, merely on
Wait, are you citing the number of Nick Shirley in the back of a car just adding up numbers and not understanding anything?
No, I'm happy
from the like illiterate journalist? Is that what we're talking
about?
Let's
go through the numbers.
No, I think hold on. You hold on.
The numbers.
What I'm challenging you is you completely.
Holy shit! Why do you go away from the consoles? Because I wanted to download from the other consoles. You are resetting them? Wait, do you have to stay near them the whole time? Oh, well, fuck me. Well, now I fucked it up. Now I fucked it up. Did that girl look like the Ramona Flowers actor?
Go through the numbers.
No, I think hold on.
This? Am I crazy? Yeah, stop rage baiting me. What, you have to stand near the whole time? Really? That's retarded. Am I allowed... Is this a hot take? Wait, where is the public opinion on that 10 Cloverfield Lane movie? I thought that was a good movie. Do most people think that? Or is that a hot take? Okay.
Hold on.
The numbers.
What I'm challenging you is you completely have moved on from the crypto point by trying to talk about the emoluments clause, and you've completely...
No, he brought up the emoluments clause. I didn't bring that.
Yes, but you've completely brushed over the fact that Trump has started a coin that is completely worthless, had all of his supporters buy into this, and then rug pull them
it's
for
not
hundreds of millions.
Worthless, obviously. Your claim is that he's enriched himself through it, so it obviously has value.
It's worth,
and you can't cite a law that he
nothing.
broke.
It's worth nothing. I didn't say
but
it was
you're
illegal.
trying to get off the Somalis.
No, I'm trying
to get off the Somalis.
To get off of the emoluments clause so you can talk about the crypto coin and how much it is insane that he said, hey, give me millions of dollars for this worthless
What law
coin.
Did he break?
I didn't say anything about illegality. I'm saying this is corrupt and this is fraudulent.
See, he's doing the thing. Everybody, liberals need to do this, okay? Listen. I'm giving you the... What is that stupid fucking meme or whatever? He did theory so he could do practice. I'm giving you the theory, okay? You have to take these into these debates where these guys are too scared to talk to me, all right? Republicans always do this thing where Democrats have to act completely and totally moral at all points in time, and the only thing that restricts Republicans is the law. He just did it. Whoa, you think Trump coin? Huh, you think it's a scam, bro? You think it's a scam? I'm sorry. What's the law that he broke? You're asking me what the crypto law broken was by the president that came in and got rid of all of the crypto regulation? Oh, good one, dude. Very smart. What a smart question. You're such an intelligent individual. Very smart. Dipshit.
Is it not fraudulent that Donald Trump stole millions of dollars from his supporters?
It's not fraudulent at all. There was no fraud. There was no deceit whatsoever.
Was it corrupt?
And it's still
was
valuable.
it for corrupt to use his office and his position of power to steal millions of dollars?
He wasn't
from
in
supporters?
office when he started the coin.
He used his popularity.
Didn't he? Did he start that coin after he won the election? I feel like it was after he won the election. Am I wrong? When did Trump coin start? He might not have been in office yet, but I think it was after he won the election. What a stupid technicality. He's such a bad faith, disgusting fuck.
From being in office.
His popularity from being in office?
Yes.
Do we really want to go down that road with
just
Barack
to be clear,
Obama and Joe Biden?
What did God? Oh my God! I'm having a bad moment right now. I'm sorry. Jesus.
Defense. Your defense.
What did Barack Obama and Biden? Did these guys sell crypto coins? What is the comparison here? Why even make the comparison?
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Well, it was 2 days before the inauguration, so it's okay that he stole all the money,
He wasn't
right?
in office.
Yeah. Okay. That's
And do you see that? You see how Knowles responded there? I'm sorry, I'm making the mistake again. You guys should be calling me out on that. Don't call them stupid. They're evil. The reason why Knowles just said that, because Soypill pointed out, right? Well, okay, he wasn't in office yet. It was like 2 days before. And then Knowles like, yeah, he wasn't in office. So Knowles knows that it was after the election. He knows that he was trading on his election popularity. He knew that already. Fucking loser.
Just to be clear about it, your defense is he wasn't in office. It's fine to steal money from his supporters.
Private citizens, especially one of the most successful businessmen of our lifetime.
Also, that's another truism, okay? We got to get rid of all these truisms about Trump, about politics in general, but especially about Trump. He's not the greatest businessman ever. He's not one of the greatest businessmen ever. Pretty sure most people have ran the numbers and said that if he would have just fucking index fund his money when he was born as a little trust fund baby, he would be wealthier than he is now. The only reason why he is as wealthy as he is now is because of all the money and reputation that he traded on in The Apprentice. He's wealthy as a quote-unquote businessman in the same way that that I made, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars as a professional StarCraft 2 player, right? I mean, technically that's true, but I made my money streaming. It's a different thing. Hi, what's up? Wait, did I get this one yet? So you have to push the red button, and then you sit here and wait while it turns yellow, and then eventually it's going to stop, and then you can download it. And you can do that one time for, I think, 8 different machines. Ew. Maybe I sounded not American. Did I download this one yet? I don't remember. onion on soy pills hat. I fucking hate it. Oh fuck, I already downloaded this one. Which is probably good. That's probably the point of it, is to trigger the fuck out of people. So that's his goal. It works. So I would say success. Okay, since I can start download, that must mean I don't have this one yet. I would assume so. So what's the max you can get? Prying Mind said 9,600. Okay, so I'll be a little bit short. Wait, somebody said nope? Wait, you mean that my logic is not sound there? So maybe I've already done this one? You can always start download. Oh, fuck. Do you remember if I did this one or not? Trump could have just invested the 400 million he got from his father and lived on that. Instead, he had failed venture after failed venture in the night. No, I'm not even saying that you ran from that one and didn't download it. This one? Okay. I'm not even saying that that he could have lived off the interest. I'm saying that he would have been wealthier if he would have just invested the money instead of trying to do all of his fucking real estate shit. I don't know what his most successful business venture even was. I don't know if anybody can even name it, besides The Apprentice. How far is this? Okay. Fuck it. Good enough.
Conceit here is that his supporters are stupid, and it's fine because Trump was
Never made that
president
point
at
at
the
all.
time. Yeah,
on your
okay.
point, though, before the bell rings, because you were cutting me off on Somalis because you don't want to hear it, the Feed Our Future scam was the largest fraud of COVID, of the pandemic, $250 million in that alone. $100 million.
I thought it was $104 million. I thought that was what the ultimate charge was for. Where's it getting a quarter? Where's it getting 250 mil from? I might have just missed it, maybe, but... Also, largest fraud. I thought the PPP stuff was considered the largest fraud. Are we not counting that as a single thing? But we are going to count all the feeding your future stuff as a single thing.
Of fraud when it comes to daycare, $14 million of fraud already admitted to by a Somali.
Wait, they weren't in office,
when it comes to autism.
These
therapy.
Somalis weren't in office?
No, they're in our country.
No, they weren't in
and we're
office.
going to kick them out.
He's still profiting off Trump when he's the president, right? Yeah, he still has the ownership stakes. Bro. Oh, shit. I don't have a defib, but I got bandages, so... Just tell me when you start losing life. Yeah, sure. Well, sure. I just don't want to... Are you losing life?
Not a lot right now.
You're such a pussy, just kill him. Bro, this guy sounds like Jamaican. You think I'm just gonna kill this dude? This is my bro. This is my homie. Do I really not have a defib? I don't. Actually, I'm sorry, dude. Nah, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that to you. Don't worry. He's mad. He's rage baited. No problem. Good luck, buddy. The Chase passive income account. We stand this Twitter account. Just met a 17-year-old making $250,000 a month. He works 2 hours a week. Everything is done with AI and automations. He's on track to have $10 million stacked by the time he's 21. The best part of it all, I completely made up this story. Oh. He's generally got some good ones. My son called me crying. Dad, school ended 4 hours ago. What the fuck? Jesus. I'm still waiting for you to pick me up. Click. I hung up. Weak pitch. No clear call to action. Didn't give me a reason to care. I went back to cold emailing billionaires. He'll have to learn a better way to get my attention if he wants my help. I feel like I tweeted out some stupid thread about my dad abusing me or whatever, and it made Andrew Tate block me after he tweeted out that stupid, my dad used to beat me up and teach me chess thing. I don't remember what my tweets were, but... Hired college students to promote my vending machines on social media. Now the students in my town don't go to bars or restaurants. They all eat and party at my vending machines. Lesson: take over the market. Was it this? No, but it was after this. Ender's Game was better, to be honest. I made a series of tweets after this. This was stupid, though. When I was 8 years old, a couple of 10-year-olds used to bully me on the school bus. One day I started crying to my dad, saying I didn't want to get the bus. I didn't want to get, I'm guessing I meant get on the bus. I told him why. He sat drinking whiskey and playing chess at 9 a.m. Didn't even look at me cry. He replied, "Your lunchbox is sharp, son. Go to school." I was too afraid not to listen to my father, so I obeyed. He didn't give sympathy. Didn't even seem to care. Didn't show remorse. Didn't ask the kids' names. Nothing. It was here I realized no one was going to save me. It was up to me. That afternoon on the ride home, they started as usual, pulling my backpack from behind and calling me names. I sat there and didn't say anything, hoping they'd stop. 10 minutes in, one slapped me on the side of my face. I remember the sting to this day. My ear was ringing. No, in the UK we say get the bus? Oh, okay. I sat in silence, stinging face. A few minutes later at my stop, I stood and swung my plastic Batman lunchbox as hard as I could. I caught the kid right above his eye. Keith was his name. And like a boxer's cut from a prize fight, his eyelid began squirting blood all over the bus. I remember his screams and the look of pure horror on his friend's face. I sprinted and ran straight up the bus. The cut was deep, the blood was thick. He will be scarred for life to this day. Yes, that's what for life means. I ran so fast, I didn't notice that my lunchbox had actually shattered. When I got back, I held a handle and a piece of shattered plastic, barely resembling the square it was. My dad was in the same place as when I left. Lotus position, still playing himself at chess. He would play himself for hours and hours, trying to defeat his own mind. He turned around when I came in and saw the broken lunchbox. He stood up and said, "Get in the car." The ride was silent. He didn't ask me what happened. He took me to Walmart and asked me to pick a new one. I picked the same one I had before. "I'll buy you as many of these as you need, son." We went home, a normal evening, but I was too scared to sleep. The next day, I sat at the back of the bus, ready to swing, to fight, both of them, head on, but the kids didn't come. But I never saw those kids again. Keith never returned to school. His friend stopped taking the bus. In all my years of school, I never had to break another lunchbox. My dad never ever saved me from anything. He sent me to fight, alone. Rip, Emery Tate. Relevant meme.
Our kids are too coddled for the real world. What happened to all the tough kids, huh? Where did they go? This is my son's bully. I'm teaching him how to fight. Uncle Sam says I can't hit my son. Fine, asshole. Philip can. Look at this freak. He loves this shit. Oh no, what if he gets hurt? I don't care. That's what life insurance is for. I can't lose. But so help me God, my son will.
What did you send to Tate? I made like a Twitter thread about abusing my son, basically, in like the same vein as that one. And I think he blocked me because he thought I was making fun of him. I mean, I was making fun of him, but...
Now, you know, in terms of the...
Hold on, let me use the restroom real quick. 1 sec. Ooh. Is it true if you have if you have less than a 740 credit score, are you always getting not the best like deals on credit cards? Like, let's say you have a huge income, but your credit score is like 730 or something. Do you need that 740? I nuked my credit score by like 200 points because I fucked up paying off my house, and it still hasn't fully recovered. Is your credit score still nuked from that mortgage shit? Yeah, it's 724 right now. It dropped all the way to 684 from, I think it was 840. They nuked me. Was it related to your parents' cards? No, I had like I owed like I think I owed like 100,000 on my mortgage or whatever, and so I did like a transfer from my checking account to the mortgage account, and then there was like $600 left, and I just figured that the next auto payment would pay it off or whatever. And then I think 6 months later, I get like I don't know, it's not like a default notice, but it's like your mortgage is like severely late thing in the mail, and then I go and I check my mortgage account, and because the amount left was less than the minimum than the monthly payment thresholds, it couldn't do it online, so it just showed me as missing my mortgage payment like for 6 months or whatever. And I'm like, okay, well, fuck me, I guess. I thought you were a rentoid. Well, I own the house that Nathan and his mom live in. Is this going to affect your credit limit? Do you need a high limit? Why does it affect your rate? I guess I don't care about the rates either, because I just I'm thinking of getting a what Dan said, the American card, and then maybe like a Hilton card, because I feel like I don't feel like I don't do anything with these fucking Chase points. They're just, I have like 1 million of them. I need to go on a vacation or something. Another one. Another vacation. Oh, somebody found the thread. When my son was 4 years old, I took away his mattress and forced him to sleep on the floor every night. If he did his chores, I closed his window. If he got straight A's, I gave him a blanket. If he got in a fight at school and won, I wouldn't force him to take a shower cold. One day he asked me, "Dad, why is it that no matter how hard I work, I can't seem to earn a bed?" I slapped him first. Every question carries a price. Then responded, "Son, you can work as hard as you can in this world. It doesn't always mean you're going to get what you want." Then I asked him, "Is there a bed in our house?" He answered, "Yes, but it's yours, isn't it?" I punched him again for the question, then told him, "Yes, if you want a bed, you need to fight me for it." Our president is 80 years old. The average age of our Senate is 64 years old. Young people expect the older generations to give them everything. They are never raised to fight for and take what they want, so they deserve nothing. Waking up to my 7-year-old with a blade held in my throat was the proudest I'd ever been. As I slept on the floor, shivering that night in the cold, he also took my blanket and broke my window. I rested soundly, knowing I'd taught him well. After I tweeted this out, he blocked me. Bitch. Did he finish Tectone's transcripts? I might today, we'll see. It's killing my voice, it's a lot to read. But I have videos I need to watch. And I've got some stuff pulled up. We need to stop seeing new... Or I need to stop clicking new stuff.
Personality.
What is this? HASPEDO.
Now, you know, in terms of the personality and your image and so on, you know, one thing that jars a little bit is, you know, you've said you're a Marxist. You've been a Bernie Sanders supporter in past elections. At the same time, you've become a wealthy guy who bought a $2.7 million house.
More expensive now.
Sorry?
More expensive now.
Well, good for you. You see, so Donald Trump has got it right. Housing prices going up is good for people. No, I mean, but you know, your personality and these left-wing views and your commentary on inequality, how does that work when you're a Hollywood house owner?
Well, Bernie Sanders has 3 houses, and that's something that people constantly bring.
Okay. That's the conservative attacking point. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Being a millionaire is a function of age, wealth, and income. The age part is really important. A person who's earned and has in their bank account $1 million by the time they're 30 is infinitely wealthier than a person who has saved up to $1 million by retirement age 75. These are two completely different things. Your wealth is almost always a function, to some extent, of your age, because you've got more time to work and accrue money and retirement accounts and everything else. The comparison is so fucking stupid here.
Bring up as though this is a real point of contention.
Also, I don't know if these are like intentional softball questions or what. Maybe they're supposed to make them look good. There is nothing wrong with being wealthy. Even as a socialist, technically, there's really nothing wrong with being wealthy. The better question is, how do you utilize your wealth to help your movements? That's supposed to be the meaningful question. But people always ask these basic bitch, retard fucking, are you wealthy? Are you wealthy? How you go? But if you have the wealthy, then shouldn't you be broke if you're a social? That's retarded. This is why the socialists will respond, oh, so socialism is when no house, is when no money. Because that is true. To say like, oh, how can you be a socialist and be wealthy? That's a retarded point. The point is, the question is what do you do with your wealth to further your cause? Because if everything you do in life is about maximizing your personal wealth, and you don't even do anything with your financial blessings to assist your movement. Remember, this was the huge argument I had with Vosh. It was either after this one or the Scalia one, where Vosh wouldn't talk to me anymore because he looked so bad, even to his own audience, where I think the question I posed to Vosh is, functionally, what's the difference between a hardcore capitalist and a hardcore socialist in terms of how they live their life? And Vosh was like, well, I think that both should basically live their lives to be the exact same, which is just fucking retarded.
You know the other interesting thing?
What?
Remember Nathan Robinson, who ran the Socialist magazine, who apparently got rid of everyone when they tried to unionize? I thought that's a funny example to use.
Yeah.
That's the
Didn't this happen
example.
did it happen at the Young Turks as well? I know the Robinson one is the big one. I don't remember the name of that publication or whatever, but
Current Affairs.
Oh yeah.
Look, when I didn't have a lot of money after college, and I had the exact same point of view, people...
Also, I don't like this, obviously I don't. When I didn't have a lot of money after college, Hassan has always been, remember, or maybe most of you fuckers know this because this is all you, my audience are all wealthy fuckers. When rich people say, I don't have a lot of money, that the translation to that is, I have access to infinite money, but I have to ask mom and dad for it. That's what that means, okay?
Would say you're jealous of the wealthy, and that's why you are, that's why you're a socialist, that's why you're a Marxist. Now that I'm rich, they say I'm a hypocrite, and at a certain point you have to realize maybe it's the commentary and the comments that you're making. Maybe it's the fact that I'm saying people deserve more. People deserve more of the output that they contribute to. That's what's causing people to look for hypocrisy. Because my advocacy is not around making sure that no one has a home. And I have no control over the housing market in general. It's like if at the time when I purchased my home in West Hollywood, if I had purchased the exact same home in Ohio, it would be much more affordable. I just chose to live in West Hollywood. I was living in West Hollywood.
What is the point there? Wait, what?
Look for hypocrisy. Because my advocacy is not around making sure that no one has a home. And I have no control over the housing market in general. It's like if at the time when I purchased my home in West Hollywood, if I had purchased the exact same home in Ohio, it would be much more affordable. I just chose to live in West Hollywood. I was living in West Hollywood already. I was renting there, and I had enough money. So I bought a house for myself and my family.
I also hate that myself and my family. He makes it sound so fucking noble. Bro, your family has multiple houses already. When he says family, he means he's adding this household to the Piker dynasty. Unironically, I'm not joking when I say that. Like, his family has multiple vacation homes and everything else, multiple family members and multiple vacation homes and everything else. He means he's adding this to the asset collection of the Piker family, basically.
Everyone to be able to have the same, I want everyone to be able to have that same liberty, to have more autonomy in their workplace, to have more freedom in their lives. And that's what my advocacy revolves around.
Your revenues come literally from
Amazon
subscriptions?
Yes.
Okay. From Amazon Prime subscriptions? What percentage of his subs are Amazon Primes? Might not be as high anymore, since I kind of have fucked with that program.
All right, folks, I have some urgent, ominous news
less and
that I
less every
need to
day.
bring attention, and it has actually very little to do with Donald Trump or even the Republican Party writ large. It concerns the Democratic Party, and it's something you need to keep in mind, not just for the midterms, but quite frankly, every day between now and the midterms, and also, quite frankly, every day beyond, because it concerns the ability of the Democratic Party to take and sustain power at the federal level, because we have some bad news that is making that possibility much, much smaller. And we have to talk about it. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go.
Do it!
All right, folks, I'm going to start with this clip from CNN's Harry Enton because he provides
this.
visual aid. And then when we're done with that, we'll dive into another source I want you to take a look at.
Subscribe.
And we'll discuss it along the way.
I subscribe.
Now, this is interesting, right?
This guy has become like a living meme. Did he have a job before like a year or two ago? I feel like I just saw this guy a lot, or I've been seeing him more over the past year or so. He's become a... he's like the needle. Like, oh God, what's he telling us today on the polls?
Also have major political ramifications if it holds for 2030, the next census. Because take a look here. If in fact the 2025 population shifts hold for the 2030 census, look at this. Look at the House seat shifts by state. Remember, of course, we apportion the number of House seats depending on the population in each state. If in fact the 2025 population shifts hold for 2030, states that Kamala Harris won, they would lose. They would lose 7 seats in the United States House of Representatives. The states that Donald Trump
If the 2025 population is held for 2030.
Trump won in 2024, they would gain 7 seats. Now, this isn't just about the House of Representatives, right? It's also about the Electoral College, because the number of electoral votes that each state gets is equal to the number of senators.
Oh, I was thinking yesterday, Hassan might actually cover his own... No, this doesn't make sense. That joke doesn't make sense. I was going to say, I bet it's cheaper for him to fly first class than economy, because that motherfucker must travel with so much goddamn luggage. I don't understand. I don't even see a woman wear this many different outfits. Holy shit. I feel like legitimately somebody should do it. Where are the obsessed people? Dan will do it. Where are the I would be curious to see an outfit count over the past year. It wouldn't surprise me if he has over like 150 outfits in a year. That's insane to me. Like, this motherfucker might be spending $500,000 or more a year on clothes. Jesus Christ. Also, that one Nero dude or whatever fucked me up yesterday. I was thinking a lot more about the AI and everything. And I've had the position before that, like, more or less it's similar to how humans learn, and I've said stuff like this over and over again. It's really not at all. It's really completely different. Having a database of parameters and then how humans learn and interact with things and do things in the world, yeah. But not to say that it would be impossible to design another system, but nobody's done it yet.
Each state, of course, has 2, plus the number of House seats that they have. So what would this mean for the House of Representatives? Well, if you remember back in 2024, right, it was all about...
I don't care. I love you, but I don't care. Whatever it is, I don't care about AI. That was my one thing. I don't want to get into huge thing over it, okay? But I love you, okay?
Talking about the blue wall...
Tomorrow. I got videos I got to get through.
Kamala Harris could win the baseline Democratic states and then add in the blue wall states of Michigan, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and
Business allows 2 suitcases each, 20 kilograms for a total of 40 kilograms in baggage room, then also 12 kilograms in carry-on. First of all, I don't know what the fuck numbers... I don't know what a kilogram is, motherfucker. But for American, since I'm a Platinum Plus member, okay, where's my applause button? Since I'm a Platinum Plus member, I can have 3 bags in my carry-on that are up to 70 pounds each. So I ball when I travel. It helps when I take all my camera equipment with me. 70 pounds is like... I'm going to say 32 kilograms is my guess. £70. I shouldn't guess. I could do it in my head. I'm just lazy. 31.75. Just a genius, okay?
Wisconsin, she would get to 270 electoral votes. But if all of a sudden we, in fact, have applying the 2025 estimates, the population estimates, to the Electoral College, the blue states plus the blue wall of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin would no longer be enough. Under the current estimates, you get to exactly 270 electoral votes, the minimum needed to win the Electoral College. If, in fact, you apply the 2025 estimates, look at that. You would only get to 263 electoral votes if you were a Democrat, which would mean a Republican victory. Now, of course, we're still a number of years away from reapportionment, right? We take the census come 2030. But what we can say so far is we got a red state boom going on, a blue state depression going on, people moving from the blue states to the red states. And if it holds for 2030, well, it would make the Democratic nominee for president's job of winning the Electoral College that much more difficult.
This is a big fucking deal. It is. It's a huge deal. I've mentioned this. I've hinted at it in recent videos. I mean, most explicitly.
You hang out in any of the credit card lounges? I don't know. I just, whatever my Priority Pass app tells me I can go to. But I always feel like a poor going in with Priority Pass. Because they're always like, oh, are you a member? And it's like, I have Priority Pass. And they're like, ugh. They always give me this look. Like I'm part of the unwashed masses. And like, scan your Priority Pass, sir. I feel like a loser.
My conversation with Democratic strategist Mike Knowles. You should definitely check out that interview. But this is a big deal. I want to read, which is commensurate to this, an article in the New York Times published about 2 weeks ago by David Plouffe, who was President Obama's campaign strategist. Okay, very successful. He was also one of the top campaign strategists for Vice President Harris. Obviously, it wasn't enough to win. But he puts out a very thoughtful essay breaking this further down in the New York Times. So we're going to read it and discuss it, okay?
Okay.
It says Democrats will lose in 2028 unless they change course now.
Whoa!
In election year after election last year, Democrats had big wins everywhere. Voters who swung hard to Donald Trump swung hard back. These moments are incredibly rare. Trust me. It may be discordant then to believe that the party is still in crisis. It's much easier to hope that the storm has passed and that the deep unpopularity of Trump and the MAGA movement and the mess they're creating will be enough to right the ship.
They're actually making higher tier lounges because of that. True, like what I do for subs in chat. Oh, we've got too many tier 5s. Time to make a tier 6. I noticed that for, like, they have clear, but now they have, like, clear plus because too many people were getting clear. It's like, okay.
I certainly wish it were so. But to win races in politically unforgiving, even hostile territory, will require the party to overhaul its broken brand and stale agenda by elevating new faces and new leaders who promise to chart a course enough voters believe in. Why? Because to have any hope of fixing the root problems that plague our democracy and our economy, Democrats need a majority that lasts, like the New Deal coalition. At least 3, maybe more Supreme Court justices could retire over the coming.
None of those exist in Miami. We only have Admiral's Club plus Centurion Lounge. I don't give a fuck. I show up at the airport 40 minutes before my flight. I will never be in a lounge in the Miami airport.
Decade, our democracy and our economy. Democrats need a majority that lasts, like the New Deal coalition. At least 3, maybe more Supreme Court justices could retire over the coming decade. Without sustained Democrat political power and control during that period, a conservative 8-to-1 court is not out of the question. I shouldn't even have to read the rest of this article for that to absolutely chill your blood.
I'm chilled.
You know, if you follow my channel, you know how important I have the Supreme Court is and how important it is to reform the Supreme Court, to expand the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, in many ways, is the bottleneck. Like, think about this. I said this before and I'll say it again.
Okay.
Imagine in 2028, we get the House, we get the Senate, and we get the White House.
Okay.
All of which is eminently possible.
Okay.
Eminently possible.
Okay.
Let's say we pass legislation to do whatever it is that we want, to get money out of politics,
Okay.
to pass single-payer healthcare, whatever it may be.
Okay.
Remember, federal law passed by both chambers of Congress and signed by the president can and often is challenged by Republican attorneys general, Republican challenges that make its way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court can strike down federal law. Technically any federal law. They just have to regard it as unconstitutional. What's unconstitutional? Apparently it's whatever the court says it is.
Ooh.
That alone should chill the fucking blood.
I'm
It is
chilled.
necessary, not just good, not just a sweet bonus, not just a cherry on top of the sundae. It is necessary to expand and change the balance of the Supreme Court. And what David Plouffe is arguing, just right out the gate, we could see an 8-to-1 conservative Supreme Court. 6-3 conservative Supreme Court's bad enough. An 8-to-1 conservative supermajority is possible. That possibility should focus the mind.
Wait, I'm sorry. I missed the beginning. How would that be possible? Oh, that's if we lose in 2028?
Democrats have no credible path to sustained control of the Senate and the White House. After the adjustments to the Electoral College map that are likely to come with the next census, the Democratic presidential nominee could win all of the states won by Kamala Harris plus the blue wall of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin and still fall short of the 270 electoral votes to win. Remember, we don't win by popular vote here. How many times has a Democratic candidate won the popular vote but lost the presidency? We saw it in 2000 with President Bush. We saw that in 2016 with Donald Trump. The Electoral College is still there. This is equally true of the Senate. Remember this. In 2021, we had a tied Senate. Remember, because we won both Georgia Senate seats with Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff. That gave us a 50-50 Senate, and Vice President Harris was able to break the tie, so it was technically a Democratic-controlled Senate.
Wow.
At that time, the Democratic bloc, the Democratic coalition, 48 Democrats and 2 independents, Angus King and Bernie Sanders, who caucused with the Democrats, they represented 40 million more Americans than the Republican coalition. Not 4, not 14, 40. That's a substantial number, okay? And we could barely squeak a tie. That's what David Plouffe is talking about. He says, I've helped lead 3 of the past 5 Democratic presidential campaigns, most recently for 107 days with Kamala Harris. There were fewer voters available to her and therefore fewer paths to victory in 2024 than in previous elections. That has to change. It can, but not with the same recipes slightly warmed over. It has to be a change people can believe in, to quote a slogan from not too long ago. The existential question now is, how do Democrats get back to playing and winning in more places? First, make our unpopular president and his vassals own everything. Higher energy and healthcare costs, higher food bills, war. The Republicans in Congress stood meekly by as Trump took a wrecking ball to our economy. They deserve the blame for it. That's huge. Can't just be Trump. Anybody who's Republican who failed to check Trump, who failed to stop Trump, they're equally culpable, they're equally responsible, and therefore should suffer the political consequences just as much. Don't call them MAGA Republicans. So it's the entire Republican Party is MAGA.
True.
That's what we should be looking at.
True.
Democrats lost weekly victories in 2025. Despite
true.
less favorably viewed than the GOP. They overwhelmingly won voters who hate both parties, an echo of the double haters cohort from 2016. Why? Because MAGA has complete control. Voters will usually choose a flawed alternative to a discredited incumbent. That is task one.
Also, another reason why I think the Democratic Party is so unpopular goes into that whole why we should be trying to build a strong center-left coalition instead of constantly trying to appease the fucking tanky losers or appease fucking moderate conservative fucking losers, right? It's because when you think of like the Democratic Party, they just don't really stand for much. The Democratic Party stands for infighting on the left, and then it stands for whatever the wacky conservatives say you are, and then whatever the wacky tankies say you are, right? Like, what is a Democrat? If I'm trying to find out what a Democrat is, and I look at the media, I'm seeing what the Republicans tell me a Democrat is, and I was like, okay, well, what if I go online and look? Well, then I see what tankies say that Democrats are. But now this has gotten significantly better over the past few years, thank God. With the like Brian Tyler Cohen's, the Adam Mocklers, Deepak is still out there doing generally a good job. But like it's getting better. But Jesus, fuck, what did I have? I didn't save it. Did they change something in this game? No, I'm just shooting poorly. Something was posted in my subreddit, and the title triggered me. It was a majority report thing. Don't discredit yourself. Oh yeah, true. I'm here too. You described your media bubble. Most Americans identify with Democrat than any other party. That's fine if they identify with it, but I'm pretty sure that poll after poll after poll after poll shows that there's like a huge unpopularity of the Democratic Party, even if people identify as it. Can you explain how this criticism, which is fair, is different than Hassan's critiques of the Dems? I don't even understand that. I can't even understand that. I don't know what that question means. Does anybody have any idea what I'm talking about? On my subreddit, there was a majority report clip posted. I just know that the title triggered the fuck out of me, but I don't remember what it was about. Oh, fuck, or maybe it was on Twitter. I think it was on the subreddit. Somebody find it.
As important as it is, it's far easier than task 2. James Baldwin wrote, quote, not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it's faced. Democrats must face, honestly, where we are and how we are perceived. That starts with offering a fresh agenda that voters can believe can make a difference in their lives, not the same stuff they heard from Democratic candidates in recent years. Each candidate is different. That said, the ideas below should find a home almost anywhere. Number 1, plan to bring down the cost. Just running against those who cause prices to skyrocket gets you a lot of the way there, but not far enough. Democrats should promise to investigate and stop price gouging. Get rid of Trump's inflation-inducing tariffs. Build millions more apartments and homes. And folks, this is huge right here. I'm gonna stop right here. I know the abundance debate, with Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson and the more progressive part of the left. I know that there was a lot of back and forth about abundance. I don't give a fuck what you call it, but it is true that the cost of living in blue states is difficult. It's absurd, and we do need to build millions and millions and millions and millions and millions more apartments and homes and residences than what we have. Look, blue states have a lot going for it. They're the economic powerhouse of the country. They tend to have better education, better healthcare, better business opportunities, all these things. But the reason that they're hemorrhaging residents, hemorrhaging people, isn't because they think blue states suck. It's because people don't believe that they can afford to live there.
Is that hemorrhaging people? Is that still true, or did that largely reverse? I don't know how true that is anymore. I'm not sure. I thought that my impression was that had basically stopped. I also think one thing that needs to happen, and I know the party isn't there yet, and maybe it'll never be there, and I'm just an idealistic fool. Because I don't even know if most of my chat is with me on this one. We have to stop talking about like feel-good cuck things, and we have to start talking about like actually doing things, okay? Things are not expensive because the evil billionaire corporations get together and price gouge you. That was a retarded fuck populist talking point that Kamala had. It's a retarded fuck populist talking point that everybody had. Prices don't go up because corporations are greedy and they price gouge you, okay? We can look at the stock markets. We can look at profit margins. That's just not really the case. Like, if we want to address issues related to cost and whatnot, then we have to have like real policies that are actually really going to do something about it, and not these feel good like we're gonna get him on price gouging and make him stop. Like, ugh. In a Make Shrek event, are there going to be surveyors on the map, or do they not spawn on these events? I need a goddamn surveyor.
That's a problem. And it's a problem that blue state governments must fix, and not in 10 years. They need to fix fucking today. Today. Establish universal health care. Expand Medicare to cover home health care costs for family caregivers. The list of ideas that would save voters real money is long. Make choices, make it short, and make it sing. If it can't be communicated in an Instagram post or a 10-second TikTok, go back to the drawing board. Make it tangibly about cutting cost of living for people, not an ideological wish list. Number 2. Plan to create the jobs America needs. Candidates could be honest about their district shortages of nurses, police officers, teachers, auto mechanics, and plumbers. Through tax incentives, training, tuition assistance, and a relentless focus on what's needed, candidates should call for specific numbers of people to be hired over the next 4 years. A specific job is more credible than a generic job. This is a national economic security urgency. Auto insurance rates are skyrocketing in part because repair costs are surging because there aren't enough mechanics. Many of these jobs won't be displaced by artificial intelligence, at least not immediately. Candidates must make voters believe that they will wake up every day and work on adding these kinds of opportunities. Number 3, a plan for AI. It will play a much bigger role in the 2026 elections than many people thought just a few months ago, and it could be the dominant issue of the 2028 campaign. AI's role in our lives, society, and economy is likely to only grow, especially since we're in a battle for supremacy with China. But we have to ask questions, raise some guardrails, and force tech giants to be more transparent about their data and algorithms, about how they identify deepfakes and about their plans to mitigate the downstream negative effects of their products. Elon Musk has said that AI and robots will kill all jobs. That's a pretty negative downstream effect. Start with AI's toxic stew of higher energy costs, job losses, chatbot mental health misuse, and misinformation. Then consider how the revenue from these activities will go to the wealthiest people on the planet. The Trump administration and its allies in Congress want to give tech companies a full green light and tell the people, you're on your own. Democrats should exploit that political opening. I asked ChatGPT to spit out an ad that captured the argument. Visuals: empty factory floors, a family sitting in the dark as power bills pile up, a young man staring blankly at a computer screen, a rocket launches, symbolizing billionaire wealth soaring, serious urgent tone. Quote, politicians told us AI would make life better, but what did it really bring? Lost jobs, sky-high energy bills, mental health in crisis, and the billionaires, they got richer while we got left behind. Every time they side with big...
Like, you understand that everything is going to make billionaires richer. Like, this is a truism that's actually true. When the economy's doing well, people that are really wealthy are going to benefit more because they own capital. They have stock. They've got companies and business, right? When the economy's doing well, they're going to be doing even more well than the other people that are doing well. And when the economy's doing poorly, they can hedge better. They're not like, fuck, I have to take 2 jobs now, or I need to forego an education for a couple years, or I can't have a kid or move out from my parents' house, right? They don't have to do that shit. Like, this is just always going to be true. Don't focus on it. Like, don't, what is it? Comparison is the thief of joy. Like, talk about redistributive policies more. Talk about, just raise the fucking tax brackets. Oh my fucking God. It's such an easy solution to our massive budget shortfalls and an easy way to make money. Just fucking raise your fucking tax brackets. And stop with this weird, like, yeah, I don't know.
Tech, they're choosing profits over people. It's time to ask, whose future are they building? Because it sure isn't ours. Tagline: hold them accountable, say no to AI greed. Not bad. Add political consultants to the endangered occupation list. A plan for reform. There's valuable ground to occupy, highlighting where the political system, regardless of which party is in power, is hurting the American people. Candidates should create ambitious...
Yeah, that Ezra guy. Well, I don't know if you're spamming this at me as an attack or if you're spamming it ironically. The K-shaped economy. We're having a K-shaped recovery. Like, isn't every recovery basically like a K-shaped recovery? Like, not technically. I know that there are some things that can exacerbate things more than other things. So, like, for instance, like COVID might have technically had a worse impact on some workers than others because people get like there are some things that genuinely have a massive exacerbatory. There's no way that's a real word. Exacerbatory effect on wealth disparity in terms of like how the economy grows for wealthy people versus poor people. But in general, like, yeah, wealthy people are always getting wealthier at a faster rate than non-wealthy people are earning money. That's just always going to be true.
Reform agenda. Term limits and lifetime lobbying bans for members of Congress. A ban on stock trading. Rules for elected officials.
What was the Majority Report clip about? I don't remember. I didn't watch it. I wanted to watch it on a stream. Unlike most streamers, I don't pre-watch my content. I just remember the title triggered the fuck out of me, so I thought it would have been good content. And by good content, I mean maybe it was on Twitter. There's no way I bookmarked this. I don't even know why I'm checking. Nope. Could it have been on Reddit? It had to be on Twitter. I checked this up for posts in the last 12 hours. No, it wouldn't have been in the last 12 hours. It was yesterday. I saw this yesterday and I didn't, but I forgot to go over it. Oh, I also got, through some random bullshit or whatever, I got ownership of the Sean Carroll subreddit. If anybody has, I guess, experience or history moderating subreddits like this and would like to moderate the subreddit, shoot an email to contact@destiny.gg and I'll figure out who when I turn this over to or whatever. Apparently the guy that was moderating it before is a fan of mine and he doesn't want to do it anymore, so. Fuck. The thing is, I don't know if it was like Majority Report or if it was or if the title had like Emma. If I do today, is that giving me the past 24 hours or is that giving me just since midnight? Fuck, I don't remember what it was. Maybe it was 2 or 3 days ago. This is the modern equivalent of some vassal not having an heir and leaving their estate to you, but you don't really want it. I mean, I'm honored to have it, but I mean, I don't have the time to properly moderate it or whatever. And I feel like they're probably big fans of his that know more about his content and can do the moderation thing. The primary problem with taxing the rich on their income is that these tricks they use to claim no income while borrowing against assets and stocks. I don't think that's a huge thing. I think people say that, but that's just not a huge thing. We've looked this up before, and just the idea that we're missing so much tax revenue because of it is... Ooh. Sorry, hold on. Okay, sorry.
In their crypto holdings, guardrails for prediction markets, maybe even consider a constitutional amendment banning presidential pardons. Trump's corruption makes such proposals more relevant and more powerful. Too many Democrats still stand in the way of cleaning up our government. You can't go far enough in this lane if you're an outsider candidate challenging the broken status quo. Democrats have to be seen as the defenders of institutions that voters, particularly young ones, have come to be seen as the defenders of institutions that voters, particularly young ones, feel are badly broken. It's a deadly political place to be. The party can win at a debate how to reform and modernize government when it's up against a MAGA worldview where there are no rules at all, especially for the powerful, but not if they continue to be seen as standard bearers of a broken status quo. Next, hold your leaders to account. The Democratic establishment too often folds when it should fight and is...
Like, I think it's such a cringe position. I'm literally the only person on the fucking planet that has this position. And I hate it, and it's so bad. You cannot... We have to be able to take a step back and ask ourselves, what was the status quo? Well, internationally, the status quo was America is the largest economy in the world. We have the most powerful consumers in the world. We made it out of COVID, superior to everyone in the world. We have the strongest military. We make the best trade deals. We have the strongest, arguably the strongest, most stable currency. We have massive influence over oil markets. We mediate peace deals between countries. We bomb it. Like the United, like that was the status quo. The status quo is America #1 internationally. Domestically, we have issues, but we don't have people starving or dying in the streets. Like, we have some of the most state-of-the-art, like, we are the ones that house all of the latest developments, or wait, were for electronic vehicles, for space travel with SpaceX. We have all the AI shit and everything in our country. It's not Germany versus China. It's not France versus China. It's not Uganda versus the US versus China. Like, the status quo was pretty good. Now, we can improve upon it, but this, I feel like it's such a weird, cucked position to be like, oh, guys, we can't be defenders of the status quo. It's like, well, hold on. What was the status quo before? We were doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. Let's have the things that work and keep that, and then let's make improvements in areas that we know we can make improvements on, rather than saying like, okay, we agree, guys, everything was fucked. Let's throw it all out and start back from what?
In love with the process. It wants to perfect the world, but is not maniacally focused on improving the lives of those living in it right now. Too often, it doesn't apply the same rules to itself that it believes the other sides should follow. Candidates should challenge these instincts. They should call for new leadership and say that if elected, they won't support the current crop. In 2024, we saw the hunger for more independence from the democratic status quo. People want change everywhere. Candidates should blow the whistle on a poorly performing program or a law or regulation that's outlived its usefulness. See how Zoran Mandani captured his halal cart video, the pain that poor licensing rules cause entrepreneurs and consumers. If Democrats get better about focusing on results, cutting red tape and getting things done for people on time and under budget, what's become known as the abundance agenda, it makes the populist call for higher taxes on the wealthiest even more powerful. Swing voters, much like the Democratic base, will believe that the richest should pay more, but they don't think the proceeds will be well spent. If Democrats convince them otherwise and follow through, they will avoid being trapped in a debate about whether to choose populism or abundance. Both strategies could work together to deliver results. The hole Democrats in are deep, but so is MAGAs, and it can't dig out while Trump is astride the project. It's a gift in any competitive arena to have your opponent stuck in place. It gives you a chance to improve your position while they're trapped in theirs. The same symmetry won't last forever. It needs to be seized and maximized, and it all hangs in the balance, and that's from David Pluck. I just want to close with this. This is a true red alert moment. Yes, we have to win the next election. Yes, we have to keep an eye on the day by day. But we are facing some serious political and institutional headwinds. And you've heard me rant about it before. You've heard me rant about how the right has an advantage right out the gate because they don't want to build. They either want to just...
What do you think about an exorbitant inheritance tax rate, e.g. 67%, to force people to utilize wealth during life rather than unfairly providing an unjustified step up for their offspring? I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that. I feel like... I don't know why nobody can just... I don't know why it's so hard for people to just say, like, rather than try to find all of the most insane, cuckoldry, crazy, nibbling around the edges, like razor-focused tax policy, like, why not just up all the brackets, right? Up the capital gains brackets. Make them fucking 5 points higher. go to the ordinary income brackets. And on the top 3, make them 1, 2, 5 points higher at the top, right? Just up the brackets. It's simple as fuck, incredibly easy to do, okay? The collection is incredibly easy. It's literally automatically taken out of your paycheck, okay? The amount of money that would be raised is in the hundreds of billions or trillions, depending on how much you want to go there, right? It's just such an easy, no-brainer, super effective. It's just such an easy thing to do. But instead people are like, okay, what if we actually got rid of the trust that can be passed on from one entity to the next to the families over a certain amount of income, and then when they die and the inheritance tax is passed on the next, we're going to apply a special inheritance tax to people that have over $100 million in net worth that's going to be evaluated at the time of death by the estate valuation that's done by the IRS, and we're going to, and it's like, bro, why? Just find a way to tax the money when they get it. Who the fuck cares if they pass it on to their kid? You should want to make money for your children. Isn't that the point? Is to make money to pass on to your family? As long as it was taxed fairly, as long as it was taxed well when they earned the money, well, then fuck it. Then let them fucking keep it and pass it on. Who the fuck cares? You can get rid of weird, if you think that like the step up in basis loopholes or whatever, if you don't like some of these or whatever, we can patch these up, fine. But like there's just this ultra obsessive thing of like, we need to go hardcore on the inheritance. How much money are you getting even raise doing this? Not even that much money. That's the thing too, is people want to go so hardcore on this. What are we talking about at the end of the day? Like a couple $1 billion, maybe 10 or 20 billion dollars, maybe? Like it's not even that much money more you'd earn per year. It's not even that much. Like go for you bump up the ordinary income tax brackets a couple points. That's like $400 billion. It's so much more money and it's so easy. Why is the point to pass inheritance down to your family? I can't tell if you're 13 years old or functionally retarded, but I agree with you, but Americans would lose their minds if tax rate was raised on them, especially the poor and middle class, even if it was just a few $100 a month. I disagree. Go out there and fucking fight for it. I think it's just because nobody fights for it, because everybody's afraid of the tax man. Somebody needs to come out and just take an ultra-based position on it. Like, you support raising taxes? Fuck yeah, I do. We should have some basic shit in the country. This is the easiest way to do it. How are you going to fund your shit? Yeah, I support raising taxes. What, you support raising deficits, motherfucker? The fuck out of here. It's wildly unpopular. You know what else was wildly unpopular? A VAT. And guess what Donald Trump did? 100% fucking tariffs on the entire fucking world. So the people have an appetite for it. You just got to figure out a way to sell it.
Destroy, or they want to prevent things from being built. And I use the skyscraper example every time, right? It's easier to not build a skyscraper or to demolish a currently standing skyscraper than it is to build one from scratch. So right out the gate, the left has a harder job. Then you look at the political systems in this country. They heavily advantage the right. The Electoral College is biased towards red rural states. The Senate is malapportioned towards red rural states. The House of Representatives, which was supposed to be, I guess, the one thing that we get.
Bernie kind of did that when mentioning that he would raise taxes for universal health care. He fucking did. And it was based because some woman gave him the whole fucking, God, I hate small business owners. God, I hate. It's a reminder how much I fucking hate the middle class. God, I hate the middle class so much. I hated them when I was poor, and I want to crush them now that I'm wealthy. They're the worst. The middle class is the worst of America, okay? But yeah, when Bernie was doing some town hall, this one was like, I'm a small business owner with 50 employees, and if what you're saying about universal healthcare is true, you're telling me that means, by the way, Bernie, that we'd have to pay more in taxes. And you know what Bernie said? Bernie said, yeah, you would, because you should, because it's good for all of us. Like, yeah, that's an easy answer, based. Don't fucking weasel around it. Yeah. Fuck them. Fuck them. Easy. It was a base as fuck answer.
As liberals or progressives or blue cities and blue states, which tend to be more population dense, well, between people leaving those states and between gerrymandering, ruthless gerrymandering by the Republican Party, not just in red states, but also in purple states, like my state of North Carolina, we have a 7-7 congressional.
And then stop making enemies of all the wealthy people in this fucking country, or virtue signaling your fucking fan base, your voters, or whatever. Oh yeah, we hate bullying. Bring some of them out to defend it. I bet Warren Buffett would defend higher ordinary and capital gains tax rates. I bet Bill Gates would. Mark Cuban probably would. Right? Bring him out. I'll do it. And then it's funny too, because you don't want a bunch of fucking, no offense, but like loser college kids saying like, oh, we need higher taxes, or a bunch of brokies. Bring the billionaires out or the super wealthy people to do it. Like, yeah, this tax is going to affect me this much. I don't give a fuck. Why the fuck do you care? Like, how is it that like the raising the tax rates feels most ardently fought against by people who are barely even paying federal income tax? Like, there's an army of Trump voters who pay less in tax, you know, than fucking minimum wage people even earn a year. And they're like, oh, we can't raise the rates. Motherfucker, you don't barely pay shit. What are you talking about?
Split, and because of Republicans it's now 10-4, what they did in Wisconsin as well, that is also slipping away from us. It's easier for Republicans to win the House than it is for Democrats to win the Senate. That's a fucking problem. Then you look at the Supreme Court. We haven't had a liberal court in 50 years. We have a 6-3 conservative supermajority now. And as David Plouffe argues, it's very possible that we could see an 8-1 conservative supermajority in the next 10 years. That's a problem. Remember, in order to either appoint Supreme Court justices or to expand the court, you need the White House and you need the Senate to confirm justices, right? You need the president to nominate and a Senate that will confirm. A Republican Senate will not do that. And in order to expand the court, you need to change federal law, which means you need the White House, the House, and the Senate to change the law that dictates the size of the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court has got to be fucking dealt with. It must be expanded and rebalanced. Can't do that unless you get power. Talk about the media, the other institutions there. My God, the media.
Do you know of a way we can get DGG emotes here on Kick? Ask Cyrax. He knows all that stuff.
The biggest player on the block is Fox News. They're the propaganda arm of the Republican Party. They lap MS Now and even CNN. We talk about how CNN likes to both sides everything. CNN's one of their biggest stars is Jake Tapper, and he wrote a fucking book, going into how President Biden, how he believes Biden is mentally incompetent, had dementia. Being slightly hyperbolic here, but you understand my point. Jake Tapper isn't writing a book about how shitty and corrupt and mentally compromised Donald Trump is. So CNN likes to both sides everything. Then you look at alternate media. Again, my channel does very well, and I'm kind of the runt of the litter as far as like the liberal political commentators, the big dogs. Like, if you look at Adam and Jack and Luke and Midas Touch, I mean, we're still collectively outnumbered and outgunned by all the stars on the right.
Would you support Democrats abolishing the filibuster if they get a trifecta in 2028? Fuck it. Yeah, go for it. Why the fuck not? Sure. I just don't get why it's self-evident that anyone should be able to pass on theoretically infinite amounts of money to their offspring. Is inheritance itself the point, or is it just to ensure that inheritors are well enough off? Well, like if I earn a lot of money and then I'm about to die and I want to give it to my kids, the idea that like a government agent man is running into the hospital is like, no, you can't give that to your kids. I am taking more of it. It's like, motherfucker, I already paid taxes. Why are you coming to me again? What do you want? What the fuck?
Tim Pool, Joe Rogan, Steven Crowder, Piers Morgan, all the people at the Daily Wire. We have a lot of shit facing us, a lot of shit. And it's not a 50-50 fight. It's just not. As I said before, it's impressive that Democrats are able to win elections as often as they do. It's usually been 50-50. We win about as often as we lose when the odds are against us. But the odds, which are already against us, are getting further against us, right? Look at it like the Titanic, right? We were already underwater. It was amazing we're staying afloat at all. And now the ship is starting to go straight vertical right before it drops. That's where we are. We need to deal with it. And the best way to deal with it is to get people back in blue states. And the best way to get people back in blue states is make blue states fucking affordable. So at the local and state level, you should be shouting from the rooftops, especially if you live in a blue state. Tell your governors, tell your governments, make shit affordable. Bill. That is the first and necessary step. The other step is Democrats have to keep winning elections, but we also have to elect Democrats who are willing to use the power they have to aggressively make reforms. Because it's not just enough to win elections. You then have to take the power you have to force the changes necessary to establish balance, to establish an equal playing field. Democrats have historically not done that. They've been reluctant to pursue institutional reform. We don't want to be too aggressive. What will Republicans do if and when they get back into power? They already use their power to make the changes necessary.
You know what? I wasn't with Josiah before when he said shit like this. Because I think it was a little bit too crazy. But I think now that we tried Biden, now I'm probably, if not fully on board, I've got like 1.5 feet inside the boat to where we could do whatever the fuck we want. Because like, we tried Biden. Biden was like your most compromised type of leadership you were ever going to get. Joint legislation, never attacked, never did low blows on the Republicans while they went after this motherfucker's family, while they went after everybody around him, while they attacked they couldn't even hold their own J6 people accountable. Like, they just did everything. So, you know what? I feel like at this point, I think Democrats have earned the right to be a little bit unhinged. I'm not in favor of packing the court, but I am in favor of radically expanding the court in a way that makes sense. And unfortunately, since that would happen during a Democratic turn, we would just get to nominate all those judges. Suck it. Because you know what? Because fuck them. You know why? Because if Republicans had the idea and thought they could get away with it, they would do it. They absolutely would do it if they thought they could get away with it. So fuck them. You missed the point. It's not about you anymore. You're dead. It's about your kids. And as a society, should not have to suffer. We as a society should not have to suffer. You retarded, spoiled kids having a ton of power they never earned to fuck with us. I don't know how you missed this. When it comes to capitalism, you have a mild case of MAGA brain. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure literally in any society, in a socialist one as well, you would want to leave stuff to your children. I think that's like a basic thing that powers a lot of people is leaving stuff to their family. I don't think that's like a capitalism thing. Necessary. And they're already advantaged right out the gate. And the other thing, and I probably should have had this pulled up. I don't know why. I guess I thought that maybe I wouldn't be talking about it right now. But since we're talking about institutional changes, just want to give you an example. I did a poll on my Twitter, and it says Utah Republicans are expanding their state Supreme Court after rulings they didn't like. They did the same thing in Arizona and Georgia. And so what's funny is somebody brought this up, and I was stunned. So Utah, under the moderate centrist Spencer Cox, the nice guy Republican, well, once they got rulings at the state level from their state Supreme Court they didn't like, he just signed a law saying, oh shit, we're going to pack the court. We're going to expand the Utah Supreme Court with 2 conservative justices. That way we get more favorable rulings. That was just announced a few days ago. And somebody else pointed out, Arizona Republicans expanded their Supreme Court by 2 seats in 2016, and Georgia Republicans also expanded their Supreme Court by 2 seats in 2016. In other words, Republicans in Utah, Arizona, and Georgia in the past 10 years have expanded their Supreme Court, their highest court, in order to get more favorable rulings. So when Republicans tell you, listen, we wouldn't mess with the court, and you shouldn't mess with the court either, they mess with fucking Supreme Courts all the time. And the only reason they're not messing with the Supreme Court of the United States at this point, the only reason is because they already have a 6-3 conservative supermajority. 100%. And they've had a conservative majority court for 50 years. Why would they start this quote-unquote arms race when they don't need to? They're winning, and they've been winning for 50 years when it comes to the court.
It's not about principle to them. It's about power. And they leverage their power to make the changes necessary and do what needs to be done in order to gain an advantage. I'm not even looking necessarily for an advantage. I want to neuter their disadvantage. I'm not saying we necessarily have to flip it the opposite way and do to them what they've done to us, but at the very least, for God's sakes, we've got to rebalance it. So yes, that involves getting people back to blue states. That involves Democrats winning elections, which requires voters to turn out, show up, get your fucking votes in. But it also requires Democrats, the politicians, the candidates, to inspire the voters in the first place. Hey, listen, you elect us, we will take this power, and we will use this power to rebalance the scales. It's going to require all three of these things. And that's why I'm hopeful.
I don't understand how you're staying afloat. I've been extremely worried about you financially. Can you please just take 5 minutes to explain that you're okay? I need to know my king is safe even if you don't got YouTube dollars. It's a little bit embarrassing to say, but basically, so I have 2 big revenue streams right now. I have Kick, which is still keeping me afloat. And then I've also been doing at night a lot more kind of like, I guess you would call it sugar mommy stuff. So like I go and I visit your mom, I give her that good fucking Cuban dick, and then she starts giving me exorbitant amounts of money or pays for like bills. So she'll make like a car payment for me, pay my cell phone or whatever. And between the 2 of those revenue streams, I generally do okay. And then after I got demonetized on YouTube, I kind of opened this up to banging your mom's wealthy friends as well. So, you know, what are you going to do?
But not optimistic. I think it's less likely that it happens. I think it's certainly possible. And the only way that what is possible becomes what is probable is if you and I and everyone else lock arms and we shout from the rooftops that this shit needs to be done and make sure our representatives at the local, state, and federal level understand this is a red alert moment and it's time for urgency. So there you have it, folks. I could rant about this for another 10 minutes, but definitely pay attention to this. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share. Get this message out there, and make sure you tell your representatives, the people in power, we need to get people back to blue states. Make the changes necessary to keep blue states attractive, keep them here, build homes, build apartments, cut the cost of not just housing, but also living as in every way possible, the cost of groceries, the cost of healthcare, et cetera, and so forth. Get people back to blue states, win elections, and then tell the candidates, when we vote for you, when we put your ass in power, you better fucking use that power to make changes. Make changes, not just pass law, change the institutions. It is necessary. It's not just good, it's not just a sweet bonus, it is necessary. Because otherwise, I do believe the political crisis is existential. In the meantime, let me know what you think in the comments.
Thanks, Jesse.
Good morning.
No, not with you. Why do lawyers want to abolish ICE?
I want to begin by stating what this video is not.
Okay.
I'm not here to win an argument or to bludgeon anyone on either side of the partisan divide. I'm here because I believe there's an issue that cuts deeper than partisanship. An issue that touches upon the very core of the American project. This video is different from my previous ones. There are no video games.
Why should one person live comfortably, not need to work, and have tons of power and influence, and another struggle to live comfortably, need to spend all their time working and have very little power based purely on the luck of the birth lottery? Well, I mean, like, the question is there, like, I think in society, we try to equalize as much as we can. Like, we want everybody to be as much on a playing field as we can. But, like, there are going to be some advantages that you can't get rid of, and some advantages that maybe we would say are good advantages. Like, if you tell a parent you can never give your child a more advantaged life because it would be unfair to parents that don't give their child an advantaged life, well, I don't think that would feel very satisfying to most parents. You say, well, hold on. Well, if somebody else wants to fuck off, I should be able to work harder to make it so my kids have a better... I'm gonna die. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, there's gonna be... I don't necessarily think that's a bad deal. Like, people with parents that are more strict about schooling are gonna be better off than... are gonna be significantly better off than people who have parents that don't give a fuck about schooling. Like, you can't eliminate every advantage. And I don't know if eliminating... Like, we should try to eliminate some advantages. Like, public school should be good. If a child is willing to put in the effort and try, I mean, there should always be a reward for that. Not necessarily tied to just how good is your public school. But, yeah, just the idea of, like, you can't advantage your kids at all with the work that you do in life is, I don't know, I just think it's kind of weird. I think most people would be okay with that, I think, I don't know.
There's no cultural discussion. There's only law and history. By trade, I'm a lawyer. Some of you have heard me talk at length about intellectual property law, but in truth, my primary specialty is immigration.
Whoa!
I just happen to also think, study, and write a great deal about legal theory more broadly. I've thought long and hard about making this video on ICE, on U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, because I've always wanted this channel to feel thoughtful, wholesome, and accessible. But there are times, I think, when the choice to be silent, to bury one's head in the sand, is irresponsible at best and morally wrong at worst.
True.
And given the circumstances in that respect, I think the Rubicon has finally been crossed for me. The title of this video, I understand, will unsettle some of you. Mooney, I can hear you say, are you suggesting that lawyers like yourself want to do away with immigration and customs enforcement altogether? To just open the borders, letting anyone come in without rules and laws? The answer is, unequivocally, no. That's not the argument, and it never has been. Lawyers have been calling for the abolition of ICE for years, not because we oppose immigration enforcement, but because ICE as an institution is extremely unusual in American law. The legal mechanisms that define it are anomalous, and those legal anomalies carry real constitutional danger. ICE is not just another law enforcement agency. It's a federal police force built on a legal foundation unlike any other in the United States. And under the wrong conditions, those foundations make ICE uniquely vulnerable to abuse. It only needs the right triggers. What follows then is my warning to anyone who will listen. If we do not abolish ICE, if we do not replace it with something less dangerous, then someday these risks will become irreversible. Maybe not today, God willing, hopefully not anytime soon, but someday, nevertheless. Let me help you understand my warning by starting at the very beginning.
Okay.
To understand why ICE is so dangerous, we have to go back to the very origins of America. The framers of the Constitution, our founding fathers, dreamt of a country free of the tyranny of kings and...
Would you really be opposed to a 10% inheritance tax to make people feel like they're living in a more percent? Don't we already have some percentage inheritance tax? I don't know what the percentage is, don't we?
Noblemen. They had just fought a war of revolution, and they together shared no greater fear than backsliding into tyranny once more. One sees again and again in their writings the fear of tyranny, with a particular concern over the powers of the executive branch, the presidency. In the Federalist Papers, number 47, James Madison, the father of the Constitution himself and our fourth president, stated to the people of the state of New York the following: the accumulation of all powers, legislative, executive, and judiciary in the same hands, whether of one, a few, of many, and whether hereditary, self-appointed, or elective, may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny. Alexander Hamilton, arguably the framer most friendly to the idea of a strong executive branch, stated in Federalist number 25 that the instruments by which the liberties of a people are destroyed are in constant progression. Power can never be safely trusted to any hands without checks. To account for the power of the executive branch, a system of checks and balances was built into the Constitution. Each branch of the government, the executive, the legislative, and the judicial, would balance the other so that no one entity or person could seize total power. Administrative seizure by a popular demagogue, perhaps, could be ostensibly halted by checks and balances and an expansion of states' rights. But there was still the threat of tyranny by force of arms. Might makes right. As James Madison said aloud in a speech to the Constitutional Convention of 1787, a standing military force with an overgrown executive will not long be safe companions to liberty. The means of defense against foreign danger have always been the instruments of tyranny. As such, the power of checks and balances was deliberately extended over the use of the armed forces. Congress is supposed to control the armed forces. It alone has the constitutional power to raise armies, fund them, and make rules governing them. The executive is meant to be the commander-in-chief, who is meant to have control only over forces lawfully raised and funded by Congress. We could spend a long time talking about how that dynamic has changed, but it's beside the point. The framers were deeply concerned about an executive branch with too much power over the military, and their fear has been deeply baked into American jurisprudence. After the Civil War, for example, Congress passed the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878, which limits the use of federal military personnel to enforce domestic law or by other government entities such as county sheriffs and justices of the peace. The act originally applied only to the Army, but it was amended in 1956 to include the Air Force, and in 2021, very early on in the Biden presidency, the National Defense Authorization Act further expanded the scope to cover the Navy, Marines, and Space Force. Why 2021 and with such urgency, I wonder? Well, who can say? In any case, policing, you will notice, conspicuously absent from the Constitution because it was never meant to be a federal power to begin with. The framers assumed that the ordinary enforcement of laws such as arrests, detentions, and the use of force against civilians would remain local and subject to direct judicial oversight. The takeaway is the Constitution and Congress together built a web of protections which are meant to hinder and fragment the power of the executive branch to wield force. And while those protections have not always succeeded when it comes to foreign deployments, they have largely held when it comes to the use of force domestically. But there is one area of law where the executive branch has disproportionate and virtually unchecked power to use force domestically, and that area is immigration. The Constitution vaguely vests the power of immigration with Congress. Article 1, Section 8 states that Congress has both the power to establish a uniform rule of naturalization and to regulate commerce with foreign nations. There's also the migration or importation clause in Article 1, Section 9, which involves the migration or importation of people. Congress, not just in immigration, but generally speaking, writes the rules. The executive branch, the president's branch, is so named because it is meant to execute what Congress delineates. Congress legislates the form. The president executes the function. From the founding of the
president is meant to execute Congress? Okay, chief.
Country until the late 1800s, Congress wielded immigration policy at a macro level. Enforcement was crude but narrow, and while federal immigration officers existed, they were largely clerical and port-based. Back then, the northern and southern borders were porous, and there weren't airports yet to worry about. In fact, enforcement of immigration controls was largely state-based. This changed in 1876 when the U.S. Supreme Court declared state-level immigration laws unconstitutional, from which followed the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 and subsequent Supreme Court cases over its legality. In 1889, a case known as Che Chang-ping versus United States, often famously called the Chinese Exclusion Case, opened the door to a doctrine in immigration law known as plenary power, derived from the Latin plenus, meaning full power. In that case, the court described the power to exclude non-citizens as a matter of national sovereignty and foreign relations, and as such, immigration as a field of law was placed largely beyond ordinary judicial scrutiny. This was reinforced in 1893 in the holding of Feng Rieting v. United States, and then formalized in 1950 in United States ex rel. Knopf v. Shaughnessy, which ruled that the executive and legislative branches have the inherent power, plenary authority, to exclude immigrants at the threshold of entry, and that non-citizens seeking initial admission have no constitutional right to judicial review beyond what Congress provides. Quoting directly from the decision, whatever the procedure authorized by Congress is, it is due process as far as an alien denied entry is concerned. The only other plenary powers are war powers and foreign affairs, Indian affairs, and authority over U.S. territories. But all of these are either outwardly facing or narrow in scope. There's truly nothing like immigration law as a field where there is so much power involving so much of the population concentrated in a virtually unchecked judicial environment. But this is just the beginning, with one branch of the government having removed itself from checks and balances, only two remain, and Congress, it turns out, also removes its discretion from the field of immigration. Just after the Che Chang-ping case came the Immigration Act of 1891, which shifted immigration inspection and processing from the states to the federal government. Ellis Island, the famous immigration station here in New York, opened on January 2, 1892. But the Immigration Act of 1891 did more than just shift immigration processing from state to federal jurisdiction. It also gave the executive branch explicit authority to deport immigrants who had entered unlawfully or were in excludable categories. Our modern immigration policies still use language and standards which originated from that act, by the way, including public charge and crimes of moral turpitude.
Whoa.
In any case, the scope of immigration law was expanding rapidly. But as the scope grew, it became increasingly unwieldy for Congress to manage. By the period of the early Cold War, the federal government's immigration requirements outweighed the capacity of Congress to handle. Congress needed immigration to be flexible, quick, and most importantly, politically detached from themselves. They wanted plausible deniability, insulation from direct accountability concerning the suppression of ideology. The Internal Security Act of 1950, for example, amended the Immigration Act of 1918 by adding new grounds of exclusion to members of communist parties, language which also continues to exist to this very day. And these needs culminated in the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952, or the McCarran-Walter Act, which specifically moved the micromanagement of immigration into the executive branch. Congress retained the power to define categories, but the executive was given more explicit power to define enforcement priorities, the timing and resource allocation, interpretation of the law itself, and the procedural details of enforcement. Which is to say, Congress began to delegate its constitutional immigration powers to the executive branch. The INA created a permanent administrative, okay, let me repeat that because it's very important, administrative immigration system. The INA cements deportation as a civil matter, immigration detention as administrative, and immigration adjudication, immigration courts as outside of Article 3, outside of the judiciary, reinforcing plenary power. Now, some immigration-related conduct is criminalized under Title 8 and Title 18, including alien smuggling, human trafficking, and illegal re-entry after removal, amongst others. When charged, those offenses are supposed to be adjudicated in Article 3 courts, with all of the protections of the criminal justice system. But in truth, the vast majority of immigration enforcement actions proceed exclusively through the civil system, even where criminal charges are legally available. That's done by choice, and it has consequences. The civil track allows the government to detain, transfer, and remove individuals while bypassing the procedural safeguards that would otherwise apply in a criminal prosecution. There's a secondary consequence, too. By choosing civil enforcement over criminal prosecution, the system sacrifices finality. Removal is fast, but it is not decisive. The same individuals may be detained, removed, and re-encountered again, and again, and again. This is only possible because immigration enforcement primarily operates outside of the criminal process. I cannot emphasize this enough. Immigration enforcement is not criminal prosecution. Immigration enforcement is administrative and civil law. When you go into 26 Federal Plaza here in New York City and you go up to the immigration courts, those are executive branch adjudicators, not Article 3 judges. If you appeal your case, it goes to the Board of Immigration Appeals or the aptly named Administrative Appeals Office, both of which fall under the purview of the U.S. Department of Justice, which is headed by the U.S. Attorney General, who reports directly to the President. In any case, after the 1952 INA, Congress only continued to delegate its power, moving immigration further and further into the nearly exclusive control of the executive branch. For example, an amendment to the INA was passed in 1965, the Hart-Celler Act, which on the one hand ended a lot of the discriminatory practices of the immigration system, most notably the national origins quota regime, but in so doing also dramatically expanded the scale and complexity of immigration without fundamentally rethinking how the system would be administrated or enforced. When the workload of a legal system expands but its machinery remains the same, the system begins to rely on larger and larger amounts of discretion just to function.
Not
It has
good.
to cut corners. What do I mean? Well, if you wanted to govern a vastly expanded immigration system by statute with, I'm just a bill, yes, I'm only a bill, the sheer molecular complexity of the system would cause everything to grind to a halt. Any meaningful change could take years. It's like Factorio or SimCity, right?
Whoa!
If you build layer upon layer of systems without having planned the whole thing from the start, eventually the center becomes a tangled knot that you can no longer touch without the system unraveling.
Factorio
In immigration
reference.
law, Congress is institutionally distant from the knot at the center. The executive branch is not. So Congress increasingly points to the executive, which has been administering the system all along, and says, in effect, you deal with it. And as immigration has continued to grow, continued to become more and more complicated, discretion and thus power has steadily moved away from Congress and towards the presidency. In 1986, this momentum culminates in the IRCA, the Immigration Reform and Control Act. IRCA granted millions of undocumented immigrants lawful...
I just realized I ordered a hot chocolate 3 hours ago and I didn't fucking grab it from outside. Fuck! I don't know why I forgot. Hold on. I'm gonna go grab that. I'm putting this on speaker. One sec.
status, and its benefits shouldn't be forgotten amidst our conversation. But structurally, IRCA expanded the scope of immigration laws substantially yet again. IRCA created an employer sanctions regime, extending the reach of immigration law deep into the interior of the country. Immigration enforcement was no longer limited to borders or ports of entry. It now touched everyday Americans. It touched workplaces, payrolls, and everyday economic life. The system was expanded to include verification of work authorization, compliance audits, and a massively expanded enforcement bureaucracy. The knot keeps getting bigger and more tangled, Congress gets more and more distant from it, and the executive branch's influence continues to grow. This is then followed by an explosion of complexity in the Immigration Act of 1990. New legal pathways are created, employment-based visas, a diversity visa lottery, temporary protected status, etc. But underlying these expansions was Congress's full embrace of administrative governance of immigration. And from this point on, immigration policy, not just the execution but the policy, stops being shaped by congressional statutes at large and more by executive interpretation. Congress has now officially given the executive branch all the tools. And in 1996, this administrative transformation is hardened in the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act, or IRA-IRA. IRA-IRA dramatically broadened the grounds of deportability, introduced expedited removals, expanded mandatory detention, and continued to restrict judicial review. For the purposes of efficiency in immigration, procedural safeguards are shaved away, and we are left with an administrative, civil system that wields coercive power in the form of detention and removal without judicial oversight. Immigration enforcement after IRA-IRA is now nationwide, interior, civil, discretionary, insulated from review, and punitive in effect. At this point already, immigration is in a dangerous place as a body of law, and it functions almost completely outside of its constitutional origins. But this is just the beginning. The full executive branch takeover of immigration, even now, has yet to come. On September 11th, 2001, the United States experienced terror. I would know. I'm a New Yorker, and I remember it vividly, painfully vividly. Parents pulling their kids out of school, crying and shaking, the stony silence of my own parents and teachers, the weirdly sweet chalky smell in the ashy, dusty air. And nearly 3,000 people were killed that day, not by a foreign army crossing a border, but by individuals who had entered the country lawfully, who had lived in it, and who had used our trust against us. In the immediate aftermath, the central failure identified by policymakers was not a lack of laws, but a lack of integration. Intelligence was fragmented between too many parties, and enforcement responsibilities were dispersed across dozens of agencies with overlapping jurisdictions. Immigration enforcement, border control, customs inspections, aviation security, and internal intelligence all operated in parallel instead of in concert. At the time, immigration enforcement functions were primarily housed with the Immigration and Naturalization Service, or the INS, which itself was part of the DOJ. Customs enforcement operated separately under the Treasury Department. Border Patrol, Interior Enforcement, Visa Monitoring, etc. were all spread out across various institutions. No single department had unified responsibility for preventing threats that originated not abroad, but domestically. In response to these observations, in 2002, Congress passed the Homeland Security Act, and in the following year, the Department of Homeland Security, or DHS, came into existence. It was the largest reorganization of the federal government since the creation of the Department of Defense, now the Department of War, in 1947. DHS consolidated 22 separate agencies under a single cabinet-level department. The stated goal was prevention. Detect threats earlier and eliminate bureaucratic red tape to facilitate a timely response. Immigration, you will recall, was one of the many disparate elements jammed into the DHS. And with that change, immigration escaped the boundaries of mere civil administration and became embedded into a wider national security network, alongside counterterrorism and domestic intelligence operations. This was by design, it was intentional, shaped by the fear of 9/11. And from this all emerged an enforcement apparatus that is structurally unique and uniquely problematic. An anomaly of law and policy, the consequences of which lawyers have warned about ever since its creation. When the INS was dismantled, its functions were divided up amongst 3 new agencies housed within the DHS. There was U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, or USCIS, which was assigned responsibility for immigration benefits and general adjudications. There was Customs and Border Patrol, or CBP, which was tasked with border and port of entry enforcement. And finally, there was Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, which was created to handle interior immigration enforcement and related investigative functions. ICE formally came into existence in 2003. From the outset, it was structured as a civil enforcement agency and was not designed to catch criminals. Once again, it's a civil agency. Its legal authority derives from the Immigration and Nationality Act, and its core mission is strictly administrative. The investigation...
Wait, is Kafka still here?
Detention and removal of non-citizens deemed removable under federal law. It was also given nationwide domestic jurisdiction, meaning that its officers are not confined to any ports of entry or border zones. They can operate all throughout the interior of the United States with authority to investigate and arrest based on immigration status rather than criminal conduct. You see, unlike traditional law enforcement agencies, ICE primarily enforces civil law rather than criminal statutes. Although certain immigration-related conduct is criminalized, immigration enforcement typically proceeds through the civil system by design and discretion rather than criminal prosecution. As a result, most immigration violations are treated as civil matters, removal proceedings are administrative, and detention commonly occurs without the initiation of criminal charges. This is an important distinction.
That's based. So you can have this current administration that wants to come with all the force of a criminal enforcement division, but with all the lackadaisicness of civil enforcement. Nice. Based. Bet.
Because there are procedural safeguards that typically accompany criminal policing.
Stuff, but not for the civil stuff.
There are indictments, jury trials, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and
real warrants to search homes instead of administrative warrants to deport somebody.
Cited by the judiciary. These immigration violations, being civil in nature, are not subject to the same procedural safeguards, but the severity of implementation of these rules in response are not meant to be as harsh or as punitive as criminal violations. At the time of its creation, this structure was presented as practical, but immigration lawyers who could see the writing on the wall began sounding the alarm. Because what ICE represented was something completely new in American governance, a civil enforcement agency with nationwide reach, broad discretionary authority, operating outside of the criminal justice system under direct executive control. It was all of the worst fears of the framers put together. A federal, domestically oriented civil police force, not accountable to state governments, given unprecedented leeway to act by Congress and the courts under the exclusive control of the president.
Sounds kind of based.
Let's look at an illustrative example, because it's one thing to talk about the legal theory and another to see it in practice. Let's say you're driving in New York City, and you've been pulled over for a traffic violation. This constitutes a Fourth Amendment seizure, with a scope and duration limited to the purpose of the stop. A police officer must have at least a reasonable suspicion that a traffic law has been violated, and then the officer can ask you for your license and registration to run a check and address the reason for the stop. To extend this stop beyond the time reasonably required to handle the ostensible traffic violation, the officer needs independent or reasonable suspicion of other criminal activity, such as, for example, human trafficking. If the officer wishes to search the car, the officer must meet legal requirements to do so. The officer must either get consent, have probable cause to believe the vehicle contains contraband or evidence of a crime, must perform the search incident to arrest, or has a reasonable belief that the person stopped is dangerous or may gain immediate control of firearms or weapons. The officer cannot arbitrarily detain you or hold you against your will. The detention must be justified at its inception and reasonably related in scope and duration to the reason for the stop. Once a criminal arrest occurs, the state's power becomes visible. The arrest is recorded. The charges must be articulated. The individual is placed into a system where lawyers, judges, and family can locate them. Disappearance is not a feature of the criminal process. Now let's take that same hypothetical but change only one thing. Instead of a local police officer enforcing criminal law, the encounter is initiated by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. To start, ICE has statutory authority to approach and question people about immigration status. The Immigration and Nationality Act authorizes immigration officers to interrogate any alien or person believed to be an alien as to his right to...
How much time can they wait until they need probable cause? Well, they don't, I don't think, right? Because it's a civil procedure. There was, I was going to ask Kafka about the online lawyer people, because, oh my God, they're all so fucking horrible. I watch Pisco argue with all these people on Twitter and shit, and it's like, I feel like every single YouTuber lawyer, or every single... Yeah, like all the people, like, I don't want to say Pisco Circle like his friends necessarily, well, I think he has friends, but like all of those YouTube lawyers are terrible conservatives. Like, why? Is there a reason for this? I don't understand why all of them are so fucking MAGA brain broken. I don't get it. But, anyway, I'm sorry, I brought that up because I was reading Pisco and Nick Rekieta were arguing about some thing or whatever, and what Rekieta was saying sounded so fucking stupid. And I was reading up on some of the... is this an 92, 92 ruling? And just the leeway that they have to conduct these deportations and everything, because they're considered civil procedures, is just, it's wild, it's crazy. And you can fuck it up all the way to the very top, and it doesn't matter because a deportation is a deportation. It's not like you've infringed on a citizen's rights or whatever in some way that's illegal. It just doesn't matter. It's just, I don't know, it seems crazy. But I'm not like super well read legally in all those arguments.
Be or to remain in the United States, as set forth in 8 U.S.C. Section 1357A1. In practice, that means an ICE encounter can begin the way many police encounters begin, as questioning that is presented as voluntary. Let's say then that the ICE officer believes that you, for whatever reason, might be a non-citizen. The INA authorizes that officer then to conduct a warrantless arrest if they have, and I quote, reason to believe that the alien so arrested is in the United States in violation of any law or regulation and is likely to escape before a warrant can be obtained, as per 8 U.S.C. Section 1357A2. Courts have generally construed that reason to believe language to satisfy the Fourth Amendment's probable cause requirement for an arrest, but take note that it is probable cause of civil...
They gave me a coffee mocha thing 2 days in a row? This is usually like a 1 out of every 10-day thing. What the fuck?
Removability, not probable cause of a crime. The underlying violation is not criminal conduct. This is where immigration enforcement begins to diverge from the way most people imagine statutory law operates. While the INA provides formal authority, what governs is not statute in isolation, but layers upon layers of regulations, internal policies, and executive discretion, much of it opaque even to us lawyers, which as a result makes ICE decisions difficult to challenge or oppose in real time. In any case, once a person is taken into ICE custody, the legal terrain shifts again. Unlike the criminal justice system, where detention is tightly linked to charges, bail determinations, and court schedules, immigration detention operates through administrative decision-making. Detentions can be arbitrary at times, and release decisions are often made by immigration officers or administrative judges. Every single person your case touches is inside of the executive branch and operates at the discretion of the president. There is no uniform bright-line requirement that detentions be short, nor is one guaranteed an early adversarial hearing before an independent Article III judge. In practice, individuals may remain in custody for extended periods while administrative processes unfold.
I would have to read more into that. I don't understand why. Like, I'd heard that before. I remember Pisco saying that before, that like immigration judges are different than ordinary like Department of Justice. No, I'm sorry. Than ordinary like judicial justices are. I didn't know that they were contained within the executive branch. That just seems crazy to me. I don't know why that would ever be the case. Like, that just seems like a huge usurpation of power from the judiciary. But I don't know.
Appeals are pending or removal logistics are arranged. Transfers between facilities can occur without notice to family or counsel. Venue and jurisdiction can suddenly change. Access to representation can be disrupted, and all of these are not bugs but features of a system designed for administrative efficiency over everything else. From the outside, this can look like disappearance, not because the law authorizes disappearances, but because the system is not built to prevent it in the way the criminal process is. But back to our stop example. If anything goes awry during the stop, let's say a conflict escalates, firearms are drawn and deadly force is used. The ICE officer is not automatically accountable to any external independent authority outside of the executive branch because the encounter and the law governing it remain administrative rather than criminal. Taken together, this produces a system fundamentally different from ordinary law enforcement. In the criminal process, the state is forced to justify itself early, publicly, and repeatedly, and even then, abuse is not uncommon. In immigration enforcement, justification can be delayed, administratively obfuscated, or even entirely missing. You will note that none of this, so far, requires illegality. None of it requires malice. This is merely the predictable outcome when administrative efficiency is prioritized over liberty.
And checks and balances.
Experience should teach us to be most on our guard, to protect liberty, but the government's purposes are beneficent. Supreme Court Justice Louis Dembitz Brandeis.
Loser.
In the realm of political science, secret police is not a conclusively defined term. In their 2006 work, Dismantling Tyranny, Transitioning Beyond Totalitarian Regimes, Ilan Berman and Michael Waller define a secret police as political police forces tasked with targeting dissidents and political opponents to preserve the status quo and the physical integrity of the government. In the article Secret Police Organizations and State Repression from the Journal of Conflict Resolution, the authors Marius Merle and Yanis Choulis offer a slightly more detailed definition that distinguishes secret police from state security forces as a whole. A secret police is defined therein as an internal security agency that uses violent policing practices and intelligence operations against political.
If the power of immigration is bestowed to the executive by Congress, it would make sense that immigration judges be Article II judges, I think. Well, I mean, clearly that's what the Supreme Court has said, and that's what Congress has said, and that's what although smart people have said, right? I'm not a legal scholar. But in my mind, he brought up a term there, I don't know if everybody understood or caught it, but when he said you don't have a hearing in front of an adversarial party, the issue is that if the president, through extension of his power, right, we can imagine the executive branch kind of as like the president doing things, and he's Agent Smith. He's in all places at all points in time, right? Imagine if Agent Smith arrests me, and then Agent Smith brings me to like the computer god court or whatever. And now Agent Smith has to make an argument in front of the machine god for why I should be, you know, detained or arrested. It's like, well, I can make my argument to the machine god, and then the machine god can decide. He's an adversarial party. He's not necessarily on either sides, right? But imagine if Agent Smith arrests me, and then I go to a court, and then Agent Smith is also there as the judge. It's like, okay, well, wait, this is fucking bullshit. You're threatening my rights, right? Criminal stuff is a threatening of my rights, right? You're threatening my rights for deportation or for detainment, Fourth Amendment, whatever, violation stuff. You're threatening my rights, and now the person who decides if you have threatened my rights in a legal manner is not a judicial, adversarial, outside party. It's outside your right. It's you. It's you. You're the person who's deciding if you violate rights. That's kind of bullshit. It's not good. That just seems weird to me. I don't understand what the legal argument is, or why that was allowed, or why it's okay. I'm sure there's probably some complex justification for it, but that feels like bullshit to me.
Political opponents or dissidents while being autonomous from the rest of the security apparatus. Merle and Schulis continue then by offering 5 criteria necessary for an internal security agency to be classified as a secret police, taken from various sources and studies of authoritarian regimes across Europe, Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The 5 criteria are as follows. Number 1, it is a political police force, denoting that it targets political opponents and dissidents to preserve the status quo. Number 2, it is not controlled by other security agencies and answers directly to the authoritarian leadership. Number 3, the identity of its members and its operations are secret. Number 4, it is an internal security organization that specializes in political intelligence and surveillance operations. And number 5, it carries out violent policing practices such as arbitrary searches, arrests, interrogations, torture, indefinite detention, and disappearances. In essence, then, a secret police is a police force that targets political enemies to protect the regime in power, is controlled by the regime in power, has its identities and operations kept secret, spies on its own countrymen, and uses violent policing to further its goals of keeping the regime in power. A regular police
Sounds
force
like this guy
is
is
responsive
Trump
to
derangement
information, has to operate within the limits of a judicial system, is publicly accountable, and cannot act with impunity outside of the bounds of criminal procedure. The criteria we've just reviewed describe an institution designed to operate offensively outside of the ordinary constraints of law, visibility, and accountability. Now, these characteristics are not typically adopted all at once. Secret police don't just appear fully formed, they emerge gradually as exceptions accumulate, discretion expands, and oversight weakens. It is only—
I swear you can appeal your case if you lose to an immigration judge, to an Article 3 judge, but you need to fact check that. You might be able to, but I think that they are allowed to, because this is all civil, I think they can deport you, like, when you're in the process of that. So, like, effectively, it doesn't really matter. Like, you can be deported and they go through the whole process, and then it's up to you from outside the country to be fighting that. I'm pretty sure they can do that, which is like, well, now you're now you're fucked, you know?
In retrospect, that the full configuration becomes visible. What makes a secret police force so dangerous isn't just that they use violence, right? It's the institutional conditions under which they appear that permits them to utilize violence without governmental friction. History teaches us this lesson. Every system that has produced a secret police has done so not through a single dramatic act, but through a series of structural decisions that taken individually appeared defensible or even sensible at the time. Once those structures are in place, though, the intentions matter less than the design. The ball is already rolling down the hill. The institutions that have been created outlast the individuals that made them, and the outcome is inevitable. The Founding Fathers, the framers of the Constitution, feared most of all not the seizure of power by force, but the lawful accumulation of power assembled in the wrong configuration. The greatest threat of tyranny, as they envisioned it, was not the suspension of the rule of law, but the removal of obstacles to it. You remember the Madison quote, right? Legislative, executive, and judiciary in the same hands is the very definition of tyranny. This is why the Constitution fragments power so aggressively. Legislative power writes the rules, judicial power interprets the rules, and executive power enforces the rules. When these functions remain separate, abuse is slow to coagulate, visible before it becomes a problem, and contestable if it appears. When these powers collapse into one another, however, for the sake of efficiency, so too then does abuse become fast, opaque, and difficult to resist. Institutions rarely become instruments of repression overnight. Instead, they tend to arrive gradually, through perfectly legal steps taken in the name of efficiency, security, or necessity. Discretion expands, oversight thins, accountability shifts inwards. All the decisions that led to this point could have arrived without malice, conspiracy, or any bad intention. But the outcome is a unique organization whose limited safeguards were never designed for the power it now wields, and by the time abuse becomes visible, it is no longer a deviation from that original design, but the logical endpoint of it. By the time the abuse becomes visible, it is difficult to stop it all.
My name is Victoria Slatton. I'm an immigration attorney.
Cool.
I currently have a client who is a U.S. citizen who is in ICE custody.
Uh-oh.
She was taken yesterday.
Not cool.
Under very suspicious circumstances, in my opinion. And we have been desperately trying to get her out. We filed habeas last night that was supposed to protect her from being moved and keep her in the jurisdiction. The court actually ruled, giving us an injunction that said she was not allowed to be moved from the jurisdiction.
But she was already
and that
moved?
she was
Uh-oh.
not allowed to be deported. Despite that, and despite ICE having her birth certificate that shows that she was very clearly born in Maryland, they did move her to Louisiana. That is not a good sign. That is usually a last stop before deportation. They are blatantly ignoring orders from the court. They are not allowing me access to my client.
And it's bullshit because they'll push for, like, when you're starting to file these cases, you have to chase your fucking client around because not just jurisdiction, venue is important here. So you have to be filing motions in the federal court of the closest geography or whatever. So when they start moving your fucking client around, this is why it's so important to have to stay in contact with them and to know where the fuck they're going. But when the government is moving that quickly, sometimes it can be impossible to do it. This is a huge thing with the Venezuelan court cases or whatever. It's very tricky.
And I am at a loss, and I'm incredibly angry. It is an
I've said in a previous video that the law is just words on paper, and that the words become meaningless if they aren't enforced. Legal scholars can cry all day about how federal officers do not automatically enjoy total immunity under U.S. law. But as you've seen, ICE is different. The branch in charge of administering responsibility says they're immune, so they are. Who exactly is watching the watchman? Abolishing ICE doesn't mean abandoning immigration enforcement. It means abolishing an institution whose very structure is an exception in the American legal system, a structure that makes abuse not only possible but likely. The remedy does not require grand sweeping change. It doesn't require utopian reform, and it needn't sacrifice efficiency to great extent. It requires only the reestablishment of constraints that are present everywhere else in our legal system. We could insist, for example, that when force is required, it be exercised through institutions designed and trained for it, rather than collapsing administrative, policing, intelligence, and punitive roles into a single body, where officers receive less than 2 months of training. We could tether detention, loss of liberty, and removal from one's home to the criminal process, with its attendant protections, recognizing that civil administration was never meant to bear punitive weight of this magnitude. We could demand transparency, accountability, and the end of anonymous discretionary enforcement incompatible with democratic governance. None of these ideas are radical. They're older than the agency itself. ICE is relatively new. We handled immigration without them before, and we surely will after they're gone. In the making of this video, I've talked to folks on both sides of the bench. I admit my own political biases, and I understand that especially conservative folks amongst you may find immigration to be a more pressing issue than I do. Even so, whatever one's views on immigration might be, the danger posed by ICE should concern us all. My fear is that if ICE is allowed to persist in its current form, even if it is not pushed further today, it will someday be tested by circumstances less restrained, by leadership less cautious, or by fear more acute. And when that day comes, the cost could be nothing less than American democracy as we know it. I hope my fear may never come to pass. But if it should come, if a secret police really does come to America, it is the responsibility of every American to resist. Deep in my heart,
whoa, that sounded a little,
I do believe
a little violent there, buddy.
We shall overcome someday. I've been your host, Moot.
Someday.
I hope this video wasn't too jarring for all of you in my usual audience. If this video resonated with you, share it and use it to talk with your friends, family, and loved ones. The goal is not to defeat the other side. There is no other side. There is only unity and humanity. Thank you for tuning in, then, to this hopefully only special episode of Moon Channel.
Wow. Okay. Oof. I don't know if we're going to read this one. I don't know why the push for abolishing ICE. Shouldn't the position be for reform through Congress via amending the Immigration Act? Well, I mean, from the inception of it, if it's created to kind of be its own checks and balances, it seems like it's a little bit flawed from the inception. So I don't know if you really waste your time trying to rehabilitate that, or if it's better to just start over. Wait, did somebody take my thing that I called? You motherfuckers. Oh, Jesus. Do we care about this random Buckingham video? I don't think so. The tech tone. Where does he cry in this? Does anybody have a timestamp? I'm just curious.
I guess. In case you guys don't know, when I was 19, I was diagnosed with schizophrenia in New Mexico State University. The meeting was very quick. It was very brief. I went in with my dad. I kind of said, hey, sometimes I see things that aren't there. And they said, you're schizophrenic. They gave me medicine. I took those medicines and they made me a zombie. I went to a psychiatrist. My dad, I kind of said, hey, the meeting was I was diagnosed. In case you guys don't know, when I was 19.
Oh, 19, okay.
I was diagnosed with schizophrenia in New Mexico State University. The meeting was very quick. It was very brief. I went in with my dad. I kind of said, hey, sometimes I see things that aren't there. And they said, you're schizophrenic. They gave me medicine. I took those medicines and they made me a zombie. I went to a psychiatrist yesterday. And I'll try to provide some documentation of this at a later date whenever I receive it. Guys, I'm not schizophrenic. The psychiatrist believes the reason why I see things that aren't there, mainly, well, at night, is due to the fact that I got stabbed in my left eye and my right eye is normal. And so they believe that my eyeballs are causing me to temporarily hallucinate things that aren't there because they're not.
Is this Cowboy Bebop? What? Anybody else? Any other Cowboy Bebop fans in the audience right now? Wait, wait, what the fuck? What? What the fuck is this in 4 things?
The past, Spike.
One of them is a fake. Look at my eyes, Faye. One of them is a fake because I lost it in an accident. Since then, I've been seeing the past in one eye and the present in the other. Never the whole picture.
You've never told me anything about yourself. So don't tell me now.
Is he him?
And now you're leaving. Just
is this a thing that can happen?
They're not signaling my brain properly. And what they believe that I have is anxiety with bad vision as
Charles Bonnet syndrome, visual release hallucinations. This sounds like a thing you'd find in a House episode. CBS is a condition that happens after you develop low vision. It makes you experience visual hallucinations. Healthcare providers also call it experiencing visual release hallucinations. A hallucination is something you sense that seems to... Let's see. Symptoms. Imaginary fantasy animals, nature scenes, people or animals you know, repeated patterns. Jesus. This has to be real. He must have it, right? Because how the fuck could he make up this condition? This is like the craziest... This would be the craziest thing to fake in the universe. He must have this, right? He must.
As well as unresolved childhood. They're not signaling my brain properly. And what they believe that I have is anxiety with bad vision as well as unresolved childhood trauma. So I was going there unironically, and I'm trying not to get emotional because I thought there actually might be something wrong with me. And so I was going to actually try to get medicated. They said I do not require medication. So I guess I am just a human with anxiety, unresolved childhood trauma, and eyes that don't communicate too well to my brain.
Okay. All right. Oh, fuck. Does anybody have a timestamp? Where does he cry in this? I just want to see him crying. That's all I want to see. He said his meeting where he got his schizo diagnosis went really quick. Is that how it works? Can you get a diagnosis plus meds with one quick meeting? For schizophrenia, my guess would be no, but I mean, I can't really speak from experience with that. I know for some things you might be able to get, like, but it would. The thing is, it depends on the condition and it depends on the medication. So, like, ADHD can be diagnosed pretty fast, but like if they start you off on like a methylphenidate, like it's not like a big deal if you take it and it doesn't work, or if you don't like it, or whatever else. There's not like a huge ramification for treatment there. But getting a schizophrenic diagnosis that quickly, that it sounds crazy, but Maybe you can. I don't know. I guess I don't have the experience there. Does he say sorry for crying, getting emotional? This?
Does Pink making Tectone sound like Harvey Weinstein, JC? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is making him sound like that. Alan Paley for Canadian 100, thank you. Welcome back, #Crying Boys Club. Love that. Last time my wife and I were building a Wally and Ava Lego set. I suspect I'll never be able to analyze the plot of Wally without ugly crying at some man stuff. I know, and people can say what they want to say about me having my struggles with depression, and if you don't have bipolar disorder or you don't...
Oh, so this just after?
You mean sex was an obligation? So after you made that demand, you said no. And so... Did the activity start occurring with Mr. Robertson? Would help him with some thumbnails, so is my...
Schizophrenia can't be diagnosed from the body, MRI/PET scan, and relies on the subject's behavior. If the person acts schizo, they'll diagnose the schizo and move on. Yeah, but I imagine it's more than just a quick self-report. There's got to be like an inventory, and I imagine like you would try to rule out other things first, right? And if this whatever syndrome is caused by or can be caused by an injury, I imagine you'd start on these things.
If you're wanting to get new money and sponsorships, what is Mythic Talent? It is, I believe, Mr. Robertson that as a part of that was also one time. And Mr. Robertson, he was streaming the game. I've not practiced in front of you.
Destiny, you do not need imaging to diagnose schizophrenia. LOL. Well, that's what that guy said. Yeah, you don't need it. It can't be diagnosed from it.
Before I have a digital and I have paper, I don't know if you would, how you'd like me to present, because I've got my client needs to see some evidence we're going to introduce. Do you want me to electronically, but I have a paper copy? Paper's fine. You're talking about the actual he could do. Calm yourself down. Is that right? Set that Argentina 2000 is an activist? Yes. I'll talk about this. I was taking something last year that would make me really sleepy, like it made me like a hangover. Like it made me super sleepy and I couldn't get any work done, right? And then it would leave me with like a hangover effect the next day. Really weird, right? So sometimes you'll be on a medication and then you'll stop taking that medication because the side effects are really weird, right? That is something that does happen, right? Are you aware, and does this go back to you when you're living together? He was taking any medications that you're aware of for his schizophrenia? No. Okay. Did you ever see him taking schizophrenia, have any schizophrenic episodes? Many. That's serious. If make noises, stick your tongue out. They say in the community elsewhere. Ms. Locke said,
did you see his psychotic break stream? I saw his psychotic break upload. Yeah, that was crazy, where he thought he was being hunted by Antifa across the globe. Like if he has like manic, he some kind of mania or whatever. At Destiny, brother, you got diagnosed over the phone on one of those quack doc with ADHD. You can find doctors for anything. Welcome. It's almost like you didn't listen to anything that I just said. Good job. Applause for you today. You one guide me.
Correctly diagnosed with autism. And I was diagnosed with autism twice by psychiatrists and medical professionals. Okay, so they replaced bipolar with autism spectrum disorder. Okay. That was a primary care doctor. He gave me like, I think you have, but it wasn't a psychiatrist. And then when I went to a psychiatrist, I got correctly diagnosed. That's very important. And there's been a discussion of hospitalization you had. You require that? Yes. All this, you went to Austin, which is a mental health facility, right? Yes. You did so voluntarily or were you forced to do so? I think because of the situation I was in, I just wanted to get out. I think because of the list he gave me, I went to an online doctor. He's delete that if he does, obviously with threats, he gets so upset that he'll try to do something to me, especially, and he received extensions of this ex parte protective order that was granted back in August. So don't stoop to their delusions. They'll turn against you and make women and women. I'm excited to be called misogynistic. Has convinced women that my life soon. Play another need to let it go. And McLovin, Pink or
okay, if I don't see this fast forwarding through, then we're not watching any of this. Fuck this.
Scared the dark or
him crying.
I mean, you guys were a couple. You slept together like
1:33:25.
Like, how do you interpret them? Like, how do they make you feel? Like he's going to come after me. Okay, so on the 16th, October 2025, so shortly after the protective order was filed, what does Tectone, Mr. Robertson, post yet again about this? Another OnlyFans woman lying about rape and then just moves on. No damage done, then ruin a man's life for 3 years. Why is this so common? Right? Let me read this. You know how small Hassan is jerking into this. Oh, yeah, he's going to love this one. Fellas, brothers, my bros.
It might not be the same video. This was part 1. Oh, fuck. Someone even watching the fucking right? There's a part 1 to this? Okay, we're definitely never watching all this. Jesus. Fuck all that shit.
From all the long time.
Yes. What is he going over in part 1?
Thank you guys. Seriously, I'm about to cry here because I'm about to cry because even for me, it's really stressful to stream all the time. It's really stressful to stream. And, it's...
Oh, this isn't even about the case. I thought he was like crying because of stuff in the case. He's just, this is a whatever thing. Oh.
Hard to come back. It's really hard to come back. I'm going to fucking cry here, because when you're super depressed, it's hard to do this. It's hard to do this shit,
Damn.
And I love you guys. It's really good. It's really good to be back. It's really good to be back. So thank you guys. Appreciate that. Oh, fuck. You guys made me cry. Fuck. Okay. Appreciate you guys. I gotta lock in. I love you guys. All right. Sorry. That's just. It's been really difficult for me to come back sometimes and do.
This guy is super bipolar, 100%. We love our bipolar kings. I'm probably not reading the rest of this. I'm sorry. Fuck. 112 pages. This took way longer than I thought. I need to respec my dude. No, I don't actually. Okay, fuck. The Adam Neely video on this AI shit. Are the AI music people more or less the same as the LLMs? Are these also LLMs or? Tectone's cross was so bad his lawyers didn't even redirect? When you say redirect, does that mean he gets direct examination, then cross-examined, and then they didn't come back to do another direct after the cross? Is that what a redirect is? It was so bad. Ugh. Okay, maybe I'll read it. At some point in the next few days, I need to start preparing for this debate. We're going to have this is going to be a nuclear one. This is going to be like the, I want to do this like the Dinesh D'Souza one with Konstantin.
On August 12, 2017,
I've only seen like clips and pieces, but apparently this guy just did an interview in England. He got fucking roasted.
Neo-Nazi deliberately drove his car into a crowd of left-wing protesters in Charlottesville, Virginia, killing a 32-year-old woman called Heather Heyer and injuring 35 others. America and the rest of the world were on a knife edge. The victims were assembled to counter the Unite the Right rally, a demonstration against the proposed removal of a statue of Robert E. Lee, a Confederate general. And the attack acted as a climax to the nation's increasing polarization and paranoia about President Trump's links with the so-called alt-right. At a press conference in the immediate aftermath, President Trump made a series of incendiary comments, including saying that there were very fine people on both sides. Like many, I was horrified and outraged by the fact that instead of trying to bring calm, Trump chose to further inflame a highly volatile situation. But not nearly as horrified and outraged as I was when I later discovered that this was all an elaborate, orchestrated media hoax.
Okay, this is going to be one of the big ones. We're going to re-go over the Charlottesville stuff, and we're going to re-go over exactly who Trump was referring to, because the whole media apparatus has gotten so mind-fucked by this event. When Trump was talking about good people on both sides, the thing that had just happened was it wasn't the general protest from the day of or the day before, whatever. It was the neo-Nazi march that happened with the tiki torches the night before. That's what he was referring to when he said there were good people on both sides. That's what he was asked about. That's what he was referring to. Even Snopes has walked back this claim, unless they've walked back, where like the whole, even the liberal media got mind-fucked. Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people. Like, oh my God.
In actual fact, at that very press conference, President Trump...
He actually condemned. Oh my God. Do I have Obsidian installed again?
Made it clear that his comments were describing peaceful protesters who opposed the removal of the statue, saying, I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and white nationalists because they should be condemned totally. But the media cut his comments out of context and ran headline after headline claiming he was defending the very people he'd just condemned. To this day, millions of people believe this lie. Last week, I saw it again here in Britain, when the Labour Party clipped comments by Matt Goodwin, Reform's candidate in the upcoming Gorton and Denton by-election, out of context.
Why do all of these centrists all back? Notice how all of them all seem to back the same types of parties. It's important that the AfD become powerful in Germany. The Reform Party is actually super good at base, so they're talking about a lot of really important things. And Tommy Robinson keeps getting arrested for no fucking reason. And we actually, like, notice how they always seem to, it's crazy how they consistently always back the far-right parties, these epic centrists. Isn't that so weird? Isn't that kind of crazy? Jesus.
To claim he'd criticized Manchester when he was in fact criticizing the Conservative Party conference, which had been held in Manchester. This time the media didn't have to lie. Our politicians did it for them. These dirty tricks are sadly part of the ugly game of politics. More troublingly, they are now increasingly spreading to the arena of public debate more broadly.
Okay, so the two huge lies were about the right. They were like, does the right ever lie, or is this epic centrist only pointing to one side right now? Assuming these last two, I don't know about that recent example that he gave, but really makes you think.
During my appearance on Question Time last week, the usually decent Labour Minister Douglas Alexander tried to pull a similar move on me. Unable to respond to my criticism of his government's failure on immigration and the attempt to demonize millions of normal British people who dared to notice that failure, he instead tried to suggest that I'm a bigot. You said Rishi Sunak isn't English because he's a brown Hindu, was his retort. This is a skillful lie on several levels, the purpose of which was to deflect attention away from his and his party's failings. Here's how it works. First, he deliberately concealed from the viewer that my comments were made in a discussion of the difference between British and English identity, so that it looks like I was saying Rishi Sunak doesn't belong in Britain. That's not what I was saying. Second, he failed to mention...
Well, why not play it?
That in that very same conversation, I explained that my son, born to two immigrant parents like Sunak, is also, in my view, not English. No matter how evil Douglas Alexander thinks I am, even he could hardly accuse me of being racist against my own children.
Oh, clever. All immigrants are the same, LOL.
The point you're making is entirely
Here's the 7-minute thing of this. We can decide. I haven't watched this full thing, so.
correct, which is Britain is very good at absorbing people from other places.
And better than most of the European countries. That's the
I've made this point my entire public career. I've said this is the best place to be an immigrant in the world, okay?
And that's not to say we don't have really serious issues, what we do.
And what I would say to you is, the reason we're having the conversation about immigration is not that people feel that me or Francis's mother coming here has been a disaster for this country.
I mean,
There are people who feel that way, right? The reason people feel strongly about immigration is they see the numbers that we have had over the last 2 decades. They naturally, people will, I think quite reasonably, project that into the future for the reason that Francis gave, which is, it doesn't matter what politicians say, they're not dealing with this issue. That means, are we going to have millions and millions and millions and millions more people coming? And then they go, what is the impact of that scale? It's not about immigrants.
Wait, what kind of people? Also, sometimes they're honest about this and sometimes they're not, and it drives me crazy. Because, like, I don't even think these are bad arguments. Like, if somebody were to tell me, hey, like 50 million Chinese people or 50 million Mexicans or 50 million Indians wanted to immigrate to the United States tomorrow, should they be let in? I don't know how I would feel about that. That is a huge number of people to absorb from what might be a vastly different culture. I don't know how I feel about that. That's a fair point to make, but God, they dance around it so much sometimes, and they won't just fucking own it. Or they'll own it when they're on their little centricity podcast and they think they're being epic and based, but like they'll never do it in adversarial conversations or whatever. Yeah, actually, to be fair, I don't know if I would take 50 million people from any country. 50 million Germans, 50 million Swedes. I know that the population's not that big.
And our willingness to welcome them. It's about the scale. What is the impact on our infrastructure? What is the impact on societal cohesion?
You bet.
What is the... Look, this is something that no one wants to talk about, especially in these...
But I mean, like, there's also... Actually, hold on, not to obfuscate. Like, if you were to just tell me, I'm not going to give you any more information, would you rather have an immigrant from Nigeria or from Sweden? I'd probably say, fuck it. Like, if we're drawing from society at random, I'm probably a Swedish person who's probably going to have more culturally in common and more in terms of, values and everything else in common. Like, I think you can admit that. There's no harm in admitting that. But, like, to say that nobody from any of these other countries should ever immigrate, or, like, so you think it's too much, so how do we reduce it? How would you reduce it? What are the reforms you're looking to make? I never hear much answer to these things. It's always just, like, the most, like, we need to stop the brown people from... That's what it sounds like. I'm not even trying to be hyperbolic. Listen, I'll be more racist than any of these. I bet I've got more public N-words posted than any of these fucking losers, okay? I'll be as racist as I fucking want to be. But, like, if you're going to dog whistle on some shit, like, own it. Or, like, give me a real policy, then we can talk about it. Right? Do you really just want to ban all the brown people? If so, then at least fucking say it. We'll go from there. But not the dancing around it is so cocked. Ugh.
Kind of places, but I as an immigrant can say it. At what percentage of the native population does England cease to be England?
The native population?
Is it 40%? Is it 10%? When there are no English people left, is it still England? Like, right? That is a thing that no one wants to talk about, but I know...
and and I don't even know if he knows it because I can't tell with these people. Like at this point, I don't know what is stupidity versus what is like epic centrism or whatever. Like he's using every single fucking like white identitarian, white nationalist, you know, Europa Libera, whatever the fuck, or Liberate Europe, I don't know, whatever. Like he's using every single dog whistle, right? We're gonna, if the current waves of immigration continue, how many, the natives are gonna be replaced. Like, what do you mean when you say this? You don't mean natives, you mean like white people, right? Or are you gonna say like native English stock? Like, wait, going back how long? Like, can you even trace your answer? Do you really care? If it was all, like Swedes and French and Polish, well, maybe not Polish. If it was all these like Western European people that are immigrating, would you really care? Or is it really just the North Africans, Middle Eastern, Southeast Asia? Wait, is India considered Southeast Asia? Is that considered in that region? It must be, right?
Millions of people subtly feel, and not just English or British people, my relatives from Russia or Ukraine or Armenia or whatever, they come to Heathrow and they go, is this still England? Right? Now, you could say that shows the success of our society. There's a hell of a lot of people who don't agree with you.
That's right. I mean, do we regard Rishi Sunak as English, for example?
I've always said, this is a very unpopular thing, that I'm not English, I will never be English. I don't think Rishi Sunak is English. We're both British, but we're not English.
No, you weren't born here, you were an immigrant.
No, but my son was born here. I don't think my son is English.
Right.
He's born to a Russian
again,
Ukrainian
that's definition,
immigrant.
right? I would say that Rishi Sunak is as English as Tizer and Wyverns, right? He is absolutely English. He was born and bred here. And I wouldn't say that the colour of his skin makes him any
He's
less.
a brown Hindu. How is he English?
Because he's born and bred here.
So by being born here, you become English, in your opinion?
Yeah.
Like, what is... And if it's not, maybe he'll say this. This guy's about to kill me. I can feel it. I'm not shooting. Like, will he specify? I'm talking ethnically. I mean ethnically. The ethnicity of... I don't even know what the ethnicity is. Is it Anglo-Saxon? Who are the fucking British people or whatever? Like... Maybe he'll say that. Britons or whatever? I don't know.
English, because there's a difference, right?
I don't think English is national. Look, I'm Scottish, right?
Yeah.
Now, are my kids English? I would say they are.
How?
Because they were born here.
They're Scottish?
Nope.
By blood?
No,
right?
they've hardly ever been to Scotland, unfortunately.
So what?
By blood.
Okay, hold on, wait. I legitimately don't know, okay? Because I don't know your Britbonger things. Is there like an ethnically distinct Scottish and ethnically distinct English people? Is that like is that a hardcore, is that a thing? We've got no, yes, 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 yes. Okay, most people are saying yes. You can tell. Ooh. You can trace your lineage back to Harold Godwinson, then you are not English. Unless you can trace your... Okay. Wait, how did Destiny ask if India is Southeast Asia? And a bunch of you said yes. Is it not considered the SEA region? Uh-oh.
So, I mean,
my son is born to a Russian and a Ukrainian, right? How on earth is he English?
Because he was born here.
Do you think that being born in a country...
Like, it's so interesting because he says a Russian and a Ukrainian. I don't think there's like a single unified like Russian ethnicity or Ukrainian ethnicity, is there? Aren't there different ethnic delineations within like both these countries? So would he say like my child is ethnically Ukrainian but not ethnically English? I feel like you can subdivide these. This gets into the annoying thing for race. This is why it's easier in America. We just hate blacks and browns and yellows and reds. Everybody that's not white. Even if white people, because we can turn all those colors depending on what you do to us, okay? We have the shapeshifter technology. Yeah, when you start subdividing the whites, okay, this is advanced European racism, okay? This is a racism that us Americans, we can't even conceive of. Like, that guy's not my race. It's like, what do you mean? You're both white. He's ethnically... But I don't even know if Europeans recognize these racial distinctions. He's ethnically Ukrainian. Like, a lot of Ukrainians were like a similar ethnicity to people in Southwest, Russia, or like... I don't know. I don't know. This sounds goofy to me, but maybe will he ever actually say the word race?
Right. How on earth is he English?
Because he was born here.
Do you think that being born in a country makes you that So if you're...
Why won't he say ethnicity? Is he scared? Because that's another thing that makes me feel like he's doing bad shit. Because I would just say ethnically. Obviously, you don't ethnically... Like, if I have a kid in Japan, he doesn't become fucking weeb. He's not actually ethnically Japanese or whatever the ethnic groups are in fucking Japan, but nationally he would be. But if that's what he's getting at, can't he just say that?
children had been born in Japan, would they be Japanese?
If they were born there, look, you get white Caribbean people, for example.
Hold on, just the Japanese example. Would they be Japanese?
If they were born there and lived their life there, then yeah.
Yeah. But
look,
this is referring to a nationality as well, right? Like, what are you if not? Are you not? What if you're like a full-on Japanese citizen? And you're not Japanese. Like, what are you at that point? This is. I hate these arguments. Oh my God.
It comes down to I think
the imperial identity I get, and I've said this, right? People should be able to come to this country and they buy into the imperial overarching identities.
Exactly.
We're all British. That's fine with me. But pretending that my son is English.
Like, it's also weird to me, and I don't know how true this is. I'm treading on careful ground because I'm not British at all. But I feel like... I almost feel like Scots or Welsh people or whatever, I almost feel like they'd be more willing to give on the ethnic grounds than the nationality grounds, right? Like, fine, we might have like some mixed, genealogy or whatever, some mixed lineage, but we're sure as fuck not English. And, we're sure as fuck not Welsh or Scottish, like nationally or culturally. Like, these are very different groups of people. The idea of saying like we're all British, I don't know. I feel like these groups, at least the Scottish people, man, over the Brexit shit, I feel like I saw a lot of shit. I feel like these groups see themselves as quite different, and not just because of like ethnicity. I don't know.
What? Come on.
It depends if you think English has got an ethnic undertone.
Thank you. It does.
Well, I
Thank
disagree.
you.
And by the way, you might say it's not my country.
Okay,
You
what
might
about,
just say it,
what about Japanese people?
I would say Hamza Yusuf, for example, is Scottish. Right? So look, you might disagree with me. People have different definitions of this. But in my opinion, if you're born in a country, you are of that country. And I can look at my sons of half Scottish, half Slavic blood, right? If you were to do one of these ancestry.com tests, they might say that. But in what meaningful sense are they half Czech, really?
You're misusing the concept of ethnicity. Please look it up. It's not synonymous with race. So I hear you, buddy. No one cares. Also, because we did look this up at one point, because people were calling me out on this, and then half the chat was disagreeing. Apparently, between America and Canada, and maybe it's between America and Europe as well, apparently we literally use these terms opposite. Like, what Canadians mean when they say ethnicity is what Americans mean when they say race. And then what so I don't know if there's like a super solid, like, this is the 100% understanding of these terms or whatever, so I don't think it matters that much.
I mean, they don't know the first thing about Czech Republic. I mean, they know everything about England because they were born here. This is they cheer for England's football teams now. It took them a while, but they do. So that's the way I see nationality. Now, I know that not everybody does that. Now, again,
most people don't. The overwhelming majority of people don't see nationality. In every country in the world.
But I'm giving you. They were born here. This is they cheer for England's football teams now. It took them a while, but they do. So that's the way I see nationality. Now, I know that not everybody does that. Now, again,
most people don't. The overwhelming majority of people don't see nationality. In every country in the world.
But I'm giving.
That's definitely not true, for instance, in America or Canada. I seriously doubt that's true in most of Western Europe. I'm sure that people do see some ethnic distinctions, but I'm sure there are like the country of Germany has a nationality to it. The people of France have a French nationality, like a national character to these places. Maybe not as strongly as like Americans do, because we don't have like our unifying ethnic group, but I don't know if everybody necessarily sees themselves as much as they are in like the, maybe like in the Middle East or something.
You my answer.
Yeah,
and I think that, take for example my wife. Now, she was born to refugee parents. They fled the Soviets, and she brought up in Sweden, but she never felt Swedish because she felt that the word Swedish, the way that people used it, did have an ethnic undertone. If you looked a little bit dusky, right? If you look a little bit foreign, then you would not be seen to be Swedish, right? Now, it's very strange because I don't look at her and see somebody who looks a bit foreign, but only if you see it from the Swede's eyes. You might look at you for it, and you might struggle to patch yourself for the Swede. I don't know. It's not something I don't think we really spend much time in this country looking at somebody. Look at Konstantin, right? Is he? I don't know. You might guess, but it wouldn't be that much that important. Here, she does not feel like an alien. Now, perhaps she is because she's an immigrant, but weirdly, she felt more of an alien in Sweden when she was born than she does here.
Because we have, as I said, an overarching identity. It's the same.
It's so crazy to me. This happens with ASMONSLOP too. I said this like 10 years ago, I think, when I was debating the Trump shit, that like conservatives should just become like hardcore Sharia law Muslims or whatever, because I think they would like that culture so much more. And like at the end of the day, like they really do sound, I don't want to be mean or racist towards our wonderful African and Middle Eastern brethren, but like they really do sound like primitive culturally, right? Like we live in a world of nation states that are defined by joint systems of law, strong borders, state enforcement against crimes, you know, shared understanding of how all these things work. This is how our hold on. This is how our countries work. And they're like, wrong! It needs to be, we need to look at the last names of everybody. We need to go by our ethnic identities. It's like, this is some fucking African warlord shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, hello? Like, everything you're advocating for is exactly what, it feels like a lot of the Western world was literally founded in opposition to. And it seems like you want to go back to all of this? I don't know, kind of wacky to me.
In America, it's actually to a lesser extent, but very similar in Russia, where, you know, Armenians can be Russian if they're, but Russian in an overarching sense. No one would think they're ethnically Russian, right? The point I'm trying to make.
Oh, fuck, I need to do more. I need like advanced racism classes for European shit. Is there a single unified Russian race? I know you've got like the weird Indian, or not Indian, I'm sorry, the weird Asian people that are way out in like the fucking East or whatever. I know there were different ethnic groups like during the Soviet Union and shit, but that might have been all on the satellite. I don't know if I don't know, maybe. Some people are saying yes, some people are saying no. I don't know what the answer is.
To is a country is what a country is, and when that country changes over time in a way that's both visually and culturally different, that is a discombobulating thing for the vast majority of the people who live in that place. Maybe not.
I also don't like this truism that's given, right? That like countries will change, and that's bad. It's like every country changes. All the countries change. Like all of them do. That's called progress, or you don't even call it progress. It's just advancing forward in time. No country today is the same as it was 1,000 years ago. Well, maybe there are some fucking African warlord tribes. These are the ways of my people, and we never change. Like there's some Pocahontas shit. No, like I don't know. It's just so funny to me that they talk like they want the most primitive type of society. I don't know. It's goofy to me.
You, maybe not for lots of people in the media, maybe not for lots of people in the building across the road and in Parliament, but for the vast majority of people in this country, their sense is that when the country ceases to be visually the same as it was at some point, there is a...
This is fake news, okay? I don't know who drew this, but it's propaganda, okay? I am not a gypsy. I don't know why it was drawn like this. I don't know who is in charge of this propaganda, okay? This is not true. The only people that I will accept as having a unified ethnic identity for their country are Somalians, because I don't know why we're Somalis, because for some reason you just like Somali. Sorry, just kidding. Not really though.
The level when it ceases to be that country.
Well, the countries always change. You have the Gael, the Pict, the Saxon, the Dane. I mean, you have got patterns. By the way, I don't want for a second.
Yeah, it's the forehead thing.
To seem to be disparaged or diminish people who feel that way. These are hugely important, and I think we make a grave mistake if we say, oh, they're all racist, so let's not talk about it.
True.
And when you boil down the concerns, they usually are very practical ones, like how's my kid going to get to school? Or they're going to be up against the world's workforce. This is going to make their life tough.
Okay.
Third, he failed to mention that Fraser Nelson, the journalist, the viewer, that my comments were made in a discussion of the difference between British and English identity. So that it looks like I was saying Rishi Sunak doesn't belong in Britain.
See, when he's playing a game here, he says the difference between British and English identity. No, you weren't talking about that difference. You were talking about the difference between a national and an ethnic or racial identity. That's what you were talking about. When you say British or English, like they're the same thing, you make it sound here like, oh, you were just comparing two different national identities. That's not the distinction you were drawing.
Britain. That's not what I was saying. Second, he failed to mention that in that very same conversation, I explained that my son, born to two immigrant parents like Sunak, is also, in my view, not English. No matter how evil Douglas Alexander thinks I am, even he could hardly accuse me of being racist against my own children.
Oh my God.
Third, he failed to mention that Fraser Nelson, the journalist with whom we were having the debate, wrote an article afterwards describing my view, with which he disagrees, as a perfectly fair point. Fourth, he failed to mention that Fraser...
Wait, did he? The once unthinkable is being said regularly. Yesterday's taboos are becoming today's orthodoxies. A new breed of digital conversation programs are shaping the national conversation. Okay, well, this doesn't show what he's saying. That's just the intro to the article. Maybe in the article he goes on to say this is a fair point, or...
agrees as a perfectly fair point. Fourth, he failed to mention...
I also really don't like the phrasing there. Like, he agrees that it's a fair point. That makes it sound like, to somebody that's not paying close attention, oh, so he agrees with that point. That's a lot different than saying he agrees that it's a fair point. Like, I think it's a fair point to bring up that Renee did ultimately accelerate her car in at least the direction of Liz. That's a fair point to bring up. I don't think it's a good one. I don't think it's a good argument, and I don't think it goes to the totality of circumstances that would justify the Hispanic cop for executing my white queen in my white state of Minnesota. But to say that, well, Destiny agrees that it's a fair point, I don't like that characterization. I just don't like that phrase. That feels very snaky to me.
The Fraser was the one that brought up Rishi Sunak, not me. I don't go around discussing who's English and who isn't. And fifth, finally, and most importantly, he didn't mention that prior to being elected, Rishi Sunak described himself as British Indian, saying, British Indian is what I tick on the census. We have a category for it. I am thoroughly British. This is my home and my country. But my religious and cultural heritage is Indian. My wife is Indian.
I don't even know what the fuck that means. Wasn't a lot of India built around like different races and their whole fucking caste system and shit? I don't even know what the fuck. Bruh, gee, I don't even know, man. Okay.
Wife is Indian.
Was it not? Was it all cultural? Were there no racial or ethnic differences between different castes in India? Oh, maybe that guy was saying no to something else. Okay. There are a shit ton of Indian ethnicities. Do not go down the caste rabbit hole.
These 5 steps is how you go from two people having a reasonable discussion about their views of what it means to be English and British to pretending that one of them is evil. Even if you disagree with what I said or thought I didn't articulate my point well, this is dishonest framing. Why do they do this? Because it's easier than addressing the arguments I'm making. On question time, I made 2 basic points. One is that net zero is industrial suicide, which has destroyed our economy and...
Why does is there anybody reasonable? Is there a real person? Maybe maybe in Europe you guys have these people. Sorry, hold on. I just want to sundown until I die. It's such a boring conversation. I hate politics. Who the fuck is pushing for net zero, like, do or die? Like, 0 carbon emissions! We need to turn off all the gas plants! We're gonna let everybody fucking die in the winter! They're all gonna die! No gas car! Everybody's gonna die! But at least, like, is there anybody... I feel like net zero is always, like, a goal. Like, 10 years, 15 years, 25 years, or whatever. And if prices are too high on some shit, then we supplement with fossil fuel. Like, maybe in Europe there are crazies. Like in America we have those like lunatics, but they don't represent like the lawmakers. Like nobody's seriously saying we're gonna fuck over the cost of all of our fucking energy for net zero. Like it's just a direction to head in. And this is like you're so retarded to fight against alternative energy. I don't know why you would ever fucking fight against this. When we were growing up, the idea of harvesting energy from the sun is so cool. I feel like there's got to be some science fiction show like 1,000 years from now, and they're talking about building Dyson spheres, and the guys are like, oh, Dyson spheres? We have other planets that are star systems away where we could go and harvest the fossil fuels out of those planets. Why would you want to build a gay star miner? Like, I'm not going to see a sunrise again? Like, it's so fucking stupid.
Reduced zero growth since 2008. The second is that both Labour and Conservative governments have imported more people into Britain over their respective terms and power than had come between 1060.
In Europe, they are green parties. The problem is that most people don't understand what net zero means. Speaking of alternative energy, it's these green parties that are also anti-nuclear. Sure, but like, aren't these green parties typically like a few seats in parliament? And maybe to form a coalition government, maybe your multi-party systems get fucked, your coalition governments get fucked. But aren't the green parties in Europe generally fairly small across most European countries? Or all European countries? Rugel said, no, they're huge. Yes, in the UK. No. Well, kind of. I agree. When Trump bans solar, that is beyond stupid. Though when Dems restrict gas and oil, that's also dumb. Let the market decide. Do Dems really restrict gas and oil that much, though? Like, we were net exporters of energy, producing more energy than we have in all of U.S. history under Biden. I thought that cap and trade was an interesting idea. I don't remember where economists stand on it. It feels good intuitively to me, unless there's some market mechanism I'm not understanding. But like, imagine we get to a future where we can like reliably produce at low cost non-fossil fuel energy. Like, imagine the ramifications for our economy. Imagine the ramifications for our atmosphere and our environment. There was a paper that just came out recently showing how successful we were removing lead from so many things. Imagine the ramifications for, did I say national security already? It just gives us the freedom to do so much cool stuff. Scientific advancement, AI advancement. You want to build data centers. I don't know. Before anyone talks about renewables, they should be forced to watch this video. We already watched it on stream, and that guy's based.
And 1950. Can they deny this? No. Can they dispute the fact that more people into Britain over their respective terms and power than had come between 1066 and 1950?
Like, I've heard people like Knut, who will blame Green Party people or whatever over the increased cost of energy in Europe like a few years ago. But was this because of Green Party people shutting off fossil fuels, or was this because of the war and the weird restrictions that started to pop up related to Russian energy? I don't know, man.
Since 2008. The second is that both Labour and Conservative governments have imported more people into Britain over their respective terms and power than had come between 1066 and 1950.
Why, though?
Can they deny this?
Oh, wait. For what years?
Then had come. Governments have imported more people into Britain over their respective terms and power than had come between 1066 and 1950. Can they deny this?
Okay.
No. Can they
what a year range. 1066? He means the year 1066. How many people were traveling between, I don't know if you'd say intercontinental land masses, but like how common were these journeys even to make?
Viewed the fact? No. So all they have are the smears and the insults. Over the last few days, there's been an attempt by a few non-entities on social media.
1066 was the Noman invasion? Sure, I'm just saying that like, you're picking like 1,050-year or a 950-year time span to make it sound like insane. It's like, well, super common international travel has probably only been a thing for like the last 50 years, maybe. Fuck, what was I going to say? There was another thing I was going to bring up. Oh, hasn't it been? I'll do more. Fuck, I can't believe I'm going to have to get educated on this horrible fucking topic. The immigration in the UK. Haven't they imported like more workers and more people into the UK in the past like 10 years for Brexit and more than like the last 50 years before that or something? Because they're so hungry for workers now, and they've lost their movement people, their seasonal workers and temp workers from Poland and shit, from Eastern Europe due to the whole Brexit shit. Like the Brexit shit fucked the UK. Do any of these people admit that Brexit completely fucked the UK? I already know what their answer is going to be. Well, yeah, it fucked us, but that's because they didn't do it right. They didn't do it enough. They didn't go hard enough. They didn't go far enough. Like, what? Fuck off. Oh my God. I don't know.
No. Can they dispute the fact? No. So all they have are the smears and the insults. Over the last few days, there's been an attempt by a few non-entities on social media to have me banned from further questions.
I feel the bad name for net zero is the annoying changes like limiting where high emission cars can go with zones, London only if I recall, or building more bike lanes that most people don't use. There is so much more to net zero than this, though, with carbon capture, energy generation, and recycling, etc. Sure, but like, man, I understand that it's maybe it's gay because we're Americans, we like our big trucks and everything, but like going to a place like Copenhagen, bro, there's like hundreds or thousands of people. If you go outside and just look around in terms of like biking, like the parking is infinitely better. It's healthier, which is all good. We just want to move more. The way that you can build and lay out cities is better. Assuming you have a city that's built for this type of, transportation. Also, somehow, I don't know how Europeans did it, but they discovered the hidden hack of being able to ride their bikes in the winter, because apparently Americans think you can't ride your bike except for like 3 out of 12 months of the year. And for all the people that cry about gas prices and everything else, which is a middle class complaint, by the way. I hate the middle class. God, I hate the middle class.
Time appearances. These people still think it's 2016 when these tactics worked. Let me explain something to you. You've had the monopoly on the microphone for a long time.
When did Destiny watch the Technology Connections video on stream? I went there, motherfucker. I was there. I saw the bikes with my own eyes. I don't even know if the videos do it justice. You go outside, they have like a whole bike fucking universe roads. It's crazy. It's like a red light happens. There's like hundreds of bikes that are like pulling. It's crazy. There's so many people riding bikes there. It's good.
Let me explain something to you. You've had the monopoly on the microphone for a long time, and it's made you lazy, and it's made you arrogant.
You guys have had such a, between the Brexit shit and UKIP and fucking what is it, this last thing? Is it Remain or whatever? What is it called? I feel like I actually, fuck it, eject everything I just said. I don't know, fuck all about UK politics. I don't know. This is just what I hear, but it's probably because of all the epic centrists and Elon fucking Musk that are hijacking so much of it internationally. Maybe in Britain, maybe the conversation is a bit different, or it's more hijacked by the left or whatever. I'm not sure. But in America, the only thing I fucking hear is from these losers that obsess over all these right-wing, white nationalist, weirdo, white identitarian people or whatever.
The monopoly on the microphone for a long time, and it's made you lazy, and it's made you arrogant. More than 2 million people now watch and listen to Trigonometry. 100,000 read my Substack every week. Our show is part of a massive ecosystem of alternative media, which is the reason the legacy media is dying. You can keep trying to cancel people from the conversation to maintain your echo chamber. But even if you succeed, all that will achieve is driving more people into our arms. If you really hate my views and what I stand for, there's only one thing you can do. Make better arguments. Good luck. You're going to need it. One final thing. A lot of people on social media over the last few days have called me a grifter, and because of that, I'd just like to remind you can find my work at www.konstantinkisin.com and, of course, trigonometry at triggerpod.co.uk. Most people think they're informed. In reality, they're selectively informed. Modern media doesn't just tell stories. It quietly decides which ones you never hear about at all. That's why I use Ground News. It's the only app that compares how the same story is covered across the political spectrum and show you what whole audiences are not being told. The blind spot feed is one of my favorite features. Every day, it flags upwards of 20 stories that are being ignored either by the left or the right. Follow along at ground.news/trigonometry. Take this story. A major US poll found that Republican voters' confidence in Trump's economic leadership has dropped sharply during his second term. That is not a minor data point. If you only read right-leaning publications, you would have missed this completely. On the other hand, look at this. The UAE drops UK from scholarship list over radicalization concerns on university campuses. That's a significant story.
Did you see the ICE deployment to the in Italy for the Olympics? I saw it, but I refuse to believe that headline. There has to be some more information to that, because otherwise, that's you're at secret police level. If the president of the United States is traveling with federal U.S. police, that's just it can't possibly be as stupid as it sounds. I can't believe that. I can't possibly believe that. It was planned years ago? Oh, okay. So there must be some reason or rationale, because that would just be so wild. Like maybe it's like, yeah, either it's something that ordinarily happens or there's some reason why or whatever. Yeah.
Yet, coverage from left-leaning outlets was almost non-existent. Ground News puts all of this in one place. Headlines, bias breakdowns, ownership, and context. So you can actually understand what's going on, not just react to what you're told.
Wow.
Go to ground.news/trigonometry to get 40% off their Unlimited Vantage plan. The same one we use. And stop being managed by the media.
Ooh, I don't want to be managed. I want to be my own thinker. I'm watching 30 minutes of this, okay?
This is Mikey Schulman, CEO of the generative AI music company Suno. Suno is worth $2.5 billion, largely because investors believe in Mikey's vision for the future of the music industry. He wants to model it after the video game industry.
I think that the music industry is way smaller than it needs to be. What if the music industry can be as big as the gaming industry? The gaming industry is 50 times bigger than the music industry. And it's because gaming is super active. If you make music interactive and you make music engaging, people will pay for it like they pay for video games. Look at the video game industry. These are rich and engaging experiences that people have. And music today is mostly just listened to. Too much music is just passive consumption.
Now, in contrast to the passive consumption.
Hold on. Oh my God. Listen, I'm not even a fucking... I love billionaires and I love capitalism. I love all of that. Did anybody just hear for 20 seconds a whole bunch of people complaining that they don't have microtransactions in music? That's all I just heard for the past 30 seconds. How do we find a way to charge people every single time they engage with music? There's got to be a way to make money out of them every single time they engage with... There's got to be a way to make it more... Now, they use words like interactive, but how do we make their wallets interact more with the music?
that people have, and music today is mostly just listened to. Too much music is just passive consumption.
Imagine if you could buy premium tracks. Imagine you have like, this is the Pores version of this song, but if you unlock the premium version, there's like an extra verse featuring Jay-Z, or there's like an extra layer of fucking strings or whatever. Like,
Now, in contrast to the passive consumption of audio recordings, Mikey's vision is to take generative AI and use it to sell the idea of making music as a consumer product into itself.
We are best known for giving everybody the ability to create. The thing that is new here is certainly creation. We have opened up a new...
One of the coolest, this he had already tipped over, and he's just fucking, he was entering his manic depressive arc. I thought it was interesting when Kanye was releasing albums electronically, but he kept like tweaking and adding stuff. Or I remember he did this, was it The Life of Pablo, where he was like tweeting, I was like, hold on, I'm making some adjustments to this song. I actually think it's super fascinating when you hear the development process for tracks or for songs for musicians. Like, I really like when bands will produce like an EP or an LP, which I think means the same thing, but they have literally the opposite words: extended play or limited play. I think, is that what LP means? Whatever. When bands will release these, and then later on when they get a deal, they actually release like their they release like the actual songs, but then it's like a different version of the song they had in their EP or LP or whatever. I think it's really interesting to see the changes they make and everything. I think it's cool. So that kind of stuff is cool, I think. But
method of interaction, which is creation.
He pitches this idea to the many investors that he talks to.
EP is shorter, LP is longer. Is that true? He released an LP. Oh no, I guess that is true. The Marshall Mathers LP. Was the Slim Shady LP, and was that an LP? Oh, maybe LP is always an album. I'm just thinking EP then. Anyone else EP in chat?
Music as a consumer product into itself.
We are best known for giving everybody the ability to create. The thing that is new here is certainly creation. We have opened up a new method of interaction, which is creation.
He pitches this idea to the many investors that he talks to on podcasts by using this analogy of a video game.
Deadmau5, I don't know who that is. Deadmau5, you mean? Live streamed his music creation. It's pretty cool to watch how much he throws away. There's a video of him finding the voice for one of his big hits. Yeah, I've seen that. That's an epic Reddit video that I think is actually cute. I enjoyed watching it. I watched that. Yeah, that's cute.
It's a little bit like a video game.
Why should it resemble a video game?
In some sense, music is a game. It is interactive. It is engaging. It is fun by yourself, but it's more fun with your friends. To me, it seems like just crazy that music should not be as engaging as Fortnite.
Now, in order to make music as engaging as Fortnite, Suno lets users create songs in a bunch of different ways. You can prompt the model through text, kind of like ChatGPT, but you can also sing melodies into the app, and then it will generate music and chord progressions that go with your melodies. You can also upload demos, and then the app will realize a fully produced track around your demo. Suno does not think of these as professional workflows, but rather consumer experiences.
We are in the business of selling pleasurable musical experiences to people. Super engaging digital experiences around music. The new experiences that were never possible before. So many more experiences are possible. Engaging, meaningful experiences. Way more valuable and fun experiences. Start to see a lot more around meaningful consumption experiences.
One of the interesting ways that music is integrated, funnily enough, I guess, with video games, I actually really like it. Could you do this in GTA 5? Where you could like upload songs and then play them in the game? I know you could do it for Metal Gear Solid 5, which I thought was cute. You could put, I don't know if you just put an MP3 in a folder or whatever, but the helicopter, when it would come to pick you up, will play whatever song you put in your music folder. I think that's super cute. Oh, maybe I think of San Andreas, you could do it. Yeah, that's cute. That's a nice way to integrate music with, that's with a video game, but...
Meaningful consumption experiences might mean making music with other people, what Mikey calls multiplayer mode.
The most fun experiences will involve 2 or more people. For lack of a better word, multiplayer. For lack of a better word, everything multiplayer. Multiplayer. People basically hacking multiplayer mode.
Now, Mikey is a businessman, and he wants to find ways of monetizing these meaningful experiences.
I will say, like, what if there was a way to make it so that 2 people could engage with each other and, like, through an app or something, kind of like collaboratively make music? Like, yeah, it's just called learning how to play music. Like, you can do that. I guess we're trying to find a shortcut for it, but like, that's just called learning an instrument, Chief. Like, yeah.
Option that he pitches to investors is to focus on superfans.
If you read the earnings calls from the major rights holders, there's a lot of talk of superfans. The next wave of monetization is going to come from increased interactions between fans and their favorite artists. We did this contest with Tim.
Oh, superfans. Yes, I like how we're getting more friendly terms from. Excuse me, whales, sir? Whales? I don't know what you just said. I don't know that term. Those are our super fans, okay?
Where fans could remix one of his songs. And to me, this is like an incredible part of the future of music. I will feel like I'm co-creating with that artist. It's quite obvious to me that people will want to pay a lot of money for that.
These are what the video game industry might call whales. People willing to spend a lot of money on microtransactions because of a hyperfixation on the game.
How do we get super fandom to be a daily activity? It will be more valuable to them, and they will want to do more of it, and they will want to pay more for these experiences should be willing to pay more for it. You know, if you want to just be cold and hard and calculating about it, the amount that you are willing to pay for something is a measure of its value. Just in terms of the number of dollars or the amount of time people are spending doing music, both of those are going to go up dramatically. And this is something that we
Hold on.
is a measure of its value. Just in terms of the...
Does this guy look like a little bit like he could be related to him? Oh my god. He was one of the Batmans, the main character in The Accountant. Nathan Felder, a little bit, but crossed with, the one guy. Hello? Can you die, please? Oh my god. Who am I thinking of? Yeah, Ben Affleck. A little bit. Nathan Felder, Ben Affleck, hybrid. 100%. 100%. A younger version.
The number of dollars or the amount of time people are spending doing music, both of those are going to go up dramatically. And this is something that we should lean into. And so, like, there should be a billion people doing this. I think
cringe.
A billion? Yeah, why not? Yeah.
And Mikey has big visions for this product. He wants billions of people to use it.
We can get a billion people much more engaged with music than they are now. If we can bring those joys to a billion people, then we will have created a lot of value for them. We will have upvalued music for everybody on the planet.
Upvalued.
A billion people way more into
Upsell.
music than they were before. That's got to be good for music. I challenged somebody to explain to me how a billion people way more into music than they could have been is somehow bad for artists.
True. Good for artists. Oh, hi.
Challenge accepted. In this video, I'm going to painstakingly argue what should be obvious by vibes alone.
Uh-oh.
And that is, all of this is bad. Commercial generative AI is bad in ways which are different from other disruptive music technologies of the past, like MIDI sequencing and samplers, because there is a socio-political agenda behind its adoption. This agenda will be bad for musicians, it will be bad for music lovers, and it will leave us feeling more alienated and alone. I should emphasize the fact that I don't have any beef with the technology of generative AI. I think people can do some really amazing things with it. I also don't think that people who use Suno are bad people. I think, there can be great joy with the technology.
Good
I, for one,
clarifications.
sometimes enjoy a good meaningful consumption experience. In fact, I'm kind of uninterested in the general culture war, pro-AI or anti-AI. Like any culture war, it's a distraction from the real war, the class war. You see, there's a class of techno-capitalists who are currently using generative AI as a means of wealth extraction. They do this by circumventing intellectual property laws.
Yeah, we know that there are some copyrighted works in our training data.
And then sell you back the gamified experience of making music.
It's a little bit like a video game.
I'd like to make it very clear that I think this is wrong, this is bad, and the future of music is in bad hands. So say it with me, everybody. AI music bad.
Transcendent efficiency. The abolishment of struggle. Unanimous consent to your every whim.
I am free.
This is fucking awesome. I want this thing.
Communication. We ask the Lord for abundance, and we have received abundance.
AI music bad.
The tune had been haunting London for weeks past. It was one of countless similar songs published for the benefit of the proles by a subsection of the music department. The words of those songs were composed without any human intervention whatsoever on an instrument known as a versificator. George Orwell, 1984.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah. So on social media, I asked 3 questions of people who used Suno. This was not a particularly scientific survey, but I did get a couple hundred people responding, and I thought the responses were very interesting. The first question was, what have generative AI tools like Suno empowered you to do that you cannot do with digital audio workstations or traditional musical instruments?
Whoa, like
the second
what?
question was, do you feel like you have a unique voice with your music when you create songs with Suno? And the third question was, who are some of your favorite AI musicians who have influenced you? What about them inspires you? I worded these questions in a way that I hope showed how Suno was being used in the real world by real people. And I think the results are pretty interesting.
Okay.
For example, the most common answer to the first question about, like, what does Suno let you do differently from other workflows was by a large margin, it saves me time.
It speeds things up. Speed and getting ideas out. Speed. It's so much faster if I just want to meme at my friends. It's faster than digging for loops or samples. Rapid iteration for sure.
Move fast, break things is the Silicon Valley slogan, and this technology lets you iterate on ideas very quickly, which is why Mark Cuban and other tech billionaires can't see why people don't love AI in the arts. After all, it allows for much faster iteration.
When you make it easier for people to conceptualize things, they can go through concepts more quickly, they can iterate more quickly. This is how music will evolve more quickly.
This language of iteration and productivity is the language of product design. It's the language of manufacturing applied to art and music. Through this lens, like the factory worker on the floor, the time a person spends making music has no intrinsic value. Why spend 6 hours making a song that's going to stream for the same amount of value on Spotify when you can make the same song in just 15 minutes or less? That's just a really inefficient return on investment, right?
I know one person who is a songwriter who had a lull in creativity, and after finding Suno, went from maybe making 50 songs a year to making 500 songs a year.
Reducing the amount of time it takes to get to a...
I'm curious, Adam Neely does good, generally good work. Like, I'm sure this will be a good essay with a good theme that's woven throughout from start to finish. But I feel like sometimes it would benefit for these people to like red team or have like a person presenting opposing views, or maybe having 2 people do it and then like synthesize the ideas or something. Because like, maybe he'll bring it up. I feel like you could apply this sometimes to currently existing technological advancements in music. So when people are attacking the AI thing, it's very, very, very important because people like me are always going to say, well, how is this different from past technological advancements? It's very important for them to distinguish why this is actually the really bad technological advancement, but all the other ones were okay, but this is like industry disruptive, but the other ones were okay, but this is different, but the other ones like weren't that different, but this is really different. I was like, is it really though? Because when he says, like, for instance, like this fast iteration or whatever, it's funny that he brings that up. This is exactly what I remember Hans Zimmer talking about when he was like producing the music for the Batman movies, because the synthesizers and everything by that point had developed so much and were so good that he could kind of compose on the fly while watching the edited footage that Christopher Nolan would send him. This is far more efficient. It helps you on, I guess, an iterative design process more than having an actual orchestra that you'd have to compose back and forth for. I wonder if I could find this.
In music, you're basically having a conversation. You of expressiveness.
Contributing ideas and so on, but he's got those. Each group is composed of
endless possibilities. Plus, you have to learn
to his voice, but it all made it even more unclear. So we pulled all that stuff out and just worked on the voice, making it as understandable as possible.
I started making music with computers in the late 70s. You know, when you had to go and actually write in code and stuff like this. And when you write on paper, you're basically writing an instruction manual for other people to perform. When you're writing in the computer, or the way I do, is you perform every note. At one point or the other, every note that is in the score has been played by me. And been fiddled around with by me. So it takes a lot longer. The technology doesn't make things faster, it makes them slower, if anything, because it opens up endless possibilities. Plus, you have to learn how to deal with it, so it doesn't drive you.
Like him being able to sit there and fiddle with every single thing on a computer, like he would never be able to do this with a real orchestra. So I feel like arguably that thing he's saying, like, well, this helps you do these highly iterative musical compositional processes or whatever. Like I feel like past stuff has allowed you to do that. No?
That's going to stream for the same amount of value on Spotify when you can make the same song.
He was talking about sample libraries for orchestral arrangement, not needing an orchestra. Well, sure, but that's part of the technological advancements, is you don't have to write a score, hear somebody play it, you know, layer it over the music, and then go from there. Like I think there's a larger documentary of just him, that might be a cut from it, of him like showing how he plays as he's watching the edited footage sent to him and then going back and redoing it or whatever, or tweaking notes or whatever.
Song in just 15 minutes or less. That's just a really inefficient return on investment, right?
I know one person who is a songwriter who had a lull in creativity, and after finding Suno went from maybe making 50 songs a year to making 500 songs a year.
Reducing the amount of time it takes to get to a minimum viable product is all that matters. And I say this because that is the philosophy.
The issue is that it takes away the creative process. You give up the decision making. You genuinely don't know the outcome when using generative AI for music production. It's not really your creation. You commission the AI. This is very different from most previous technological revolutions in music and art in general. Maybe, I guess. I don't know if it's meaningfully different or if it's just where we decide to draw the line. Like I know that I don't know if this was the thing that he carried through for his whole life, but Jay-Z, I remember, would talk about sometimes not liking using samples or whatever. That he would bring in like a group and they would re-record whatever sample he wanted to use. Basically, sometimes he would just bring in an actual group and have them play the song and then record that instead, because he felt like that creative process was better than just ripping tracks from old stuff and then overlaying other shit. Yeah, I don't know. Some people also. Fuck, where did I? Oh, this was in a. This was like a 2-hour talk between a bunch of film composers. This isn't directly related to that, I guess. It was just an interesting thing. Some film score composers talked about how when they write songs, when they write music, they're literally writing for a specific player. Like they'll have like a cello player or violin player, somebody in mind that they know plays in a certain way, and they'll write basically to that musician's talents or strengths or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. That's not related to those interests.
Behind Suno, the company, and how they think about their product.
Like, speed is obviously good. Ultimately, if you're trying to invent new consumer behaviors, which is what we are trying to do, you need to ship things very, very quickly to get feedback from people. How many experiments can you ship to your users and learn from? That is ultimately the thing that the company will live and die by. So speed is very important.
This mindset is instilled into the product itself. On Suno's website,
people are saying that's a fucking lie. He was just cheap and didn't want to pay for the original sample. There's no fucking one. I doubt that Jay-Z was hurting for money. Because I think this was for I think this was like for the Blueprint 3 or something. And then 2, you still are copyright infringing. You can't just re-record somebody else's song and not copyright infringe. You would still need the copyright to some extent. Maybe it's not the exact same type of license, but you would still need some license.
alongside music, fun, and aesthetics. They list impatience as a core virtue, which I gotta say, doesn't really strike me as a virtue.
First of all,
Yeah.
it's not a virtue. Impatience, it's not a virtue. It actually goes against all of the virtues.
That's virtue ethicist and Platonic scholar Dr. Mariana Noe of the University of Arizona, who I talked to at great length about the deeper philosophical implications of the widespread adoption of generative AI and how these companies are instilling specific values through the use of their technology.
There's 4 big virtues, which are justice, wisdom, moderation, and courage. Points towards which we need to aim if we want to be good human beings. Impatience goes against almost all of them. Not justice, but it goes against courage, it goes against moderation, and it goes against wisdom. If you're an impatient person, there's no way you can be a courageous one. A courageous person is one that assesses the risk and knows when to attack, and also when it's just too rash. The same with moderation, of course. Moderation is about like controlling your desires. Sometimes you just have to wait, and you have to control your desire to see results, right? And with wisdom, of course, impatience is also about like throwing yourself to something without really knowing what's going on. So it will go against the idea of like making a wise decision. So it's not a virtue. It goes against all virtues. That's important.
The most generous read that I have on this is that impatience for Suno means prioritizing action over inaction, and there is sometimes real value in working quickly and not second-guessing your intuitions. That's why it's exciting to watch Rob Scallon and Andrew Huang do their 1st of October project and write and record an album in a day. They aren't precious with their ideas, and they work fast for some truly special results. I did a similar thing with Ben Levin with our 24-hour album streams, making a couple of albums the same way. However, I think about how depressing it would be to watch the same video where Rob and Andrew simply generate their ideas on Suno. Both of them and the audience would be deeply cheated out of something hard to put a finger on. When faced with creative friction, like a deadline, Suno gives you the excuse to be impatient with the process. You don't have to work out your feelings of indecision in that moment. Suno can just do that for you.
So the value of patience is just the moderation of your own motivations almost, no? It's like, okay, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to eat that, but it's like, but now it's not the time, which is what makes us different from animals.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a very core feature of humanity. It's our ability to control ourselves and plan for the future.
Delay pleasure. Delay pleasure is what makes us
Yeah, and a big important part of teaching music or musical instruments to young children is just to show this. You get to do this cool thing if you put in hard work and wait for that reward.
Yeah.
Another common answer to the first question about what Suno lets you do differently was it saves me money. And fair. I mean, it is genuinely a cheaper way of getting a final product where you don't have to pay a mix engineer or a producer, right? Suno's head of creators, Rosie Wynn, argued in a Twitter post that Suno is great for low-income accessibility and people who don't have access to music lessons. I really wish Suno existed 20 years ago when I was a kid in elementary school, showing strangers songs I wrote with no way to produce them.
Straw man voice!
I'm really, really happy that it exists today for all of the other kids who might need it. This feels a bit cynical to me, and I think a lot of other people in that Twitter thread felt similar, because of course there is no material difference between Suno, which requires an internet connection and a computer, to any of the other free resources out there, free digital audio workstations, sample libraries, educational videos on YouTube, etc. You could make the argument that the free time to dedicate towards learning those tools and honing your craft is itself a luxury that people without means don't have. But to me, that's a much stronger argument for a 40-hour work week and a living wage than it is for generative AI. So if you're broke, please just do what everybody in my generation did and crack a copy of FL Studio and get to work. The third common answer to this first question was, it's like a co-creator, a musical partner I can bounce ideas off of. People have begun to anthropomorphize Suno to a certain degree, calling it a creative assistant or collaborator or even a co-producer. We've started seeing people say their music was co-produced by Suno.
That co-pilot analogy.
It's exactly
you've got this like songwriting assistant that's like sitting with you and like you're workshopping it together.
It's like an assistant when I do a beat and I'm like, yo, how would you take these drums and rearrange it this way? And I'm like, oh, I would have never heard it that way.
This is a line that you'll often hear about the professional usage of this tool, in that it's not going to do the work for you, but it might give you inspiration and ideas that you wouldn't normally think of if you were just working by yourself.
It's like another human giving a human an idea.
This is, of course, what a musical collaborator is, or put it another way, a friend.
For Aristotle, a friend is an important part of living a good life. So in his Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle basically shares his thoughts on how to be a good person and live a good life. And he dedicates 1.5 books out of the 10 to talk about friends. A friend has to not only be someone who you have fun with and who's like, whatever, useful, because these are the tiers of friendship that he distinguishes. Someone who's useful to you, like when you get a ride from someone to the airport or whatever. Someone who you have fun with, which is like when you party. But someone who can also, in addition of those two things, also keep you accountable and help you be a better version of yourself. So a friend is someone that has that power to teach you something and at the same time also be taught by you.
I have a lot of great musical collaborators like Sean Crowder, Ben Levin, and Lau Noah. They're very different people and they challenge me in very different ways and bring out different aspects of my musicianship that I would never have if I just made music alone. Sometimes there's even conflict, differences of opinion of where the music should go. But by resolving that conflict, we get some pretty special results, I think. I am a better person because of those musical relationships I work so hard to maintain, both on the bandstand and in real life. Using Suno as a musical friend replacement might feed into some narcissistic tendencies, because you never have to negotiate with it. You just take the ideas that you like and discard the rest. Generative AI gives you an imitation of what it's like to have a musical collaborator, but somebody who does not hold you to high standards, musical or otherwise.
In the Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle talks about how flatterers, people that flatter you, are not your friends. Because they're not giving you
dick
correct information
riders.
about yourself.
Mm.
So they're just lying to you.
Well, what if Bernie Taupin hadn't ever, connected with Elton John and he had the opportunity to just enter his lyrics into Suno or whatever? Like, where would we be?
Now, zooming back a little bit and taking a look at the answers to this first question, we see that nobody answered anything musical, really. All the answers were about saving time, saving money, and replacing friends. In other words, Suno lets you make the same music faster, cheaper, and lonelier. I'm not sure if that's a good thing. The second question I asked was, do you feel like you have a unique voice with your music when you create songs with Suno? Some people said yes, but the majority of responses felt that the music that they made was not particularly unique to them. One possible explanation for this is that commercial generative AI can't really create anything new. It's just remixing old recordings. And so you can't have a unique voice with something that's just a remix of an old recording. Suno has admitted to have been trained on essentially all music files on the internet, what a lawsuit has called copyright infringement on an almost unimaginable scale.
Yeah, we know that there are some copyrighted works in our training data. That's not illegal.
The legal defense for this, at least according to briefs submitted to the US Copyright Office by Silicon Valley venture capital firms, is that using copyrighted content to train AI models is fair use. Now, this smells a bit fishy to me, but I'm not a lawyer, so definitely check out.
So it's interesting that he brought up the virtues with regards to AI use. One interesting question I would be very interested to see if he addresses this is, there's something to be said for when we consume art, what is like the moral responsibility of the consumer there? Like, is there a right or wrong way to enjoy art? Because I'm curious if he addresses this at all in this video. What do we do if... I think that some of the laziest attacks you can make against AI-generated stuff is that, oh, well, it's not good. Like, that's the hook that you want to hang your hat on? So are you saying that if it was better, then your feelings about it would change substantially? I don't think that's true. I think your feelings would be the same. I think the interesting question to ask is, let's assume that at some point that AI art or AI music can generate music that people enjoy listening to that's better than, you know, what 70% of musicians can produce. Would it still be immoral or unethical to employ that? Or would there, for what reason would it be bad? I think you could find reasons why it would be bad. You'd speak to something related to like art and virtues and aesthetics or whatever. But I'd be interested to hear him like address that head on.
Miss Crystal, aka Top Music Attorney's videos on YouTube. She does great work on this stuff, especially with the ongoing independent musician lawsuit against Suno. But beyond the legal defense, the moral defense of this is that AI is just learning the same way that humans do, taking a look at what came before, detecting patterns in it, and then remixing it into new works. This is quite literally what I've been arguing on this channel for many years now with regards to all of those music plagiarism lawsuits, right? Human artists steal all the time. It's how culture gets made and passed down. So what's the difference when AI does it? Right?
It actually functions very similarly to how humans do. I'm absorbing all of the things that I know, all of the music that I heard, all of the culture that I see out there, and I'm finding some way to express it.
Well, one, when you say a model learns like a human, it's like saying a submarine swims like a human, which is meaningless. It's a category error because the scale of theft is so far beyond what a human could possibly do. It's theft on an inhuman scale. Two, human creativity is a process that can and often does challenge the status quo, and it is unclear if generative AI can do the same. This was exemplified in a fantastic question that I borrowed from the Call for New Aesthetics for the 21st Century, which is, if jazz didn't exist, could you prompt Suno to create it? To me, I think the answer is no, because jazz, like any style of music, has a unique musical vocabulary that cannot be found from its influences. In other words...
Is that true? Jazz harmonies and everything else don't have their roots in European harmonies and everything? That's an interesting... this guy knows way more about jazz than me. Maybe you have an argument against that, but...
I can't imagine any amalgam of blues recordings and ragtime recordings sounding anything like Sun Ra. You know what I mean? Something pretty massive is missing in that equation there, which is what Ethan Hine talks about in this blog post.
Well, probably the one thing missing, my guess is probably time as well, right? Like, if you were to play bebop for somebody... you know, in like the fucking, I don't know, in the early fucking 1900s or whatever, they probably think that you're crazy. They'd have no concept of, they'd have no idea. Well, even today, most people have no idea what you're listening to. But
I love 1980s hip hop because there's no way to predict it from projecting trends in 1970s pop. It questions basic assumptions. It's missing elements that you might have thought were necessary, like melodies, and it brings in elements you didn't know you wanted until you heard them, like samples and turntable scratching. Now that 1980s rap exists, it's easy to feed it into an AI as training data and get more 1980s rap, but there's no way that AI could have produced 1980s rap if it was only trained on 1970s pop.
I think this is why people feel like they don't have a unique voice with the platform, because it's so heavily weighted to the status quo. Now, the third question I asked was, who are some of your favorite AI musicians who have influenced you? What about them inspires you? Okay, so even though I kind of knew what the answers to this question would be, it still was really bleak reading them, because the vast majority of people, as it turns out, do not have influences.
I don't have any AI influences. I'm afraid I don't have any. At the moment, nothing. I don't listen to anybody else. I don't know any. I do not listen to AI slop. No influence. I don't know of any. Haven't heard any. No one. I don't know any AI relevant artist. Not applicable. I have no idea, to be honest. At the moment, nothing. I don't have an AI music influence. None. I do not religiously follow anyone. I don't have any AI music influences.
Why can't people who use Suno cite their influences? It's strange, right? Because if you ask the same question to any musician, writer, or artist who didn't use Suno, cite their influence.
None. I do not religiously follow anyone. I don't have any AI music idea, to be honest. At the moment, nothing. I don't have an AI music influence. None. I do not religiously follow anyone. I don't have...
If you ask the same question to any musician, writer, or artist who didn't use Gen AI, they would be able to go off forever on their influences. I think about, the bass players that inspired me. Jaco Pastorius, Victor Wooten, modern bass players like Tim LaFave's huge influence. I love Evan Marion. I don't know of anybody of any skill level who can't do that, who can't just be like, these guys are awesome. What is going on here? I know some people might say that, generative AI is too new for people to have influences, which on the surface makes sense, but I do have my doubts there. For example, there are people who have been using generative AI in their workflows for many years now, like Holly Herndon. She makes some pretty wild, amazing music, but it seems like the people who use commercial generative AI do not cite Holly Herndon as an influence. There are people who are using Suno, like Timbaland or Zania Monet, for example, but nobody seems to be citing Timbaland, right? It seems like nobody has role models in the space. No musician that they can point to and say, I want to be like that person, which is strange.
So role models are...
This also makes the assumption... The fuck? Sorry, well, this also makes the assumption that you would only ever use just AI. Couldn't this argument be defeated by saying it is only one part of a tool set? If I had to guess, somebody in chat made this analogy earlier, that's like the same thing as the people who say, well, Wikipedia is just a starting point for research. I think of all the people that say that, like 99% of them start and end on Wikipedia. For all the people like, oh, AI could be a tool, my guess is like 80% of people using it, it's like the start and end. That'd be my guess.
Are tools that we use to make decisions. So for example, if you want to become a famous musician, say...
I use the example of Victor Wooten maybe too frequently, but yes, Victor Wooten is a great example here.
Instead of making every decision by yourself with the limited information that you have, you can also ask yourself, what would Victor Wooten do?
What would Victor Wooten do? I'm going to get a bracelet with that.
Exactly. What would he do? Because what he did took him to the place where I want to get. So what would he do if he were in my position?
Right.
So we use role models to reason our way through life, and for that reason, to make decisions in our day-to-day life that will lead us to the place where we want to go.
Art movements historically coalesce around influential artists, role models. Jimi Hendrix inspired a generation to pick up the guitar. Sophie inspired a generation to make hyperpop music. This does not seem to be happening here. Why? There is an Aziz Ansari bit from 2010 about him being invited to Kanye West's house after a show. Aziz arrives at the house to find Kanye West alone on a couch, listening to 808s and Heartbreaks, which is Kanye's own album.
I was like, yo, man, are you listening to your own album in your own house, bopping your own head? And he goes, yeah, these beats are dope.
The joke, of course, is that Kanye is being comically narcissistic.
And I go, that'd be like if I had a stand-up album, you came over to my house and I was listening to it going, these jokes are dope.
Who listens to their own music like that? Well, the answer to the question, who listens to their own music like that, is people who use Suno. On r/Suno, when the question was posed, who are your favorite artists as listeners, the answers were, me. That's the point, ain't it? Me. I created new genres. To be honest, my favorite album is the one that I just finished making. Page after page in r/Suno is people being Kanye West. Reason number one for no AI influences, narcissistic music. Many people now, quite literally, only listen to the music that they themselves have created on the platform Suno. Not other AI music, not non-AI music, but just the music that they themselves are generating.
I know I'm not the only one that just replays their own Suno songs 24/7. I think it's at least 80% of my music intake right now.
Yeah, I just listen to my music 90% of the time.
If you're not addicted to your own songs, no one else will be.
Listen, I'm very proud of the music that I make. I think it's great. I think you should listen to it, and yet I do not want to listen to it at all. It's very hard for me to listen to, just the same as it's hard for anybody to listen to the sound of their own speaking voice in recorded form. It seems like people who use generative AI aren't encountering the same problem. They genuinely are obsessed with their creations.
It's so true. I mostly listen to my Suno songs now. This tracks. I mean, we're making the music that we personally like to listen to. Yes, my songs are top tier compared to what's playing in the radio. I definitely listen to my own music most of the time now. Why wouldn't I?
Is this
Mikey,
the straw man voice?
Warns of this effect as a result of hyper-personalization. He genuinely does not want this to happen.
Or imagine you would open an app and it would just stream you endless AI music that is so hyper-tailored to you. It's just hitting that nerve in your brain. It's like a drug. And this is extremely antisocial. I think that would also be a shame because it misses out on a lot more that's fun.
But the evidence suggests that this narcissistic listening pattern is the pattern that's developing from people who use commercial-grade generative AI. When everyone can make their own music to his own taste, there are no reasons to listen to other people's music other than to get ideas and prompts for our own music. Welcome to the future of music. You ever been in a car where people are singing along to a song where you don't know the lyrics? It can kind of be alienating, right? Like you want to join in, but they have this shared cultural knowledge that you don't, and so you feel left out.
Yeah, just sing anyway, get all the words wrong.
More fun to sing along with people when everybody knows the lyrics, especially in contexts where you're singing with strangers, because that's a way of meeting people and engaging with new people that you didn't know before. When the culture that we consume is entirely personalized, however, this is impossible. This is one of the reasons why people have no influences. They never listen to any other music. Reason number two for no AI influences, de-skilling.
There's the process of learning that is slow, organic, and it makes you feel good when you finally get it on the other side. There's a certain thing about that you don't get when you just generate the thing and it's just there. Relying on it as a learning tool takes away your onus from the decision-making process. It's taking everything out that you normally do in here and it's putting it out here, so you don't have to do it. As a result, this gets weaker.
You should know this by now, but ChatGPT makes you dumber. It atrophies your brain. It reduces your cognitive capacity because it offloads decision-making skills that your brain normally makes to the machine. Cognitive debt accrues, and your brain stops doing what it used to be able to do just fine. This has led to a frightening process in the
Not my
workplace
brain.
called de-skilling. When decisions are offloaded to generative AI, skilled labor turns into unskilled labor. The people who have specialized training are cognitively stripped of that training, and we're starting to see this in the medical field. A recent study found that after only 3 months of using an AI tool designed to help spot precancerous growths during colonoscopies, doctors were significantly worse at finding the growths on their own. They were, in fact, de-skilled.
Whoa!
We're probably going to start seeing a similar thing happening in music in the next couple of years, given the ubiquity of generative AI in the field.
I have not been in a session in the last 12 months that AI was not used. AI is being used and it's omnipresent in the creative process right now, at least at the highest levels.
That's songwriter and CEO of the Grammys, Harvey Mason Jr., who is a big advocate for musicians getting ahead of the curve and adopting AI into their workflow.
There's not been a session that I've been in that somebody wasn't using AI to come up with a beat, to write some lyrics, to figure out what some different melody versions could look like, to try different styles of production across some chord changes.
My prediction is that this will likely lead to songwriters becoming de-skilled the same way that doctors are. They will rely on the tools much more to make decisions for them in the name of speed or impatience, and their decision-making abilities will become diminished. All that time spent honing their skills, gone. ChatGPT brain for musicians. Now, you could make the argument that this could lead to the development of a new craft or a new skill. Much like laptop production became a skill unto itself, prompt engineering might become the new frontier. There could be like new rock stars of prompt engineering who dazzle us with their prompts. Maybe. Call me an old man. Call me an old man. I am 37 now. But I have my doubts on whether or not we will get this. Prompt engineering, in music anyway, goes against a foundational idea of what a craft, a skill, even is.
I'm thinking about the notion of craft, that we talked a little bit about it. But craft means, for Plato and for Aristotle, knowing what the outcome of your work, your production will be. And I just realized that that's 100% what is not happening here. So the example that Plato gives us is that a good doctor is the one that both knows how to cure someone.
Could you see labels pushing their artists to use AI? If it were to happen, it probably wouldn't be direct, but it would be in effect. So like, let's say you've got like 10 musicians and like 9 are using AI or whatever. Their budgets might be significantly smaller because they don't have to hire like a producer or like musicians or whatever. And the one guy who's like, oh, I think I want to do this old school style with real human beings, or even like old school style with a DAW instead of like Sonar or whatever the fuck they're talking about. They might say, nah, we don't have the money for that. Fuck you. We're not going to give you the time, money, budget, whatever. And then you're like, oh, well. So you could get pigeonholed into it. I don't know where the music world's at on shit like that though right now.
And how to kill them. In order to have a craft, you have to know how it, like whatever comes out of it, you have to know how to apply things, and you have to know the product of it. You don't know what's coming. It's like, I'm going to cure it, I'm going to kill it. I don't know. That is not a craft. It's just randomness. I don't think that the Greeks would appreciate the fact that anyone relates craft to AI prompting, because you never know what the AI is going to get you.
I guess the counter argument for that would be that so much of music and so much of art, great things, are based on happy accidents. You know, like, oh my God, this thing happened and I didn't expect it to. But then the counter to that argument is the great artist knows how to capitalize on that bit of randomness and knows exactly how to take that from that initial spark to the final product. Now, you could argue that the craft is lyric writing, which is an old craft, and sure, I actually think that's fine. You could make that argument. But Mikey believes that the future of music is not based on a person's ability, how well they can do a thing, but rather on their taste, how discerning they are in the consumption of a thing.
Increasingly, taste is the only thing that matters, and skill is going to matter a lot less, because you're going to be able to make a lot of stuff, and the people who are going to be recognized are people who are able to pick from the vast quantity of stuff and use, in the case of music, their ears to say that was good and that was bad. Now, I'm able to describe music and get something out, and increasingly, I'm going to have to use my ears to figure out that was good, that was bad. Increasingly, your fingers are less important and your ears are more important.
Mikey's vision for the future here is that craft, it's not going to be relevant. Descaling, not going to be an issue, because in a world with infinite music generated by Suno, taste is going to be the ultimate driving factor of music production. There's a Rick Rubin interview with 60 Minutes that came out in 2023 where Rick famously says that he has no technical ability and knows nothing about music.
I have no technical ability, and I know nothing about music. You must know something. Well, I know what I like and what I don't like.
I think this interview had a lot of influence on Mikey, and therefore a lot of influence on the direction of the music industry, because Mikey imagines a world where we're all Rick Rubins with no technical ability, but a strong personal taste that can direct music.
I think that's actually a perfect analogy. Rick Rubin, can have people actually do all of the stuff for him. I think about this as a continuation of that, where you need even less emphasis on skills and more emphasis on your ears. It gets easier.
That's like what Rick Rubin is talking about there. It's funny because I think to a layman, like, oh, well, just like having taste is a whatever thing. Like that's probably way easier, more accessible than, actually being able to play an instrument. Like developing good taste is such a skill. And like some people might never be able to develop like an appropriate taste to create or hear something or spot something or guide something, the creation of something. Like I guess it's kind of a meme thing he's saying like for the interview, but like having good taste is an infinitely enviable thing across any artistic domain. Jesus.
Easier and easier to create, and what that means is that you rely more and more on your ability to say, I like that, I don't like that. There are a lot of people with great taste, great ideas in their head musically, and without the means to do it. And everybody has taste in music, even if they...
Like that's where he's using taste in very different ways here, or kind of. There's like, I feel like a layman's version of taste is like, what kind of things do you like? That's it. And when we say good or bad taste, we mean like, oh, he likes things that are cool. Like the advanced version of taste is similar to that, but like having like a very refined taste, I don't know. I sound very pretentious right now. I can't put this into words. It's like one of the most enviable things I think of anybody in any art world, like just having good taste. And I don't know if it's a thing that you have naturally. I think that's a thing you might have an inclination towards it, but that's the thing you have to develop. I don't think anybody has like good taste built into their head absent like the consumption of a huge amount of media. Like this is how you kind of develop, I think, your taste. So I don't know if you could just like, oh, this guy has such good taste in his head, but he doesn't know how to create anything, and he's never watched anything or heard anything, but he's got such good taste. He might have like original ideas that by chance end up sounding good, but I don't know if I would say that's the same thing as like good taste.
They don't currently have mastered, production software like Ableton. Everybody has taste, and when you give everybody the ability to do that, everybody likes to do it.
How good taste is cultivated, or what it even means to have good taste, is not even really questioned by Mikey. He just assumes that because there's so much music, there's going to be a lot of good music that gets to the top. This is the second reason why people don't seem to have role models in this world. It's because role models have skills that inspire us. We're inspired by Jimi Hendrix's ability to play the guitar like that. His taste in music is kind of irrelevant. When the craft is irrelevant, on the other hand, so is the idea of the role model. There is no reason to look up to anybody when you can write prompts just as well as anybody else. There is no magic in what anybody else does. You don't get to look at another person and all the beautiful, inspiring greatness that they might have, because there, quite frankly, is no inspiring greatness here. And that
I think he's just trying to make an argument. I don't think we would disagree on this point, but like Hendrix's taste in pushing music forward and everything he did on the electric guitar was way more than just how good he was as a player. I'm not sure. Fuck, I would have to ask her. I don't know if Jimi Hendrix was like an especially like ultra virtuous player. I thought he was known more for doing like innovative things with, especially the electric guitar, and kind of like pushing the genre of, I guess, like bluesy rock or whatever stuff before it. I don't listen to a lot of Jimi Hendrix music, but I don't know if he was known necessarily as being like, God, he just plays the fastest, fucking craziest shit. Just more that he was like a very innovative player. I think is my understanding of it, but I don't play guitar. Fuck guitar, losers.
That's sad, man. I love having role models, and I love being a role model to other people. And I hate that this is the future that Mikey Schulman imagines for young people and for the broader musical culture. And I also hate the fact that the CEO of the Grammys is now parroting Mikey Schulman's line about taste.
To me, if you're making music and you're using your discernment, your taste to decide what the AI should create for you, you're making music. Being an arbiter of taste is going to be really, really important.
A human with great taste, learning to pull that out of the AI, and that is like a beautiful piece of music. You can say that I had a part in that creation, or you can say that I didn't have a part in that creation. What do you say? I almost want to say I don't care what you think.
There's something pretty sinister about musicians nihilistically embracing their own de-skilling. All of that skill that you require, the stuff that your role models and your elders had and passed down from generation to generation, you're throwing out because Mikey Schulman told you to.
If you look at like musicians like Wayne Brady, who can improvise a song off the top of their head, and you just see how incredible that is and how cool of an art form that is. It's like the pinnacle of improv comedy. It's these people who can improvise songs that are coherent and funny and rhyme and like actually sound like music. That is a great, joyous experience to watch. And you're just like, how? But then when you generate that, you get the yucks, yuck, but you don't get any of like the wonder of like, damn,
how did that happen?
Humans are smart, yeah.
It's actually an irrelevant question. It's like, I like that piece of music. It was good music. I felt like I enjoyed the process of making that piece of music, and maybe like, does it count that I made that music or not is irrelevant.
That's all you can credit yourself with in the end. If you use it to make your art, I think you just have to say, I'm a really good prompter. Yay me.
I didn't grow up dreaming of prompting. I grew up dreaming of shredding and, all the fun stuff.
I feel like there's something inseparable between art and humans. That intuitively, that just seems to be the case for me. Like art requires, for something to be art, there's something more than just like a beautiful scene or a beautiful thing. Like it needs like the intentionality of a human designer or creator. And it doesn't have to be a specific intentionality, but just the intention for a human to produce something seems to be pretty integral to calling something art. If there's anything that would underlie what art is, it's like that human intentionality aspect. And then it also seems to be somewhat virtuous as well, that creating music or creating art in general seems to like embody some kind of virtue. It is honorific to like the human capacity for art and creation and everything else. And it seems a little impossible to totally divorce humans from all of that. Like I think intuitively, if I showed you a bunch of music and then I told you afterwards this music was generated by a computer with absolutely no input from a human whatsoever, I think you would view it, I think you would have a different view of it. There might be some context where you don't care. If it was like a background song or whatever, you just don't give a fuck. But I do think it meaningfully changes the way that we engage with the art itself.
That was my dream. And I hope that, I hope that people continue to dream of shredding instead of dream of prompting.
Yeah, me too.
Can art not be found in nature? No, I don't think so. I don't generally think we view it that way. We might have like limited examples of this where we would say like, like a hummingbird's song. Or no, hummingbirds don't sing, do they? Well, they're hummingbirds. Or is that just because they flap their wings? I don't know. Some fucking bird singing or whatever. Oh, their song is maybe or whatever. But I think in general, we view art. If there was any qualifier for what is art, if you were to ever have a requirement for it, that foundational, fundamental requirement would be it requires some type of human intentionality. It doesn't have to be the intention to make it art or the intention to make it beautiful or the intention for somebody to interpret it a certain way or whatever, but just it's a deliberate, intentional thing that a person is setting out to create for whatever reason or whatever, even if like that's it, I think that has to be there. What about a nature photographer? Yeah, but I mean, look at what you're asking, right? A guy who chooses to frame a scene in nature, who chooses to, like, there's an intentionality there to take the photograph.
Okay, I'm done talking about Mikey Schulman for right now. Let's talk about somebody maybe a little bit more interesting. Let's talk about Arthur C. Clarke. Arthur C. Clarke was one of the great science fiction visionaries of the 20th century. He predicted many aspects of our modern lives, including the internet and email. He's probably most famous for writing 2001: A Space Odyssey, but he also wrote collections of speculative short stories, including 1957's Tales from the White Heart. Now, in this book, there's a short story entitled The Ultimate Melody, where a researcher tries to find a melody that perfectly fits the electrical rhythms of the human brain. To do this, he builds a melody-generating machine that he trains on, quote, hundreds of the really famous tunes in classical and popular music, which sounds honestly a bit prescient, right? Maybe off by an order of magnitude or two, but hey, it's in the ballpark. Now, it's warned that this melody-generating machine will put every composer in the world out of business, which hasn't come true yet, but given Arthur C. Clarke's track record, we may have cause to worry. Now, believe it or not, I have been on YouTube for 20 years now, longer than some of you may have been alive. And in that time, I've actually made quite a few predictions about how AI will change music in the future. Well, it is the future now, and so I thought it would be fun to look back at some of my predictions to see what I got right and what I got wrong. In other words, did I do Arthur C. Clarke proud? The first video I did was a Q&A from 6 years ago talking about copyright and AI, asking the question, who gets to own the copyright to an AI composition? In that video, I had this spicy prediction. So I'm sure within the next 5 to 10 years, one of the rent-seeking parasites that are the major music labels will figure out a way of owning the copyright to AI music in a way that totally perverts the idea that copyright is a means of protecting labor. Suno has recently struck a license partnership with Warner Chappell. Universal Music Group has struck a similar deal with Udio. All three major music labels, Sony, Warner Chappell, and Universal Music Group,
companies will make money?
Play, a startup which uses generative AI to remix songs in of Suno. So let's get into it. Maybe good use of Suno, number 1. Music therapy.
If you're a Suno creator who wants to make music that truly matters, we want you. Help us bring healing through music to more people who need it.
Anecdotally, I've heard from some music therapists who have used...
Anecdotally? What?
Help us bring healing through music to more people who need it.
Anecdotally, I've heard from some music therapists who have used Suno in their practice to positive results. Now, I can't say what the field of music therapy in general thinks of this, so please take this with a grain of salt, but I think that could potentially be a good use for this technology.
We've partnered with a charity who was already using Suno, connecting volunteers to make personalized songs.
Oh, this is cringe. This is like a gimme. Like, oh, it's good for therapy. Oh my God. Okay. What next is going to be like, maybe Suno music can help cats feel at ease in new environments so kitties will play with each other. Okay.
For sick kids. Suno itself has partnered with Songs of Love, a charity that pairs songwriters with both children with serious illnesses and now older patients with dementia and Alzheimer's. Kenneth Egan says that a song with biographical elements says that you're being seen and you're being heard by other human beings. If this weird doo-wop music can get patients with Alzheimer's to reconnect with their memories, I mean, I could see how this could be a good thing. Maybe. Songs of Love has been a charity for a long time, actually, and used to do it the old-fashioned way with songwriters writing 46,000 personalized songs prior to the adoption of Suno.
David Lee Roth in the house tonight with a song of love for Ashley.
David Lee Roth recorded a song for 7-year-old Ashley battling leukemia.
There's no way he's going to get through this whole video without mentioning the Charlie Kirk song, right?
Which is an honestly pretty charming song.
Look at go, and she's starting to rock. Think about the horses that she rides.
I love this because it's actually David Lee Roth singing to a young Ashley, and he's clearly having a lot of fun with it. The question now is, would it have been the same if it was an artificially generated David Lee Roth? Would Ashley have felt as special? Maybe. You could get into some utilitarian arguments about maximizing joy, like, yeah, maybe Ashley is not going to feel as special, but now many thousands of other sick kids can feel a little bit more special with this uncanny David Lee Roth singing at them, I guess. It's not very convincing, but hey, you could make that argument. Maybe good use of Suno, number 2, memorization tool. There's this goofy AI channel on TikTok that creates pop songs that list technical information about a variety of very specific topics that likely would not have had wide appeal as pop songs.
The inventor of the road roller was a genius. He made a 20-ton machine create 60 tons of force.
These songs have apparently gotten stuck in people's heads.
The inventor of the road roller is a genius. He made a 20-ton machine create 60 tons of force.
And also apparently have inspired people to make their own non-AI technical songs in the style.
About how soap works, how does it so easily remove the dirt from your hands? Well, the secret lies in the molecular formula.
My question is this a good thing? Do you think that is a good use of AI?
I think it's actually a very fun use of AI.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun. Like, I can't deny that.
Yeah, it's very interesting to me because it's something that tracks the way in which the Greeks used.
Always goes back to the Greeks. Always goes back to the Greeks.
The Greeks did AI?
The reason why
yeah, right.
bards or rhapsodes could remember the Iliad and the Odyssey, which are very, very long poems, is because they were put into a rhythm. In the rhythm, and they had like basically a rhyming, a verse. Some scholars think that this is the way in which the Greeks...
Hold on. Retard question. Did the Greeks that speak Greek is that language the same as like Greek today? Or is it totally different? Like when people say Old English, they are talking about Shakespeare. But I think the actual like Old English language, it looks more similar to German than English. Like if you're a fluent English speaker, you can't read and understand Old English. It just looks like nonsense or gibberish or whatever. Is like Old Greek and the Greek today, is it like as different or? No, it's literally ancient Greek, the later Latin. No. Somebody said, of course. Then they said, not the same. Kind of, yeah, hell nah. It's the same, just evolved. Old Greek is like trying to read Beowulf in its original form, but for Greek. Yeah, like I don't think you can read Beowulf as an English speaker in the original English. Written, yes. Spoken, no. I took ancient Greek in college. Really? English is uniquely different because our language got raped by the French. Okay. All right, hold on one second.
Share information between among themselves. Someone wrote something, a passage, make it part of a poem, and then basically spread it around through rhapsodes or poets.
Scientists hypothesize that earworms have an evolutionary benefit for memory, a means of remembering information and then passing it down from generation to generation. Like the Griots of West Africa, the Norse skalds, and yes, the Greek rhapsodes, we have maintained our oral history using music as an information delivery mechanism. Some people seem to be using Suno as a study tool, hoping to manufacture earworms to remember important information, essentially using Suno as a fancy text-to-speech. If you repeat something with a melody, you are more likely to remember it. If you repeat something with a melody, you are more likely to remember it. If you repeat something with a melody, you are more likely to remember it. If you repeat something with a melody, you are more likely to remember it. Repetition legitimizes it. Melody, you are more likely to remember it. There are, of course, problems here. You could easily weaponize this with misinformation. You could get the wrong information stuck in people's heads, which almost seems like an information hazard. But that was the case before AI, too. We should always be careful with what songs we listen to and get stuck in our heads, AI or otherwise. Food for thought. If you repeat something with a melody, you are more likely to remember it. Maybe good use of Suno. Number 3. Democratizer of music. Much has been said about how AI will democratize the arts. You don't have to be a member of a privileged class now to make music.
There's the artist class, and then there's the rest of us. There's the creators and there's the consumers.
Anybody can make music. Power to the people. There are 2 obvious objections here. The first is that the people do not own the means of production. Suno does. If Suno's website goes down, the people are powerless. Truly democratizing music would be investing heavily in music in the public schools so that everybody has access to quality music education. But beyond that, though, the second objection here is that the barriers to entry are often not that high. Again, Ethan Hein has some great insight.
What about lowering technical barriers to creativity? The thing is, those barriers are 1 inch tall. If you can play the black keys on the piano, or play a single chord on the guitar or ukulele, or select loops from the GarageBand loop library, or pound out a steady rhythm on a table, that is all the instrumental backing you need to get going. The obstacles to musical creativity have nothing to do with equipment or money or education or anything else. They are 100% psychological. The challenge of music education is to help the kids give themselves emotional permission to be as musical as they were when they were toddlers. Everything else is extra.
This term emotional permission, I think, cuts to the core of why Suno is so popular. Generative AI gives people the emotional permission to make music that they didn't have before. Young children, of course, have no shame when they make up songs and are artistic, but that somehow gets beaten out of us.
If there aren't enough instances of casual, familial, or communal art making in somebody's life, then it seems like this thing that's reserved only for the blessed few who have like this divine, like, yes, you're the one kind of thing put on them. You're the one who gets to do this.
There's this idea promoted by Stephen Mithin in his book Singing Neanderthals, which suggests that we developed the ability to sing songs to each other before we developed the language as we know it today. It's an interesting idea, which suggests that there's this deep evolutionary need to sing songs to each other to make sense of the world around us.
This kind of basic human instinct to want to make something beautiful and show it to people. And if technology can be a means to that end of making a song that sounds beautiful, that sounds like you, even if you don't have the best voice right now, like why wouldn't we let people do that?
So, maybe Suno democratizes music in the sense that it gives people permission to make music, to make sense of the world around them in a way that society, for whatever reason, has denied them. And I don't know, maybe that can be a good thing. Maybe that can be very healing for people, and maybe it can lead them to other musical exploits away from generative AI. I don't know. Mikey, in this case, is very good at identifying a social problem. We deserve to feel like we are safe in making music without being shamed by society or our friends or our parents even.
And there's an element of shame here that, I think about this a lot, having young kids who actually don't have you know, that element of shame. Like kids will just sing for no reason, and I think it's beautiful, and somehow culture beats this out of us that like it's okay to sing wherever you are, and we can bring that back.
However, because he is a capitalist, his job is not to solve the issue, but to find a way to sell you a solution to the issue, even if there might be a better solution out there. This is what every tech capitalist does, by the way. There might be a social issue like horrible traffic and terrible urban design, and the solution is trains, because of course the solution is trains, something that is old and proven and we know how to do. But since the idea is old, it can't be sold to venture capital. The idea needs to be new and fresh and exciting. So as a result, as society goes on, we get dumber and dumber solutions to problems that have already been fixed. There is a social need for people to make music.
Okay, listen, I'm all for bashing these people, okay? But like, at some point, and it can't just be conservatives that do this, at some point we have to talk about the consumer, okay? Because the only reason why all these crazy tech losers are able to make all this money is because the consumer is definitionally a lazy, unvirtuous piece of shit who wants the easiest, lowest friction, most retard accessible thing that they can possibly have. And we can't just continue to blame the corporations and the billionaires over and over and over again for this. At some point we have to take responsibility as consumers and our culture and say we should demand more for ourselves, something more fulfilling and not just hedonistic, or something more with a greater amount of friction that requires more effort or whatever to consume or enjoy than just the most base level fulfillment of desire or whatever, right? That's at some point, I don't know, whatever.
The solution is investing in music in public schools, and the dumb solution is Suno. This is why Mikey spends so many hours talking to investors, not musicians or educators or public policy advocates. He wants to get money, not improve society. And one way to get money is to sell your ideas to investors who think they themselves can get money. But I will give it to Mikey, though. I don't think that he's in it purely for the money. I think he genuinely is passionate about music. He recognizes the responsibility of Suno and other companies to try and build a better future for the technology.
We have an incredibly lucky and privileged position to be at the forefront of shaping the future of music and AI. And we should not take that for granted, and we should be a little bit intimidated by that. But we should also really believe in human agency and our ability to shape it in the way that we want it to happen.
I would hope he considers a future that focuses more on craft and not just taste. But, you know, maybe you'll be okay. I don't know. There are a lot of passionate people who really care about music working at Suno, and maybe it's going to be fine. I don't know.
We are hiring primarily people who have thought about what the future of music should be and how technology can enable a better future, and who are not agnostic or music decels, if you want to use like a weird term.
But what about this model thing?
Wait, hold on.
Music decels, if you want to use like a weird term.
Music decels?
Wait, what was that even in reference to?
Who are not agnostic or music decels, if you people who have thought about what the future of music should be and how technology can enable a better future, and who are not agnostic or music decels, if you want to use like a weird term.
But what about this model thing?
Wait, hold on.
Music decels.
Don't be a
if
music
you want to use, like, a
decel.
weird term.
Music decels?
Where do you find these expired respirators? It's got to be the med bay, I think,
was
right?
brimming with exciting new technologies. The automobile and the radio were only a decade old, and aviation was even younger. A young Italian poet by the name of Filippo Marinetti, giddy with the possibilities of this technology, penned a manifesto outlining the tenets of what would eventually become known as Italian futurism. We declare that the splendor of the world has been enriched by a new beauty, the beauty of speed. We will sing of the multicolored and polyphonic surf of revolutions in modern capitals, the nocturnal vibration of the arsenals and the workshops beneath their violent electric moons, the gluttonous railway stations devouring smoking serpents, factories suspended from the clouds by a thread of their smoke. Italian futurism advocated for artists to break from tradition entirely and embrace the future, embrace technology as an aesthetic, something that could be beautiful and was aspirational. They held that a roaring car that seems to ride on grapeshot is more beautiful than the victory of Samothrace. And yeah, when you look at futurist paintings of cars, they look absolutely sick. Boo, Italian sculpture. Yeah, Italian cars, am I right? Futurists created these bright, garish, heightened versions of the trendy cubist style that was so popular at the time. Everything was about showing how awesome progress was. For example, Marinetti published a cookbook that argued against eating pasta. Yes, an Italian arguing against eating pasta, because pasta was passé and turned people into heavy brutes. Progress was ultimately everything. Tradition was a trap. Now fast forward a century, and we have another manifesto from some very forward-thinking folks. 2023's Techno-Optimist Manifesto, written by Mark Andreessen, embraces a very similar worldview to the Italian futurists. We believe in the romance of technology, of industry, the eros of the train, the car, the electric light, the skyscraper, and the microchip, the neural network, the rocket, the split atom. In fact, Andreessen directly cites and paraphrases Marinetti and his futurist manifesto.
Okay, but here's the issue with these tech fucking losers, okay? And maybe I'm unfair to Andreessen, and it just happens to be that every single thing I've heard from him is the most retarded fucking thing in the fucking universe, okay? But, like, none of these people are cool or hip, or they don't have any, like, cool or hip ideas. It doesn't seem like it just seems like they push the most slop fucking... What are you looking for? Oh, never mind. Nope. Thank you, though.
I can't give this thing away, dude. Everybody's got it.
Yeah, because everybody's got that, you fucking retard, fucking loser. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like these guys don't have any taste at all. These our technocrats are losers. In the past, the technocrats were cool people. They were trying to do like crazy cool shit. I guess arguably Elon kind of did, although I don't even know how much credit I should give Elon for anything anymore. This guy seems like a fucking retard. Like, I wonder how much it was Elon that did Tesla or SpaceX, and not just him just buying a company that was already like on that path anyway. I have no idea. That guy's so fucking stupid. I can never tell anymore. Maybe Mark Andreessen has some cool ideas, but I don't know. I feel like every time I hear him talk, it just sounds like a loser and retard and uninspired and dull and flat and cringe and conehead.
Andreessen is clearly fond of the aggressive, forward-thinking ethos of the Italian futurists. Borrowing a term from the accelerationist philosopher Nick Land, Andreessen uses the phrase techno-capital to describe the engine of perpetual material creation, growth, and abundance. Andreessen argues that technology and its relationship to free markets is the thing that will solve all of humanity's problems. Any attempts at restricting technology or restricting markets will ultimately be harmful. We believe that any deceleration of AI will cost lives. Deaths that were preventable by the AI that was prevented from existing is a form of murder. Now, Andreessen is a Silicon Valley venture capitalist, so it would make sense that he thinks along these lines. He was a co-founder of Netscape and is a co-partner at venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz, also known as A16Z. For the past 2 decades, he has had an enormous influence in Silicon Valley culture. He has been called the Obi-Wan to Mark Zuckerberg's Luke Skywalker. So all that to say, when Mark Andreessen writes manifestos, people take that seriously. Now, one of his recurring ideas that relate in some ways to his manifesto is something called reality privilege.
It's called reality privilege.
See, like, I feel like there was a class of cool billionaires, maybe Elon counts here, but like Zuckerberg and like in the startup of Facebook did a lot of work to create the first iteration of Facebook and wasn't heavily involved in the creation, not just like a VC dude that came in and bought up shit. And I feel like Bezos was the same for Amazon. You could argue like, yeah, people like Steve Jobs, people like Bill Gates arguably were heavily involved in these like early processes of getting these things off the ground, both like in business strategy, but also in working, more closely with the things that were actually the products that these companies were selling. I don't know. I just get I get weird vibes from all these techno hedge fund fucking losers. It don't seem like they could literally do anything with like any level of competency at all. They all feel like fucking, God, they just feel like such boring fucking losers, dude. Like, I feel like if I were to go back into the past and talk to some fucking oil baron and like go see his like 22-year-old child, that this guy would be well educated. He'd be really well read. He'd be like, oh, is that a piano? And he would just be able to play whatever because it's just like part of their training as children. Like, they would just be like better human beings. Like, God, I just feel like a fucking loser next to this guy. He can do everything. And then like these technocratic losers are like, actually, I think it's cool to wear sweatpants everywhere because I'm rebelling against the man. And also, I got a lot of money and look at this really cool thing I asked Grok. And I think it's just so cool to, do like what the kids like today and AI. And it's like, what the fuck are you, bro? Like, you're just so... I must be, I don't know. I should stop hedging. I don't think I am missing anything. I think our technocrats today suck. They're boring, shitty, annoying fucking people that divorced from their money. I just feel, ugh.
A small percent of people live in a real-world environment that's rich, even overflowing, with glorious substance, beautiful settings, plentiful stimulation, and many fascinating people to talk to and to work with and to date. Everyone else, the vast majority of humanity, lacks reality privilege. Their online world is, or will be, immeasurably richer and more fulfilling than most of the physical and social environments around them in the quote-unquote real world.
For the 0.0001% of the population of the world who gets to do all those things, then this internet thing is a big step down. For everybody else, the internet is a giant step up.
Now, Andreessen identifies inequality in the world, and to him, remember, technology and capitalism can fix everything. So the solution here is technological. The world can be fixed with a digital existence. The metaverse, in other words.
Today, we're going to talk about the metaverse.
The techno-capitalist solution to inequality in the world was Facebook's hard pivot into building the virtual world of the metaverse. Mark Andreessen is on the board of directors at Meta, which probably explains why Mark Zuckerberg suddenly thought building a crappier version of Second Life was a good idea. Technology, of course, solves all problems. Now, Andreessen knows that all of this kind of feels...
Like... What? I hate all this shit, the metaverse and all the fucking VR shit. I don't know if VR will ever catch on. It seems like there have been so many times where people are like, this is it! This is the time! And everybody's like praying that like they're the ones that have cracked it. I remember the last iteration of the what were they called? It wasn't the Apple 3D. I don't know what the fuck they were called. Those giant fucking Apple goggles. Be like, oh my God, this is it! No, we finally done it! This is fucking awesome! It's like, oh, no, not yet. Not yet! But I respect Zuckerberg for at least trying and for sticking his neck out there. Like, we created a whole new fucking thing and goddamn did it fail fucking miserably. Did they basically kill the whole metaverse project? Is that gone? They sunk so much money in that. But hey, it was ambitious. He tried a thing. I respect it. I respect it.
Bleak.
But he has a response for you. The reality privileged, of course, call this conclusion dystopian and demand that we prioritize improvements in reality over improvements in virtuality. To which I say, reality has had 5,000 years to get good and is clearly still woefully lacking for most people. I don't think we should wait another 5,000 years to see if it eventually closes the gap. We should build, and are building, online worlds that make life and work and love wonderful for everyone, no matter what level of reality deprivation they should find themselves in. So Andreessen finds this inequality a matter of natural law, something that we...
What? We should build, and we are building online worlds that make life and work and love wonderful for everyone, no matter what level of reality deprivation they find themselves in. Okay.
What level of reality deprivation they should find themselves in. So Andreessen finds this inequality a matter of natural law, something that we simply cannot change. Some of us are reality privileged and some of us are not. Some of us have great and amazing skills, like the ability to make music and make art. And some people don't. Some people are reality disprivileged.
We are in the business of selling pleasurable musical experiences to people.
Thank God for consumer-grade generative AI. Technology will save the day here. If, like Rosie Wynn says, you did not grow up with music lessons, or if you didn't grow up with a musical community or a musical family, or if you're somebody who just doesn't have the skills to make music, it's okay. Music is no longer the domain of the reality privileged. You too now can make music. You too, my reality disprivileged friend, can now have meaningful consumption experiences.
I want a meaningful consumption
Lightspeed Ventures
experience.
writes about fictional reality, where online tools let people who are reality deprived live heightened versions of their offline selves. People are crafting new versions of themselves online for positive reasons, such as to express creativity, gain confidence, or to share part of their identity or interest that they aren't able to showcase in the offline world. Venture capitalists like Andreessen believe in this vision of using consumer generative AI to bridge the gap between the privileged and the disprivileged. They have a real stake in this. Andreessen Horowitz is one of the lead investors in Udio, the other popular commercial Gen AI company. Fictional reality buff Michael Mignano is one of the lead investors in Suno with his firm Lightspeed Ventures. In fact, that is Michael interviewing Mikey Schulman in this podcast, which brings us back to the phrase that Mikey Schulman used, which was music decel.
Or music decels, if you want to use like a weird term.
Mikey has
I'll
used
be a
the
music
term
decel
several times in the podcast.
I'll be a loser, guys.
They don't want to sound like decels. They don't want to sound like hermits.
Decel is a portmanteau of decelerationist and incel. It's a derogatory term much like the term Luddite used in tech circles for people who advocate for AI safety and ethics. The term decel is most associated with effective accelerationism, or
What about my Google glasses? Listen, not even from a perverted perspective. I am so curious what the ordinary human being thinks of when they see Google glasses, because the only thing that I can think of is like creepy dudes trying to fucking take candid images of women. Like the idea of like, I have a top secret set of recording devices on my fucking head and nobody knows anyway. That just seems like a super crazy, weird, creepy, I don't know. Maybe the ordinary consumer doesn't see it that way, but that just seems crazy to me.
For short. Decels are despised by the EACs, who advocate for an extreme acceleration of technological development.
EAC, the movement that is advocating for rapid acceleration of artificial intelligence.
That's Michael Mignano interviewing Beth Jezos, aka Guillaume Verdon, CEO of Extropic. Beth Jezos is listed at the top of Mark Andreessen's patron saints of techno-optimism, alongside Adam Smith and Ada Lovelace. Beth Jezos is a Twitter personality who writes very frequently about EAC. Effective accelerationism, EAC, is a set of ideas and practices that seek to maximize the probability of the techno-capital singularity, and subsequently, the ability for emergent consciousnesses to flourish. EAC is obsessed with this idea of technological advancement, to the point where they very seriously start talking about creating new life. It's very Frankenstein. Techno-capital can usher in the next evolution of consciousness, creating unthinkable next-generation life forms and silicon-based awareness. Borrowing again from Nick Land, this movement thinks that capitalism itself is sentient, and capitalism is artificial intelligence reaching backwards in time to construct itself in hostile territory. Some truly insane shit, honestly. Nat Friedman, by the way.
Yeah?
Investor in Suno.
Whoa!
Now, I can't say if Mikey Schulman believes any of the wackier ideas of EAC, but I can definitely say that he is part of this culture that...
I've come out with a second ultra-hot anti-capitalist take. I just think of these just to trigger the fuck out of Metaloid. My first one, okay? Companies should not be able to sell to other companies, okay? Everybody hates my take on that. Good. And by everybody, I just mean the few business people that care. Companies should not be able to sell to other companies. Second take, you should only be able to be involved with a maximum number of companies at one point in time. 5. That's the number, okay? 5 companies at once. No more, this guy is an investor or sits on the board of 750 different fucking tech companies. I don't need to see Peter Thiel's name on every single fucking company that has an office in San Francisco. We don't need that, okay? Fuck, that's bullshit. Find a few companies, go be on those boards and do stuff with them. No more sitting on the boards of no more the same 12 people are affiliated with 2,000 businesses. That's retarded, okay? Those are my 2 big market shake-up takes, okay?
Despises decels and worships progress at all costs. Which reminds me, whatever happened to those Italian futurists which love the future and progress at all costs?
They all became return to traditionists in 10 years.
Hopefully something good. In 1919, Filippo Marinetti published another manifesto, the Manifesto of the Italian Fasces of Combat, better known today as the Fascist Manifesto. This laid the political groundwork for the rise of the Italian Fascist Party and Benito Mussolini. Futurism and its love of progress over all else provided a very useful aesthetic cover for the fascists. It created a sharp aesthetic contrast between the backwards old liberal order and the exciting new technological order of the future. I mean, that race car really did look cool. Aesthetics are convincing. Marinetti himself served in Mussolini's government. The futurists made art with political aims.
Based?
For example, that futurist cookbook, the one that argued against pasta, that was part of Mussolini's battle for grain.
Never mind, not based.
A campaign to get Italians to consume less grain, less pasta, to establish economic independence. So you have the futurists aligned with the fascists, creating art in service of a socio-political agenda.
And again, there you kind of observe it, and you're like, wow, the leading AI infrastructure companies are growing revenues incredibly quickly.
Mark Andreessen and much.
God, I hate this fucking guy. Somebody link me in chat the best thing this guy's ever said, so I can just not hate him as much as I do. God, I hate this guy.
To the Silicon Valley billionaire class have aligned themselves with ascendant right-wing populism in the United States.
You want to immediately improve the cultural output of the United States? There needs to be a one-time 100% tax on any person that's ever said anything positive about cryptocurrency. Okay, a one-time 100% tax. Seize all their wealth. If they're so fucking smart, they'll make it back. Okay.
The same way the futurists align themselves with Mussolini. Andreessen thinks of Marinetti as a patron saint of techno-optimism and has largely modeled his trajectory into political power. Andreessen served as a, quote, unpaid intern at Doge in the early days of the second Trump administration.
How might you apply AI to solve, for example, the fraud scandal? And it's like, oh, okay, well, I need to think about how to have AI solve this. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, why don't I ask the AI?
That worked real well.
Right.
Maybe we should ask the AI how to replace you. Okay, do you ever think of that? How about instead of Mark Andreessen, let's just make Mark AI, okay? And then you can be gone, and we'll just query your fucking retarded AI, okay? And we don't have to see you anymore.
Serving in the Trump administration's Homeland Security Advisory Council, advising Department of Homeland Security Kristi Noem.
Wait, who? No.
He's currently serving in the Trump administration. Homeland Security Advisory Council, advising Department of Homeland Security Kristi Noem on, quote, sensitive discussions regarding DHS operations. Techno-capital.
Bro, the tech billionaires, the tech finance crypto billionaires are the equivalent to the girls on Fresh and Fit, okay? Where these guys sell you this hyper misogynistic, horrible view of women. And it's like, really? That's how you view? But like, if you were to watch the women on Fresh and Fit every day, you're like, damn, I don't know, maybe all women are fucking terrible. If I only had exposure to these tech crypto finance billionaires, I would be on the eat all billionaires train, okay? Because these guys are the worst of humanity. God, I hate them so much. They're just so boring. Like, what's like the coolest thing that Elon Musk can do? Like, what's one cool thing? Can he, like, do parkour or paint a picture or play an instrument? Can he do anything? He wasn't even that good at Path of Exile. He tried to lie to us all about it. Besides ketamine. Bill Gates could jump over a chair. That was cool.
Is all too happy to align itself with right-wing authoritarianism if it means the future can come faster. Accelerate or die is the motto of this movement. Great and terrible things are sometimes necessary if the future can be made to come faster.
The AI thing was very alarming. We had meetings this spring that were the most alarming meetings I've ever been in. Where they were taking us through their plans, full government control.
Then when you leave a meeting like that, what do?
You go endorse Donald Trump.
Part of the techno-capitalist political project is the establishment of what are called network states. These are anarcho-capitalist startup societies ruled by philosopher king CEOs, basically turning major cities in the United States into fiefdoms ruled by techno-capitalists. A big proponent of this network state idea is venture capitalist Gary Tan, who is famous for battling the San Francisco political establishment for local control of the city.
We can't allow the political machine to just get the worst possible outcomes. Let's create more technological process. We have to accelerate through this.
An important aspect of this is building an alternative political apparatus that circumvents the democratic process, establishing techno-capitalists as barons of fiefdoms.
We've talked about how we've replaced some pieces of that political machine. Specifically, we have a parallel media now with Elon's Twitter or X. Getting a parallel media was a key piece, and it wasn't done through voting, it was by building.
Generative AI is important in the establishment of these new political systems.
We need to replace the unelected parts of the system as well. Building parallel education, nonprofits, media, unions, and that's what the Network State Conference is about.
One of the parallel education systems that Gary Tan is invested in is Obo, a generative AI company designed to generate personalized courses for individuals. Obo was founded by fictional reality buff Michael Mignano.
Hot take. The world would be better if more of these guys were like Jeffrey Epstein, okay? If you just went to an island somewhere and fucked a kid, we would be better off, okay? Maybe we do need more pedo rings, okay? Just go be a degenerate in your own time and don't destroy my country, my society, my culture with your crazy, horrible ideas about politics. Just go be a normal weirdo.
It recently had a Series A investment from Andreessen Horowitz. And oh, would you look at that, Mikey Schulman. Now,
is that the
I'm
guy?
Not sure
the
if
music
Mikey
guy?
Schulman is aware of any of the illiberal political machinations of his co-investors. But what I am sure of is that money that goes to Suno and these companies in the commercial generative AI space and music goes towards building this techno-capitalist idea of a parallel musical system, the same way that they are building parallel education systems and systems of government. Which means that after today, I no longer want to hear anybody make the comparison between generative AI in music and any of the other disruptive technologies in music. Because the fascists, or at least the people that have taken...
Oh my god. This was so cringe, bro. Just a normal day, and Elon Musk is aura farming by balancing a fork and 2 spoons on his fingertip and breaking the internet. Even baby mama Shivan can't help but be impressed by the things that you learn in high school. Like, he's acting like he's looking at the most interesting thing he's ever seen. Bro, kill me. Do you see his eyes? You can't see it because the resolution's too low. His eyes are looking out of the corner. He's like, is everybody else seeing this shit? Everybody else seeing this shit right now? I hate my life. I'm sorry. And they have no taste. Look at this background. Is this even real? It's probably not even a real fucking background. It's probably an AI fucking background. Oh God, kill me!
Great pains to show that they are indeed the spiritual successors of the Italian fascists, have selected their tool of wealth extraction and political coercion. And it isn't MIDI. You feel me? There's a clear right and wrong here. This is an unprecedented time in the music industry. And so the question that I have to the musicians who continue to advocate for these kinds of companies is quite simple. I know what side I'm on here.
Do you?
Do you?
Whoa!
Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man? Which side are you on, boys? Which side are you on? Which side are you on, boys? Which side are you on?
When confronted with the enormity of all of this, it can be a bit overwhelming, and I can see musicians going one of two ways. The first option, and the option that I think a lot of musicians will take, is what I'm going to call the Harvey Mason Jr. approach. To protect musicians, we need to embrace the technology at every moment so that we are not made obsolete. We all went to work. We saw what happened with MIDI sequencing. We saw what happened with the adoption of digital audio workstations. And so we need to survive. We need to adopt generative AI workflows, and we need to adopt them right now. We have no option but to bend the knee to Mark Andreessen and fictional reality and EAC and all of that and just accept it, right? But there is another option, which I think is maybe a bit more hopeful.
The proposal for a post-human future is one where there will be human beings who will just be treated inhumanely. We're not going to stop making people or humans. They're just saying we're not going to treat you as humans. And I refuse. And I think that we all can. I think that being black is an act of refuse. I think we know how to refuse. I think everybody else needs to learn it from us. I think refusing is actually the more hopeful, expansive vision of the future than the one that is telling us that the future is already settled and decided. That's my daring idea. Just say no.
Now, one way of refusing, of course, is to refuse to use AI tools in music and the arts, which sure you can do that, but I feel like that's not quite
realistic.
That's not quite it. I think for me, though, a more meaningful approach would be to take a look at the values of our techno-feudalist overlords and invert them, change them to be something more meaningful. Going back to the values on Suno's website, we see music, impatience, aesthetics, and fun. Now, music, to me, is not a value. It's a reflection of a deeper value. I think about why I do music. You know, it's exciting. It gives me purpose, direction. And also, I find enormous value in sharing that excitement with other people so that they, too, might have that kind of burning drive that I feel. I think about how important it is to serve a community in pursuit of this meaningful art that is called music. And so for me, I think I'm going to change music as a value to service to a community. Impatience, as we've already discussed, is not a value. Speed to its own end leads to alienation, and yeah, we don't want that. So I'm going to change impatience to patience. Moderation seems like something that I value. Aesthetics is a tricky one because I place a lot of value on beauty and trying to bring beauty out into the world. But to me, the way that that is done, that attention to detail, that dedication, comes mainly from craft. I hold craft and people who dedicate themselves to the pursuit of craft in such high regards. And so instead of aesthetics, I think craft is my virtue. And fun, well, focusing so much on a techno-capitalist view of what fun is how we get meaningful consumption experiences, an approach to music that is so utterly devoid of life and soul. Instead of fun, I offer beauty. Beautiful things can be fun, can be joyful, but they can also be sad and depressing. They can really hurt you too. But ultimately, that unbridled joy that I get from a dedication to community, patience, craft, and beauty is the thing that I am trying to cultivate in the world. So yeah, service, patience, craft, and beauty. That is how I'm going to articulate my values in contrast to the techno-capitalists.
Wow. Beautiful.
In 1911, an early Italian filmmaker by the name of Ricciotto Canudo wrote a slightly less evil early 20th century Italian manifesto. Those Italians and their manifestos, you gotta watch out for them. In this manifesto, confusingly called Birth of the Sixth Art, because he eventually amended the number of arts, but anyway, Canudo classifies the arts. First, there are the rhythmic arts, which are music, poetry, and dance. Then there are the plastic arts, which are architecture, sculpture, and painting. And finally, there is the new art, cinema. This is a very influential idea in art theory, but it is a very Eurocentric one. For example, there are many cultures, like in West Africa, which view music and dance as kind of a continuum of the same thing. And in fact, even within contemporary Western culture, there's some odd discrepancies here with how we classify the arts. For example, and I've been thinking a lot about this one with regards to AI, why are live music and recorded music considered a continuum of the same thing, whereas cinema and theater are considered two separate art forms? Like, think about that. Cinema and theater both tell stories. There are actors who act, there are scenes where things happen in them, there are costumes, there are sets, there are directors, sound people, lighting people, there are scripts with narrative form that usually last between 2 and 3 hours. They're honestly very similar art forms. So what is the difference? Well,
I'm curious what he would say to that. I feel like they're almost different. I feel like they're almost completely different art forms. Theater and cinema, because in cinema you have a camera and that's what you're watching. You're watching the screen, you're watching whatever the director's putting on camera, and that changes so much, right? You can play with time, you can show something that would take like hours or days or whatever to change from one set to another, versus theater is like, it all has to be in front. I feel like they're both visual, I guess, like you see them, and I guess there's some relation there. You've got like actors and dialogue and everything else, but I feel like these are very, very, very different art forms. As opposed to live music and recorded music, I feel like these are much more similar. Like a band recording in a studio is similar-ish to like a band performing live. Like there's way more similarity there between a theater performance versus like the final cut of a movie, I think.
Of course, they are different crafts because of the technology of the camera. Cinema actors have to perform to the camera, which requires a more subtle sensibility than theatrical actors who have to perform to the rafters, which requires a more heightened approach. The craft of editing gives filmmakers a huge amount of control over the pace of the action. It also gives filmmakers the ability to show things that theatrical audiences simply could not see. Live theater, on the other hand, is much more intimate from an audience's perspective. You're actually seeing the actors perform there with your own eyes. The performance can change night to night. There might be mistakes. There's this kind of thrill in the impermanence of what you are seeing before you. This is the exact same dynamic between live music and recorded music. When you see music live, like theater, it feels raw and intimate. Whereas recorded music, like cinema, lets people do things with sound that they would never be able to do in a live situation. There is such a fundamentally different craft to recording and production. Just because you're a great producer doesn't mean that you can put on a great live show.
That's
Just
true.
because you can play guitar really well doesn't mean that you know how to write a song and create a great recorded piece of music. But despite this, we generally think of seeing like the live version of a recorded song. They're kind of in the same continuum. We don't think of going to the theater as seeing like the live version of a movie.
I don't think you could see like a live version of a movie, right? You would have to totally rework the thing into a totally different thing. I suppose it would just be, and some stuff might not even carry over. For music, I think you generally carries over much more easily. Some fucking retard is going to tell me, studio, this time is done. Yeah, sure it is, but like it's much more easily transferable than like a film. Like think of the most complicated musical thing from recording studio to live performance is going to be easier than fucking doing Sloppenheimer, as a theater performance. You're gonna have to rework the whole fucking thing.
Really? And why is that? I don't actually have a good explanation for you. I think somebody much smarter than me can trace the history of the recording industry.
I just did trace it.
Years and find the real answer. But I do have a prediction here, because just the same way that the camera is the inflection point between cinema and theater that separates them into two separate crafts, I think generative AI as a technology will be that inflection point that separates live music from recorded music into two fundamentally different but related art forms. Generative AI will accelerate the commodification of recorded music in new and strange ways. It will fulfill Silicon Valley's desire to turn music making into a game, a video game.
It's a little bit like a video game.
But live music utterly resists this trend because that technology of generative AI is simply not present in live music, the same way that cameras are not present really in live theater.
We're going to get to a point where live is the place to be. It's going to get to a point where you truly have to improv. You truly have to, perform. Theater is going to be like, Did you see that play?
You cannot generate a live performance. And so the craft of live performance...
I mean, there's... Ooh... I wonder if he's talked about this before. Something that I don't like, maybe because of my music background or whatever, I don't know. I really don't like... Oh, my chat got so mad at me for this take. I don't like it when live performances are sometimes just like straight playthroughs of albums. I actually think that's super boring. I don't know why people pay to go and see that. Well, I guess, but maybe it's just because I don't like those types of environments. Like, why would I go to hear, in worse sound quality, somebody just play down their album? I also feel like there should be more improvisational elements to songs. So like the thing, my chat didn't get mad at me for this one. You guys hated my take of like, if I go to see the Eagles perform Hotel California, I don't want to hear the same fucking guitar solo every time. Or like if I go to see Pink Floyd do Comfortably Numb or whatever, I don't want to hear the same fucking guitar. Like I want to hear something different. Like do something different. It's a live performance. So show me like a once in a lifetime thing. Why am I hearing the same fucking thing that I hear on the album? Like I have the chance to hear something different. I don't know. I feel like that's boring.
Will still have great value, especially in small and intimate spaces where technological aids like live autotune are not possible.
As much as I love technology, we're going to get...
Live autotune is he knows this. I don't have to correct anything he says. He just must mean that maybe it's harder to do or something, or it's not as extreme, but...
Especially in small and intimate spaces where technological aids...
Small and intimate space. Oh yeah, so like a bar isn't going to have like all the necessary equipment maybe set up to do this kind of stuff, sure. No!
Aids like live autotune are not possible.
As much as I love technology, we're going to get to a human-made... That's the value.
Fictional reality is possible in recorded music, but it is not possible in live music. If you don't believe me, our Silicon Valley overlords tried the fictional reality version of live music, and they tried it very, very hard. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry, I've memory holed that entire period of my life too, but I'm talking, of course, about the global COVID pandemic. 5 years ago, during the lockdowns, live musical performance was impossible, but the virtual versions of live music were certainly possible with Twitch concerts and concerts in Fortnite.
Fuck. Does anybody know the best piece of art that was produced during the during COVID? There's one answer, and it's the correct answer.
Every musician on the planet was laser focused on trying...
Yeah, it's that Bo Burnham Inside. What a great album. Would you consider it an album? I think, right? Good shit.
To make Mark Andreessen's fictional reality a reality in this virtual world. And we all came to the conclusion after 2 years of trying that shit that it sucked. Virtual reality...
That's the epic Redditor guy. He's the king Redditor, okay? Get fucked. Bo Burnham is my generation's, I don't know, think of some cringy millennial example.
He sucks. Everybody tried to replicate what it meant to be in a room and experience music together, and it just didn't even come close. It turns out that people actually really love the real world when there is music and art in it. People really love having the real world around them if it can be filled with the joy of music and community. This is the hopium for this video, guys. You experienced it along with me. We were locked indoors, and we hated it, and the second that we were able to go outdoors and experience live music safely, by the way, we took that opportunity and ran with it, because the real world is a beautiful space when there is room for music and the arts, and Suno and generative AI is not the replacement for it. When people were presented with the bleak reality of Mark Andreessen, they refused. The craft of live music will be fine. I have no doubt about it. Especially in small and intimate spaces, there is simply no substitute for what live music is. People who focus on the craft of live music making will not face the same existential crisis of de-skilling that people who focus primarily on recording might. People who focus primarily on recording will come to rely more and more on AI tools as they become the industry standard. This will cause a fundamental separation of the crafts between live music and recorded music. Recorded music as an art form.
Oh, I kind of thought about this, that for a lot of the AI stuff, maybe there might be like a greater, he's kind of talking about this now, there's like going to be a premium on real, made by a real human kind of thing, which actually already kind of exists in some, I don't know if you say like clothing or fashion, it was like, oh, like actually made by an actual designer, actual person, or not machine. I don't know, I'm sure they do some fucking clothing bullshit.
I'm becoming more and more, quite frankly, doomer about. Because even if you don't use generative AI in your music, the art form itself is starting to become quite suspect. I have stopped believing what I see on social media. There's been such a fundamental breakdown in trust of recorded media in general. I predict there's going to be more and more breakdown of trust in terms of what we are even listening to in recorded music. There will become more and more a barrier between the people who are listening to the music and the people who create it. And that barrier, quite frankly, is just not there in live setting. I foresee that some people will just reject the medium of recorded music altogether to focus on live performance, because that is the only arena in which you could actually showcase your craft. Live performance will become the prestige art form in contrast with the slop of recorded music. Like the Beatles saw no future in touring, many artists will simply see no future in recording, and so live performances will be the ultimate refuge from artists from the disruption of generative AI. I had this thought about the Beatles and the separation of live performance and recorded performances, watching The Breakup, McCartney After the Beatles by Mark But Evil. It was a really nice, well-thought-out video essay on the trajectory and end of the Beatles that happens to be a Nebula exclusive. Now, Nebula itself is an interesting meta case here, because Nebula as a platform really is the prestige alternative to social media, which has been dominated by SLOP and will continue to be dominated by SLOP. Much the same way that I think live musical performance will be the prestige alternative to recorded music, which is being overrun by SLOP. Nebula, unlike other streaming platforms, is extremely committed to this idea. You can read CEO Dave Wiskus' blog post from 2 years ago committing to this. Billions of dollars have been spent on technology designed to steal from creators, replace us, and use our work to replace artists in other fields. Even now, they openly admit that their businesses cannot function without theft. This isn't okay, and Nebula can't be part of it. Our official position, Nebula will not use any generative AI tools known to be trained on unethically sourced data in the creation of original content or in the production of our software platform. Now, in pursuit of that, Nebula funds tons of great, thought-provoking, and just plain fun videos you can't find anywhere else from your favorite creators. No ads, early access, and a growing library of exclusives guaranteed to be human-made. I am proud to have my videos on there, including many that you cannot see on YouTube or elsewhere. Whoa! It is a community of like-minded creators that are dedicated to a similar pursuit of craft. If you're interested in joining, with my link, you can get Nebula for 50% off, which is $30 a year or $2.50 a month. Okay. You can go right now to go.nebula.tv/AdamNeely and start watching fantastic exclusives like the ones from Mark But Evil. But if you are really committed to supporting human-made art and the platforms that are committed to funding interesting and original projects, Nebula is offering $200 off a lifetime subscription. You can get access to everything that Nebula will ever produce from now until the end of time for only $300. And you'll never have to think about managing your subscription. I'm very excited for the future of Nebula, and as long as there is a Nebula, you too can be part of this community that engages the world in a thoughtful and meaningful way. Sign up today for either 50% off annual plans or now $300 for lifetime access. Thank you guys so much for watching.
Thank you, Adam, for letting me steal your content so we can train our AI datasets on all of it. Holy shit. That was based.
I've reacted to racing crashes, sports injuries, Summer Olympics, but now it's time for...
Uh-oh. Who joined?
It's me.
Who is me? Damn, hold on. What? You're super quiet. Why do you guys troll me like this?
I'm not trolling you, I'm just speaking quietly.
Okay, I'm not turning you up, so I hope Chad gets mad at you.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, I think... Sorry. You're being really cognitive dissonance with, like, you always say with Trump that you don't like it when people talk about the shit that's not true, like, that doesn't matter about him, just talk about the stuff we know is true that's already bad on. I don't understand why you do the same. You do the same to billionaires. Like Elon, he has a bunch of stuff he does with companies. I disagree completely on that, but you don't have any, like, information on it. You can just not talk about it and just say he's a retard. He's obviously a subhuman piece of trash. Why talk about his companies?
Well, because I know he lies about some of the things that he's done with companies, so I don't know if it's true about the rest. Like, Elon Musk gets no credit for fucking PayPal. He bought and sold this way before. I think when he bought this initially, it was like a business-to-business transacting idea thing. I don't even know if he was part of it when it started to do just ordinary consumer shit. But I know he likes to take credit for being one of the original founders of PayPal. So I don't know how much of that applies to SpaceX or Tesla. I just have no idea.
Okay.
But I think I'm pretty clear that. I don't know, maybe he did. Maybe he did.
Yeah, but you say this all the time. Like, okay.
Wait, what do I say? I usually say he's retarded, but I always, historically, one of the few things I was willing to do with Elon Musk, I give him credit for SpaceX and Tesla. And even today, that guy's even...
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been in your street for know enough. But
Good.
You also do not like it when people go, like, hedge, and then say something fucking retarded. And that's what you do, basically. You're like, I'm retard.
What are the things I think... what do I say about Elon Musk that you think is really unfair?
Okay, so you paint this broad, like, kind of, like, before Elon, like, the 2022 thing, like, you basically viewed him as, like, a very smart person. He did, like, smart things in his companies. His output that you saw, at least, was positive. It had a good, like, impact, and it was also, whether or not a good impact doesn't matter, but it was good. It created, like, success in the economy, right? And then after he became a retard, you start projecting that onto his businesses, and you started, like, slowly over time, I saw this, like, happen with you. You started saying he's, like, oh, he's bad, like, all the people in the company are doing it for him, like, all this stuff, rather than just, like, saying, well, okay, maybe that was true, but what he's saying now, openly, is retarded.
Well, I think, so, it's incredibly convenient for me to say that his political journey also maps onto his intellectual one. I understand that. That would be a highly sus statement. But, like, I feel like the trend has moved in that direction. So, like, let's look at, like, Tesla as a thing, okay? I think, if you're being fair, I think it is undeniable that Tesla pushed, like, electronic cars forward when they came out, like, 10 years at least, right? Like, nobody was really doing this, and then, like, people point to, like, the fucking... some random fucking whatever. But, like, in terms of the scale and everything, like, the Tesla, when it came out, this was, like, a fucking... At the price and the performance was, like, unheard of. That you could have a fast electric car that had distance and everything else and looked not like shit. I think he gets credit for that. But I don't think it's deniable that, like, Tesla has kind of sat on its laurels for the past decade and hasn't really done much else. No?
would you say that gives you, like, within your boundaries of like what you expect of yourself, and like when you know with your audience, would you say that gives you, I don't want to say the right because that's so cringe, but like say, oh, like you don't think any of his stuff is like was him doing it, and then just preface, I'm a retard, but I can say that. Like, I understand where you're coming from. You've got this understanding, like you get emails or stuff like that, people talking about Tesla, maybe you've seen stuff on news and stuff, but it's so much more common. Like the idea you compared like to the old billionaires or stuff like that. Like Steve Jobs, everyone hated him. Everyone who like didn't work in the company thought he was a fucking retard. They thought he was crazy. They thought he was like sociopathic, like schizophrenic. Same with Zuckerberg. Before the movie came out, like The Social Network, everyone thought Zuckerberg was just a fucking dumbass, like crazy dumbass. This is the same thing.
Hold on, wait. Like, well, okay, there's a couple things to draw a distinction. When you say dumbass, do you mean like they just didn't like him? And then when you say everyone, do you mean like normies or people that worked in the industry? Because my understanding is that like, while Steve Jobs might not have been popular because he was an asshole or whatever else, like it was his vision, undeniably, that pushed Apple to...
No, you're right, yeah. I shouldn't have said everyone, because obviously there's a completely different framing with like how billionaires are way more, like you talk about this and I agree with this, but they're way more like out there, right? Yeah, so it's not everyone.
Yeah, so I feel like, so for the public, that's a different story, and how billionaires are trying to become like cool or hip now or whatever is a different conversation topic. But like, I feel like the older, even when I say older, like just even that first generation of like tech dudes were more involved in the production of their products initially. And then I just don't know if I hear them say like, you hard disagree?
Yes, there is. Obviously, I spend a lot of time reading these things. If you read about any founder, like literally any single founder, like their biography or anything, you'll probably learn this. I understand you haven't, and I I give the leniency for people that haven't done this. But when you're a founder, you can't just like Elon isn't just buying a company. Like the PayPal thing, I actually unironically don't know much about that, but I know more about Tesla and SpaceX because it was just relevant. For SpaceX and Tesla, yes, he went there, he bought a ailing company that was about to fail for Tesla, and he basically helped it go along, right? He was very involved in the process, extremely involved. Everyone who works with him, okay, there are a lot of people that hate him, there are so many. This is kind of like your example for like, if there was a pedo ring of like all this stuff, why aren't there obvious signs of people just coming out and saying that he's just like, he's dumb, like he's like, all these people would just be saying that he has no idea what he's doing, he just comes along and buys it. All the people saying this are like people that write on like blogs, like Twitter, like not Twitter blogs, but like WAPO or like Wall Street Journal or like stuff like that. They're just like opinion piece, like Elon's a retard. The people who work with him, there are some people that hate him. I'm not gonna fucking say that none do, but most people that work with him like say he is extremely smart, he is incredibly good at managing like the company environment, like actually maneuvering companies in the ways that they need to go in like the evolving times, extremely good at managing risk in a way that like no other would, in the way he can make something that is very unlikely to happen like actually happen. Like SpaceX and Tesla were, as you said, like Tesla, that wasn't a thing. That no one thought that was a thing. People thought it was like a joke before he came on with that. And then for SpaceX, basically everyone was calling it a joke for.
Sure, and I don't know how much the direction of the company changed. I don't know how much the direction of the company changed once he took over. But like what you described initially, like he came on and he helped them along. You're talking about capitalization. Like, what do you fucking do?
No, I don't mean capital. I mean, he literally was involved in the process. One of the key things that I hear about Elon, people that know him have been worked with him, is he is very, very involved in learning how the process works. Like, for example, there's sometimes you'll hear like people say like that dick sucks for Elon. I hate that I'm even defending this sub-human piece of shit. I do not like him, to be clear. Is that like they'll say, oh, he was in the factory until 2 a.m. and he was working with people. There are examples of this actually happening. Like, there are biographies of people that have worked with him, and they have they've talked about their experience of working, and he would genuinely like come along and tell, hey, how does this work? Like, I want to learn how like this part of the spacecraft's work. Like, I want to be able to like know why we're doing this, and then potentially think about it in my own way. Like, he might not necessarily be engineering these things. I don't think he's doing that for all these things. But the point of a CEO isn't to like Jensen Huang, for example. He was. Oh
wait, because you're about to make a totally different argument than the argument you just made. But like, I guess this is the issue that I'm kind of running into. Okay, so like I said, historically, I've generally given his dues for SpaceX and Tesla as being amazing American companies that I think are beneficial for America and hopefully ultimately the world. Okay, I generally give him his dues there. I guess the issue, the things that I'm having trouble rectifying are he is so out of bounds with seemingly every other thing he puts his hands on. So like the Doge stuff was a disaster. He showed his ass hardcore when he thought he could say anything about software development. When he purchased X, like he's shown himself to be grossly incompetent and retarded, at least when it comes to communicating anything about any of these things. Now, maybe he just really sucks at talking. He's the smartest guy in the world, but he just can't speak English well or something, maybe. But to see so many different types of incompetency displayed across such a vast domain of things, whether it's politics, whether it was accounting and auditing via Doge, whether it was how to fake a Path of Exile account, whether it was him talking about software development for X. I'm sure there are other examples of this. But it just when I see stuff like that, like I've never heard Zuckerberg say something where I'm like, man, this guy's fucking retarded. I've never heard Bezos say something where like, oh, this guy's fucking retarded. Except for when they're dick-sucking Trump. But I see why they're doing it, though, and that doesn't come from a place of retardation. It comes from a place of fucking, I need to be on the admin's good side. Yeah, or what's an example? Tell me. I'm curious.
There are plenty of people.
Well, give me an example of a thing. Give me an example. You know, it doesn't have to be like verbatim the sentence or whatever, but I'm curious. Like, what are some things you think?
For example, there are people that disagree. Okay, for Zuckerberg, is actually a company I don't follow as much as others, but like there are people to disagree that his metaverse was a huge thing that people disagreed with him on. Like, and you talked about this when you were going over it. But
yeah, but hold on, wait. That's different, right? Yeah. He had a vision for a thing. The vision didn't necessarily work out either because the world's not ready for it yet, or their execution of it sucked. But like, he didn't talk about that. Like,
FSD?
What?
Isn't that full self-driving for like all the people say about Elon? Like, oh, we're gonna have full self-driving next year. Like, that's
no. That's an issue of vision and trying to predict huge moves in markets. Elon Musk's is a basic issue of competency. When Elon Musk talked about software, he sounded like a fucking retard, like a guy like me who reads memes online and is like, oh, I know what I need to do. I need to buy every single company and force them to refactor their entire code base to get rid of tech debt, because that was like the fucking term of the year for 2 years, when he bought this fucking company. And there are so many examples of like that when he talks about fucking Doge and government accounting and how easy and simple it is. It was a monumental, what should be one of the most embarrassing failures of any businessman in all of human history, to get the keys to the government that much that he's been criticizing that much and find nothing. It's embarrassing. Like Zuckerberg might have been wrong in trying to make the metaverse work, but that wasn't like an embarrassing display of a lack of competence. I just think he was bad at predicting the movement of market.
I misunderstood you. Sorry.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. So, when I think about this, the easiest way I think I can make this simplified is like when I watch your stream, some of the people that I think is really similar to Zuckerberg is they can be extremely well thought out and extremely intelligent on a certain aspect or certain aspects, but then just have completely retarded heuristic views or heuristic ways of applying stuff in other places, and it can be extremely broad. Like, for example, the PhD people you talk to, some of them are incredibly intelligent on some things, and then when you talk to them about anything else, they're just completely retarded. And I understand that this is so much more bigger for Elon, because we're subjected to him every single day. Everything he wants to talk about, he goes in a share and he just posts things like he's God. But at the same time, I think if you got these people and you did the same thing, they would also be as retarded. I know people in industries who are extremely smart that are MAGA fucking idiots, and they believe all the shit that comes out, like Andreessen's mouth, fucking all the.
Well, yeah, but hold on, but that's part of isn't that part of being? First of all, isn't it part of being a better person? Isn't it part of being the elite? Is to know what you should or shouldn't talk about? Like, if I got invited because somebody thought I was really good at my stream to give a speech on botany, I'm not fucking taking that up. I'm going to sound like a fucking retard. What?
That's not my contention. My contention is that these people can be good at, I didn't make this discrepancy before, but Mark Andreessen, Horowitz, and stuff like that is different to VC capitalists are different to people that genuinely run companies.
Sure.
There's a massive these people are the people that go pontificate like Mark Andreessen. All these people, I don't think they have any value in society whatsoever.
Yeah, but that's where I don't know for Elon. I can't tell anymore. Was Elon a really driven, good manager of business, or was he just a VC capitalist and he was the one that got lucky? He ended up buying 2 companies and he had this autistic way of pushing every company forward, and he just happened to get lucky with these 2 that they had the talent and there was the technology that could be discovered, and they did it.
I don't think there is a single person that isn't just acting in bad faith that has founded a company that would say that Elon got lucky. It's just impossible that with all the stuff that we know about them, that he just bought these companies, just high rolled, put someone else in the sea. They got all the best talent in the world, and he did this multiple times in a row. It's, if you haven't read someone's like a story of like the reason why like all the big companies are the big companies they are is because they got incredibly intelligent people, they had good culture, good politics, and they ran the companies amazingly. And there's a reason why the companies that have failed didn't keep that culture, didn't keep the good employees, and they lost them. Like this is the thing that makes companies companies, and he is good at finding talent, managing. Like for example, I can give you a good example. The you talk about like his focus and stuff like that, which I think is a really bad thing for like his management of like all his like empire. But one thing he's really good at is speed. He is incredibly good at making things, good things, like good as in economically good, very quickly. He's like when the AI shit kicked off in 2022, he was like, okay, we need to build data centers. People were like, okay, it takes about 2 to 3 years to build a data center. He went and built a data center that's like the biggest one in the world in a year, and everyone said it was impossible, literally impossible. And he just did that. And why did any of why didn't Microsoft, why didn't Google, why didn't Amazon, all these companies, they've been building data centers for 12 years. They've been literally learning it, like the ins and outs of trying to do it. He came along, did it in 1 year, and no one else can do it. And it doesn't make sense that he can do these things, keep on doing them, and then people are like, it's just luck. Like,
Okay, then how, if he's so good at finding talent and doing things like this, why was Doge such a fucking monumental failure? Like, that seemed like the antithesis of everything. What?
I'm not here to defend his failures. I think he is dumb. He breached in too many places.
Well, no, but I'm saying, like, this is a failure that I feel would speak directly to that area of competency, of, like, finding talent to be able to do a thing. We got big balls.
But if his way of doing things is he does loads of different things and he bets differently on different things.
Yeah, but wait, but that's what I'm talking about. This is like the VC game that once you've reached a certain level of ultra wealthy, you're allowed to bet on 100 different companies, and then if 3 of them make it, people see the 3 successes and they're like, God, this guy's a fucking genius.
There's a difference between running it, like there is a substantive difference between running a company as a CEO and just being on the board of it and owning a share in it. There is massive differences between those two things. I understand what you like. There's a crossover in your head, but like when Elon, like for example, Elon was running Tesla extremely closely for like the 2010s, but past 2010s, I'm like mostly sure his like impact dropped off a lot, and a lot of people because of that basically attribute all of it, like Tesla's like success to like the CEO that he appointed, right? When she or him, I can't remember, she for SpaceX, and I think someone else runs Tesla, wouldn't have been able to do any of those things if he hadn't brought it to where it was, right? He invests like heavily and is heavily involved in the process like when he needs to, and then he gets diverted somewhere else, right? And then that might fail, and then he'll go back to somewhere else, right?
Okay.
I just don't see the reason to shit on his companies. Like, it doesn't make sense in your, like, from what I know, like, about your views and stuff. Like, I understand you're annoyed.
Well, I don't normally shit on his companies. I don't know why you just said that. I usually shit on him. He just seems like...
shit on his ability to make companies.
Because when somebody fucks up over and over and over and over and over again, at some point I start to wonder, like, okay, what? Was this a fucking fluke? I think that's fair. I think it's pretty normal.
I can understand, like, wondering, but like, obviously, as I went before, like, the idea of just being able to say, oh, he's a retard, and then saying, like, things that are, I think, at least obviously true about founders and CEOs in, like, any aspect, if you've ever read anything about these, like, the process of making a company. But obviously you haven't, so I would just say, well, no, like, yeah, he's a retard. All he says is subhuman shit that comes out of his mouth, right? But, like, for his companies, I don't know. He's made some good ones. Maybe it's low. I don't know.
Okay. I love you. Be careful.
Also, the AI guy from yesterday, he's wrong on everything. Please do not use whatever he says.
I totally absorbed everything he said. I think he was right on every... Oh. Rip. Okay, I have open links. This can't be real, right? They're getting rid of the... Wait, did anybody use this in school? Does anybody remember the CIA World Factbook? Spotlighting the World Factbook as we bid a fond farewell. Why? I feel like this was one of the most reliable sources. I guess maybe because we have Wikipedia now. Where does Wikipedia get its information from? What the fuck is that? Fuck you guys. You're too old. The factbook was like if you needed the population or square mileage or just like random facts or anything of any country or whatever, the World Factbook on the CIA website just had so much information. But this is like pre-Wikipedia, I guess. Well, Illuminator, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, buddy. One of the CIA's oldest, most recognizable intelligence publications, the World Factbook, has sunset. The World Factbook served the intelligence community and the general public as a long-standing one-stop basic reference about countries and communities around the globe. Let's take a quick look into the history of the World Factbook. Over many decades, the World Factbook evolved from a classified to unclassified hard copy to electronic product that added new categories and even new global entities. The original classified publication, titled the National Basic Intelligence Factbook, launched in 1962. First unclassified version was issued in 1971. A decade later, it was renamed the World Factbook. In 1997, the World Factbook went digital and debuted to a worldwide audience on CIA.gov. Though the World Factbook is gone, in the spirit of its global reach and legacy, we hope you will stay curious about the world and find ways to explore it in person. Why? Why would you? What? How much money did? Why would you get rid of this? Offered no reason for the decision to end the Factbook. It follows a vow from Director John Ratcliffe to end programs that don't advance the agency's core missions. The White House has moved to cut staffing at the CIA and the National Security Agency early in Trump's second term, forcing the agency to do more with less. Well, okay, whatever. That seems kind of sad, but whatever. What is this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, earlier in response to someone else's question, you talked a little bit there toward the end, but I'm not sure that there was a time for follow-up about, I think you said 10 to 20 million immigrants that are responsible for the driving up the housing costs. Is that what you said?
I'm referring to a Wharton report, yes.
Do you know what they based it on, what data, what information they looked at?
Yes, the survey by survey, community by community. You could go, if you'd like, I will have my people post it on the Treasury X account as we speak.
Well, thanks for the cooperation, because I'm just completely baffled. The average new home sale is about $500,000, and you're saying that it's driving up the housing crisis when DHS is over there trying to pick up and deport people because, quote unquote, they're a drain on society, they're dependent on public benefits. So if you're on public benefits, how do you afford a $500,000 house?
Well, let me clarify your confusion, because
I'm not confused, sir. Don't be demeaning to me, all right? Because I'm going to object and ask the chairman to make you answer questions.
Anyway, I'm trying to explain to you that it is rental income and rental properties.
Do you really think that people have you been to the rental places of immigrants? I have people in my district that are in rental houses that I wouldn't rent to anybody. They're not expensive. They're probably $500 or $600 a month. You think people that can barely afford housing like that's the housing that we're talking about when we talk about the housing crisis? Quote unquote, they're a drain on society. They're dependent on public benefits. So if you're on public benefits, how do you afford a $500,000 house?
Well, let me clarify your confusion, because
I'm not dollars, and you're saying that it's driving.
Yes, the survey by survey, community by community. You could go, if you'd like, I will have my people post it on the Treasury X account as we speak.
Well, thanks for the cooperation, because I'm just completely baffled. The average new home sale is about $500,000, and you're saying that it's driving out the housing crisis when DHS is over there trying to pick up and deport people because, quote unquote, they're a drain on society, they're dependent on public benefits. So if you're on public benefits, how do you afford a $500,000 house?
Well, let me clarify your confusion, because
I'm not confused, sir. Don't be demeaning to me, all right? Because I'm going to object and ask the chairman to make you answer questions.
Anyway, I'm trying to explain to you that it is rental income and rental properties.
Do you really think that people have you been to the rental places of immigrants? I have people in my district that are in rental houses that I wouldn't rent to anybody. They're not housing like
properties, inflation, the price of A property, B properties, prices of A properties. So.
Oh. Okay, that was like a funny mini own, but her point is fucking retarded, so never mind. Fuck this. Obviously, having more people in any area is going to drive up the cost of housing. That's just how it works. It's a simple math question. Asmongold on the Epstein files.
Why are they doing this again? Well, the reason why, and here's the real reason, is that they weaponize the Epstein files not because they care about justice for the victims, but it's to use it for political capital so they can have the moral upper hand against Donald Trump so they can keep importing illegal aliens.
I'm sorry. Who were the people that were fucking obsessed with this shit for so fucking long? There were cabinet level officials. Bongino was on podcasts bragging about the secret connections he had that knew all the insides and outs about the Epstein files. Now it's the Democrats that weaponized it? They're so fucking mad because they weaponized us as retards for so long, and then it bit them in the ass. Like, oh, I don't know why you guys want to talk about this so much.
They don't care about the women that are being raped and killed by Jeffrey
Oh
Epstein.
my
If they cared
God.
about women being raped and killed, they'd want to get rid of illegal aliens too. But they don't. So it's just very
Because, oh my God, bro.
weird to me. It's like, basically, politics right now, these are the two decisions that you have. Do you want to have young girls raped and killed by pedophile elites? Or do you want to have young girls raped and killed by illegal aliens? You've got to pick. That's the way it is, guys. You either have one or the other. You've got to be, yeah, pick a side. Yep, pick a side, guys. That's how it is. Aren't they fucking retarded? This is unbelievable. Who thinks this? I know. It's outrageous, isn't it? Holy fucking shit. And yes, I don't know. What are we talking about here? It's just crazy. That's a crazy breakdown. Am I wrong, though? I don't think I'm wrong about this at all. Yes, it's insane. And yeah, what is it here? And can I just bolt? No, fucking go. No, you got to go to the FBI for that. Shut up, idiot. And they conveniently omitted the person who gave them this tip is ruled as a schizophrenic and not a reliable witness. Well, yeah, I mean, like, what I'm saying is that, like, while I think this stuff is really important and it needs to be talked about, don't ever delude yourself into thinking that people that want to talk about it want to do it on any sort of a principled way. Because if these people are actually against illegal immigration, or sorry, were actually against this type of exploitation, they would be also trying to get rid of the illegals and the other people that are in our country already that are doing it on a scale much larger than Epstein. Epstein raped a bunch of people and he was terrible, right? But he's still only one guy. What about the hundreds of thousands of people that are doing this in the country right now?
Hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants are raping people? Then why do I hear the same Lake and Riley name brought up 50 million fucking times? You can't find a new poster child for illegal immigrant rape? Give me a fucking break. What a fucking retard, dude.
So that's it. False equivalence? How's it a false equivalence? Both of them are the same thing. It's the same crime.
Damn, that was a long-ass story. Oh, no, it's not. The Trump administration is targeting free speech with a little-known legal tool, administrative subpoenas. The Washington Post reports that a retired Philadelphia man, John, 67, found himself in the government's crosshairs after he emailed a lead prosecutor at the Department of Homeland Security, Joseph Dernbach, who was handling the deportation case of an Afghan refugee, identified as H, asking him to consider that the man's life was in danger from the Taliban. Mr. Dernbach, don't play Russian roulette with H's life, John wrote from his Gmail account. Err on the side of caution. There's a reason the U.S. government, along with many other governments, don't recognize the Taliban, apply principles of common sense and decency. Later that day, John received an email from Google notifying him that an administrative subpoena had been sent to them for the Department of Homeland Security, compelling the release of information related to your Google account. Jesus. Days later, DHS agents showed up at John's door. A naturalized U.S. citizen originally from the UK, John was worried about potential violence. The agents showed him a copy of the email and asked to see his side of the story. They didn't know about the administrative subpoena, but said they received orders to interview John by DHS headquarters in Washington, D.C. Eventually, the agents agreed that John had committed no crimes. After he told them he found Dernbach's email address through a simple Google search, John secured pro bono representation by ACLU attorneys who argued the government is violating a statute that limits how administrative subpoenas can be used for immigration enforcement, and that the government targeted John for protected speech. Jesus. Both Google and Meta received a record number of subpoenas in the United States during the first half of 2025 as Trump's second term began, with Google receiving 28,622, a 15% increase over the previous 6 months. PvP last words. What someone said that still lives rent-free in your head. Trump 2028, bitch. It was just so weird and jarring. I come to Arc Raidin to escape all the inescapable grossness of our political system. For the record, shouting out any politician in a video game is weird in my opinion. That guy is a DGGer. Oh, fuck, is he? Never mind. Oh, he is. Fucking loser. Share the news of the MMO Ashes of Creation, basically rug pulling their player base. No, what happened? They stole millions. Uh-oh. Pirate software crashes out. Ashes of Creation is a scam. Wait, did he... Oh, wait, he promoted this game. Somebody sent me a message on this a while ago.
Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today. And if there was ever a video that reminded you of this object here in my hand, for those who don't know, this is an onion. You know, layer by layer, you peel this bad boy back.
Jubilee versus maggots. Wait, hold on. 1 Democrat versus 20 MAGA Republicans?
So you just made...
Is it just another wacky, crazy fascist group of insane people, or...
Right? If there was ever a video I've made that would remind you of this object right here, let it be this one. Because Ashes of Creation is a situation so dubious, so perplexing, so insane that as you peel those layers back and get closer to the middle, your mind will be continuously blown. But I don't think you'll cry as much as when you peel an onion. Anyway, that said, this is a situation that runs as far back as 2015, 11 years ago. This whole journey started with Intrepid Studios, and they got an MMORPG by the name of Ashes of Creation kickstarted to the sum of $3.2 million as late as October 2017. 9 years later, it is out on storefronts, and it already got taken off storefronts. However, to be clear, as we run deeper into the situation, this is not something as simple as, oh, I see the mostly negative Steam reviews on their page. I guess the game underdelivered on fan expectations, and that's it. No, while that is part of it, it is so much more than that. This is a situation that is starting to remind people so much of the day before, which was a long-running video game scam that ended in a complete disaster. Despite raising $3.2 million and extracting so much money out of backers beyond that, by the way, because of $500 alphas, selling alpha and beta packs on their website, selling cosmetics on their website, despite extracting so much money out of people, they only managed to skimp by from alpha to a sudden early access launch. And one that, by the way, conveniently, they mentioned on their Kickstarter that in case Ashes of Creation does not launch, we promise to refund all backers in full. Which the little caveat here is when you look at their website describing the early access launch, they do say that they'll continue to update the game until it reaches the level of quality, stability, and content breadth that we expect for launch. But a lot of people are expecting that Ashes of Creation quickly launched and then pulled itself off the market.
This game was really big in the MMO world for years. Everyone talked about it, not just Pirate Software. Asmon interviewed the devs and CEO multiple times.
So that they didn't have to refund the Kickstarter backers all their money because all the money is gone. So ladies and gentlemen, this situation is insane. And again, the more I break it down, the more we get closer to the center of this, I think the more you'll be like, what? That's insane. Okay, so let's start breaking it down. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're new here and you're into what's going on in the games industry, consider subscribing. So like I just described here, right? The game appears and it gets pulled off the storefront. That's already bad enough. But to make matters worse, the entire development team gets laid off. The head of Intrepid Studios spoke out about this, and while it tries to make him look like a good guy, as we go deeper into the core of this issue, not quite. He says on his Discord, I can make a limited statement in my personal capacity and not on behalf of the company regarding the situation. Control of the company shifted away from me, and the board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. As a result, I chose to resign in protest rather than lend my name or authority to decisions I could not ethically support. Following my resignation, much of the senior leadership team resigned. Following those departures, the board made the decision to issue WARN Act notices and proceed with a mass layoff. I cannot responsibly speak to further details at this time due to the ongoing legal and governance matters. What I can say is that the developers and staff acted in good faith and deserve better than the uncertainty they are now facing. I am incredibly dismayed by the situation. Now, what's strange about this is that in an interview from 2021 with MMORPG.com, Steve says this, man. He says, "We aren't governed by greedy corporate overlords. I'm funding the project, so no investors or a board to answer to, no publishers to appease. We speak with, not to, our community, and we actually listen to feedback and value/respect our players." So when you look around at Intrepid Studios and you don't see like a publisher, you're wondering who this board is that suddenly pulled the plug on
Ashes of Creation.
But then this was confirmed over on LinkedIn when Margaret Crone, who was one of their comms leads at Intrepid Studios, said that her time at the team had ended and that she's looking for new opportunities. Furthermore, in the comment thread beneath that, she said she doesn't work there anymore, so she can't answer, but she doesn't know how the game would be made when the heart and soul of the product, the amazing dev team, was entirely laid off. That this will continue on.
Wait,
So
sorry. How long was this released for? Like, could you buy it and play it?
That was launched into early access after 2 alphas we'll talk about in a moment here, was subsequently ripped off the market because of something involving
like 2
the
weeks.
board, which then forced leadership to leave, but we already see that there was no
1 month
board
ago on
behind
Steam.
this. And now the entire team is gone.
Like a month,
The game is
barely.
still available on Steam as we're recording this video. Now,
Okay.
right now, Steam is looking into this, much like what happened the day before Steam got involved and got people's money back, and I feel like that's what they're going to try to do here. But let's run this a little bit deeper here, because the amount of money that they were taking from customers was insane to me. They were selling this early access bundle for $50. On top of that were a bunch of cosmetics. Now, you look at that storefront and you go, all right, like, not the end of the world here. But then you start to learn that 4 years ago, Ashes of Creation was selling a $500 pack that would give you alpha access, closed alpha access to the game. They would then subsequently charge for Alpha 2 $250. So they were taking money from people hand over fist beyond the Kickstarter money. So there was so much money that has been taken and bled from customers over the years. I will also say this, if you are paying $500 to be a QA tester, that is also somewhat on you.
I was going to say, like, I wonder how mad the software world was that did like QA and all this for so long. And then the gaming world was like, wait a second. Why would we pay people to do quality assurance when we could just have people pay us to do quality assurance?
Be mean, not to be offensive here, but look, man, that is an insane amount of money. Do you know what you could buy with that money outside of playing a game that's not even close to ready for being on the market? Like, there are whole companies dedicated to doing QA. Don't pay to become one. It's not a glorifying job. The only bit of publishing that was surrounding this game was my.com, who said that they are proud to announce a partnership with Intrepid Studios in 2018 for its global publishing plans. In Europe and CIS, the studio will work together with my.com and mail.ru. This partnership will ensure the tools necessary to make Ashes of Creation not just a dream for all MMORPG players, but a reality that will change the future of the genre. Intrepid is still the publisher and operator for the North American region, but they also hinted that it will announce an Asian publishing partner in the near future. In 2020, it was announced that Intrepid and My Games would end their partnership here. So any other publishing efforts here were completely gone by the time we had got this game onto the market. Now, where this situation gets even more interesting is when you start to look at Stephen Sheriff, right, who was the head of Intrepid Studios. A lot of people call out that he worked at a MLM company, a multi-level marketing company here. And I want to read this full entire snippet of an interview I was reading with Stephen. The write-up says, our commenters have been linking some of the Reddit concerns about Sheriff's background, and while some of it appears baseless, Sheriff himself has admitted that he formerly...
I feel like this YouTuber is talking a lot and like showing stuff, but not saying much. Am I crazy? This guy is like patting the fuck out of this video. Hold on, we're watching this one.
A Kickstarter MMORPG which raised millions of dollars through a combination of private investment, Kickstarter support, paid for early access, and extremely expensive in-game shop items.
Oh, this guy's way smart. I can already tell. Because of the accent.
Bundles promised players a complex, deep, and reactive world and has shut down roughly 1 month after releasing into early access on Steam. And this news has shocked absolutely no one who has seen this story play out again and again and again. Game project overpromises and raises money through hopes and dreams. People are skeptical and get called haters, then the project dies. And yet it will continue to play out again many more times in our lifetimes because the MMORPG playerbase are desperate, trusting, and easily convinced a bright new future lays just beyond the horizon. And the next project will be the one, guys, for real. Trust me, bro.
Yes.
Why does this keep happening? Why do Kickstarted crowdfunded MMORPG projects keep popping up, promising something amazing, taking loads of money off you, and then dying without giving you a game? And more importantly, why do people keep throwing money at them, assuming this will be the one that finally delivers all its promises, as if we have no precedent for what is likely to happen? Well, I think I can explain at least a bit of it, and it's mostly to do with how these people that support these projects aren't actually buying a game. They're putting a down payment on a potential future community, which involves them, because no current community does. Hello, I'm Josh Strife Hayes. I make videos about MMORPGs. I cover everything from games which released decades ago, like RuneScape, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, Guild Wars 2, or The Elder Scrolls Online, up to the most popular MMORPGs of today, like RuneScape, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, Guild Wars 2, and The Elder Scrolls Online. This hasn't changed. It will never change. But why? Why hasn't a new upstart game broken into the cycle and taken the player base away? Where is the WoW killer everyone keeps talking about? And why do Kickstarter MMORPGs keep promising the world, collecting millions of pounds of backers' money, and then not delivering? And why will they keep doing this forever? To understand why this Ashes of Creation thing happened and why it will happen again, we need to look at the state of the genre as a whole. The general playbase, the hardcore, terminally online people who keep saying they want a new MMORPG and why they want that, and then why it seems accepted that giving millions of pounds to a project which isn't playable is fine, but if an actual existing game asked for the same things, they'd be raked over the coals. So let's look at that. As usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep this channel alive. More information on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. And let's begin with something really direct. I don't really care about Ashes of Creation. I made a video 4 years ago called Don't Believe the Hype, where I was heavily critical of the game project back then as well. I've no interest in it because I knew it was going through the same motions I've seen others go through before. I'm not saying I knew all along or I told you so. I'm saying that I'm hedging my bets based on the evidence we have. And when I heard it shut down because the director, Stephen Sheriff, was removed and the board of directors were making changes he couldn't agree with, I wasn't particularly upset. I did find it odd that Stephen has repeatedly said they don't have investors they answer to, and then the board of directors, according to the incorporation documents, was him. But actually, no, the company was sold a few months ago, and now they do because it was sold to private equity. And remember, the original Kickstarter had the clause, if the game doesn't release, they'll refund everyone, which sounds great. And then just over a month ago, the game released on Steam, meaning this clause is now legally covered. Awfully convenient that. It's almost like it was planned specifically to do that, but I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Look, this is a complex thing. I don't have visibility behind the scenes for any actual sources. I'd suggest you go and watch Kira TV's video.
Like, I feel like in 3.5 minutes, this guy conveyed as much as that other dude did in like 8 minutes. No? And with a little bit of extra commentary on this, I don't know.
On the whole mess. He's been following this way longer than I have and has a far deeper understanding than I do. He makes videos with patience and integrity. I don't care about Ashes of Creation specifically. But what I do care about is why do people keep giving projects like this money? Why is it a cycle? Why have we seen MMORPGs pop up, promise the world, take money, and then die again and again? Why do people point out the risks with these projects, the issues, the red flags, and yet the supporters rapidly defend their project, often bullying or harassing people who speak out against it? Why are people so emotionally invested in something which doesn't actually exist? To understand how we've got here and why we will be here again and again no matter what we do, I need to say something people may not like. But allow me to explain. MMORPGs aren't good games. At least not from a game design point of view where maximizing the fun at a moment-to-moment level is the priority. I say this as someone who loves the genre and has thousands of hours in multiple games. The moment-to-moment gameplay is mediocre at best in most of them, and kind of dull in some of them, because the gameplay was never really the focus. The main selling point was this is a virtual world. You can have a second life in it. There's even a game literally called Second Life because it understands this. While tap-target combat is perfectly functional with lots of people, and action combat can be engaging and flashy and exciting, if an MMORPG released as a single-player RPG, it would likely be slated as players would say it's way too grindy, way too many reskinned enemies or formulaic quests, dungeons or bosses. And that's because one of the focuses of the MMO is having a lot of stuff. And the easiest way to make a lot of stuff is to make the player do the same stuff a lot. Repetition and grind is kind of the point. It's a genre aiming at a player base.
This looks like RuneScape. Is this what RuneScape 3 looks like or whatever?
Who like the grind. And what makes the grind enjoyable was always the player base.
Is that game more popular yet than RuneScape Old School, or is RSOS still the most popular one?
Itself. Now, this doesn't mean always actively interacting with other people. I've made a video on why many people play MMORPGs solo. I do myself many times. But it's the presence of other people within a world which makes the world
Bedrock versus Java.
Pleasant to exist within. You can talk to other people, chill together, work together, or enjoy the human ambience created by knowing other people can see your achievements and you're progressing through and contributing to a world other people also love. You have value and connection, even if not actively explored. Which means the biggest strength of the MMORPG genre was the community around it. Now, playing games with other people online used to be a novel thing, and MMOs really tapped into this as their central focus, their core design. Play with other people. And as the years have moved on, that's not novel anymore. And now the MMORPG genre is trying to compete in a mechanical way against other games like MOBAs or Battle Royales, which was never really the point. The MMORPG was never trying to be the most technically advanced game, it was trying to be a digital third space, a social hangout with mechanics attached. I see MMORPGs as old-fashioned chat rooms with a game attached, and it's that community that played them, which people keep coming back for. You can endure a mediocre game just like a mediocre job because the people around you make it fun. In fact, whenever I ask someone why they stopped playing any specific MMORPG, it's very rarely because of a technical or mechanical reason. It's often because their mates stopped playing, the community dried up, the social aspect slowed down. Indeed, the MMORPG genre has had the same few games dominated for decades, not because they are the best designed video games, but because they are the best designed communities. It's a symbiotic connection. The MMORPG game creates the community, and the community supports the game. Remove one, you often lose the other. Now we have to understand, the vast majority of people who engage in a thing, be that a game, a sport, a music, a hobby, anything really, they don't engage with it beyond the thing itself. They are casual fans, and that's totally okay. People may listen to a band and enjoy the music, but anything further, such as knowing all the band members' names, their earlier works, which brand of equipment they use, that kind of doesn't matter to a casual enjoyer. That's more of a hardcore fan thing. People can enjoy an actor without knowing anything about the actor's personal life, and people can enjoy a video game without engaging with the forums or subreddit or real-life meetups of that game. And this means the people who log into an MMORPG, enjoy it, and log out are the casual fans. They aren't posting on forums or watching Twitch streamers or complaining about patch notes on YouTube videos. That's reserved for the more enfranchised hardcore. So when people tell me every MMORPG player is unhappy with the genre because they see a few people complaining online or a few people looking for a new game constantly, I have to remind people, you're only seeing people so enfranchised they actively engage beyond the thing itself. The people who are happy with whatever game they play are just playing that game. I have loads of friends who are totally happy playing RuneScape or World of Warcraft or Lord of the Rings Online, and when I ask if they would leave their game for a new MMORPG that is technically better, they say no. Not because they think the game they play already has the best graphics or the best music or the most amazing incredible systems, but because to them it's not just the game on a technical level, but the community and connection to the game which matters to them. So while this video is going to look into the type of people who give money to ambitious MMORPG projects, please understand we're talking about a subset of people within a subset of players within a subset genre. So we have a genre of game which often lives or dies on its community, with the people who are happy and comfortable in whatever their community is just enjoying being there. This means from my experience of talking to many MMO players, the people constantly pining for a new MMO to come along and change things. The players most desperate to jump into something new are often the players who aren't part of an established community in any other game. They don't feel they have a stable or solid guild or clanmate, sometimes even consistent online friends. They're often players who are trying to play MMO games without the support of also being in the community of those games, which means they have to judge the games not as a social hangout, but as a mechanical experience, and that's always been a weaker aspect. The players who are constantly looking for the next big thing are often wrongly convinced it's the mechanical aspects of an MMO which will then build the community, and not the players constantly sticking together and interacting despite the mechanics not being the best. This means a new MMO won't capture players by just promising new mechanics, because the happy player...
Well, this is kind of true. Maybe he'll talk about it. I do think there is something to be said mechanically. I guess you would know this whenever there's like a new WoW expansion. I do feel like there's like an enjoyment or a funness of running through new content with people. Like before, it's just like grinding the same shit over and over and over again. Like every time a new game comes out and you've got friends and you want to do like, there's like new stuff and it's kind of like fun and exciting and it's not all like wiki solved yet and you're maybe the first one in your friend group or community. I feel like there is an enjoyment to that. Yeah, that activity, I guess.
players are content playing whatever their game is, but promising a new community to be a part of. That's a human need. That's a very attractive marketing angle. That's why we see a systemic focus on highlighting all the ways these new games will have interconnected communities, and how you, as a player, will matter. There's a reason whenever a new MMORPG project needs funding, it focuses on marketing phrases like player-driven, player-created, skill-based, your story, guilds, clans, build your own city, game reacts to your actions, living, breathing world, non-repeatable quests, your choices matter. It's because those designs put the individual into a position of power within the game world, and being in a position of power is a strong desire for someone who wants to be important in an MMO, but doesn't feel that in any of the current ones. But then a new game gets announced, a brand new MMORPG which will change things. It will be amazing, incredible, have systems that revolutionize the genre, change gaming forever. It will be everything you want it to be, and the people without a stable community in one of the existing games get very excited, because to them, this isn't just a new game. It's a brand new chance at being involved in a community. One which doesn't yet exist, and so hasn't had a hierarchy set. When it kicks up,
I guess, like, man, my MMO experience is very limited to like Eve and to RuneScape, not OS RuneScape, but back when it was just RuneScape. I feel like that's not always true. I feel like groups, this guy probably knows way more about MMO communities than me, but like, I feel like when new games come out, your groups will look to switch too, right? Like way back in the day for RuneScape, it was Guild Wars 2. I remember when that came out, there were like whole groups of people that would switch over to Guild Wars 2 for a while, or like for Eve, when these like stupid other MMOs come out, like the whole corp or whatever, or the whole alliance sometimes would all switch to these other games. Like I feel like groups will move over too for the excitement of like a new thing. It's not just people who have no communities or whatever.
Kickstarter asks for money for this brand new virtual world that will be everything you imagine. Many people who support them aren't buying a product. They're buying a dream. Placing a down payment on a future friendship group, investing in a social connection they don't have or haven't found in any current game. This is why announced games have such outlandish and incredible sounding design, 1,000-player battles, unique player housing systems, reactive worlds, player-driven economies on a micro level. A future which changes based on your decisions, skill-based everything. These mechanical features are indeed something the MMORPG genre doesn't usually go for because of the technical limitations, or the mechanical quality was never really the focus of the genre. These claims of amazing things are for marketing, to grab headlines, and importantly, to give the investors and the evangelical supporters something to preach to the non-believers about what the game will have once the game is actually made. Because saying, I'm investing in this because I want to feel part of a community and haven't found one I gel with and feel this may create one I can be involved with from the start, thus grandfathering myself into the social fabric of society within the game and being important, doesn't flow as much as the game is going to be sick because it has cool features your game doesn't have.
Or maybe just for the people that donate, maybe they're less community oriented. That might be true, maybe, yeah.
It not only creates the us versus them mentality, but then actively supports it. This is why communities instantly spring up around unreleased games or projects, with people suddenly interacting, meeting other supporters, chatting via the Kickstarter comments, Discord groups which are formed, forums, YouTubers start to cover the information, communities begin to form around the game even though it doesn't exist.
Because they want to be the new, like, old guard of this game that hasn't even come out yet.
Who is critical of the game often gets attacked by that community, because to the community that is forming, that game isn't just a game. It's the start of a new symbiotic relationship between game and community and game, and critiquing any part of that process is attacking the process, preventing it from happening. And the process has to happen to form those connections, to maintain them, for them to be important at all, because the game needs to exist for their community, their social group to exist. And if they have so much time to dedicate to this new one that doesn't even exist yet, it's often because they haven't found stability in another. The groups of players which form around a new game project and then become friends, and indeed real friends, often know on some level that the project is the glue holding the community together. And if the project fails, the friendships will fail and fall away too. Think about how many times you've had work friends, then when you leave a job, you never see them again. It's the same principle, but with a game. Connection has value, and the people who support these projects do make connections and do value them even though the game doesn't exist. And you're not wrong for valuing them. They are important things. So why did this affect the MMORPG genre and player base so much? Disproportionately so. Why are MMORPG projects seeking millions in funding often more successful than, say, a smaller single-player game seeking far less? Well, if you want me to be candid and direct, it's because the MMORPG genre often encourages unhealthy play behaviors built around spending vast amounts of time inside it, and then it rewards those who have strong community connections within the games, and thus access to stable and capable teammates to complete the harder content. This leads to a group of people who spend so long online they lose or damage real-life social connections. So when those players either burn out of a game, get kicked out of their community, or leave for any other reason, you've got a subset of hardcore gamers who often place online gaming above real-life socializing, who want to spend hours and hours a day inside a virtual world, who are desperate for a new community to be a part of.
I'm trying to think, do I agree with that? I feel like, I don't know if that's fair. I hate MMR players as much as the next guy, but like, you know what? I think I disagree with this, because I can think of another community that longs for a new game, or used to, and it was the RTS community. I think the reason is why is just if you don't get like refreshes or new games, you get kind of jealous of all the other communities that get their new awesome games all the time, you know? Like, look at FPS. Like, FPS players don't want new games because they get new games all the fucking time. The new Call of Duty, the new Battlefield, Arc Raiders, extraction shooters, battle royales, the new Fortnite update, the new whatever. They've got like a billion fucking games every fucking year. It's like I'm playing Halo 27, Halo ONRST, DST, EMT or whatever. I've got like all the new fucking cool. It's like, Jesus, like every fucking 2 months you guys have a new fucking game. What the fuck? And then if you got like League or Dota, I don't know if Dota adds heroes or champions as much as fucking League does, but League gets like big updates all the time. There dramatically changes sometimes how the game is played, and there's new champions, and there's new heroes, and all this other bullshit. And then if you're like an MMO guy, it's like, man, I hope this new WoW expansion is good, because if not, I'm going to kill myself and go back to the same fucking bullshit that we've been doing for the last 20 years. Because no new games have come out, you know?
of and want to be important within that community. But they've already gone through the games that exist and haven't found what they're looking for. Often not because they haven't found a game they like, but because they're looking to be part of something beyond a game, part of a social group. And those isolated or displaced players are willing to throw money at the potential of connection within a world which doesn't exist, a world where they are who they want to be, because it happens in the future, where they could be anything. Marketing people in the audience will know you don't sell a product, you sell a lifestyle. As a product, an MMORPG game is a fading genre populated by an aging player base. But as a lifestyle, it's still a gaming connection that people want. And selling tickets to the next big thing, grand opening gala, is far more impressive and prestigious than waiting for the thing to open and then selling normal tickets. People want to be at the premiere because they get seen being at the premiere, and this makes them important within the community, which will hopefully form around the thing. Consider this. When a Kickstarter MMORPG, a project or game which does not exist and is not playable, gives people the opportunity to pay hundreds or even thousands of pounds to support it, people do. And people then defend doing so. Maybe they believe in the project. But more often, I've found it's because those people are buying the future fantasy of social involvement and a community they fit in. They are buying the potential of a dream. Now imagine if an existing MMORPG offered shop options of future things for hundreds or thousands of pounds, or things which may one day exist. The communities would hate that. They'd call it greedy, a scam. They'd say, why are you asking for money for a product which doesn't exist within a game which does? And then consider the absurdity of this. Why are people more comfortable giving millions of pounds to a project which may possibly exist than giving the same amount of money to a project which actively currently does exist? It's because they aren't buying access to the game. They are buying the dream, and a dream is always perfect. Again, understand that an MMORPG player who is just happy and content with their current game and their current community is not giving hundreds or thousands of pounds to a project promising a new one. The people often supporting these projects at the highest price points are desperate for a community to belong in, and these projects know that. Giving money to a product which already exists means facing its flaws and facing the daunting task of ingratiating yourself into a community which already exists, climbing a social hierarchy which already exists, and accepting you may not be an important person straight away. You may fade into the crowd. It means dealing with social engagement where your value comes from you and you alone, and making friends as an adult is hard, especially when everyone else already has years of connection to each other. It's daunting. If you're coming from another MMORPG that you've played for years, it might mean unlearning mechanical systems and learning new ones, the embarrassment of failure. But when a game is brand new, everyone's suddenly in the same position. You're not the new guy, the outcast, or the extra anymore. You're suddenly one of the pioneers, the founders. You're in at the ground floor. And if the community grows, you won't just be some guy. You'll be one of the originals. And that is a very attractive concept for people who don't currently have a community. But a new MMO, a brand new community, that's a new start. Everyone wants to connect. That's a fresh chance at being a someone, a chance at belonging. And if it's still being designed, maybe a chance to suggest tweaks and changes which will make it more like a game you once loved, to reclaim a level of familiarity. This is often why some of the highest, most expensive Kickstarter tiers have you designing aspects of the game. It's a way of saying, hey, not only is there a community, but you are important in it. This is another reason why so many Kickstarted MMORPGs often focus on the hardcore full loot PvP crowd, because those are often the players who, if not entrenched in a specific game long term, are so desperate to find a new community, because the games they latch onto often dwindle and die out, precisely because the design of them isn't conducive to holding a community long term. The players.
Are there any games that try to appeal to hardcore PvPers? I feel like that's always the least popular part of the game. It's like the loudest people online, but the vast majority of people just don't engage that much. I feel in like hardcore, like in hardcore PvP stuff. I don't know.
Hardcore full
Ashes was? Oh, okay.
PvP crowd, because those are often the players who, if not entrenched in a specific game long term, are so desperate to find a new community, because the games they latch onto often dwindle and die out, precisely because the design of them isn't conducive to holding a community long term. The players happy to ride the roller coaster of a theme park MMORPG, well, they're just doing that. And that's why the genre has been the same games for the past 10 years, because those are the communities which have endured, and that's why people will keep throwing money at new MMORPG projects, because those people haven't found a community they fit into yet, and the new game is promising to be just that. And that's why games almost never release, because the MMO genre is incredibly expensive, and even when they do, the community is small.
It's cool. People keep defending it as if everyone wants that, but every game that has it, no one plays. Yeah, I think it's like it's hard because like your online communities have your most dedicated players, but like I feel this sometimes when it's like, God, I wish Arc had more shit. Like this is so boring. Like the gameplay loop is like not as satisfying as it was in the past, and it's like, okay, that's probably true for me, but I have like 520 hours in the game. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't know if there's a way to post numbers. It wouldn't surprise me if the average Arc Raiders player had like 30 to 40 hours. It wouldn't surprise me if it was like 30 hours average for this game, maybe less, 30 to 40 hours or less. So it's like people will get online, you know, people like me or people whoever who plays, like, this game fucking sucks. Where's the new content? Like, what's going on? It's like, bro, nobody's going to be generating content at the speed at which you're playing. You're obsessed. Okay, nobody's creating content for the person who plays 8 to 12 hours a day. That's not a normal thing. You can't make content fast enough. Like, it's gonna hurt the rest of your player base who's actually engaging with your product in a better way and paying money. Like, it's just not realistic, you know? Yeah. Yeah, the dev said that most people didn't reset. Most people didn't take the expedition. Most people thought the last expedition was too hard. And I think me and Mr. Moot grinded that in like 9 days because we had just started playing the game.
And often proceeds to just keep getting smaller until it can't sustain itself and the cycle begins again. Another project appears, promising another dream, and people throw money at that one too. So the next time you see an MMORPG project like this, consider if you are being sold a dream of a potential future, and then try to wake up before deciding to give it your money. I firmly believe the MMORPG genre's greatest strength is not being the most technically advanced gaming experience, but the community within the games. Mechanically, all MMOs have glaring flaws. A brand new one won't change those. And a player desperate for a new MMORPG is often not crying out for a mechanical revolution within the game experience itself, but for a community to belong to experience the mechanics of the game with. This is why you won't see a WoW killer, no matter how mechanically advanced a new game is, because it's never been about making a better game on a technical level. It's about displacing a community which has endured for decades, which you won't do. It's why City of Heroes was revived. It's why old school RuneScape exists. It's why EverQuest is more popular than EverQuest 2. The communities of those games endured. And if you as an MMORPG player are waiting for the next big thing, maybe understand that it might not actually be a new game you're waiting for. It might just be a new community within a game that exists right now, who would love to play that game with you and help you feel involved, connected, and wanted. Maybe in the future a new MMO will release and succeed. But until then, you don't need to give your money to people selling you a dream. And there are communities in games awake and playing right now who would love to have you. Go and find a community and have fun in a game which exists. Make those connections in the...
Do you think games actually require streamers and pros to have long-term viability? I don't think so. But if they do, it's in a roundabout level. It's just because people watch streamers and then those people have friends who do what they do and then they play a game that's like that. But I don't necessarily think so. I think streamers are more extractionary on a game than additive to a game. But that's because I fucking hate streamers and YouTubers. Get rid of all of it, okay? Fuck them all.
The present, instead of paying for a future which you may not get. Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who help this channel stay alive. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, Insta, and our Discord, a community you are welcome to join. And as always,
I remember when streamers used to fucking cry about that. You gotta make features for streamers. We're the only reason people play the game. You gotta make features for streamers, have events and do things. Nobody's gonna play a game if the streamers don't like it. If the streamers don't like the game, nobody's gonna... Bro. Get me out. Streamers are the middle class. I hate them. Just like I hate the middle class.
Well, yeah, decide to react, and I say, well, yeah, Phil's lesbian haircut because lesbians, all right, try to have a haircut that emulates that of like a manly man. That's the point. When you say lesbian haircut, you're thinking a manly haircut.
Where is he wrong? Hello?
So you're saying that I went and I got a manly haircut. Okay. Decide to react.
Show me the mistake. Oh my fucking God. Look at this behemoth of a cat. Oh my God, look at him. Oh my God.
Australia? No, I'm not telling you guys, but Southeastern Asia, that's all I can say.
Do we decide if that includes India or not?
Big?
Oh shit. I didn't even see that one. Oh my God, he was fucking... Oh my God. Oh my God.
A real big one.
Ooh. Bro, both of these cats like way more than her. They could like devise a plan and kill this woman. Oh my God. Ooh. She could ride this cat in a non-sexual way. Oh my God. Oh, look at him. Oh my God, look at this. Oh, and he's so chill.
This is the real big one.
Oh my God. Jesus.
Our next suspect is a man of very few words, streamer.
Essentially, I had the best
1.5 thousand. Oh man. Oh, this is the one everybody wanted to watch yesterday.
session of Call of Duty Black Ops 7 I've ever had.
Throwing Semtex.
My own teammate. Shot my own teammate in the back of the head. That is not an exaggeration.
Wait, hold on. Quick meme. Wait, what is this?
Should be great. Starting to get great polls on the economy, which I think
the
is
polls on the economy aren't they're not great.
They should be great.
They should be. So why aren't they? If you believe that,
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, look, I've got
Americans tell us we hear this. I mean, we're going to get into the economy later, but I mean, they tell us they don't feel it.
Just so you understand. Yeah. I have $18 trillion being invested into the country.
Yeah.
Biden had less than $1 trillion for 4 years.
Wow.
And
Really?
the whole country was going to credit. You know
when does
that,
America feel it?
You know that if they won that election,
this country be over.
A landslide. You know, if they won that election, this country was, I think it was finished. I actually think it was finished.
Wow, just 4 years, he would have destroyed the whole country. Projection much?
Oh my god. Every single match, I was in like the top 3.
Okay.
Oh my god. And
What game is he playing? Is that Battlefield or Call of Duty? I feel like for a modern shooter, that ADS looks really slow. Or is he just using a big machine gun or something? Or it's called Black Ops? Oh, for Black Ops, that seems real slow. Is that normal?
And I had a positive kill death ratio. I don't even want to look at my kill death ratio because I know it's terrible. I know I'm doing awful. Sometimes I had 2 times, almost 3 times kill death ratio. I was absolutely positively tearing it up today.
Oh, this one is way faster. Okay, never mind.
That's not what I wanted to do, particularly with the LMG. What an idiot. Yo, he walked right by me. It sucks. My mouse hit the side here. I gotta move. My mouse hit the side and I couldn't aim. But even when I was swapping to my alternate, my handgun to do that daily challenge, when I was trying to do things, just basically everything was kicking ass. Seriously. Oh my god. I can't see. Oh my god, that guy's just spraying and it wouldn't show his name, so I couldn't aim for him. I was just going crazy. And the thing is, people that were there were cheering for me and were like, yeah, good job. And the attendance was good. But during the entire time I played Call of Duty, that was 3 hours of Black Ops 7 today, I only got like $20 of support.
What?
That's not an exaggeration. It was like 3 hours of gameplay, $20 of support. No one supports
Guys, what the fuck? Seriously?
Call of Duty. Seriously. It's bad. It's to the point now where like, I've tried playing Black Ops 7 so many times, like 3 or 4 different times, and it keeps just not getting supported. I'm done with it. And the thing is, that's a shame. I had a great time playing it today. I really did.
Broke boy?
That's what you guys are.
I got better at it. I unlocked new things I wanted to try, like akimbo SMGs and other things. I can't keep streaming this game when no one wants to support it. I just can't. I'm sorry, you know? So after Black Ops 7 ended, we did DSP Tries It, the Shake Shack Korean barbecue menu that just launched. And I tried the burger, the chicken bites, and the cheese and barbecue fries. But here's the funny part.
Okay.
I finished playing Black Ops 7.
And then what?
I start doing DSP Tries It. Over $20 of support comes in.
What?
So people supported in droves for the morning show, and then for DSP Tries It, but no one wanted Black Ops 7.
Damn,
So
guys.
listen, I
No
hear
more.
you loud and clear.
No more.
That's enough for me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to keep playing it if no one really wants it and certainly doesn't want to support it. So that's the last hurrah for Black Ops 7, which is a shame. Again, I like the game. I don't love it. I think it is one of the worst Call of Duties I've played, but it's still silly fun, especially now with my new setup, being able to control it well and everything. Oh, why am I reloading? I wanted to...
Hold on 1 second. I just gotta watch. Hold on.
Entire time I played... Oh my god. I can't see.
He can't be using a mouse. This is he, hold on. I can't tell. He's not using a mouse, right? This is a controller, right? Hold on. Find me. Where's the DSP stream? Does he stream on Twitch or? I don't believe you. He said his mouse hit the keyboard when he couldn't. No, it must have been his controller hit the keyboard. Hold on. Call of Duty, this?
Suck. I told you.
No, nobody does this. Nobody walks like this and doesn't, like, he has to have like an above average human ability to keep his arm still. There's no shot.
I got a Semtex kill. Holy shit, that's awesome.
Oh, who moves that way?
Yeah, the gun takes too long to reload though.
Focus. Hostile scout pulse nearby.
Oh my god. That was brutal.
What?
Oh, come on. Oh my god. Again, this gun takes so long to reload.
True.
What the fuck is going on? What was that?
Okay, this looks more. Like a mouse. That was a mouse move. Okay, I'm assuming that was an auto aim.
Oh god, the fuck?
Okay, I don't know, man. Watch now and determine if good shot or not destiny. Well, the SWAT team or whatever is already out, so already starting off on a bad on a bad foot here, but okay. Okay, we're already off to a real bad start here. Okay.
Is a man with these sheriff's officer in search warrant 15513 Southwest 102, please come on, your hands up.
Come outside! Come outside! Wait. It's coming out, it's coming out. Come outside! Open the door!
What is the lead up to this?
Let's go, pa' afuera. Pa' afuera, cojones. Let me see.
Whoa! He's dead. That dude's super dead. Bro, what? This guy's moving out like a fucking aggroed Skyrim NPC. This guy, he's gone. That guy's super. He's already dead. Agent Smith, sir, your men are already dead. What? He doesn't. There's a suicide by. He's not even trying to fight. I don't even care what kind of gun. This dude just wants to die. Now's my chance. Yeah. Ooh. He's literally holding a gun. How can there be a? How can there be a right or wrong answer? Why am I even linked this? The guy's like clearly, obviously in the wrong. What? Okay. He had his AirPods in. Oh no, Daenerys. What is this? Pokemon crashes out on a fan that calls her out for maximizing money out of her audience.
The way you interact with your viewers is oriented to max money and you low-key had many dudes. I still think you're funny. You mean the way I don't have my sub count on, ignore half my donos and subs, mute everything, never ask for anything, get mad when people gift subs? Yeah, I'm definitely maximizing money. Hey, it's okay to have assumptions. It's okay. Oh, I forgot. I also limited my donos to $5 5 years ago.
Well, I feel like this is fair. No, I don't know if you would ever say Pokemon maximizes money out of her audience. That's kind of a dumb. Okay. We're going to do that HDR video tomorrow, okay? We will watch that video. And we will learn about HDR. Oh, did we finish this?
Oh my god, crazy kills.
We did. Okay, wait. And then he reacts to him.
Understand something about Reddit, okay? The people who sit on Reddit reading it all day are retarded.
Okay,
all
true.
right? Clip this and put it on Reddit for me, okay? Hello, Reddit readers. Hi, everyone who sits on Reddit all day reading it. You're retarded. Normal people don't sit on Reddit all day watching out of context crap and think that it's fact and talk about it and make it go viral. No one cares. You're a loser. You'll always be a loser. That's why you sit on Reddit all day. Enjoy your live stream fails. I'll sit here making content, making money, and have...
Are you more of a fan of dry fire drills or drilling at the range when drawing from concealed? Dry fire drills are best because you should be practicing your parkour while dry firing. How sick would it be if you were on video, like doing a fucking Dark Souls roll into pulling your firearm into shooting a perp? It would just be so sick. Fuck the range. They won't let you do any of that shit at the range. I've gotten kicked out of so many ranges. Like if you hop the turns, if you hop over the thing or whatever, like because sometimes you got to go CQC, you got to go close combat, and they throw you out instantly for it just because the other people are shooting. That's part of real life. Okay, that's a real combat scenario. You're not gonna be able to tell everybody, you know, range is cold or put down your guns. Sometimes you just got to get in there. You know, don't waste your time at ranges. That's not real life combat scenarios, guys.
A great time with my audience, and you can get bent. There you go. Put that on Reddit.
Got it.
All right. Cool. That's where it should belong. Right there on the front page of Reddit. Me telling them how it is.
Got him. Sorry. How many bankruptcies have you guys defeated in court? Because DSP's got at least one, so get fucked. I can't say what I want to say. I can't say what I want to say about this, so I'll just. If he grants himself the win on this lawsuit, there's a huge GoFundMe that it's a video game and everything.
Essentially, the lawsuit's been won. I guess I won a lot of money.
How would this work, though? Scott Bessent's the head of the IRS.
What I would
Pam
do-
Bondi's the head of the Justice Department. They're going to defend the IRS against you.
I
You're
know,
their
it's
boss.
well, there's never been anything like it, in all fairness.
So are you going to tell them to pay you?
Don't forget, I sued as a private citizen because I sued between terms. I won
But are you
3
gonna tell them to
times.
pay you?
I won 3 times, but I didn't assume, unfortunately for this country, I didn't assume office the second time. But here's the story. I sued because they broke into Mar-a-Lago. That was before I became president. Now it goes along, and it turned out that the suit is a very strong suit.
You're going to tell them to pay you, though? Because you're the boss.
Well, what I would do, tell them to pay me, but I'll give 100% of the money to charity. I don't.
Like, he can't even give the correct answer. He can't even just say that, oh, I would never say that. Like, it's so out in the open. This is my number one argument against that Pisco shit, or my number one argument against any, like, under wraps conspiracy shit about Hassan and everything. There's never, this administration will not have any hidden conspiracies, ever. Because they feel like they have the moral authority to do whatever the fuck they want, all the way out in the open. This is the type of shit that would be a behind closed doors conspiratorial shit that you'd be trying to coordinate this shit. They can't do it. Trump doesn't do it. He thinks he has the moral authority to literally do whatever the fuck he wants. They will never hide anything because he's shameless.
You're the boss.
Well, what I would do, tell them to pay me, but I'll give 100% of the money to charity. I don't want any of that money.
You take it out of the system. A couple more questions here.
No, I'm putting it back into the system.
Yeah.
If I give money to American Cancer Society, I will give 100% of the money away to charity. I don't want any of it.
$30 trillion debt, and we're going to take $10 billion out.
Like, imagine how fucking retarded this is. I'm going to sue the IRS and force them to give me $10 billion so I can donate it to charity. Why the fuck did you get rid of USAID then? Why the fuck would you do it in the most inefficient, retarded fucking way possible?
Of the system?
Well, I mean, you give it away anyway. They give away a lot of money.
Your endorsement.
I'll tell you what, speaking about that, Minnesota and these other states, we have massive investigations going into fraud.
Yeah.
Do you know if we captured 50% of the fraud of this country right now, we would have better than a balanced budget. And you got to mention that Minnesota, $19 billion in fraud that we.
Where's Josiah? This is the radical shit that I want him pushing, because he always pushes on the radical shit, getting rid of the filibuster, expanding the Supreme Court. But now those are going to be the mainstream positions. Here's the next thing, okay, I need all the libs to start pushing on. We need to make like the... I'm trying to think what we would call it. I can't think of a clever acronym, but it would be like the Federal Balanced Ledger Act. And what this act would do is it would make it so that all the funding for states in the US, the payout is equivalent to the pay-in. If these blue states are so fucking horrible to live in and are so fucked and terrible, then the red states must not want that money, so fuck them. You now get back to your state, federally funded, how much you pay into the federal government, federally funded. That should be a new act. And then let the red states figure their shit out. And if there's a surplus of money, pay it back to the citizens of the blue states or whatever the fuck, or invest it in something else in the blue states, give it to the governors, give it to the mayors. That they should pass that act. Fuck the red state. You want to say these are shitholes, terrible place to live while they're fucking paying money for your fucking welfare? Fuck that shit. Friction, magical, heated, rivalry, bout, conflict, like, war, Netscape, bingo, bullseye, discord, lottery, round, approx, and craps. Some sort of... Oh, good bait. Good bait. Good one. I was baited. There's conflict, there's rivalry, there's discord, there's about, there's war. It's heated. Is it war? Oh, friction. There's friction. Oh, fuck this. Okay. Oh, man. We already used all our shit up. Not good. Oh, man. Fuck. Early internet companies? Netscape? Okay, bingo. Craps. Lottery. Bullseye? There's another game here. I don't know what the fuck it is. Round? Approx? I've never heard of this shit. I used all my fucking shit up. I'm fucked. Oh, I'm so smart. Hold on. Wait, am I? A? Like about, alike, around, a craps? A war? A bingo? No, shot, is that a real word? Wait, am I baiting myself again? About. They're alike. They're... Bingo? Bullseye. Oh, wait, that's like a thing. Wait, is it? Bingo, bullseye. Magical, lottery. War, fuck. Alike, about, around. There's no way a bingo is a word. It's a bingo. No way. I'm trolling. I don't even know. Hold on. Oh my god, I'm fucked. Crabs. Numbers? No. Bullseye, is that the name of it? Is that what you call darts? Bullseye? There's no way, right? Fuck it. I don't care. Get me the fuck out of here. God, fuck me. Games of chance. What the fuck is war? Oh my god. I just fucking had a sucked back into being 7 years old. That's the game where you flip the card and it's higher or lower, that shit, right? Oh my god. This is like a 30-year-old memory. Oh my god. With grandma, unironically. More or less, colloquially. Bout, it's like, it's round. What? Who says round? It's round. It's round. It's a round. It's round. It's approx. Who says approx? It's about. Who says it's approx? Oh my god, get me out of here. Starting with NBA teams. Bulls, the Heat, Miami Heat, Magic, Net? I don't even know the city. I don't care. Get me the fuck out of here. $9.50 to redeem yourself? I can do whatever the fuck I want. Wait, what is it called? Rhythm. What is that rhythm game? Oh, got rhythm. What? Glitched. This is glitched. Hold on. Glitched. Super glitched. What? Close enough. Okay. Get me out. All right. Good night. Be careful. Stay safe. I love you very much.